Chapter 1, The World of Strange Tales, I Can Save My Progress. Welcome, chosen ones, to the world of strange tales. Please remain calm and cautious. Your actions will affect the fate of your country. Listening to the mechanical voice coming from the distant sky, Chen was completely confused. What's going on? Where am I? He mumbled. Before his words even finished, a massive stream of information suddenly surged into his mind. After a long while, Chen's confusion gradually turned into panic and shock. This is an absurd world of strange tales. Each country randomly selects one citizen to enter this world as the chosen one. And Chen, just as he crossed over to Blue Star, was unfortunately chosen by the rules. He became the chosen one of Dragon Country. In this world of strange tales, when a chosen one dies, their country will suffer a decline in national fortune, and disasters will strike the real world. When a chosen one successfully clears the challenge, their country will receive numerous benefits. Moreover, the actions of the chosen one will be broadcast live for the citizens of their country to watch. At this moment, the people in Dragon Country's live stream room looked at Chen, who was staring blankly at the screen, and their hearts sank. Why does Chen look so dazed and motionless? He doesn't seem very smart. I think so too. Let's hope Dragon Country didn't pick a fool this time. Last time, our Dragon Country's player was tricked by the chosen ones from Kimchi Country and Sakura Country, causing rivers to dry up for half a month, and our national fortune value was only 70 points left. If something happens again, the disaster will be even worse. Damn little Shiba and little Baga. Hope this Chen can pull through. I have a bad feeling about this. Chen just doesn't seem reliable. I hope the National Department can lend some support and quickly research all the correct rules of strange tales and send them to Chen. Many netizens couldn't help but discuss anxiously. On the other side, in the highest conference room of Dragon Country's Strange Tales Department, a young man with square glasses handed a document to the elder at the top of the room. The elder reached out, took it, and looked down at the document in his hand, his gaze shifting away from the screen where Chen appeared. As the elder flipped through the material, his face grew darker. The young man adjusted his glasses and sighed. Elder Chen, this Chen is just a student who dropped out of a third-rate college. He's also an unemployed drifter. Most importantly, his teachers have reported that he seems a bit silly. It looks like Dragon Country is in danger again. The young man's voice was filled with disappointment. After hearing this, Elder Chen couldn't help but sigh. However, in the next moment, the elder's murky eyes once again filled with determination. He patted the young man's shoulder and said in a steady voice, "No matter what, Chen is still fighting for the country. Our nation must also provide support. Tell the comrades to work harder. As long as we can decipher all the rules quickly and send them to Chen, we still have hope." Feeling Elder Chen's determination, the young man regained a little confidence. He nodded and quickly walked out of the conference room. In the Strange Tales world. After processing the information in his mind, Chen suddenly heard a clear mechanical voice in his ears. Ding, the Strange Tales rule analysis system is being activated. The system is binding. System binding complete. As long as the host analyzes the correct rules of the Strange Tales dungeon, after completing the dungeon, they will earn points. The number of points depends on how many rules are analyzed. Points can be used for lucky draws or to purchase items in the system store. Ding, the newbie gift package has arrived. Would the host like to claim it now? As the system's voice played in his mind, a smile gradually appeared on Chen's face. As a member of the cross-dimensional army, how could he not know about systems? This was definitely a must-have tool for showing off. Claim it. Chen said eagerly. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a Death Rewind experience voucher once. The host can call upon the system at any time. Hearing this reward, Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Although this reward is just a one-time experience ticket, its function is incredibly powerful. As the name suggests, death rollback. As long as you bind your save point in advance, when you die, you will travel back to the moment of the save. This is practically adding an extra life. Understanding this, Chen hurriedly said in his mind, "System, bind the current moment as the save point." Received, consuming one experience ticket, save point bound. Hearing this cold system voice, Chen's heart instead warmed a little. Now that he had a life-saving method, facing the bizarre rules, he felt a bit more confident. At that moment, Chen's vision blurred, and he was once again teleported to a new world. When he regained his senses, a huge zoo suddenly appeared before all the chosen ones. And each of them held a zoo map in their hands. Chen looked down at the map. At a glance, the map had dozens of animal areas. At the bottom right of the map, near the entrance, there was a dashed area that occupied a considerable space, but the types of animals were few. Only the rabbit area, white lion area, monkey area, and elephant area. It looked very strange. Su Chen frowned, feeling something was odd. Then he turned the map over. Zoo Visitor Guidelines appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 2, Visitor Rules, What's with the blue text? Dear visitors, welcome to the largest zoo in our city. We have collected most animals from around the world and guarantee that each one has a suitable environment. We hope you enjoy your visit. During your tour, please follow these rules to ensure your safety. If not, the consequences are on you. 1. If you are headstrong and stubborn, you can ignore these guidelines and have fun as you please. 2. The zoo's safety measures are absolutely perfect, and there is no possibility of animals escaping, especially the small herbivores which are locked in non-touchable enclosed environments. Therefore, if you see a rabbit running away, please calm it down and hand it to the staff. The rabbit can comfort you, the latter part is in blue font. 3. The monkey area only has one street, and it only displays monkeys. If you find 2 streets, and the monkeys are dressed in black clothes, choose the left street and try to finish your visit to this area as quickly as possible. 4. If you notice the elephant looks different from what you expect, don't panic, widen your eyes and tell yourself that seeing is believing, the last sentence is in blue font. 5. The zoo's beverage stand does not sell rabbit blood. If you see it on the shelf, ignore it and buy other food, the last sentence is in blue font. 6. Do not stay under the shade of trees in the rabbit area, but it is fine to relax at the oceanarium during the day, the latter part of the sentence is in blue font. 7. This zoo has an oceanarium. If any staff offer to sell you tickets for it, agree to them. There is an emergency exit there. The entire sentence is in blue font. 8. Rabbits do not laugh. If you hear a rabbit laughing, tear off the dashed area on the map and hold on to it. Do not let go until you have completely left the zoo. 9. If you break any of the above rules, please find the nearest staff in a blue uniform within 15 minutes. They will take you to the lion area. Do not be afraid. The lions here will not attack you. Once all the white lions start roaring, the staff will take you out of the area. 10. There are only 4 white lions in the zoo. If you see more than 4 white lions roaring, do not leave the area and inform the staff. Wait until the number of white lions returns to 4 before leaving. 11. If you see someone wearing rabbit ear accessories following the crowd into the elephant area, keep your eyes wide open and watch the show. The lion area is safe. If you encounter any dangerous event you cannot resolve and cannot ask for help, go at once, by any means, and do everything possible to reach the lion area. You can buy any animal peripheral toys for children aged 12 and under. For children aged 13 to 17, after buying animal dolls, throw them away within 1 month. For people aged 18 and above, they can only buy rabbit toys. The last sentence is in blue font. After reading these rules, Su Chen's head instantly buzzed in chaos. Cold sweat kept pouring out from his back. Before he crossed over, he had heard of the zoo horror tale. Although he did not know the specific content, he knew that if he acted according to that horror tale's rules, he would definitely survive. But now something went wrong. Why did this set of rules mark so much in blue font? And in many rules, the black words and blue words were logically in conflict. Just like the second rule saying, all small herbivorous animals are kept in untouchable enclosed environments. If the black words are correct, wouldn't that mean the rabbits that are not kept are not herbivorous? Then what do they eat? The blue words telling him to caress the rabbits, isn't that sending him to death? But turning back again, looking at the blue content of the 5th and 7th rules. 1 pointed out the location of the backup exit. 1 emphasized not to buy rabbit blood. This rabbit blood, no matter how you look at it, gives off an evil feeling. It is definitely not something good. Ignoring rabbit blood should be correct. And more importantly, combining with the first black word rule. If you are self-willed, a stubborn person, you can ignore this code of conduct and enjoy playing as you wish. In the world of rule horror tales, talk about ignoring rules? Isn't that a joke? Do you really think you have a Gatling gun with blue flames? So it seems, the probability that the blue words are the correct rules is instead higher. Su Chen's subconscious also leaned more toward the blue being correct. Not because he was arbitrary. But because if the blue words were false, then the message they revealed would be too terrifying. The visitor code given to him by the staff would be full of traps. Then wouldn't the staff also all be his enemies? This opening would be the king bomb level of difficulty. Su Chen was a bit dumbfounded. But soon, Su Chen recovered his senses. He remembered he still had the death rewind function. He could completely try each direction once. As for which direction to choose first, that would depend on how the other chosen ones chose. Su Chen decided to go opposite of them, so he could also refer to the other side's actions. After thinking these through, Su Chen browsed all the rules once more. After confirming he remembered them all, he put the map into his pocket. Chapter 3 Kimchi Country, New Hatred and Old Hatred. At this time, in the live broadcast room of Dragon Country, the discussion was in full swing. When they saw Su Chen put the map away, they were instantly anxious. This Chen only looked at the rules a few times before putting them away. Could it be he believed the first rule? Makes sense, otherwise how could he possibly remember all the rules so quickly? Brothers, it's over, hurry to Weibo and see. Someone posted Chen's personal information. This kid seems to have a problem in the head. Damn, don't f*** ing mess with our dragon country, picking a fool as the chosen one. How to play then? Last time our chosen one was messed with by little Westba and little Hea, this time it's simply a fool. Is heaven going to destroy our dragon country? This damn idiot Chen, why couldn't he die early, instead being chosen as the chosen one, dragging me down? I damn well want to smash his ancestral tomb. Upstairs, this fool is an orphan, you really can't find his ancestral tomb. After everyone saw Chen's personal information posted on Weibo, they instantly wailed in misery. As more and more people learned this news, a lot of people couldn't help but start cursing. After all, when people fall into despair, they are easily angered. At this moment, in the meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom's Ghost Stories department, old Chen stared intently at the rules on the screen, not blinking. He turned his back to everyone and asked in a deep voice, "What does the computer analysis say about these rules?" The young man with square glasses looked at the data in his hand and replied loudly, "Based on the logic of the rules and world, we can eliminate the possibility that all the black and blue fonts are wrong. Since many of the events recorded in the rules have not yet been triggered, the possibility that some black text is correct or some blue text is correct cannot be calculated. This time, we only compared and analyzed the three most probable situations. The computer analysis shows that the probability of the blue text being the correct rule is 41.77%, the probability of the black text being the correct rule is 22.33%, and the probability that both the black and blue text are correct rules is 35.9%. Hearing these numbers, old Chen turned around and looked at the crowd. What do you think? Based on past difficulties and experience, blue markings are usually the correct choices, and it should be the same this time. An elderly man with gray hair spoke first. I agree. If the blue text were fake, the rules would be too sinister. There's no reason for the difficulty of the ghost story to suddenly increase this time. I think so too. I agree as well. Everyone nodded in agreement. Old Chen nodded and said nothing. At this moment, the elderly man with gray hair suggested, looking at Chen, he seems to believe the first rule. Should we remind him now to trust the blue text? Old Chen frowned. To him, it also seemed that the blue text was the correct answer. As long as they followed the blue text's instructions, they would definitely succeed. But still, he vaguely felt something was off. Especially when he looked into Chen's eyes. Those clear, deep eyes of his didn't seem at all as foolish as the investigation suggested. Old Chen felt a strange sense of trust rise up in his heart towards Chen. Let's wait a bit, let's wait until the intelligence department gathers the next wave of information. Old Chen refused the suggestion. Meanwhile, Kim Seoba, a player from the Pickled Cabbage Kingdom, smiled as he looked at the rules in his hand. These rules are quite interesting, but they won't stop me, I figured it out. Based on past instances, blue text is definitely the correct answer. This time, though the blue text looks strange at first glance, it's precisely because it's strange that it must be correct. According to the nature of the ghost story world, it's trying to make us afraid, preventing us from following the correct rules. I am truly a genius. Kim Seoba secretly analyzed in his heart. Thinking this, he turned his head to look at the other chosen ones around him. He found that most of them were still scratching their heads, struggling to think. He couldn't help but sneer, secretly cursing them as fools. At this moment, he suddenly noticed Chen from the Dragon Kingdom. The other man had put away the rules and was now curiously observing the zoo gate. Kim Seoba quickly figured it out. This guy obviously took the first rule seriously. So dumb, he thought. Then his eyes shifted, and he thought of a good idea. With a friendly smile, he walked up to Chen. Chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, hello. I'm Kim Seoba from the Pickled Cabbage Kingdom. First, I want to express my deep sympathy for the death of your country's chosen one last time. At the same time, I also want to take this opportunity to clarify to the Dragon Kingdom audience in your livestream that the death of your chosen one really has nothing to do with me. As a neighboring country, I am very willing to help your Dragon Kingdom. To prove my sincerity, I can help your chosen one pass the test. I heard that your country's luck only has 70 points left? Don't worry, I'll tell you the correct rules. After saying this, Kim Seoba patted Chen on the shoulder, looking like an older brother. Hearing these words, a memory suddenly surfaced in Chen's mind. The last time the ghost story rule was a rock climbing instance, the Dragon Kingdom's players were smoothly progressing. He passed through many challenges. In the end, at the last moment, Jin Shiba and Yamashita Kenichiro from Sakura Country kneeled and begged for help. The Dragon Country contestant felt pity and decided to tell them the hidden rules. After being saved, these two not only didn't thank the Dragon Country contestant, but instead, to compete for the passing rank. They secretly sabotaged the Dragon Country contestants' rope, causing their death. Recalling these memories, Chen squinted his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his gaze. Chapter 4, A Sudden Change? A strange scene. But the next moment, Chen once again showed that silly smile. My name is Chen, nice to meet you. Saying this, Chen took the initiative to shake the other person's hand. He looked very happy. Then he continued, may I ask, what is the correct rule? I don't understand this rule. Jin Shiba's heart lifted when he saw this. He didn't expect the other party to be so easy to deceive. Based on my experience, only the first rule is correct, don't trust anything else. And according to the usual pattern in strange tales, the person who acts first is safer, while the ones who wait are at risk. So I suggest you hurry up and set off. Jin Shiba smiled and said. Alright, thank you then. Chen smiled. Then, he directly stepped forward and entered the zoo's gate. At this moment, the live stream in Dragon Country completely exploded. This damn Chen is too foolish. How can he still trust the people from Kimchi Country? I'm so angry, I've almost got high blood pressure. Years of blood clots have been treated by Chen. Heaven wants to destroy our Dragon Country. How could they choose such a person as the chosen one? I'm breaking down, I bet Chen won't live more than 10 minutes, otherwise, I'll eat my phone. Then, angry netizens flooded into the Kimchi Country livestream. Little Shiba is so vicious, hurting our Dragon Country contestant, doesn't your conscience hurt? What are you saying? Our Jin contestant is clearly thinking of neighborly friendship, helping you Dragon Country. You guys are so shameless. This is called helping us? You Dragon Country people are so crude. Last time, you falsely accused our Jin contestant of harming your people. This time, our chosen one helped you without holding grudges, and yet you're still cursing, truly lowly Eastern people. So what if we deceive you? Isn't it your fault that Chen is stupid? If you don't like it, have your country use the one-time hint opportunity. Dragon Country dogs, hurry up and get back to your live stream. Dragon Country's netizens were completely enraged and all had high blood pressure. Immediately, the live stream was filled with national essence flying everywhere. Chen leisurely walked into the zoo gate. At the moment he stepped into the gate, he tried to step back. But naturally, he failed. He was blocked by an invisible air wall. It seemed that unless he finished touring the zoo, he couldn't leave. However, Chen wasn't worried, since he had saved his progress. So, he walked along the path into the rabbit area. As he walked, he soon noticed that under many trees, some rabbits appeared out of thin air. After his conversation with Jin Shiba, he had already confirmed that the other party would follow the blue font rules. With the control group in mind, Chen decided to just do the opposite. He ignored all the rules in blue text. So, when he saw the rabbits under the trees, he simply ignored them. He crossed the entire rabbit area. At the same time, Jin Shiba saw that Chen had walked far away, so he began to take action. After all, in the strange tale world, the speed and rank of passing would affect the final reward. He had already figured out the rules and had no reason to waste more time. Jin Shiba strode into the rabbit area, constantly looking around. Soon, he noticed a rabbit hidden under a tree. A smile appeared on his face. Staring at the rabbit, Jin Shiba felt his brain becoming more and more excited. Countless ideas were bubbling up in his mind. He vaguely felt his IQ was about to break through. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly began to analyze the rules. The rabbit was under the tree. This is not confirming the second rule's black text, animals have no chance of escaping. It's wrong, isn't it? Then, if we reverse the sixth rule's black text, do not stay in the shade under the rabbit park's trees. Doesn't that prove that the black text is wrong, and only the blue text is right? Realizing this, he excitedly walked into the shade. And the rabbit, seeing him approach, surprisingly did not run away in fear. Jin Shiba, seeing this, became even more joyful, firmly convinced his analysis was correct. So, he squatted down, extended his right hand, and began to stroke the rabbit. As he caressed it, his brain became more excited. Endless thoughts surged in his mind. He fell into a state of malfunction, with only his right hand still constantly stroking the rabbit. Meanwhile, the chosen ones from other countries were watching Jin Shiba from not far away in the rabbit park. Though they also thought the blue text was correct, since the contestant from the Pickled Cabbage Nation was willing to step into danger first, they didn't mind watching more. After all, ranking and safety were still far less important than life itself. Just as Jin Shiba stroked the rabbit for the 10th time, a strange child's laughter suddenly came from the shade in the rabbit area. The onlookers immediately had their hair stand on end, cold sweat pouring out. But that's not all. Jin Shiba remained unmoved, still stroking the rabbit. Yet, his face gradually began to twist. On his cheek, 2 eyes suddenly grew. And even stranger, a pair of rabbit ears slowly emerged from the top of his head. Now, everyone was completely terrified. They panicked and ran backward. But because the road was too narrow and the crowd was too large, many were pushed into the shade of the park. And these people, without exception, began to squat down and stroke the rabbit. At this moment, Lan Mu from Ugly Nation was desperately running away. He saw that Yamashita Inuichiro from Sakura Nation was blocking his way. In a burst of anger, he kicked the chosen one in front of him off the road. He roared, "You son of a nation dog, dare block my Ugly Nation's way. Be careful, your country might get nuked." Yamashita Inuichiro, caught off guard by the kick, was sent tumbling into the grass. He almost fell into the shade. Looking up, he saw the shade was too close to his body. He was so scared that his hair stood on end. He quickly got up, scrambling and rolling back onto the road. Chapter 5. The rabbit is not a herbivorous animal. Once he calmed down and recalled what had just happened, Yamashita Inuichiro's face darkened. He glared hatefully at Lan Mu, who was running far away. At this moment, though everyone was in chaos, the ones most panicked were the citizens from the countries with chosen ones stroking rabbits. The live broadcast of the Pickled Cabbage Nation was in complete chaos. Jin Shiba is really damn it, how dare he test the rules first. It's over, disaster and horror stories are going to descend on our country. Please, don't let it reach Shower City. Go kill his family. Bury them with the suffering people. Deserved. Let those bastards from Pickled Cabbage Nation harm our Dragon Nation, this is their retribution. Dragon Nation dogs, don't be so smug, your idiot won't last long, if he doesn't die in 10 minutes, I will. Meanwhile, the president of Pickled Cabbage Nation made a phone call. Go grab all of Jin Shiba's family, don't let them escape. If necessary, take them out and appease the public anger. Understood, I will handle it immediately. After hanging up the phone, the president slammed his hand on the table in front of him. He roared, Jin Shiba is really damn it. In contrast to Pickled Cabbage Nation's anger, Dragon Nation's livestream was full of cheer. They say fools have their good luck, and the ancients were right. That Jin Shiba really deserved it, not only did he inadvertently help us, but he also sent himself to his death. Heaven bless Dragon Nation, heaven bless Su Chen. Su Chen, keep going. Believe that the black text is right. I will definitely make it through. At this moment, Su Chen vaguely heard the laughter of children coming from the distant rabbit area behind him. As the laughter continued, he gradually felt as if something was staring at him. Then, his mind began to become vague and confused. Suddenly, he remembered the 8th rule. If you hear the laughter of a rabbit, tear off the dashed line area on the map and hold on to it, do not let go until you have completely left the zoo. So he quickly pulled out the map and tore off the area at the bottom right along the dashed line. He tightly gripped the piece of paper in his hand. As soon as the paper was in his hand, the feeling of being stared at gradually faded. Su Chen let out a long sigh. It seemed that he was lucky. The black characters were the right ones. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Holding the torn map portion in his hand, Su Chen quickly walked forward. Soon, the sign for the monkey area appeared in front of him. Su Chen once again thought about the related rules. After confirming that he had memorized them, he stepped into the monkey area. At this moment, in the rabbit area, everyone was in a panic, fearfully watching the few people who were petting the rabbits. A few quick-reacting people, like the players from Sakura Country and Ugly Country. They had already realized that the blue characters might be a trap. So they quickly followed the 8th rule, tearing off the dashed line portion of the map. They tightly gripped it in their hands. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The player from Kimchi Country, Jin Shiba, whose strange 4 eyes gradually returned to normal. However, the rabbit ears on his head did not disappear. He picked up the rabbit and walked towards a black-clad staff member who was watching from the side. I want to hand over the rabbit. Jin Shiba looked into the other person's eyes and said in a stiff voice. The black-clad staff member took 2 steps back. With a slightly trembling voice, they said, put the rabbit on the ground and give me your map. All right. Jin Shiba's voice returned to normal. He nodded. He obediently did as instructed. The black-clad person took the map and carefully tore off the dashed portion. Then, they fed the torn piece to the rabbit. The rabbit looked extremely hungry. Upon seeing the paper in front of it, it immediately opened its mouth and began to gnaw on it. Soon, the paper was completely eaten up. In the next moment, that eerie laughter appeared again. The difference was that this time, the laughter was filled with a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion. At the same time, the black-clad staff member no longer paid attention to Jin Shiba, turned, and ran. In a flash, they ran toward the monkey area. Jin Shiba watched the staff member run off, a bit bewildered. His hand unconsciously scratched his head. Strangely, his hand seemed to pass through the rabbit ears on top of his head, as if they were not in the same dimension. This scene left the onlookers in the distance stunned. Yamashita Inuichiro, am I seeing things? Did you see Jin Shiba's action? Did his hand pass through the rabbit ears? Lamsan, you're not seeing things, I saw it too. How is that possible? Could all of this be an illusion, just to scare us? It's possible. The difficulty of this ghost story might be this. Following the blue characters might lead to extremely strange but harmless illusions to scare us into making the wrong choices. So, actually, the blue characters might be the right ones. But we can wait and see the results of others under the shade of the trees. You're a smart guy from Sun Country, what you're saying makes sense. Let's wait a bit longer. After saying that, Lam laughed heartily. He patted Yamashita Inuichiro on the back. The force of the pat almost made him stumble and kneel down. Yamashita Inuichiro's eyes grew colder. In the rabbit area, the others' faces gradually returned to normal. They all picked up the rabbits in front of them and began to look for staff members. However, the only black-clad staff member nearby had already run away. They couldn't find anyone for a while. Helpless, these people could only hold onto the rabbit and walk forward slowly. They hoped to browse while searching for the staff. Chapter 6, Does the monkey still wear clothes? On the other side, Jin Shiba happened to take out his phone to check the time. As a result, his reflection appeared on the screen of the phone. A pair of snow-white rabbit ears were swaying on his brown-yellow hair. It stood out strikingly. Jin Shiba was startled, and cold sweat broke out immediately, his mind in chaos. His left hand unconsciously reached toward his head. However, his hand passed through the rabbit ears. Jin Shiba was stunned. He hurriedly tried again. The result was still the same. Then, he quickly checked his physical condition. He found that he didn't feel anything abnormal. At this point, Jin Shiba was confused. But soon, he figured everything out. A smile appeared on his face. He shared the same view as the chosen one from Sakura Country. This blue text would trigger some strange and terrifying illusions. However, these illusions wouldn't cause any real harm. They were just meant to scare people. After realizing this, he quickly hid his smile. He put on a panicked expression and ran toward the onlookers. When he was about 10 meters away from them, he stopped. He shouted, "Don't touch the rabbit. The blue text is wrong. I feel very uncomfortable now, I think I am turning into a rabbit." After shouting, Jin Shiba didn't wait for a reply. He turned around and ran along the visitor path towards the distance. Fools, the first place is mine now, Jin Shiba thought to himself. At the same time, in the live stream of Kimchi Country, everyone had noticed Jin Shiba's expression. It instantly changed from heartbreaking to wild celebration. Oh my god, what is going on? Jin Shiba has returned to normal. Looking at Jin Shiba's performance, I guess this blue rule just looks scary, but in reality, it is the true rule. Good analysis, Jin Shiba is really smart. No wonder he's the chosen one of our Kimchi Country. Other countries' pigs are being played around by our chosen one, but our Kimchi Country is the true center of the universe. You Kimchi Country, just wait. Our ugly country's intelligence department must already know about this, you all wait for death. In the rabbit park, the remaining people looked at each other. Most of them felt that people from Kimchi Country wouldn't be so kind. After all, they were all in a competitive relationship. At this time, many chosen ones from different countries received prompts from their countries. Their countries didn't hesitate to use their one-off off-field guidance opportunity. According to expert analysis of micro-expressions, the Kimchi Country contestant is lying, the blue text must be correct. A lot of analysis. Now, everyone was relieved. They rushed in, entering the rabbit park to look for rabbits under the shade of trees. The contestants from Ugly Country and Sakura Country, though they didn't receive any reminders from their countries. But seeing the actions of everyone in front of them, they confirmed their suspicions. So they hurriedly joined the army of people grabbing rabbits. On the other side, Chen was touring the monkey zone. Along the way, nothing unusual had happened. It was overwhelmingly peaceful. At this moment, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from behind him. He quickly turned his head to look. He found that it was a staff member in black clothes rushing from a distance. Chen frowned. He vaguely remembered that the staff at the gate were all wearing blue uniforms. Why was this person wearing black? A sense of wariness arose in his heart. The person in black was getting closer and slowly approached Chen. Seeing this, Chen quickly stepped back a few steps, clearing the way. Then, the person in black brushed past him and quickly ran forward. During the whole process, the person didn't pay any attention to Chen. He didn't even glance at him. Chen looked at the person's retreating back, a look of confusion on his face. This person in black seemed to be in a panic, almost like he was running away. What was chasing him? At this moment, Chen only felt his vision blur. The straight road ahead suddenly revealed a fork to the right in the distance. And the man in black didn't hesitate to choose the road on the right. Chen was startled. He remembered the second rule had something about it. The primate park only has one street, and only shows primate animals. If you find two streets, and the primates are wearing black clothes, choose the left one, and try to finish the visit as quickly as possible. Thinking of this rule, Chen hurriedly looked at the monkey on the fake mountain to the right. As soon as he looked, the hairs on his body stood on end. On the fake mountain, there appeared a monkey dressed in black work clothes. These work clothes were exactly the same as the ones worn by the staff who had run past earlier. Chen shuddered. He turned his head again to look at the fork ahead. But a thick white mist had risen at the fork, and there was no sign of the person. Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his panicked feelings. He quickly increased his pace, following the rule. At the same time, the live chat in Longgua's livestream was in chaos. Not good. I saw in another country's livestream that those terrifying things are just illusions. It seems like the blue font is the real rule. But Chen has been safe all the way following the black font. Safe my ass, didn't you see the monkeys wearing black clothes, and the road splitting into a fork? How can that be called safe? It's over, I think Chen has been tricked by the rules. What is our country even thinking? Why haven't they sent a message to warn Chen? Chen is such an idiot, how could he believe those words from the pickled cabbage country? He's going to get us killed. The viewers in Longhua were nearly dying of anxiety. They wished the country would immediately notify Chen to turn around and go back to the rabbit park. Chapter 7, Left or Right? Meanwhile, in the highest conference room of the Longhua Ghost Story Department. At this moment, everyone had differing opinions. Old Chen, combining information from other countries' contestants and reports from the intelligence department, the latest results from the computer analysis have come out. Due to the insufficient sample size, the calculation still uses the previous logic, comparing only three main items. The probability that the blue font is the correct rule is 71.31%, the probability that the black font is the correct rule is 23.63%, and the probability that both black and blue fonts are correct is 5.06%. Given these numbers, should we notify Chen immediately? The young man with glasses looked at Old Chen's back and asked. Old Chen didn't say a word, his murky eyes staring intently at Chen's eyes. He saw something familiar in the other's gaze. It was the kind of look seen on the battlefield. Firm, brave, yet with the cleverness of a fox. How could Chen be a fool? He must have his own considerations. Old Chen, we need to make a decision. The young man urged again. Old Chen sighed deeply, turning around. His voice was firm as he said, let's wait a little longer. Chen is not ordinary. Look at the map in his hand, it shows that he didn't blindly trust Jin Shiba's words. He has long seen through the other's deception. Since that's the case, why doesn't he choose the blue rule? I think he must have his reasons. Upon hearing Old Chen's words, the people in the conference room subconsciously turned to look at his right hand. When Chen tore the map earlier, the broadcast had switched to the pickled cabbage country's feed due to Jin Shiba's strange behavior. Everyone hadn't seen Chen's movements. It wasn't until now, when Old Chen reminded them, that they realized something was wrong. Chen's right hand had been clenched into a fist. And in the gaps of his fist, there were indeed faint traces of paper. Everyone was stunned. After all, according to the investigation data, Chen was a dropout and an idiot. But now, his performance was... Obviously, this doesn't match the information. At the moment when everyone was surprised, Old Chen continued to speak. Go inform the brother departments and regulate the language used by the crowd in the livestream. Discussion and analysis are fine, but insults are not allowed. Chen is fighting for our dragon country. We can't let our hero bleed and cry. Also, open the firewall for me, don't allow other countries to watch. Old Chen narrowed his eyes as he spoke. After hearing this, the young man wearing glasses quickly agreed. He then turned and walked out of the meeting room. Soon after, an announcement appeared in the Dragon Country livestream. Chen is a hero fighting for the country. Dragon Country citizens are not allowed to insult him casually. Chen must have some background. Look, now they're shutting up the public. Friend upstairs, I am a netizen from the northern part of the mainland, can you elaborate on this matter? This announcement is right. No matter what, he is fighting for the country. What have you done other than typing on your keyboard? Exactly, instead of insulting others, why not use your time to think, study the underlying logic of this strange world, it might even help the country. Damn, Chen is going down the left path. It's over, something bad is going to happen. As soon as this comment appeared, everyone's gaze shifted back to Chen. He walked towards the left path without hesitation. Soon, his figure disappeared into the mist, no longer in sight. Just as Chen stepped into the left fork in the road, most of the chosen ones from other countries arrived at the monkey zone. Among them, about half had rabbit ears growing on their heads, holding rabbits in their arms. Obviously, they were following the blue rule. As for the other half of people who didn't grow rabbit ears, that's because there weren't enough rabbits to go around. The most noticeable were the two from the ugly country and Sakura country. Lamb, with his chin held high, was probably holding a rabbit. Meanwhile, Yamaguchi Kenichiro, beside him, had a bruised right eye and an empty head. His eyes kept scanning Lamb's back, filled with resentment. The crowd slowly moved forward, and soon noticed the monkey wearing black clothes on the fake mountain. Everyone was startled. They hurriedly quickened their pace, trying to leave. But before they could take many steps, a fork appeared on the road ahead. Now, everyone was confused. Because the rule related to this matter was in black text. In their understanding, black text was always fake. Because of this, they lost direction. At this moment, it was Jin Shiba who stood up. He smiled and turned to walk down the right fork. As his figure gradually disappeared into the mist, many people with rabbit ears suddenly realized. Since the black rule told them to go left, then going the opposite way must be the right answer. Having figured this out, those with rabbit ears all started heading toward the right path. Yamaguchi Kenichiro, watching Lamb walk further, was about to follow. But suddenly, a feeling of caution arose in him. If the black text is fake, then the reverse interpretation. That would mean staying where they are. Yamaguchi Kenichiro quickly stopped. He looked at Lamb's back and revealed a smile. Baka, really a fool, since you like to die, go ahead. He muttered quietly. Chapter 8, New Rules. Thus, the group with rabbit ears, along with some indecisive individuals, all walked towards the right path. The remaining few dozen chosen ones, mostly like those from Sakura country, had figured out the key information. So they stayed where they were. Time slowly passed. About half an hour later, just when Yamaguchi Kenichiro was starting to doubt his guess, a staff member dressed in blue work clothes walked over. When the chosen ones saw this, they hurriedly rushed forward. They spoke in a flurry, explaining this strange matter. The staff member's face changed drastically after hearing this. Wait here for a moment. Obviously, this doesn't match the information. At the moment when everyone was surprised, Old Chen continued to speak. Go inform the brother departments and regulate the language used by the crowd in the live stream. Discussion and analysis are fine, but insults are not allowed. Chen is fighting for our dragon country. We can't let our hero bleed and cry. Also, open the firewall for me, don't allow other countries to watch. Old Chen narrowed his eyes as he spoke. After hearing this, the young man wearing glasses quickly agreed. He then turned and walked out of the meeting room. Soon after, an announcement appeared in the Dragon Country livestream. Chen is a hero fighting for the country. Dragon Country citizens are not allowed to insult him casually. Chen must have some background. Look, now they're shutting up the public. Friend upstairs, I am a netizen from the northern part of the mainland. Can you elaborate on this matter? This announcement is right. No matter what, he is fighting for the country. What have you done other than typing on your keyboard? Exactly, instead of insulting others, why not use your time to think, study the underlying logic of this strange world, it might even help the country. Damn, Chen is going down the left path. It's over, something bad is going to happen. As soon as this comment appeared, everyone's gaze shifted back to Chen. He walked towards the left path without hesitation. Soon, his figure disappeared into the mist, no longer in sight. Just as Chen stepped into the left fork in the road, most of the chosen ones from other countries arrived at the monkey zone. Among them, about half had rabbit ears growing on their heads, holding rabbits in their arms. Obviously, they were following the blue rule. As for the other half of people who didn't grow rabbit ears, that's because there weren't enough rabbits to go around. The most noticeable were the two from the ugly country and Sakura country. Lamb, with his chin held high, was probably holding a rabbit. Meanwhile, Yamaguchi Kenichiro, beside him, had a bruised right eye and an empty head. His eyes kept scanning Lamb's back, filled with resentment. The crowd slowly moved forward, and soon noticed the monkey wearing black clothes on the fake mountain. Everyone was startled. They hurriedly quickened their pace, trying to leave. But before they could take many steps, a fork appeared on the road ahead. Now, everyone was confused. Because the rule related to this matter was in black text. In their understanding, black text was always fake. Because of this, they lost direction. At this moment, it was Jin Shiba who stood up. He smiled and turned to walk down the right fork. As his figure gradually disappeared into the mist, Many people with rabbit ears suddenly realized. Since the black rule told them to go left, then going the opposite way must be the right answer. Having figured this out, those with rabbit ears all started heading toward the right path. Yamaguchi Kenichiro, watching Lamb walk further, was about to follow. But suddenly, a feeling of caution arose in him. If the black text is fake, then the reverse interpretation. That would mean staying where they are. Yamaguchi Kenichiro quickly stopped. He looked at Lamb's back and revealed a smile. Baka, really a fool, since you like to die, go ahead. He muttered quietly. Chapter 8, New Rules. Thus, the group with rabbit ears, along with some indecisive individuals, all walked towards the right path. The remaining few dozen chosen ones, mostly like those from Sakura country, had figured out the key information. So they stayed where they were. Time slowly passed. About half an hour later, just when Yamaguchi Kenichiro was starting to doubt his guess, a staff member dressed in blue work clothes walked over. When the chosen ones saw this, they hurriedly rushed forward. They spoke in a flurry, explaining this strange matter. The staff member's face changed drastically after hearing this. Wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. After saying that, without waiting for anyone to speak, he turned and ran back to the entrance of the monkey zone. He took a sign from the grass by the side of the road. He stood it in the middle of the road. It had a few big words written on it. Monkey zone temporarily closed. After finishing this, the staff member in blue ran back again. With a frightened look on his face, he said, "Follow me." He said this while quickly walking toward the left path. Down the mountain, Inazuka Kenichiro saw this and smiled even more brightly. He knew he had guessed right. And the person who bullied him, Lamb, had clearly made the wrong choice. That damn guy was definitely going to be doomed. He happily took big steps to follow the staff's pace. At the same time, just as Chen felt he had been walking in the fog for 10 minutes. He finally walked out of the fog. In that instant, he felt everything before him turn clear. Chen let out a long breath. He started to look around the environment. Then, a crumpled piece of paper at his feet caught his attention. Chen bent down to pick it up and unfolded the paper. He found that it had many words written in a messy handwriting. At the corner, there was a note that said, "Escape, crossed out, survive." 1. Rabbit blood doesn't exist, it's goat meat. This line was written and crossed out repeatedly, making it unclear. 2. The goat zone is for elephants. Below this sentence, there was a crooked drawing of an elephant with rabbit ears. 3. The rabbit will eat the monkeys. This sentence was crossed out, and a question mark was circled on the word monkeys. You can't talk to staff in the monkey zone, you can't go out, you can't feed the monkeys, you can't enter when there's only one road. 4. You can't enter the aquarium when no one's around. 5. Only goat meat is edible. 6. If the aquarium turns off its lights at night, you can't stay overnight in the aquarium. 7. The first 4 white lions are monkeys, the 5th white lion is a goat, the rabbit is an elephant, and blue is black. This sentence was emphasized. 8. You are a whale, I am a goat. This sentence was extremely messy. 9. You are an elephant, I am a white lion. This sentence was exceptionally neat. Chen looked at the note, and his face turned extremely ugly. These confusing yet terrifying phrases made him feel very uncomfortable. The image of an elephant with rabbit ears and the rule that rabbits will eat the monkeys shocked Chen deeply. However, Chen had a strength. Since he couldn't understand it for now, he decided not to think about it. Otherwise, by obsessing over it, he might not even die at the hands of the creepy stories. Instead, he might just lose his sanity. Chen put the note away and started to look around again. At this moment, a security room, not far from the shop in the elephant zone, caught his attention. Chen turned around and walked towards the security room, intending to ask the security guard for more information. Soon, he arrived at the door of the security room. He raised his hand and knocked a few times on the door. However, no one responded. Seeing this, Chen directly pushed the door open and walked in. The room was empty. There was only an old desk, a photo of a security guard on it, and a sticky note covered in writing. Chen frowned and walked up to the desk, first glancing at the photo. It was a middle-aged man, nearing 40, with dark skin. There was a long and obvious scar on his left arm, which seemed to be a bite mark from some kind of animal. Nothing else seemed particularly special. So, he turned his gaze to the sticky note beside it. It didn't take long for him to finish reading the words on it. A look of shock appeared on Chen's face. To the person replacing my shift, anyone who happens to come to the security room, or any new person seeing this sticky note, hello. During your shift, please make sure to follow the instructions on this note. This is the work experience I have accumulated to maintain safety and mental stability. I don't want to lose any more colleagues, and I don't want to go through strange events again. I believe you don't want that either. After reading these pieces of advice, just pretend you didn't see them and go about your business. 1. Always remember the color of your clothes. It can be any color: red, blue, black. Do not change the color of your clothes. It is very important to keep a strong sense of self-awareness. Don't let it find out that you are unsure or fearful about the outside world, jumping from one side to another. 2. Believe. 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 Animals are worth your trust, only animals are worthy, the latter part is in blue. 3. Rabbits will eat humans, but those wearing rabbit earrings will not. The shade of trees will eat humans, but those trimming the shade of trees will not. Elephants will eat humans, but those who watch elephants will not, and those who don't look at elephants won't either. White lions will eat humans, but glowing jellyfish will not. Childlike handwriting, is it because jellyfish have no brain? 4. It will cry if stopped, it will laugh if successful, don't care what it is. As long as you find it, just happily play together, you cannot escape, the latter part is in blue. 5. Any food that mysteriously appears on any shelf is a test. Do not look at the labels on the food, and don't care what others call it. Ignore it, and if necessary, treat it as ordinary food to buy and eat. Don't let it know you've noticed it. Eat. I like you all. After eating, let's go watch jellyfish together, in blue. 6. Humans have 2 eyes, and they are arranged horizontally, one on each side of the nose, anything else is not human. If a human's appearance changes, it means they are being watched by it. At this time, please try to maintain the same awareness as it, at least don't be indecisive. Childlike handwriting, are humans monkeys? After reading the note in the security room, thoughts kept flying through Chen's mind. The rules for tourists, and the content from the paper he found, kept matching with the note's contents. Soon, Chen roughly cleared up a logical chain. Chapter 9, Analyze the rules, decipher the key information. Starting with the assumption that black text is correct, and blue text is wrong. First, eliminate the paper he found. Because that paper didn't have any blue text and is not useful for reference. The first rule of the tourist guidelines and the first point on the security room note basically say the same thing. Firm recognition. In other words, it may try to pollute the tourist's perception, leading to subsequent hunting. The more fluctuating the perception, the easier it is to fall into the trap. With this logic in mind, looking further down. The second point in the security room probably says to believe in humans. But the blue text on the note says trust animals. Since the park rules are meant to help tourists escape, and the note is meant to help staff avoid contamination, why then make some confusing blue text rules? At this moment, Chen remembered the 7th line of the note. The first 4 white lions are monkeys, the 5th white lion is a goat, the rabbit is an elephant, blue is black. This sentence is emphasized. The person who wrote that note had extremely disordered sentences. Obviously, their perception had been polluted by it. So, that person's perception must be getting closer to it. In this way, the statement blue is black takes on a different meaning. Boldly speculating. It may not be able to tell the difference between blue and black. With this assumption, the blue text might be secretly reminding tourists that these are traps. At the same time, this method of changing font colors would not attract its attention. However, this also reveals something even more terrifying. It is almost free from the constraints of the rules. It is distorting the rules. That's why the staff took this extreme measure. When printing the rules, they marked problematic rules in blue, to prevent it from randomly distorting the text. As for the rules in the tourist guidelines that don't appear in blue text, Chen also had some thoughts. For example, the rules about monkeys. The security label clearly states that rabbits eat humans. The third pickable note says that rabbits eat apes, and there is a question mark drawn next to the ape. From this, it can be known. It cannot tell the difference between an ape and a human. So the rules related to apes were not chosen by it to be twisted. As for the one about tearing off the dotted line on the map, maybe in its perception, the zoo only has the area inside the dotted line on the map. The other areas of the map might instead cause it to feel uncomfortable. Tearing off this part of the map matched its perception. So this rule was also not changed. As for the rest of the rules that were not twisted, that is simple. Because they all have white lions in them. Obviously, it fears white lions. Because of this, any rule with white lions was not twisted. After figuring out this basic logic, Chen once again looked at the 5th and 6th notes from the guard. Do not let it know that you have already noticed it. Eat. I like you all. After eating we will go see the jellyfish together, described as blue. Humans have 2 eyes, arranged horizontally, one on each side of the nose, all others are not humans. If the appearance of a human changes, it means they are being watched by it. At this time please try your best to keep your perception the same as its, at least do not hesitate. These 2 first make one thing clear. To protect yourself, when you are noticed by it, you must try your best to keep your perception the same as its. At least your own perception must not fluctuate greatly. Only then will it not keep watching you. Otherwise, it might trigger some terrifying things. At the same time, the last one also reveals another message. It may have a cognitive error about eyes. So whether it is a person it has turned into, or a person being targeted, the number and position of eyes will have strange changes. And this change is also a kind of warning. After understanding these, Chen only felt a burst of headache. The difficulty of this rule's horror story is too high this time. Because it has broken through the limits of the rules, starting to twist reality and the rules. This means there are too many uncertainties. For this, Chen has no particularly good solution for now. So he tore off the guardroom's note and stuffed it into his pocket. There are still some of these rules he has not completely figured out. He plans to study them again when there is a chance. Now, he wants to walk around other places. Maybe he will find some other useful things. With mutual confirmation, maybe he can solve the rest of the mysteries. At this moment, the people in the Dragon Nation live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded. Damn, brothers, these rules have confused me. Is there anyone smart enough to analyze them? I can't understand either, but have you noticed Chen's expression changing? He seems to have understood something. I feel that too. It's like this Chen is not as stupid as the rumors say. Is it possible he was pretending to be stupid before? No matter what, at least Chen found 2 hidden rules, and so far all his actions have not been abnormal. This is already the best news for us. The crowd, seeing up to now, gradually changed their opinion of Chen. From the previous disdain and contempt, they had already, without realizing it, started to choose to believe. After all, the way he has walked so far has been too steady. Chapter 10 Danger Approaches, Triple Impact. On the other side, in the meeting room of the Dragon Nation Strange Tales Department, Old Chen's face slowly showed a smile. What do you all think? He turned around and asked his subordinates. There are many things I can't figure out. I also have many things I can't see through, but I vaguely feel that the blue words are more like a trap. The computer's analysis results should be out soon. Combined with the data analysis, maybe we can get the right conclusion. Everyone responded one after another. How are the chosen ones from other countries? Old Chen continued to ask. They are still in the fog for now, none of them have come out yet. When they come out, compare and analyze in time, and try to send the correct result to Chen as soon as possible. Our nation really needs this victory. Received. The young man with glasses nodded in agreement. Also, how is the firewall? It has been attacked by a large number of foreign forces. It is expected to hold for another half hour. That's enough. Old Chen nodded, then turned to look at Chen on the screen again. Are you really hiding your strength? He silently asked himself in his heart. In the zoo, Chen was walking towards a street-side shop. He was unaware of the discussions about him outside. And even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, these things, compared to the luck of Dragon Country and his own life, were insignificant. At this moment, Chen was thinking. Since he had the ability to save himself by loading a previous save file, then he definitely had to investigate this strange shop. According to the records in the rules, there must be useful information in the shop. With this in mind, Chen decisively pushed the door open and walked in. The first thing he saw was a staff member wearing black clothes, flipping through something. He couldn't help but pause. He remembered not long ago in the monkey area, a staff member in black clothes rushed past. Then, there was suddenly a monkey wearing black clothes on Monkey Mountain. The strange scene had a huge impact on him. Because of this, when he saw the shop assistant was in black clothes, he naturally felt a jolt in his heart. But Chen's face was extremely calm. He didn't show any unusual expression. He swept his gaze over the shelves. He appeared like an ordinary tourist buying things. However, when he saw the items on the shelves, Chen couldn't help but shudder slightly. On the drink shelf, there was a row of bright red drinks. The transparent glass bottles had 3 large words written on them: rabbit blood. The thick dark red liquid looked just like blood. A strong wave of discomfort rose in Chen's stomach. So he quickly turned his gaze away. But the moment he turned, a shelf of dolls came into view. Among the pile of dolls, a few rabbit dolls stood out as particularly eerie. Their blood-red eyes seemed to be staring fixedly at Chen. The next moment, the world in front of Chen dimmed. Only the pure white rabbit remained in his sight. In a daze, he faintly felt that the rabbit doll had opened its mouth, revealing a crimson interior. Its 3-petaled mouth slowly wriggled, forming an exaggerated smile. Then, the rabbit seemed to come to life. It slowly hopped down from the shelf and began to move closer to Chen. Upon seeing this, Chen felt his eyes painfully swollen. His scalp itched unbearably. It was as if something was trying to break through his scalp and grow out. And in his mind, he could faintly hear the laughter of children. Countless chaotic thoughts kept popping up, making it hard for Su Chen to focus and think of a solution. Just as Su Chen was about to give in, suddenly, a rule flashed through his subconscious. And the appearance of this rule was like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Su Chen kept silently repeating in his mind, "I am human, I am human." At this moment, he couldn't understand what he was saying. He just vaguely felt it was useful to him, so he kept repeating it. At this point, Dragon Country's live stream exploded. Everyone was scared. Oh my god, did the rabbit doll just smile? Tell me, it must have been my eyes playing tricks. I also saw the doll smile. This is bad. Is Su Chen in danger? Clearly in danger. Didn't you see Su Chen's eyes turning blood red, his whole body frozen, just like that guy from Pickled Cabbage Country? Damn it, there was nothing wrong before. Why did he go to the shop to buy food? Could he not have died without it? Now look, he's going to mess things up. Don't worry upstairs, look at Su Chen's eyes, the blood color is slowly fading, he might be fine. People from Dragon Country were discussing in a frenzy. At the same time, as Su Chen continued to silently repeat in his mind, his body gradually began to regain sensation. He could control it now. And his mind gradually became clearer. So Su Chen quickly closed his eyes and turned his body. He cut off the source of contamination. At the same time, he began to firmly strengthen his own understanding in his heart. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes again. His gaze was filled with determination. Then he let out a long breath. This cognitive contamination is too ruthless, it simply does not want anyone to pass. Su Chen silently complained in his heart. The black-clothed person, the rabbit's blood, and the rabbit doll were all in the most conspicuous places. Any visitor entering would notice. This triple attack was simply a certain kill. If it weren't for Su Chen discovering the note in the security room, subconsciously knowing how to counteract cognitive contamination. Otherwise, he would definitely have flipped. But fortunately, he held on. Su Chen steadied his mind and completely removed the shelf from his sight. He looked at the black-clothed staff. To his surprise, he found that the other party was studying him with great interest. Chapter 11. Do you know about the oceanarium? Would you like to buy something? Our store has a new specialty drink, rabbit's blood. I recommend you try it. Seeing Su Chen looking at him, the black-clothed person began to cheerfully promote the product. I'm not interested in that. Hearing the other party's pitch, Su Chen became even more guarded. So he directly refused. Then you could buy a beautiful animal doll as a souvenir, like that rabbit doll, which is quite nice. While speaking, the black-clothed person pointed to the doll on the shelf opposite. Su Chen frowned. This black-clothed person was simply too tricky, constantly tempting him into a trap. I'm also not interested in that. Su Chen refused again. Hearing the other party's rejection again, and noticing that the other's gaze showed no sign of shifting, the black-clothed person's expression turned somewhat sour. Then what do you want to buy? Hurry up and choose. Once you're done, get out quickly, don't delay our work here. The black-clothed person said in a harsh tone. Seeing the other party was angry, Su Chen relaxed instead. Knowing his enemy's purpose meant he held the initiative in his hands. Su Chen smiled and leaned closer to the black-clothed person. He quietly asked, "Do you know about the oceanarium?" According to visitor rules 6 and 7. Do not stay in the shade of the rabbit park, but during the day you can go to the oceanarium to cool off, the latter part in blue font. This park has an oceanarium. If any staff sell you oceanarium tickets, agree with them, as there is a backup exit there. The whole sentence is in blue font. It can be known that the zoo does not have an oceanarium. But why does it conjure up an oceanarium out of thin air? Su Chen had always been puzzled about this. Until just now, after some probing, he discovered that the black-clothed staff seemed to be helping it do the work. Since that was the case, this black-clothed person might know some information about the oceanarium. And the result, just as Su Chen guessed, happened. The black-clothed person heard Su Chen's question, and his eyes immediately lit up. His face showed joy. He involuntarily got up and moved closer to Su Chen, quietly replying, "Of course, I know. Lucky for you, this oceanarium is opening today, and I'm in charge of selling tickets. Do you want to go?" "I definitely want to go, but I don't have money." Su Chen intentionally joked. At the same time, he stretched his neck, leaning a bit closer to the other party, putting on a pleading expression. However, his eyes quietly glanced at the booklet on the table, which was what the other party had flipped through earlier. Employee code in 4 large characters caught Su Chen's eye. On the other side, the black-clothed person had not noticed that Su Chen was secretly peeking at the manual. He heard the other party wanting to go to the oceanarium. His smile became even brighter. That's fine. Since the oceanarium just opened and works together with the zoo, you can also use the zoo map. The black-clothed person said kindly. Su Chen's mind sparked. He suddenly understood the other party's purpose. The other side probably wanted the dotted part of the map. He had already torn it off long ago. Since that's the case, I can test the other party. So Su Chen directly handed the remaining map to the other party. The other party happily accepted it. Upon unfolding it, he found that a corner of the map was missing. Now, the person in black's expression darkened again. Your map is damaged, it can't be used. His tone was particularly cold. The entire attitude of the person turned 180 degrees. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled slightly. He had already understood all of the other party's intentions. Now the other party was not at his mercy anymore? So Su Chen revealed his true intentions. Alright, stop pretending, let's talk about something serious. Su Chen said with a cheerful smile. The person in black's expression stiffened at these words, stepping back 2 steps. His eyes were full of suspicion. Pretend what? What are you talking about? I don't understand. The person in black feigned a confused look. Su Chen sighed, with a helpless expression. Do I really have to spell it out for you? You are just a fake staff member. Do you want me to find a staff member in blue to come over right now? Su Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the person in black became a bit flustered. His voice trembled as he said, On what basis do you say I'm a fake? Is that not simple enough? Your intentions are too obvious, and who reads the employee handbook during work hours? That should be for training before starting the job. After saying this, Su Chen shrugged his shoulders. With great interest, he looked at the other party, waiting for the other party's response. The person in black's face darkened even more upon hearing this. He glared fiercely at Su Chen. What do you want? Su Chen smiled, patting the other party's shoulder. Relax, I mean no harm. If I wanted to do you harm, why would I say it? Wouldn't it be better to directly contact a staff member in blue? After listening to Su Chen's explanation, the person in black thought for a moment, realizing it was indeed as he said. Then what is your intention? The person in black continued to ask. How about making a deal? What kind of deal? The person in black looked suspicious. Show me the employee handbook, and in exchange, I will help you keep it secret, and also help you trick in a visitor. As for whether you can get the dashed map, that depends on your skills. Su Chen said with a cheerful smile. The person in black was moved this time. The 2 points proposed by the other party hit his weak spot completely. First, he needed to sell goods here, and could not be discovered by the blue-clothed staff. Secondly, he really needed the dashed part of the map. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was pinned down by Su Chen. What harm would it do to not agree? Okay, I agree. Chapter 12, Employee Handbook. The black-clothed staff member knew that he was already on the chopping block. He didn't have the capital to bargain with Su Chen. So he might as well leave a good impression on the other party. Perhaps the other party would keep their word and not break it. After saying this, the person in black took the employee handbook and handed it to Su Chen. Seeing the other party so cooperative, Su Chen felt quite satisfied. He took the handbook, smiled at the person in black, and then lowered his head to read it carefully. Employee Handbook. Our park offers extremely high employee benefits, tenfold overtime pay, and a large amount of annual leave, as well as insurance for all employees. We hope you work hard while keeping in mind the employee rules to ensure your safety. Life is precious, only this one time, please protect yourself for your family and adhere to the following rules. 1. If you find an escaped rabbit, do not attempt to catch it directly, and do not approach it. Lead them to the lion area, and let the white lions handle the rest. 2. The primate area has only one street. If a visitor reports seeing 2 streets, please lead the already entered visitors to the left street and close the park entrance. After all visitors leave the park, lock down the primate area for at least 10 minutes. 3. If during the inspection of the elephant area you notice that the elephants you are observing severely differ from the image on the sign, stop observing and repeatedly tell yourself that the real elephant is the one on the sign. 4. If you work in the beverage shop, check the shelves once every hour. If you find rabbit blood that appears out of thin air, take it away immediately and keep it properly. 5. Trim the bushes in the rabbit park once every month, try not to let any shaded places appear in that area. 6. There is no aquarium in this park. If your colleague talks to you about the aquarium and insists it exists, stop the conversation at once. This colleague is no longer the person you knew. 7. If you see the aquarium, do not enter. Tell yourself it does not exist, and leave immediately. 8. The interval for feeding the rabbits is once every 7 days. Do not feed them any snacks outside of the designated food. 9. If you hear laughter in the rabbit park that clearly does not come from the direction of tourists, tear off the last page of the employee handbook along the dotted line, hold it in your hand, then go to the elephant park, and throw this page onto the grass inside. Other staff will know what happened and will not blame you for throwing trash. 10. If a tourist asks for your help, claiming they have violated the tourist code, immediately take that tourist to the lion park. During this time, you may meet colleagues wearing black work clothes who try to join your work. Refuse and ignore them. They are not your colleagues. 11. There are only 4 white lions in the lion park. If the number of white lions suddenly increases to more than 4, take out the rabbit blood and show it to them, then pour it onto the first white lion that runs over. After doing all this, leave immediately. Do not watch the extra white lions during this time. 12. If you see a person wearing rabbit ear ornaments enter the elephant park, immediately drive away nearby tourists and guard the entrance to the elephant park until you hear a child screaming inside. 13. Feeling tinnitus/chest tightness/migraine/red eyes within 5 minutes is normal, do not worry. But if it lasts more than 5 minutes, stop working immediately, and by any means possible, go quickly to the lion park. 14. Treat the white lions kindly. When there are only 4 of them, you do not need to guard against them, as they have been trained since young to be close to humans. This section is crossed out if you are unlucky enough to be attacked by a white lion in its normal state but do not die on the spot. Rule 6 and Rule 7 are void. Do not rush to the hospital, you will not die. After leaving the lion park, go to the aquarium, you will soon find it. You will put on black work clothes. After reading these rules, Chen was a little surprised. The employee handbook did not have any blue text at all. This shows there are 2 possibilities. The first, employees have a way to resist it twisting the employee rules. The second is more terrifying. It does not care. Does not care about any actions of the employees? Maybe it has already found a loophole in the rules. Compared to these 2 points, Chen leaned more toward the first one. Because the consequences of the second are just too frightening. If it no longer cares about the employee rules, then wouldn't this horror story world become an unsolvable level? Isn't that just nonsense? Thinking of this, Chen withdrew his thoughts. These 2 possibilities would not have a clear answer no matter how much he thought about them. It was better to study the employee rules carefully first, and then later find a chance to test the staff, to see if they had a way to resist it. So Chen began to study these rules one by one. After studying the whole thing, most of the rules had nothing much to note. It only once again proved that the blue rules are traps. Instead, the last section of crossed out words was more interesting. Chapter 13 Traps Everywhere, I buy rabbit blood. This section is crossed out if you are unlucky enough to be attacked by a white lion in its normal state but do not die on the spot. Rule 6 and Rule 7 are void. Do not rush to the hospital, you will not die. After leaving the lion park, head to the aquarium, and you will quickly discover it. You will put on a black work uniform. First of all, this statement confirms that there really is an aquarium here. And one way to see the aquarium is to be attacked by a white lion but survive. At the same time, this also indicates that the lion area is not completely safe. At least, in a case of deep cognitive pollution, the white lion is extremely dangerous. After this analysis, combined with the black-clad person encountered today, Chen probably has made some guesses. Perhaps the aquarium really can offer an escape. And it is the only possible way to escape in this increasingly twisted zoo. However, there is one thing to know. After putting on the black work uniform, one cannot escape. The note in the security room also reminded about this. Remember the color of your clothes, do not change your clothes. This may be the key to survival. Having figured this out, Chen felt very pleased. He returned the employee manual to the black-clad person. Then he smiled and prepared to leave. At that moment, several rules suddenly flashed through his mind. The first was the 5th rule for visitors. The zoo's beverage shop does not offer rabbit blood. If you see it on the shelf, please ignore it and buy other food. The last sentence is in blue. The blue rule says to ignore the rabbit blood and buy other food. Chen initially did not pay much attention. He just thought to not buy anything would be fine. But now he felt something was off. Combined with the security note. Any food that appears inexplicably on shelves is a test. Do not look at the labels on the food, and do not care how others refer to it. Ignore it, and if necessary, treat it as ordinary food, purchase it, and eat it. Doesn't this mean one should buy the rabbit blood? Otherwise, this test will be noticed by it. At the same time, Chen thought back to when he was overwhelmed by the rabbit doll earlier. This black-clad staff member deliberately pushed rabbit blood and the rabbit doll at the same time. This was to imply that rabbit blood and the rabbit doll are the same kind of bizarre items. Perhaps this rabbit blood should indeed be purchased. So Chen stopped, turned, and walked toward the shelf. his eyes fixated on the rabbit blood, not daring to glance at the other items. Then he picked up a bottle of rabbit blood and handed it to the black-clad staff member. "I'll buy a bottle to try," Chen said flatly. The black-clad person was taken aback and once again looked Chen up and down. Then he quickly restored a nonchalant demeanor. He took the rabbit blood, scanned the barcode, and motioned for Chen to pay. The change in the other person's expression did not escape Chen's eyes. Now, Chen felt relieved, knowing he had guessed right. So he promptly paid, took the rabbit blood, and walked out of the shop. As he pushed open the door, sunlight streamed into the shop. Facing the sunlight, some things began to change. At the same time, the viewers in the Dragon Nation livestream went crazy over Chen again. "Brothers, I can't take it anymore. This Chen is simply Schrodinger's intelligence, sometimes there and sometimes not. I was just about to praise how he played the black-clad person beautifully, and now this guy actually dares to buy rabbit blood? I'm going to be so angry I'll get high blood pressure." I deeply relate. Watching Chen's actions feels like riding a roller coaster. My low blood pressure has been cured. Anyone up there think it's possible that Chen's actions have deeper meaning? We may have underestimated him. What deeper meaning? Isn't this just a giveaway? If there's deeper meaning, I'll eat my phone. Stop arguing, quickly look at the rabbit blood in Chen's hand and the shelf. With this reminder in the comments, everyone looked at Chen's right hand. They saw that the rabbit blood in his hand, facing the sunlight, was slowly fading in color, gradually turning transparent. And the strange text on the bottle also transformed into 3 large characters for mineral water. Now, people were stunned. Like the viewers, Chen was also slightly taken aback. Although he suspected the rabbit blood was problematic. But he never expected it to be like this. Thinking of this, he hurriedly turned to look at the shelves in the store. Under the sunlight, the shelves had changed. He saw that the row that originally held rabbit blood had completely turned into bottled water, while the rest of the store was drenched in blood red, filled with rabbit blood. Chen shivered. It turned out his perception in the store was still distorted. No, perhaps the whole store had been distorted. Its tricks were simply indefensible. Fortunately, he remembered the relevant rules and purchased rabbit blood. This allowed him to see through the trap. Otherwise, he would have eventually fallen into the trap. After all, he couldn't simply stop eating and drinking. In that case, he might succumb to hunger and thirst before facing any strange cognitive pollution. Having cracked this trap, Chen felt great joy. He looked at the black-clothed person in the room and revealed a bright smile. Then he headed towards the elephant enclosure. Chapter 14, Are You Human or Monkey? At this moment, in the Dragon Country's paranormal talk department. Except for old Chen, who had his back to everyone, the others were looking at each other. Finally, an elder broke the silence. "We underestimated Chen, this kid is not simple. You all say, who among you saw through this trap before?" Everyone shook their heads. "Old Chen, did you see that Chen was hiding his strength all along?" The elder looked at the leading old Chen and asked. Old Chen turned around and chuckled. "Not really, I just wanted to give Chen some trust. After all, knowing a person through their profile is not as reliable as observing their actions. Moreover, so what if one is silly? Back in our Dragon Country's most perilous times, countless silly individuals created unbelievable miracles. Therefore, comrades should set aside biases, we must be objective enough to provide strong support." Hearing this, many people's faces instantly turned red. They lowered their heads in shame. However, when the people of Dragon Country made mistakes, they dared to admit it. Soon, these individuals reignited their strong fighting spirit. When heroes are fighting for their lives, they will definitely provide solid support. Now, the main breakthrough direction is the aquarium, that might truly be the real exit. We must quickly find a feasible method. As he spoke, old Chen's murky eye swept over everyone. Those in his gaze instantly stood up straight, standing upright. Everyone replied in unison. Then they once again dove into the complicated data analysis process. On the other side, Chen was following the map path towards the elephant area. At this moment, he spotted Kim Kiba from Pickled Vegetable Country, blankly gazing at the elephant area. When Chen got a clear look at his appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. Those pure white rabbit ears were so eye-catching. Chen knew the other party's perception had been polluted, and badly. And from the other party's appearance, he could roughly guess some of its hunting methods. Just then, Chen suddenly remembered that when he first entered the paranormal talk world today, this Kim Kiba had tried to deceive him, telling him to only believe in the first rule. However, he probably never expected that the first rule was actually the most correct one. A headstrong, stubborn person here was instead the safest, because his perception was the most stable. He also didn't know what expression the other party would have when they learned the truth. Thinking of this, Su Chen's mind moved. The scene from the last Paranormal Talk world, where the chosen one of the dragon country was ambushed, vividly flashed in his mind. When you come, you must also give back. Our dragon country is the land of etiquette. With extraordinary grace. How about I just tell you the truth? A cold gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Then he put on that familiar honest smile. And walked quickly towards Kim Kiba. What are you looking at? Su Chen stopped a meter away from him and asked. Hearing someone speak, Kim Kiba dumbly turned his head to look at Su Chen. Then he opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something. However, after a long while, he couldn't say anything at all. Seeing the other person's expression, Su Chen understood even more in his heart. This was clearly a sign of cognitive collapse. In this case, it was even better. Jin Shiba, I have obtained the hidden rule, the black text is real, the blue rule is fake. Su Chen said softly. Upon hearing this, Jin Shiba trembled visibly. His eyes stared fixedly at Su Chen, with an expression of disbelief. At the same time, his hands twisted stiffly like a zombie, reaching out toward Su Chen. As if wanting to grab him. Seeing this, Su Chen took another step back. With a cheerful smile, he threw out a heavy bombshell. Are you a rabbit or a human? Are you a human or an ape? This softly spoken sentence could only be heard by the two of them. It exploded in Jin Shiba's heart like a bomb. Oh. Jin Shiba's face twisted painfully into a mess. His hands curved into claws, scratching fiercely at his own face. As his nails slid, several fresh red trails appeared on his face. Then he began to pull at his own hair with force. Clumps of hair flew in the air. That wasn't the end. Jin Shiba's eyes started turning red, as if blood were about to drip out. Then an odd scene occurred. The rabbit ears, which seemed to come from another dimension, actually touched his hands. Seeing this, Su Chen squinted his eyes slightly. He turned to leave, walking towards the elephant area. He knew that Jin Shiba was beyond saving. His cognition had already been polluted, and he was on the edge of a cliff. And he had just told him that the blue text was the wrong option. Whether or not the other person believed it, Jin Shiba's cognition would definitely experience another fluctuation. At this point, asking that key question. Are you a rabbit or a human? Are you a human or an ape? The other's cognition was already leaning towards it. Naturally, he could not answer this question. It must be understood that it couldn't distinguish between humans and apes at all. Because of this, Jin Shiba's cognition would continuously and violently fluctuate. Until Chapter 15, carrying forward the craftsman spirit. On the other side, the officials of Pickled Vegetable Country also discovered something was wrong with Jin Shiba. Although they were affected by Long Country's firewall and could not watch the live broadcasts of Long Country's contestants, they still had spies who transmitted relevant news about Su Chen back to the country. Although there was a significant delay, it was better than being completely in the dark. Because of this, they learned about the visitor's note and the hidden rules recorded in the security room's memo. Under their expedited handling, they somewhat deciphered some content. Just when they were ready to use the only hint opportunity to tell Jin Shiba, a change occurred. That contestant from Long Country, Su Chen, walked over and said 2 sentences before Jin Shiba went mad. Seeing this scene, the officials of Pickled Vegetable Country could no longer contain themselves. They quickly summarized the information they had obtained and sent it to Jin Shiba. On the screen, Jin Shiba froze upon seeing the emerging message box. He stopped his self-harming behavior. The officials of Pickled Vegetable Country breathed a sigh of relief. They were glad to have sent a lifeline at such a critical moment. However, they did not know that, at the moment of Jin Shiba's cognitive collapse, the lifeline they thought they had sent actually became the last straw that broke the camel's back. After a brief moment of daze, Jin Shiba revealed a weird smile, continuously laughing maniacally. Then he laughed and ran toward the rabbit area. Quickly, he dashed into a patch of shade. And at the moment he rushed in, the shade split open wide. The torn shadow revealed sharp black teeth. With a snap, Jin Shiba vanished into thin air. Not far away in the shade, a cute and silly rabbit appeared. Immediately after, the laughter of children echoed in the rabbit garden. Before all the chosen ones, as well as in the live broadcast room, a message appeared. The chosen one from Cabbage Nation, Jin Shiba, died first. Overall assessment, Cabbage Nation's luck deducted by 20 points, currently remaining at 60 points. Drought descends upon Cabbage Nation, lasting 1 month. Cabbage Nation's officials thought they were being very helpful. The smiles on their faces had yet to fade. But suddenly, Jin Shiba disappeared, along with a death notification. Their smiles froze on their faces. Then, the president of Cabbage Nation's face grew increasingly dark. He shouted, Jin Shiba, you fool. We clearly told him the correct answer. How could he still die? I'm so angry. Bring Jin Shiba's family out for the people's anger. Hearing their leader's furious howl, someone turned and left the meeting room to carry out the order. Earlier, they had followed the president's orders to arrest Jin Shiba's entire family. Soon after, a live broadcast room specifically for venting the people's anger was opened. Countless people from Cabbage Nation, left with nowhere to go after the Chosen One's death, flooded in. Damn Jin Shiba. He had the correct rules yet still died. I'm so mad. We've got a nationwide drought for a month. How many people will die? It's all his fault. He's really stupid. How could he be the first to die? Even if he died later, that would be okay. Was he in such a hurry to be reborn? Let his family accompany our citizens in death. They must die. Countless angry people, having lost their senses, fiercely cursed in the live broadcast room. Meanwhile, in the zoo, all the Chosen Ones looked serious. Especially those who had copied Jin Shiba's actions, who were in a complete panic. Among all the Chosen Ones, there was one person who was completely terrified. That was Yamashita Kenichiro. He hid aside, watching the events unfold. He saw Chen go up and whisper 2 words to Jin Shiba. Then, Jin Shiba began to go crazy and disappeared without a trace. After that, the death message popped up before everyone's eyes. You have to know, last time, the eerie tale was a plot he had conspired with Jin Shiba, betraying and tricking the Chosen Ones from Long Kingdom. Now, the other party had dealt with Jin Shiba with just a few words. Wasn't the next one to die going to be himself? How could Yamashita Kenichiro not be afraid? After much thought, he ultimately made a decision. He would adopt the craftsman spirit, admit his mistake, and shift the blame onto Jin Shiba. This way, he could save his own life. So, Yamashita Kenichiro quickly ran toward Chen in the distance. At the same time, as Chen turned around, Yamashita decisively slid to his knees and then slammed his head hard against the floor. Jun, I admit my mistakes to you and the entire people of Long Kingdom. It was wrong of me not to save your Chosen Ones last time during the eerie tale, but all those disgusting things were done by Jin Shiba. I did nothing. However, seeing my benefactor die in front of me is my fault. I hope everyone can forgive me. After saying that, Yamashita Kenichiro began to knock his head repeatedly. This scene stunned Chen. But soon, he reacted. The other party's unusual behavior was clearly because he had seen something. And what he had seen was obviously the entire process of Chen killing Jin Shiba just moments ago. As a result, this Kenichiro got scared and came up to seek forgiveness. Realizing this, Chen nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. This Kenichiro didn't even have rabbit ears on his head, which clearly showed that his understanding had not been heavily polluted. Even if he wanted to kill him, there was no way. But this guy had come right to his doorstep. If he didn't kill him, it would be a disgrace to the countless innocent people of Long Kingdom who died in the previous instance. Chapter 16, Please go apologize to the person involved. After a moment of thought, Chen came up with a plan. He smiled and helped Yamashita Kenichiro up, gently saying, "What are you doing? I know about the last eerie tale, it was all Jin Shiba's doing. It has nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself." Upon hearing that the other party was not going to pursue the matter, Inuikiro's eyes brightened. He quickly stood up humbly. He answered softly, "Since ancient times, Longwa has been our Sakurakuni's good big brother. Last time, I couldn't save my benefactor, and I felt guilty, so I specifically came to seek forgiveness." Chen smiled and did not continue to speak. He turned around, pretending to be ready to leave. On the other side, Inuichiro did not expect to have such an easy time saving his life. Seeing the other party about to leave, his mind began to race again. Chen's few words caused Jin Shiba to die. This meant the other party must have discovered some hidden rules. Wasn't it safer to follow him? Moreover, if he could trick out those rules, wouldn't he have nothing to fear from him? Thinking of this, Yamashita Inuichiro hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up to Chen. He constantly nodded and bowed beside him. Jun, let's be companions. That way, if there's any hard work, I can help you. And it would also prove my sincere remorse. Chen was delighted to see him take the bait. You keep following me, aren't you afraid you won't get the chance to kill me? All right. Chen answered readily. Then the two walked together towards the elephant park. On the way, Inuichiro kept scratching his ears and thinking hard about how to fish for information. However, Chen saw all of his actions. Seeing the other party's foolishness, Chen couldn't help it anymore. You're blushing. Are you trying to ask me how Jin Shiba died? He asked straight to the point. As soon as the words came out, Inuikiro's face changed. He quickly waved his hands in fear. No, I wouldn't dare to ask. What's there to be afraid of? Since we are companions now, I won't hide anything. The death was because I exploited hidden rules, and the hidden rules are in the store. Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Inuichiro stopped in his tracks. Seeing the other party moved, Chen seized the opportunity. If you want to go, go ahead. I'll wait for you at the elephant park. By the way, when you see the salesperson in black clothes, remember to mention that I sent you. He will tell you more secrets. Sujun, thank you so much. Yamashita Inuichiro deeply bowed and then turned to run towards the store. At the same time, a wicked smile appeared on his face. Baka, once I find the hidden rules too, I will definitely kill you. For the proud people of Sakurakuni, it was like this. Before, to survive, he had to bow his head and admit his mistakes, even groveling like a dog. For him, this was an immense humiliation that he could not bear. And the way to wash away that humiliation was to kill Chen. Thus, he swore fiercely in his heart. Chen watched the other party's figure run far away and smiled. If you like to apologize, then hurry up and die to go apologize to everyone. Until he couldn't see the other party's figure anymore, Chen turned around leisurely and walked towards the elephant park. Before long, just as he entered the park, Yamashita Inuichiro came back panting, mouth open like a tired dog. Seeing the red marks on his lips, Chen knew this guy was doomed. How was it? Did the other party tell you? Yes, he told me, and he sold me the aquarium tickets and gave me a bottle of holy water. Holy water? I'm sorry, Sujun, the other party said holy water can only be drunk hot and cannot be taken out, so I couldn't bring you any. Inuichiro pretended to look embarrassed and casually made up a story. Upon hearing this, Chen thought for a moment and figured it out. Combined with the red color on the other party's lips, what he drank was already evident. It's okay, I recommended you to go, so I must have drunk it too. Chen also started to make casual remarks. Then the two harbored their own hidden agendas as they entered the elephant park. Meanwhile, in Longwa's live streaming room, it had already fallen into a frenzy for quite some time. Haha, Chen is amazing. Killing Jin Shiba with just 2 sentences is truly satisfying. Indeed, his eloquence is almost on par with Kong Ming when he defeated Wan Lang. Who was saying Chen was silly? Hurry up and apologize. My brother Su's intelligence can wipe you all out. I'm sorry. I apologize. +1. Brothers, pay attention to this Inugami Aikiru, I blind guess this guy won't last long either. Does it need saying? He entered the deadly store, still wanting to live? Dream on. On the other side, the leaders of Pickled Vegetable Country gradually realized something was off. Jin Shiba clearly died because of Chen. This made them absolutely furious. So they formally protested to Dragon Country, demanding an apology and compensation. Otherwise, they would set up foolish defense systems throughout their territory. In response to this news, Dragon Country only replied with one sentence. Do not test the limits of Dragon Country, do not say we did not warn you. At this moment, in the zoo, Chen was unaware that the real world was about to explode with chaos because of him. He cautiously strolled through the elephant area. He guessed that there must be great danger in the elephant zone. According to the map, besides the elephant area, there was only the white lion area left. And obviously, the white lion area wouldn't be tampered with too much by it. So the danger wouldn't be too great. And from his previous experiences, although there were some bumps, objectively speaking, there weren't too many deadly threats aside from the store. Analyzing this, the elephant area must have danger. In fact, it must have significant danger. It wouldn't let tourists pass so easily. Chapter 17 Silence Hill? Inside and outside the world. Understanding all this, Chen acted with extreme caution. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would fall into a trap. But the Inugami Aikiru beside him didn't have such intelligence. It was unclear whether he was naive or if drinking the genuine rabbit blood had messed with his mind. He kept looking around, completely indifferent to the current crisis. He looked just like someone who came to have fun at the zoo. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Chen and exclaimed, "Look over there, isn't that the aquarium?" Chen was startled by this and quickly followed the direction he pointed. However, all he saw was a vast emptiness. Chen looked confused. Where is it? It's right there, look, huh? Why did it vanish? Inugami Aikiru pointed towards the gate. Then his face also showed confusion. He quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again into the distance. But still found nothing. Chen, you have to believe me, I really saw the aquarium. Inugami Aikiru said seriously. Chen looked at his firm expression and could tell he wasn't lying. But he really didn't see the aquarium. This was too strange. Suddenly, Chen thought of a possibility. Perhaps only those whose perception had been contaminated could see the aquarium. This meant that Inugami Aikiru drank the rabbit blood and was tricked by the man in black, affecting his perception. Plus, just now he was distracted and not focused, which allowed him to see the aquarium. But once he talked with Su Chen and concentrated, the perception pollution faded. So he couldn't see it again. Su Chen pondered for a moment. He felt this possibility was the most likely. However, right now, the aquarium wasn't what he was most concerned about. Even though there might be an alternate exit in the aquarium. But if he couldn't even get through the elephant area, thinking about the future would be overthinking. With that thought, Su Chen pulled back his thoughts and refocused on the elephant beside him. He kept observing to see if there was anything unusual around. And so, Su Chen and Inugami Aikiru followed the crowd, walking slowly. In the real world, Dragon Country's firewall finally crumbled under the assault led by Ugly Country. A large number of foreign personnel flooded into Dragon Country's live stream. These countries used spy tactics. Many have already grasped some hidden rules. However, the rule in the employee handbook is still unclear to the others. Once they obtain this rule, without waiting for them to organize personnel for a systematic study, the chosen ones of their country also entered the elephant park. According to the analysis of their own country's think tank, this elephant park is certainly fraught with dangers. Naturally, they need to quickly share the existing knowledge with their chosen ones. Otherwise, if someone dies, having a hint opportunity would be useless. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? So, countries with hint opportunities hurriedly sent previous analysis results and the newly obtained employee rules to their chosen ones. Among them, Sakura Country was the most desperate. Because through a video, they saw the whole process of Su Chen in the store. And the rabbit's blood that turned into mineral water under the sun also left them in shock. Connecting this to the entire process of Inukawa Kenichi at the foot of the mountain, they went crazy. Was he possibly drinking rabbit's blood? So, they told this matter to Inukawa Kenichi as well. Soon, Su Chen noticed that Inukawa Kenichi had stopped in his tracks. Seeing him staring blankly at the void, he knew this was a hint sent to him by Sakura Country. Before long, he noticed Inukawa Kenichi trembling all over, his eyes reddening. This was a sign of cognitive pollution. Su Chen felt a bit puzzled. What was going on? How could their own hint cause such cognitive collapse? Even though Su Chen was smart, he never expected that Sakura Country had told Inukawa Kenichi everything about his actions. Originally, the other party thought he was drinking holy water, and even if he drank rabbit's blood, the impact wouldn't be too great. But Sakura Country directly revealed the truth. Inukawa Kenichi couldn't take it anymore. Thinking that he had drunk a can of rabbit's blood, he was almost driven mad. His thoughts were shaken, and the rabbit's blood he drank began to take effect. Inukawa Kenichi's cognition gradually began to waver. At the same time, Long Country's data analysis reached a critical stage. But there wasn't much time left. Su Chen had already entered the elephant park. At this moment, the glasses-wearing youth suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if he had remembered something. But it was just a flash, his mind was still clouded with fog. Yes. Fog. Silent Hill. In that instant, his entire mind lit up. This aquarium might also be like Silent Hill, a connection between two worlds. Realizing this, he hurriedly reported to Elder Chen. Elder Chen, could it be that this aquarium is like Silent Hill, a connection between two worlds, and that cognitive pollution is the key to switching between worlds? Elder Chen's body jolted. He felt it was very possible. Then he glanced at the progress bar on the computer. There wasn't enough time. Su Chen could be in danger at any moment in the elephant park. The relevant information that had been analyzed could no longer be delayed. It must be given to him immediately. Chapter 18 Danger Approaches. Compile the existing information, including your guesses, and send it all to Su Chen, noting that this is our conjecture, allowing him to analyze it on his own, and that we unconditionally support any of his decisions, so he shouldn't feel any pressure. Elder Chen replied firmly. Hearing Elder Chen speak, the bespectacled youth turned and left the conference room to arrange the hint content. Soon, Su Chen also received the message. The initial part analyzed the current rules. He looked at it, and it was roughly similar to his analysis, although some individual guesses differed from his. However, it did not affect the overall situation. Next, they proposed the Silent Hill theory. This zoo might have an inner world, and the aquarium might be in the inner world. It might even be at the junction of the inner and outer worlds. And cognitive pollution is the key to switching worlds. Seeing this theory, Su Chen's pupils contracted sharply. This was something he hadn't thought of. Through the words and actions of Yamashita Inuakairo before, he had guessed some things. This aquarium might be related to cognitive pollution. Now, combined with the clues given by the country, he roughly figured out a possibility. However, these things were not too important to him at the moment. He could leave them for later consideration. Then, he looked down to see some related information obtained by other competitors from different countries. At this moment, Chen roughly understood what had happened to that Inuakairo. Unexpectedly, this guy had been critically hit by his own country. Chen chuckled and continued to look down. Finally, there was a message from Long Country. Chen, the above is just a suggestion from the country. You can analyze it and act according to your own decision. Please rest assured that the country will not have any objections and will unconditionally support your actions. At the same time, don't feel too pressured. Even if you fail, you are still a hero of Long Country. A mere natural disaster does not frighten us. The people of Long Country will surely overcome the heavens. Seeing the last message, Chen smiled. These people from Long Country, no matter what disaster they face, are always so tough yet tender. In the face of enemies and dangers, they show their iron-blooded side. Yet when facing their own people, they are always full of tenderness. Foreigners will never understand why Long Country could rise from a weak and broken nation to become one of the world's leaders. And this is the reason. Chen's heart gradually ignited with a sense of national pride. As long as I am here, Long Country will never fail again. I will push Long Country to the peak, he firmly said in his heart. Then he closed the prompt message box, shifted his gaze, and cautiously scanned the surroundings. To his surprise, Yamashita Inuakairo had actually made it through. At this moment, he was looking at Chen with a face full of bitterness. When he noticed Chen looking at him, he quickly put on a smiling face. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This Inuakairo from Sakura country had quite a depth of character. Knowing the truth yet able to hold back and feign friendliness was somewhat impressive. So, Chen simply kept quiet, continuing to chat lightly with him as they walked forward. Before long, a commotion rose from the back of the crowd. Chen was startled, thinking that it was starting to move. He hurriedly glanced back. Then, he saw a group of people with rabbit ears walking into the elephant area, and the competitors from the ugly country were conspicuously among them. Beside them, there were others whose bodies and faces had grown dense fur. They looked just like gorillas. Seeing these people, Chen instantly recalled the information sent to him from Long Country. They should be the ones who took the right path in the monkey area. It seems that the right path is not only not an escape route, but is also heavily polluted. In addition to those who had already been contaminated and grown rabbit ears, the others were also turning into monkeys. Chen sighed, knowing that these people were likely doomed. At that moment, his heart raced. Rabbit ears? Rabbit ear ornaments? He realized he had overlooked some rules. Visitor guidelines. If you see anyone wearing rabbit ear ornaments following the crowd into the elephant area, keep your eyes wide open to watch the show. This ensures your safety. The second half of the sentence is in blue. Employee manual. If you see anyone wearing rabbit ear ornaments entering the elephant area, immediately disperse the nearby tourists and stand guard at the entrance until you hear children's screams from inside the area. Both of these emphasized one thing: when people with rabbit ear ornaments enter the elephant area, something is bound to happen. Chen had not paid attention before, but only realized this when that group entered the elephant area. This has nothing to do with the ear ornaments. What matters is this group of people with rabbit ears. At the same time, he also questioned in his mind. Such a simple thing, why had I, who had memorized all the rules, not thought of it before? Could it be because of contamination in the store? Or did I get infected earlier and didn't notice? Chen pondered deeply. At that moment, his heart suddenly jumped again. His back was drenched in cold sweat. At this critical moment, instead of running, he was lost in thought. Something must be wrong with me. But thankfully, Chen completely woke up. He quickly pushed through the dazed crowd, desperately rushing towards the elephant area exit. At the same time, he kept silently chanting in his heart. I am human. Chapter 19 Paradox? Inextricable situation. Before Chen could run far, his mind went blank. The scene in front of him gradually began to distort and deform, even overlapping multiple perspectives. Wait, multiple perspectives? Chen suddenly woke up. He hurriedly took out his phone to look at his own face. Not looking was fine, but once he looked, he was completely panicked. He noticed that there was an eye growing on the right side of his brow and another behind his left ear. Damn! Why is it staring at me? Chen was bewildered. Suddenly, he remembered something. Could it be because I didn't admire the animals? I don't fit the behavior logic of a tourist? This contradicts its perception, causing it to target me? Chen thought silently. After pondering for a bit, he felt this might be the truth. In its perception, tourists should explore the zoo, admiring various animals. Chen's act of running away greatly violated the logic of a tourist. Having figured this out, Chen slowed down. He pretended to admire the elephants, slowly moving towards the exit. Not long after making this gesture, Chen noticed his vision return to normal. No longer was there an overlapping of multiple perspectives. He knew this meant it had shifted its gaze. Clearly, this tactic was effective. Thus, Chen continued to move, finally nearing the elephant area exit. To his shock, a sudden change occurred. A pure white elephant appeared out of nowhere in the park. Before Chen could react, he found that this elephant actually had a pair of huge rabbit ears. Its blood-red eyes were fixed closely on him. This strange scene stunned Chen for a moment. He recalled the drawing of an elephant on the paper he had picked up. Previously, he had thought it was a distortion of the tourist's perception, an image conjured by his imagination. Unexpectedly, there really was such an elephant in this zoo. Seeing this, Chen understood danger was approaching. To deal with this danger, he knew he must strengthen his own perception. He quickly reminded himself that elephants are huge creatures with long trunks and legs as thick as pillars. And the ears of an elephant should be. What should they be? Chen's thought got stuck. He realized he had actually forgotten what elephant ears should look like. Right, there are real elephants in the elephant area, looking at them will tell me. So Chen hurriedly searched for a real elephant. But after scanning around, he found that the real elephants had vanished into thin air. Before he could be surprised, numerous elephants with rabbit ears appeared again in that empty space. These white elephants with rabbit ears, whose heads looked like rabbits, continuously hammered against his perception. Chen knew things had become dangerous. His perception had already been distorted, and he couldn't even remember what a real elephant looked like. If this continued, he might waste this chance to save his game. Seeing this, Chen hurriedly prepared to flee the elephant area. But he helplessly found his legs were unresponsive. Even worse, his eyelids were also uncontrollable, making it impossible to shut his eyes. He even felt an impulse that he was becoming an elephant. At this moment of despair, he recalled the advice on the security guard's note. So he tried to concentrate, strengthening his awareness of being human. And this trick truly worked, always effective. 1 minute later, Chen's eyelids obeyed him. He quickly closed his eyes, shutting out the source of pollution. As the source of pollution was isolated, he finally got a breath of relief. His brain, which had been flooded with chaotic thoughts, calmed down. But before he could feel happy, he was astonished to find that he could actually see again. And not only could he see, but he also had a multi-angle, all-encompassing view. Damn! It is staring at me again. Chen knew that he had violated the other party's perception once more. Such a beautiful elephant, if the tourists don't watch it, clearly does not align with its logic. Nature once again fixated on Chen. Chen looked at the bizarre elephant, which had a 360-degree view without dead angles, feeling a flicker of despair. This is simply too puzzling. To comply with its perception, he must act like a tourist, observing this bizarre source of pollution. To defy its perception meant being targeted, having distorted eyes, and being forced to watch this strange source of pollution. And most importantly, due to the constant pollution of perception, he could not even remember what a real elephant looked like. How can one play like this? Isn't this a guaranteed losing situation? At this moment, live streams around the world were in shock. The situation of other chosen ones from different countries was even worse than that of Chen. Especially those from the ugly country with rabbit ears leading the pack. Now they all had smiles on their faces, watching the white elephant dance joyfully. And their hands inadvertently grazed their heads, making the heads with rabbit ears sway continuously. It made them appear even more cheerful. Chapter 20, Elephant Area equals Goat Area? In the Dragon Kingdom live stream. Holy crap! What happened to this elephant? I'm scared to death. This is way too bizarre, I have goosebumps. And why is Chen standing there? The exit is right in front of him, why doesn't he leave? It's over, he's about to flip. Chen seems to be targeted, look at his face, it's full of eyes. It's a ghost. At this moment, the live broadcast changed, and Chen's face appeared on the screen. Now, the people in the Dragon Kingdom were terrified. His face was covered with an overwhelming number of eyes. And aside from Chen's tightly closed eyes, the other eyes were rolling, moving, and staring intensely at the surrounding things. The scene was simply too shocking. Many people with trypophobia fainted directly from fear. What's going on? What's happening? Is it targeting our Dragon Kingdom? While others are targeted and grow 4 eyes, ours is filled with eyes all over the face? No war crimes. This is clearly the monster world being unfair. Chen has his eyes closed, yet he is forced to watch. After such a long time streaming, the people in the chat had discussed among themselves and generally understood the underlying logic of this monster world. Seeing Chen in this situation, they also reacted. This is simply an unsolvable scenario. No matter what they do, they cannot escape the pollution of perception. They could only hope that Su Chen's awareness was strong enough to withstand this wave of mental pollution. But what they did not know was that it first polluted Su Chen's memory of the elephant. He could not firmly hold on to his perception at all. At this moment, Su Chen was desperately thinking of a solution. But being targeted made his brain operate very slowly. And all kinds of strange thoughts kept popping up, interrupting Su Chen's train of thought. In this state, Su Chen had no choice but to mechanically memorize various rules, hoping these rote-learned rules would help his chaotic mind catch a clue, finding a way out. Just like that, he quickly recited the fourth rule of tourist conduct. If you find that the appearance of the elephant you see. Su Chen's body trembled, and a chill rose in his heart. This rule seemed to originally record the true appearance of an elephant, to strengthen the tourist's understanding and resist pollution. But the result was that this rule had been distorted by it. It appears that the opponent was well prepared, leaving no way out for him. However, Su Chen was not someone who easily accepted fate, plus he had the confidence of having saved progress. So he boldly continued reciting. Soon he arrived at the third rule of the employee code. If you notice that the elephant you observe in the elephant area seriously differs from the image on the sign, stop observing and repeatedly tell yourself that the real elephant is the creature on the sign, not what you see. When he got to this point, Su Chen paused. His chaotic mind finally grasped onto a lifeline. Yes, the sign. The sign has the true appearance of an elephant. Sticking to the sign will surely help me survive. So Su Chen quickly opened his own eyes wide and scanned his surroundings. Soon, he discovered a metal sign that read Elephant Zone. Su Chen's face lit up with joy and focused his gaze. In the next moment, his body shivered, and a chill shot from his head to his toes. The elephant drawn on the sign also had a pair of rabbit ears. Seeing this, Su Chen was completely confused. Could it be that he remembered wrong? Did elephants really look like this? Otherwise, why would the sign also depict an elephant like this? It was possible, perhaps this was the true form of an elephant. He must have been polluted and misled before. Su Chen's understanding gradually began to align with the rabbit-eared elephant. At that moment, he suddenly bit down on the tip of his tongue. The intense pain brought clarity to his mind for a brief moment. No. It has distorted the sign. This is also why the employee code wasn't distorted. It didn't care anymore. Understanding all of this, Su Chen felt despair. This damn strange world was too tricky. It actually led to an unsolvable situation. Although he couldn't remember what an elephant looked like right now, he could stubbornly cling to disbelief and refuse to accept the elephant in front of him. But by doing so, he was clearly challenging it right under its nose. He needed to realize that when targeted by the opponent, he had to maintain the same understanding to escape from them. But the current understanding disparity was the elephant. If he yielded to the opponent, Su Chen knew without thinking that he was doomed. In that case, he would either become an elephant or a rabbit. However, stubbornly resisting was not a solution either. The opponent was constantly watching him, and his understanding would still be slowly polluted. Along with the bizarre thoughts constantly popping up in his mind. He could fall into irreversible ruin at any moment. This is just too ridiculous. This was the last sentence Su Chen could utter. After that, his thoughts became increasingly chaotic, and his understanding began to collapse. In the last moment before he fell into complete confusion, he saw the text on the distant sign change. It became Goat Zone. Isn't there no Goat Zone on the map? Or did I see the inner world? Su Chen wondered in his confused mind. Then, he plunged into complete chaos. Chapter 21, Elephant, Lion. Meanwhile, the staff and security finally arrived. A security guard with a noticeable scar on his left arm picked up a piece of paper from the lawn, then tore off the last page of his employee handbook. He stuck the two pieces of paper on either side of his cheek. Then, a strange scene unfolded. The security guard transformed into an elephant, a normal elephant with fan-like ears. This elephant, after a brief moment of confusion, began to follow the steps of a staff member in blue. They began to tour around the elephant park. And many staff members in blue clothes were holding loudspeakers, shouting, "Everyone, wake up, quickly gather at the exit." Accompanied by the staff's shouting and the occasional lion's roar from the loudspeaker. Most of the people gradually woke up. When they saw the real elephant in front of them, they felt as if they had suddenly awakened from a dream. Then, they followed the staff's steps and moved towards the exit. Su Chen was the same. When the elephant passed in front of him, blocking his entire view, he suddenly felt a jolt through his body. A flash of lightning suddenly streaked through his confused mind. The real image of the elephant was firmly etched into his heart, driving away all his confusion. Then, he realized that he could control his own body. So, he quickly rushed toward the exit. Since he was already very close to the exit, he soon escaped the elephant park. At the moment he escaped, he turned his head and looked back. The mighty elephant was still continuously patrolling the area. And those strange white elephants, with red eyes, were charging towards it, the outsider. Then, due to the pushing crowd, Chen completely left the elephant area and naturally couldn't see what happened next. Soon, under the organization of the staff, all the tourists were taken out of the elephant park. Several staff members quickly set up a security line and closed off the entire elephant park. At this time, many tourists who had just woken up wanted to quickly escape from this dangerous area. The strange events they had just witnessed made them extremely frightened. But these people were blocked by the staff. "Please wait a moment, we will accompany you to view the last white lion area," the staff said politely. Many people ignored the advice and insisted on leaving. Soon, they were suppressed by the staff's force. Now, the people had no choice but to stay in place and wait. Fortunately, the waiting time wasn't long. Soon, the sound of a child's piercing scream came from the elephant park behind them. As the scream sounded, all the staff's faces turned dark. Many of them had red eyes. But the staff didn't say anything. Instead, they squeezed out a friendly smile again and led all the tourists towards the lion area. Chen watched all of this, deep in thought. He had already basically understood the rules, and with the saved data for survival, he was not afraid of the lion area. What puzzled him was where the real elephant had come from. Also, it was clear that these staff members were hiding some secrets. Chen kept this in mind, planning to investigate later. Not long after, everyone finally arrived at the lion area. Under the organization of the staff, all the tourists hid behind a fake mountain. Then, a staff member stepped out from behind the fake mountain and shouted something towards the white lions. The white lions, with a strong sense of intelligence, stood up, glanced at the staff member, and then turned to look at the fake mountain. At this moment, Chen sensed something was wrong. As the 4 white lions stood up, one lion among them seemed to be hiding. According to the rules, there should only be 4 white lions, but now there were 5. This meant, it had come to stop them again. Chen frowned, ready to avoid according to the rules. At that moment, the staff also noticed something was wrong. They hurriedly organized all the tourists to turn around and not observe the white lions. The first blue-clad staff member who stepped forward pulled out a bottle of rabbit blood from his pocket. As the rabbit blood appeared, the white lion in the middle seemed to have spotted prey and suddenly rushed towards the staff member. Only then did the man slowly twist open the bottle cap, decisively splashing rabbit blood onto the white lion's body. The white lion, drenched in blood, stood frozen in place, not continuing to attack the staff, instead appearing gentle. The staff, seeing this, turned and walked toward the artificial mountain, no longer looking at the lions behind them. On the other side, the remaining 4 white lions had already charged fiercely toward the lion soaked in rabbit blood. 4 massive mouths bit down simultaneously. However, the expected bloody scene did not unfold. Rather, a bizarre scene emerged. Where the 4 lions bit, the initial lion's body curiously began to disappear. It was as if several pieces were missing from a puzzle. But the 4 lions were not surprised, they continued to bite fiercely. Soon, the initial white lion vanished piece by piece, as if the puzzle was being played in reverse. Finally, it disappeared completely. The victorious 4 white lions roared angrily at the sky, proud and powerful. As the roar echoed, Chen felt a lightness throughout his body. It was as if something dirty inside him had been purified. Chapter 22, Outstanding Backstab Bloodline. The staff nearby turned around upon hearing the roar. They began to organize the tourists to walk out from behind the artificial mountain, slowly approaching the 4 white lions at the center. Chen was roughly at the end of the line. He looked toward the front of the queue. At the forefront were the chosen ones from the country of A, sporting rabbit ears. They drew closer to the white lions. Among them, Shíliù Yēzi stared obsessively at the lion before him, even reaching out his hand to touch it. Decades ago, lions were their national beasts in A. Naturally, Shíliù Yēzi adored them. And with the staff accompanying them and signaling, he felt no fear at all. His hand approached the white lion closer and closer. The white lion felt the love from the other side. So it responded positively. The leading white lion took a bite, severing Shíliù Yēzi's head. Bright red blood splattered everywhere, even hitting the staff's face. Chosen one from A, Shíliù Yēzi, has died. Comprehensive assessment, A's national fortune deducted by 15 points, now remaining 65 points. A natural disaster has struck the entire country of A, lasting for 15 days. With the death announcement, the remaining 3 white lions charged toward the rabbit ear-wearing chosen ones like they heard the charge call. More blood sprayed everywhere. Amid the wailing screams, many chosen ones went crazy with fear. When they came to their senses, they frantically fled toward the exit. And the chosen one from the country of Cho ran the fastest. He grabbed the chosen one from the country of Kangaroo, who had rabbit ears, and threw him toward the pursuing white lions. Then he kicked over the chosen one from the Yi dynasty. Chosen one from Kangaroo Country has died. Comprehensive assessment, Kangaroo Country's national fortune deducted by 15 points, now remaining 60 points. Plague has struck the entire country of Kangaroo, lasting for 15 days. Chosen one from the Yi dynasty has died. Comprehensive assessment, Yi dynasty's national fortune deducted by 15 points, now remaining 70 points. Eternal night has descended upon the entire Yi dynasty, lasting for 15 days. Death notifications continue to ring out. With these deaths as a cover, buying time. Lamb gradually shook off the White Lion's pursuit. Fools. All of them fools. The recommendations from the think tank are all wrong. The black text must be a mistake. This lion park is way too dangerous. Lamb shouted angrily as he ran. Meanwhile, the many countries that Lamb had betrayed now dared not voice their anger. After all, Zhou country was still their big power. They didn't dare to criticize or blame. So these angry citizens turned to curse their own country's think tanks and Long country. My God, it's simply too foolish. The black font is clearly a mistake. How could the country allow the chosen one to obey? The ones who came up with the idea must take full responsibility. They must pay with their lives. And Dragon Nation, these messages all came from Dragon Nation, those crafty Eastern people, they must be punished. We apply for the joint army of 16 countries, to trample the Eastern Dragon Nation, and let them accompany our dead civilians to the grave. Because of the death of the chosen one, their national livestreams gradually shut down with the countdown. Then, these angry people surged into Dragon Nation. Damn Dragon people, this is your conspiracy. You gave us the wrong information. Bullshit. You clearly plagiarized us, and besides, why is Chen fine? It's all your own fault. Trash from Dragon Nation, don't get too proud. Soon your chosen one will die too. Your national fortune is down to 70 points, right? If you lose another 15 points, your disaster will double. Go back to your national livestream and stop spraying shit here. Oh, sorry, I forgot your country's player died, no more livestream. Everyone was arguing in a big mess. At this moment, in the chaotic lion park, only Chen remained calm, standing still in place. He watched everything coldly. In his view, those who were killed by the white lion should have been people who couldn't be saved. After all, when he calmed down and observed, those 4 white lions always prioritized attacking those with rabbit ears on their heads. Suddenly, one of the white lions chased Lamb from the ugly country past Chen without even looking at him. Chen completely relaxed, knowing his guess was correct. His pollution level definitely wouldn't be lethal. But to see how severe the pollution was, he still had to wait for the white lion to verify. Anyway, he was just waiting. So he decided to focus on Lamb from the ugly country and watch the drama unfold. Lamb tugged at the people who were backing him, accompanied by the sounds of death broadcasts. He finally reached the gate of the lion park. Ha ha ha. I've escaped. I'm truly the hero picked from the trash of the ugly. He shouted loudly, running towards the big gate. However, an unexpected change occurred, and the heavy metal gate of the lion park started to close. Just as Lamb was about to escape, the gate slammed shut right in front of his nose. At the moment the gate closed, he saw the culprit. It was Yamaguchi Inochi from Sakura country. His eyes, full of murderous intent, made Lamb fall into despair. Chapter 23 New Escape Location. No! You son of a country scum, how dare you betray me? Open the door for me, or our ugly country will definitely punish you. Open it for me, help, Before Lamb could finish his harsh words, the white lion suddenly pounced. Accompanied by screams. A death broadcast popped up again. Lamb from ugly country died, comprehensive evaluation, 10 points deducted from ugly country's national fortune, now remaining 80 points. 50-degree high temperature descends across ugly country for 10 days. Now the people of ugly country exploded. Sakura country is crazy. How dare they stab us in the back? They must be punished. That's right, when has our great ugly country ever suffered such humiliation? We must smash those little thin men from Sakura. I agree, smash 10 little thin men. If we really do it, I'm willing to donate my salary for a year. Me too, I can donate 10 years. You ugly country dogs dare to insult our great Sakura country and donate your salary? Don't think I don't know you're doing zero-cost purchases. You people shouting don't even have any salary. As soon as this message appeared, many people from ugly country seemed to be stepped on a painful spot. They all started cursing, and the barrage turned into a mess. However, the government of Sakura country was unlike their citizens, so stubborn. At this moment, they were completely panicked. Yamaguchi Inochi had actually tricked Lamb from the big father country. This wasn't a joke. If they really got desperate, they might smash a few little thin men over. With such a tiny piece of land, how could they possibly handle it? Wasn't that purely asking for their lives? So, they decided to continue and apologized once again. At the same time, they captured the entire family of Inugami Yashihira and forced them to stab their own bellies with small knives as an apology. After a series of compensations, they finally extinguished the anger of the ugly country. Returning to the world of strange tales. Chen saw that Lan Mu was betrayed by Inugami Yashihira, and he couldn't help but be surprised. But after a moment's thought, he realized that the Sakura country had done such things more than once or twice. So, he just smiled it off. Then he began to observe the current situation in the lion park and found that only a little over 20 normal people remained. Moreover, all of these 20 or so people were injured and bleeding continuously. At this moment, the most magnificent white lion walked toward Chen. Chen sighed as the white lion approached closer. He knew that his pollution must also be quite serious. Otherwise, according to the related rules, hearing the roar of a white lion would have purified his cognition. There was no need for the other party to come over at all. Understanding this, Chen was not too disheartened, as he still had one chance left. So he raised his left hand without fear facing the white lion. The white lion opened its large mouth and gently bit down on his left arm. Accompanied by a surge of intense pain, Chen felt like his whole soul was being torn apart. It felt as if a part of his soul was being stripped from his body. Soon, the white lion released its grip and turned to leave. Chen looked at his left arm, where the bleeding had stopped, and the wound began to heal, falling into deep thought. According to the records in the employee manual, this section is crossed out. If you are unfortunately attacked by a white lion in a normal state and do not die on the spot, rules 6 and 7 become invalid. Do not rush to the hospital, you will not die. After leaving the lion park, go to the aquarium, and you will soon discover it. You will wear a black work uniform. It was clear that the next step was to go to the aquarium in search of escape clues. And fortunately, he had encountered black-clad employees before. Those people were definitely suspicious. So Chen was sure he would not wear the black work uniform. And perhaps, that was a necessary factor for escape. Having figured all this out, Chen wasted no time and directly walked toward the exit. The blue uniformed staff did not obstruct him, only watching them with blank expressions. As if they were looking at an alien. Chen smiled, not minding, and slowly pushed open the heavy iron door, stepping out of the lion park. At the moment he exited, he saw the aquarium. What should have been the zoo's exit had suddenly turned into a huge aquarium. Just as I expected, trying to leave the zoo through the normal exit is simply wishful thinking. I just wonder what tricks you will play in the aquarium. Chen murmured softly. Then he took a step forward, preparing to walk toward the aquarium. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Chen spotted a familiar figure. He stopped in his tracks and turned to shout at the trees beside him. Don't hide, come out. With his shout, Inugami Yashihira's figure flashed out from behind the tree. Sukuan's observation is indeed sharp, I admire you. Yashihira came over with a kind face. Since you all escaped, why come back? Do you have something to ask? That's right, Sukuan, I want to ask how you managed to walk out of the lion park alive? Chen smiled and asked pointedly. Aren't you afraid I'll fool you? Hearing this, Yashihira's face darkened. A cold light flashed in his eyes. But soon, he forced a flattering smile. I trust Sukuan's character, you definitely wouldn't deceive me. Inuichiro directly placed Chen on the moral high ground. He was extremely curious about how Chen managed to survive. He even felt that this point was closely related to his smooth escape. So he could only play the role of a sycophant once more, coming to Chen for help. Chapter 24, The Deadly Descent of Inuichiro. Chen looked at the other party's flattering expression and felt a bit disgusted. He could tell what the other person meant. This was an attempt to morally kidnap him. Unfortunately, the calculations made by the other party were clearly going to fail. Talking about morality with one's enemy, especially an enemy carrying a blood feud, is simply foolish. Chen was clearly not the kind of person who wore a White Lotus disguise. After some thought, he came up with a plan. It's simple, as long as people haven't turned into animals, they will not be killed by the white lions, they can even help you cleanse your contamination. If you don't believe me, you can take a look inside, aren't normal humans all still alive? After saying this, Chen pointed at the gap of the iron door. Inuichiro's body shook. Because the gap of the iron door was very narrow, he hadn't noticed the full view of the lion park earlier. When he saw Chen alone coming out, he thought he was the only survivor. But upon hearing that others had also survived, he hurriedly walked towards the entrance and carefully peeked at the inside. At this glance, he relaxed, those who had survived were moving towards the exit. Then looking at the dead bodies, indeed as Chen had said, the dead were all people who had mutated. Normal people were unharmed. Inuichiro completely breathed a sigh of relief. Since he had a relatively resilient character and was cautious, he had not turned into an animal yet. Seeing that so many people had survived, he was already about 80 to 90% convinced by Su Chen's words. Soon, the remaining survivors gradually came out. Inuichiro's eyes turned around, quietly asking a few questions. Once everyone had emerged, he was completely convinced. So he did not delay any longer and prepared to return inside the lion park once again. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid of being tricked again?" Inuichiro's face darkened at this, recalling the previous scene where he was deceived. His heart trembled. But thinking again, he had already asked so many survivors. Everyone's statements were consistent, and the facts were right before his eyes. They all were alive. So why would he have any trouble? Understanding this, Inuichiro snorted coldly, not answering Su Chen's words. He held his head high and walked into the lion park, heading toward the 4 white lions at the very center. Clearly, this guy had turned his back on others. Su Chen had long expected this scene from Inuichiro. For someone with such a warped sense of honor and right and wrong, when he needs something from you, he can bend low. But once he no longer needs you, he will recall how he was humiliated before, so he will surely seek revenge on you. Now that Inuichiro thinks he is back on top, turning against Su Chen is perfectly normal. However, as Su Chen watched the other's figure gradually walk away, his smile grew even brighter. When he saw Inuichiro approach the white lions, Su Chen spoke up. He shouted at Inuichiro, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you, you can't enter the lion park after drinking rabbit blood, so just wait to die." Inuichiro was taken aback by this, and he abruptly turned around. But what he saw was Su Chen's radiant smile slowly being obscured by the heavy iron door. With a loud bang, the door closed. Inuichiro's heart sank, crying out in alarm. At the same time, he also recalled the contents recorded in the work regulations. When the number of white lions suddenly increases to more than 4, take out the rabbit blood to show them and pour it on the first white lion that runs over. Damn! Su Chen, you dared to deceive me again. Yamashita Inuichiro shouted angrily, infuriated and embarrassed. While cursing, he began to step away, preparing to escape. However, it was already too late. With his heart racing and mind wavering, he gradually felt dizzy. His eyes were unusually swollen with pain, and even the top of his head felt a tingling sensation. In an instant, his anger dissipated, replaced by panic. He felt like a rabbit. "It's over, it seems like I'm undergoing a mutation, why is it happening right now?" Yamashita Inuichiro grew increasingly desperate. He had thought that although he had drunk rabbit blood, he hadn't mutated yet. Perhaps there was still a chance to get through this. But now he was starting to mutate, and in the most dangerous situation. Unfortunately, he did not know that if he was a fool, or if he knew fewer related rules, or if he was a bit heartless, he wouldn't have any problem. It was because he had obtained too many rules from national assistants, along with being a suspicious person, highly skilled at making connections. All of Su Chen's previous conversations with him were deliberately aimed at making him overly suspicious. So when Su Chen finally shouted that he had drunk rabbit blood and told him to wait for death, he quickly thought of the related rules and began to imagine some consequences. It was precisely because his mental state fluctuated extremely violently and he doubted the rabbit blood. So he triggered the violation of the rules once again. Don't look at the food labels, and ignore how others refer to it. Ignore it and treat it as ordinary food to buy and eat if necessary. Don't let it know you've noticed. Considering all these reasons, Yamashita Inuichiro directly detonated the timed bomb on himself, in the most dangerous situation. The next moment, as Inuichiro's eyes turned blood red, the largest and most majestic white lion charged forward. Its enormous mouth opened wide. With a splatter, blood sprayed everywhere. Inuichiro's headless body slowly knelt down, then fell to the ground. It seemed like he was confessing to the citizens of Dragon Country whom he had betrayed. At the same time, the death announcement echoed. Yamashita Inuichiro of Sakura Country has died. Comprehensive assessment. The national fortune of Sakura Country is reduced by 10 points, now remaining 70 points. Mount Fuji erupts, lasting 10 days. As this broadcast sounded, the people of Sakura Country completely collapsed. Especially those close to Mount Fuji. They took the opportunity before the livestream was closed, angrily cursing. Damn it, Yamashita Inuichiro was so stupid, how could he fall for the cunning schemes of the Dragon Country people? Even if he dies 1,000 times, he cannot wash away this disgrace. Even more hateful are the people of Dragon Country, so malicious, they actually deceived the chosen ones of our friendly nation, absolutely immoral, a despicable race. This person selectively ignored Inuichiro's actions in the last paranormal world, venting their anger without restraint. That's right, our Sakura Empire should take this opportunity to regain our own military power, and teach the Dragon Country a good lesson, so they remember it for a long time. Agreed. Chapter 25, The Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick re-emerge. Due to this incident, the nationalist forces of Sakura country began to counterattack. Even their leaders felt this was indeed an opportunity to regain their own military power. Now that the paranormal world has arrived, all countries are preoccupied with their own affairs. Sakura country took this opportunity to tear up the defeated nations agreement, and no country would be foolish enough to sanction them. They simply brought out the army they had secretly built up with the support of the ugly big uncle over the years, boldly. Then find a fat sheep to take a bite. As long as their country's land area gets larger. In the future, even if they lose in the paranormal world, they would have more room for error. And can still suck the lifeblood from the colonies to survive. In this way, the cherry blossom can definitely become great again. So they said they would do it. They quickly organized a meeting to set the next battle goals. I suggest that our cherry blossom nation take advantage of the Dragon Nation's scheme against us and send troops to the Dragon Nation. Our cherry blossom nation's army is invincible in the world. Attacking the Dragon Nation is just like slaughtering dogs. We can definitely seize the vast territory of the Dragon Nation. One person excitedly shouted, his face flushed red, banging on the table. Baka! How dare your cherry blossom nation's army provoke the Dragon Nation? Can you defeat the Dragon Nation? You can't. Instead, listen to me. Let's take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the ugly nation. My cherry blossom empire's navy is invincible. Attacking the ugly nation is just like killing a chicken. Another person also excitedly proposed his plan. A pair of strategists ignited a fierce argument. Soon, other personnel from the army and navy joined in. Gradually, the argument grew heated, with all sorts of insults flying. Some even started to shove each other. Clearly, the cherry blossom nation inherited its ancestors' fine tradition of discord between the navy and army. The history from decades ago was once again reenacted. In fact, there was a slight difference. After all, last time the cherry blossom nation's army suggested attacking the bear nation. But the outcome was that the duo of strategists split and fought separately. Then the cherry blossom nation's army was heavily beaten by the bear nation, while the navy was overwhelmed by the ugly nation. Now, they still had not learned the lessons from history. The duo of strategists reappeared. And it's not just the cherry blossom nation whose people are arguing. The Dragon Nation's livestream is also in chaos. A swarm of citizens from the cherry blossom nation rushed into the Dragon Nation's livestream, cursing loudly. You Dragon Nation's Chen is simply too vicious, actually scheming against a friend's chosen one. You must have him and his whole family apologize with knives to their bellies. That's right, the Dragon Nation is truly a lowly race. Their chosen ones don't even know what honor, righteousness, or shame is. Damn it, can the cherry blossom dogs roll back to their livestream? What about honor and righteousness? Your dogs repaid kindness with malice last time, hurting our performers, so why not talk about that? People from the cherry blossom nation are really disgusting. They have no sense of right and wrong. They can get others to bow, but you can't curse them. If you do, you're unreasonable. Yet when others retaliate against them, they would wish to kill your whole family. Such a country will definitely dump waste into the sea. That's really no surprise at all. Chen did great. This action can be seen as avenging the people who died in disasters a few days ago. It really gets out a lot of anger. Go Chen. Clear the levels and make them furious. In the Dragon Nation's livestream, seeing the provocations from the Cherry Blossom Nation, everyone quickly launched a war of words. They blasted the other side to pieces. Soon, they won this round of arguments. At that moment, in the zoo, Chen glanced at the death report that had appeared before him. A brilliant smile spread across his face. Then he stepped forward, heading towards the aquarium. Having avenged himself, he now needed to carefully study how to escape. He did not believe that this zoo was truly unsolvable. And ahead, the aquarium might be the only solution. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the aquarium. The survivors who had left before were now crowding over to the right side of the entrance, seemingly looking at something. Seeing this, Chen also squeezed over. He pushed through the crowd, using his good physique, and soon squeezed into a front position. Immediately, a notice caught his eye. If you are so fortunate to see this notice, please do not speak out. Letting others discover that you can see it is taboo. You can see from the rules on the map that this zoo is not safe, and it is even bizarre. We are an undercover government organization dedicated to protecting innocent tourists. Please make sure to follow these rules to guarantee your safety. This is your only way to escape from this zoo. 1. Enter the aquarium. There is no one there, and directly pick up the black uniform at the entrance and wear it. This is the only way to send a signal to our staff that you are accepting rescue. When you walk outside, our staff will notice your clothes. Don't worry about the official zoo staff causing trouble, they won't pay attention to you. 2. Do not go to the lion enclosure. 3. Make sure that there are rabbits wherever you are escaping rabbits, toys around rabbits, people with rabbit ears, or rabbit blood at the drink shop. Rabbits are our signal, they symbolize safety and protection. 4. Do not visit the elephant enclosure. 5. Do not trust any slogan on the map, and do not follow them. If you follow any of them, or feel that something is wrong with your perception, immediately check the map given at the zoo entrance to every person. The map has dotted lines, tear along the dotted line, go to the rabbit area, and feed the paper to the rabbit as inconspicuously as possible, then stay there. Once you hear laughter that clearly doesn't come from tourists, you can leave the area. After this, go to the primate area, the safe exit is at the end of the right street. Chen looked at this notice and fell into silence. Although all the fonts are black, to him, there are too many errors in this. At least he knows that the first and fifth rules must be problematic. Because he had seen a black-clad staff member running into the right side road at the primate area. Then, a monkey dressed in a black uniform appeared on Monkey Mountain. Clearly, that staff member had turned into a monkey. As for the black uniform, Chen had encountered such people in the store. At that time, he almost got scammed by them. Through conversation and a bit of scheming, he could tell that the black-clad person was serving it. So, the first and fifth rules must be problematic. Looking back at the second and fourth rules. The warning to avoid the lion enclosure and the elephant enclosure. Could it be that after wearing the black clothes, one would be attacked by the righteous white lion? If that's the case, it would further confirm that the black-clad person is helping it and being an accomplice. As for avoiding the elephant enclosure, maybe it's because the person has suffered severe cognitive contamination, and after being bitten and treated by the white lion, they have lost part of the mysterious elements. Their resistance might have decreased. Plus, the elephant enclosure is too bizarre. So, returning there could easily break their cognitive perception and lead to an irreversible situation. If these guesses are correct, then looking at the third rule. Stay close to the rabbits. This rule, no matter how you look at it, seems like it's meant to harm people. Rabbits, in the first place, will pollute one's perception, and on top of that, the black-clad people are damaged, incomplete. Over time, black-clad people will definitely mutate. This is simply leading him to death. Wait. Death? Chen's eyes brightened as he grasped the key information. Yes, they are leading the black-clad people to die. Chapter 26, Entering the Aquarium, New Discovery. According to this logic. First, let the black-clad people appear in the rabbit area, so the chances of tourists being attacked by rabbits can be reduced. Considering the characteristics of the black-clad staff, their cognition is easily affected. This will definitely attract its attention more. That way, tourists will be safer. Once the black-clad people gradually can't hold on, their cognition will collapse. They will follow the last rule, tearing off the dotted line and feeding it to the rabbit. This behavior, which violates its cognition, will definitely attract its attention. In this way, the black-clad staff will lead it into the right side road of the primate area. And that road might be one of the passages to the inner world. After it is lured inside, it may be trapped for a while before returning to the real world. During this time, the visitors are safe. And that staff member in black is completely sacrificed, turning into a monkey. Chen gasped at this thought. He vaguely felt he had guessed right. Understanding this, Chen secretly sighed. This method seemed clever, but between the lines, he could only see two words: eat people. That black-clad staff member clearly became a sacrifice. Chen had no way to judge whether this approach was correct. However, it was obvious he did not plan to be a sacrifice. Then, Chen turned and squeezed through the crowd again, heading toward the aquarium's entrance. Seeing this, quite a few people followed in Chen's footsteps. In their eyes, Chen's performance throughout the day had been very steady. Plus, the news mentioned by their country signaled that Chen was the most likely chosen one to escape this terrifying zoo. If they followed Chen's actions closely, whatever he did, they would do too. Wouldn't that give them a good chance of escaping? So these people closely followed Chen and pushed open the aquarium's door, entering. The moment they entered, everyone saw the world darken for an instant. Then it brightened, and an extremely bright hall appeared before everyone's eyes. They looked around. Soon they discovered a counter on the right side. It was piled high with neatly stacked black work uniforms. A few people saw this and hurriedly rushed to grab the black work uniforms. Their minds were quite flexible. The outside notice clearly stated that after entering, they should change into work uniforms, which was the way to send a rescue signal. And although there seemed to be a lot of these uniforms, there weren't enough for so many people. If they didn't act quickly, what if they couldn't grab one in the end? Wouldn't that be a situation where they couldn't even cry? The rest of the people were naturally not fools. Those who had survived to this point were mostly careful, cautious, and observant. They noticed that Chen glanced at the uniforms but did not go to change. This raised their alertness. At this time, the few who had snatched the uniforms came back. When they noticed the behavior of the rest, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. Oh no! They had been careless. This darn uniform might have problems. Otherwise, why wasn't Su Chen changing? Thinking this, they rushed to unbutton their clothes, preparing to take them off. However, at that moment, Su Chen spoke up. If you don't want to die immediately, I advise you not to take off your clothes. Su Chen looked at those people, his voice cold. This sentence instantly stunned those few people. Their hands' movements slowed down. Why? A female chosen one asked, trembling. Su Chen frowned and continued coldly, no comment, believe it or not, it's up to you. As soon as this was said, those people completely stopped removing their clothes. They even hurriedly buttoned up the buttons they had previously undone. In fact, Su Chen's words were just to fool them. He wasn't sure if taking off the clothes would lead to death. But he knew that frequently changing clothes would attract its attention. This rule was noted on the security's memo. Right now, most of these survivors had been bitten by the white lion, losing part of themselves. The remaining people were even more dangerous. They hadn't even been bitten by the white lion, and the pollution in their bodies had not been purified at all. In this situation, if those few changed uniforms and attracted it, wouldn't that be a total disaster? Su Chen did not want to be killed for no reason. Fortunately, this whole deception finally fooled them. Seeing this, Su Chen began to search for clues. Very quickly, he discovered something. On the glass at the entrance, there was actually a notice. This notice was exactly opposite to the one on the outside of the aquarium. If one is not extremely careful, it's easy to be regarded as a shadow reflected from the glass, appearing as an external announcement. Su Chen felt something was off and quickly turned to walk over. The others saw this and hurriedly followed in Su Chen's footsteps. Then, they saw the content of the announcement. As they read, their faces gradually became serious. This announcement applies to tourists who entered the aquarium without timely assistance and did not see the notice at the aquarium entrance. 1. Do not enter the aquarium when there are people inside. If a staff member greets you after you enter, please find an excuse to leave immediately after reading this notice. 2. If you see this notice and no staff appear, you may stay to visit or rest. All food here is provided for free and can be taken, but do not eat goat meat. Ignore any food with such labeling on the shelves. 3. If you enter before 1600 hours, your stay in the aquarium must not exceed half an hour. 4. If you enter after 1601, your stay in the aquarium must be no less than 4 hours. 5. This is an aquarium, meant only for storing marine life. If you see an elephant swimming in the whale area, please do not shout loudly or react dramatically, that is a fun 3D projection effect. Treat it normally, pretending it is a whale. 6. The aquarium can be used for overnight stays, and on the left side of the jellyfish area, there are temporary rooms available for homeless people or travelers. If needed, please turn off the jellyfish nightlight in the room before sleeping. 7. Our staff wear red clothing and only conduct daily cleaning checks after 12:30 a.m. If you encounter someone in black work attire claiming to be a staff member, you may talk to them or agree to let them be your temporary guide, but do not give them your map, especially the part that has been torn along the dotted line. 8. Violation of the above rules will be at your own risk regarding safety issues. 9. The aquarium exists and does not serve any organization. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. This aquarium was truly a trap at every turn. Chapter 27, Crisis Strikes, No Morality in Fighting. The opening line of this announcement is very confusing. Applicable to tourists who did not see the external notice of the aquarium? This is simply nonsense. In his view, the location where this announcement was posted hinted at something strange. If tourists saw the external notice, their first reaction upon entering would surely be to change into black work attire. Thus, they would ignore this announcement. Moreover, these two notices are separated by only a sheet of glass. Looking against the light, their subconscious would regard this as the shadow of the external notice. They would naturally overlook this announcement. Only one type of person could see it. That is, those who did not see the external notice. These tourists entering a strange environment would instinctively seek clues or related rules. They would quickly notice this announcement. But this raises a problem. Which announcement the tourists see first is completely random. Isn't that like drawing lots? Seeing the external notice means death, not seeing it means survival? Isn't that too childish? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Su Chen's mind. This aquarium might truly be, as the Dragon Country hinted, located between the inner and outer worlds. Only those who are polluted but not completely fallen, still swaying between the two worlds, can see it. Or those who have been bitten by a lion, with the bitten off part of their bodies falling into the inner world. Only in such cases could this be seen. Could it be that the announcement also utilized this principle? Only those severely polluted can see the external notice, while the internal one is visible to all. Thus, these two announcements form an automatic filtering mechanism. Su Chen thought more and more that it was possible. Then he couldn't help but let out a sigh. By this logic, he also belonged to that high-risk group. Wanting to escape the zoo in this state was simply a foolish wish. But thankfully, there was an archive, so he didn't feel too disappointed. Instead, he began to study the rules carefully. These rules might be the real tools for his escape in the future. Before long, Chen finished studying them completely. Among these rules, there were still a few that he couldn't understand. First, the first rule: do not enter when there are people. Could that person be it? For this, Chen couldn't draw a clear conclusion. Then there was the sixth rule: turn off the jellyfish nightlight before bed. What was this about? Wasn't the nightlight meant to be on when people slept? Could the light attract it? He didn't quite understand this either. As for the other rules, they were all literal, and Chen didn't have any doubts. At this moment, Chen suddenly froze. He remembered an important thing. He hadn't looked at the time when he entered the aquarium. So he quickly pulled out his phone. At a glance, the hair on his body stood up. The current time was 15:59. This rule made Chen suddenly alert. Why was it that entering before 1600 hours, staying in the aquarium could not exceed half an hour? Was it that during this time window it was likely to appear in the aquarium? And was half an hour the time it needed to completely pollute a person? Chen didn't dare to think any further about these guesses. The most important thing right now was to leave here quickly. The aquarium was too dangerous now. Chen forcefully pushed through the crowd beside him, squeezing towards the exit. At that moment, a somewhat sharp voice rang out in the hall. Visitors, do you need a tour guide? I can take you to see the whales. Hearing this voice, Chen's scalp tingled immediately. Just as he feared, the worst had come. Who else could be in the aquarium at this time? And the purpose of the other party was self-evident. It couldn't resist personally coming to hunt. Chen's heart began to panic. But despite the fear in his heart, his footsteps didn't stop even a bit. He still rushed towards the exit without looking back. As long as I can escape through this door, I'll be safe. Chen silently thought. However, just as Chen reached the door, he despairingly found that he was facing away from the hall and could see everything happening in the hall. An eye appeared on the back of Chen's head. He had been targeted. The eye twisted again. Chen knew he was doomed. His action of ignoring the tour guide and desperately trying to escape had drawn the other party's attention. And he also knew that his current physical state could not withstand the other party's torment. It was best to follow the other party's understanding for now. Otherwise, he might be executed on the spot. So Chen sighed again and helplessly turned around, adopting a cooperative demeanor, looking at the other party. Then a black-clothed staff member with a skewed eye, and somewhat cross-eyed, appeared in Chen's sight. He knew this was it in disguise. As Chen turned around and stopped resisting, that feeling of being targeted gradually faded like the seawater. His vision returned to normal. Chen quietly assessed the other chosen ones. Most of them were trembling, only a small number appeared calm. And that small number of people were the ones who had changed into black work clothes earlier. However, they appeared so calm it was eerie, they could even be said to be expressionless. These people had already stood behind it, looking like little brothers. It seemed that up close, it could use some method to control the black-clothed staff members. At the same time, in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, people had gone crazy. They initially thought that after overcoming the challenge of the Elephant Zone, with Chen's intelligence, he would surely succeed. However, it actually took the field in person. What the hell, the world of bizarre tales is way too unfair. What kind of devilish difficulty is this? This indescribable it actually transformed into a human and came down to the field, what the heck? I'm speechless. A dungeon with this level of difficulty is basically a dead end, no one can clear it. It's such a pity for Chen. If he had participated in another dungeon, he would have certainly cleared it smoothly. Sigh. Chen works so hard and is so outstanding, yet he's going to die here. It really makes me upset. Brothers, does anyone know Chen? Can someone tell me his hometown address? I'd like to visit and pay my respects. +1, may Chen be forever remembered. TSK, can you all say something positive? Chen isn't dead yet, maybe he can still turn the tables. The staff of the Dragon Kingdom's Bizarre Tales department shared the same feelings as everyone else. They were also in despair now. If we talk about familiarity with the rules, they were no less knowledgeable than anyone else. So, compared to ordinary viewers, they felt the danger even more acutely. It had personally stepped in. How could Chen, as an ordinary human, resist? It was simply a certain death situation. Old Chen, maybe you shouldn't watch anymore. You haven't eaten or drunk anything today. Why not take a break? Our Dragon Kingdom still needs you moving forward. Little Li, who wore glasses, gently suggested. He didn't want old Chen to witness Chen's death with his own eyes. Old Chen was already old, and he was a person with deep feelings. Having faced failure twice in a row, he feared it would take a toll on old Chen's health. Yet, old Chen shook his head and didn't even glance back. A pair of murky eyes remained fixed on Su Chen's face. Su Chen hasn't given up, I can see his determination, we still have hope. Old Chen said hoarsely. Little Li shook his head, stepped forward, and grasped old Chen's hand. Old Chen, in this situation, even a god would struggle to save him. What's most important now is to preserve our useful bodies and prepare for the next Bizarre Tales dungeon. We carry the safety of the Dragon Kingdom's people on our shoulders. Little Li's voice was slightly choked. However, upon hearing these words, old Chen's opinion did not change. He still fixed his gaze on the screen. He managed to squeeze out a few words. Until the last moment, we Dragon Kingdom people will never give up, keep your eyes wide open. His hoarse voice carried an undeniable sense of determination. Seeing this, others dared not speak further, standing behind old Chen together and watching the hero's tragic end. Chapter 28, The Elephant Drowned in the Whale Zone. In the aquarium, Su Chen's brain raced as he thought about how to break through this situation. At first glance, wearing the black work clothes could provide temporary safety. However, it made him vulnerable to control, turning him into one of their minions. Moreover, there was a more serious side effect. Su Chen felt that wearing the black work clothes would completely trap him inside the zoo. This method could only be kept as a last resort. Next, he thought that perhaps the key to breaking through still lay in perception. However, it couldn't just be a simple firm understanding. Facing the opponent, engaging in a battle of perceptions was tantamount to seeking death. He needed to take it a step further, find the breakthrough point, and then strengthen his perception. Yet, he was still deep in thought about how to take that next step. At this moment, the black-clad staff with crooked eyes spoke up. Since no one is talking, I'll take that as consent, everyone follow me to see the whales. After speaking, he turned and walked into the depths of the aquarium. The others, seeing this, dared not disobey, and all followed suit. Su Chen knew he couldn't escape, so he simply stepped forward as well. However, when he passed by the counter where the black work clothes were stored, he casually grabbed one. Resting on his arm. Just in case, this was his way to survive. The people behind Su Chen lit up when they saw this and hurriedly followed suit, each grabbing a work uniform. Before long, everyone arrived at the whale section. The squinty-eyed staff member stopped in his tracks. He pointed at the glass of the whale area and chuckled, saying, "Look, isn't the whale huge?" Everyone dared not resist and followed his finger to look. In the next moment, everyone was struck as if by lightning. A dead elephant floated in the whale area. Su Chen's body also trembled. Although a notice had warned them in advance, seeing such a bizarre scene made his spine tingle. The elephant's limbs were bent, and its long trunk desperately stretched upward. It looked just like it had drowned. That elongated trunk ultimately never broke the surface of the water, never finding the air it so longed for. This sight filled one's heart with indescribable sorrow. Su Chen inexplicably felt a pang in his nose, as if he shared some connection with this elephant. Holding this mindset, he sized up the elephant again. Quickly, he discovered that the elephant's body was covered in scars. These scars looked like they were caused by fights with its own kind. As his gaze moved downwards, a prominent scar on the elephant's left front leg caught Su Chen's eye. Su Chen observed for a long time and felt the scar looked familiar. He must have seen it somewhere. Suddenly, a photograph popped into his mind. It was a picture he saw in the security room, featuring a security guard's work photo. And on that guard's left arm was the same scar. Su Chen was gripped by a terrifying thought. If tourists could turn into animals in this zoo, what about the staff? Could this elephant be the security guard? With this thought, Su Chen's hair stood on end. Then he recalled his experience in the elephant area. When he was in a desperate situation, a normal elephant appeared before his eyes. Its huge body blocked his view. It helped him solidify his understanding. Because of this, he was able to survive. Su Chen vaguely remembered that the elephant also had a scar on its left front leg. Coupled with the sad expression of the blue-clad staff member facing the elephant area after everyone was rescued, Su Chen pieced together the truth. The security guard turned into an elephant to help trapped tourists solidify their understanding and escape. And clearly, this act had offended it. As a result, the guard was attacked by the herd of elephants with long rabbit ears and then was thrown into the aquarium. At this moment, Su Chen's heart was touched. Looking again at the elephant floating in the whale section, his eyes were filled with admiration. This security guard radiated the brilliance of humanity. He was a true hero. So, how about it? Isn't the whale huge? Does everyone like whales? The squinty-eyed staff member asked all the chosen ones. The few chosen ones in the front row, being the closest, suddenly changed their expressions, exchanging glances. They didn't know how to answer this question. As everyone fell silent, the squinty-eyed man's expression grew increasingly displeased. At that moment, Chen spoke up. He said loudly, "We like it. Whales love humans, so of course, we humans love whales." Hearing someone respond, the squinty-eyed staff member smiled. He clapped happily, like a child. Then he continued. "But I don't like whales, they are too stupid. They always beach themselves on land, and I have to expend great effort to get them back into the water." Chen took a deep breath and looked straight at the squinty eyes of the man. He said solemnly, "You don't have to care for them, maybe they prefer life on land." "It's impossible, whales live in the water." "You're not a whale, how do you know they don't like living on land?" "But you're not a whale either." Chen laughed upon hearing this. He replied loudly, "Maybe one day I will be a whale, we are all whales." The squinty-eyed boy pouted, looking like a child who had been wronged. "I don't like whales," he mumbled. Then his expression changed, and he broke into a bright smile again. "After we finish with the whales, let's go see the jellyfish, I like jellyfish." Without waiting for anyone to respond, he took the lead and walked ahead. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow him again, heading toward the jellyfish area. As the group moved forward, Chen passed by a floating elephant and stopped, bowing to the elephant. For a hero, there should be corresponding respect. Moreover, he had saved his life. However, because of this bow, he noticed a small paper ball at the corner of the wall. Chen glanced around and found everyone was watching him. Clearly, his strange action of bowing to the elephant had drawn their attention. Seeing all eyes focused on him, Chen boldly picked up the paper ball from the corner. In front of everyone, he unfolded the paper ball. Chapter 29, Jellyfish, the Remnant of Humanity's Glory. As the paper unfolded, densely packed words filled his sight. The beginning and edges of the paper were filled with "so scared, I want to live, don't believe, do believe, it's all messed up, must remember," and in a bold marker where the title should be, it was heavily written, "If you don't do this, you definitely won't get out." 1. Monkeys and white lions can see it, jellyfish and rabbits can comfort it, elephants and goats are its toys. 2. Trust the white lion bites those who were saved, the white lion bites those who were not saved, the roar of the white lion is the alarm to drive it away, the roar of the white lion is the morning song for the dead. 3. Changing clothes will get you discovered, do not change clothes. 4. The security in the elephant area can be trusted, but they leave work at 1 a.m. every day, so seek help before then. 5. It likes light, especially at night, it hates closed spaces, so rest in a dark, enclosed room. 6. Damn. Goat meat is really raw meat. This line is messier than other sentences, there is a slightly less messy note at the bottom, I can't believe I can eat this. 7. You won't be discovered when standing with monkeys. 8. Don't pay attention to the cheerful tourists, they haven't discovered anything. Look for tourists who are scared like me, they can be trusted, they already know. 9. Thank the dried jellyfish and drowned elephants, remember they died to protect humanity. A messy and mad note reads, unity, courage, and unwavering loyalty are humanity's greatest virtues. 10. There is an exit, not in the monkey area, but I don't know what lies outside the monkey area. 11. Always remember you are human, not an animal. Chen read these words several times. After confirming he had memorized them, he casually threw the paper ball to the person beside him. Since everyone saw it, he wouldn't keep it to himself to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. The contestant from Tibak Nation took the paper ball and awkwardly thanked Chen in Chinese. In this strange world of tales, due to some rule power, all chosen ones spoke their mother tongue. However, when others heard it, they naturally understood the meaning. The Tibak contestant chose to thank him in Chinese, which surprised Chen. Chen smiled at him, signaling that there was no need for thanks. Then he quickly began to study and decipher the rules in his mind. First, the 5th point is a key clue. From this, he learned that it has a tendency to move toward light. At the same time, combining it with the tourist's code. The content related to the shade of the trees. Soon, Chen reached a conclusion. It would appear in the shadows. This clue is very important, it will definitely be useful later. After realizing this, Chen quickly began to consider the other rules. As he thought, Chen discovered that these rules merely further confirmed his suspicions. For example, do not change clothes. It cannot distinguish between monkeys. The road on the right side of the monkey area is not an exit. And the effects of the white lion, among other information. Among these pieces of information, only the 9th one caught Chen's attention the most. Dried jellyfish and drowned elephants died to protect humans? He could understand the elephant. But what about the jellyfish? After a moment of thought, Chen had a bold guess. On the security guard's note, it had left a message. Because jellyfish have no brains? From this sentence, plus the guess that animals have transformed from humans. Perhaps those bitten to death by the white lion, the remaining sparks of humanity, would turn into jellyfish. Because, after being bitten by the white lion, Chen vaguely felt he had lost a part of his body. But matter cannot be created or destroyed out of nothing. In other words, a part of his body fell into the inner world. This could also explain why, after being bitten, he was able to see the existence of the aquarium. And those bitten to death by the white lion were deeply polluted in their cognition, so their bodies that fell into the inner world would be more. Perhaps what remained in the outer world was just some remnants of humanity. This is why, in its eyes, jellyfish are brainless. After this guess, Chen gradually sorted it out. First, it has phototropism. Second, jellyfish still retain the glow of humanity. So, at certain times, jellyfish would act as a light source, leading it away. This also explains why the note said that dried jellyfish died to protect humans. Just as Chen was pondering, the team came to a stop. They had arrived at their destination. Chen looked around and found countless jellyfish swimming behind glass on his right. Reflecting the faint glow emitted by the jellyfish, he felt as if his body was being purified, being completed. Chen couldn't help but be astonished. These jellyfish actually had such an effect. Was the other party gifting him the remnants of their humanity? Chen felt a bit moved. Speaking of which, the other party was already dead. These jellyfish were merely their remnants, having no thoughts. Even in this situation, the other party was still helping and protecting humanity. This spirit reminded Chen of the sentence on the note. Unity, courage, and unwavering loyalty are humanity's greatest virtues. There is no doubt that both jellyfish and elephants embodied this principle. Chapter 30. You are the jellyfish. Suddenly, Chen's heart stirred. He felt something was off. How could it be so kind as to bring visitors to see the jellyfish and complete everyone's bodily insufficiencies? There must be a conspiracy here. Chen focused his gaze on the squinting-eyed staff member. He saw that the person was staring intently at the jellyfish, showing a look of obsession. Jellyfish are truly beautiful, but I think there aren't enough jellyfish. He stared at the jellyfish and spoke to the others sideways. Hearing this, Chen frowned. Sure enough, this person was up to no good. The next moment, the squinting-eyed staff member turned to the chosen one from the Clay Bowl Nation and whispered. You are also a jellyfish. As soon as the words fell, before the other party could react, the chosen one from the Clay Bowl Nation suddenly disappeared, then appeared among the jellyfish. He was terrified, struggling desperately, but the more he struggled, the more jellyfish he touched. This only led to severe poisoning. Before long, the chosen one from the Clay Bowl Nation stopped moving, drowning in their midst. His body floated among the jellyfish. A faint light illuminated that twisted face, making it look exceptionally eerie. But he did not turn into a jellyfish as it said. Why haven't you turned into a jellyfish yet? The man shouted at the corpse, his voice shrill and angry. Like an unreasonable child. It must be your problem, I'll try another one. Saying this, he turned to face the chosen ones. This time, everyone was terrified. The contestant from the Tao Bowl Kingdom had suddenly been killed, leaving them stunned, unable to react. Now, the other party's words clearly indicated they wanted to kill more people. Everyone snapped back to reality, bursting into a panic and desperately fleeing backwards. At this moment, no one cared about any rules or understandings. The opponent had taken matters into their own hands, killing without regard for the rules. If they didn't run now, it would be foolishness beyond belief. But before they could take a few steps, they despairingly found that their feet were not obeying them. Those who violated the other party's understanding would be targeted. This rule still applied. At this point, everyone was utterly hopeless. Chen stood among the crowd, not fleeing. Though he was also shocked, he knew running was useless. He was thinking about the underlying logic of this situation. The other party could not kill at will based on their whims. If they could do that, why would this world be called the realm of rules? If they were ignoring the rules, was it not a joke? Chen pondered painfully. On the other side, the cross-eyed worker did not care about the crowd's panic. He furrowed his brows tightly, as if pondering something himself. Then he waved his arm lightly, and a chosen one from the great marijuana nation vanished into thin air, appearing in the jellyfish zone. Soon after came the same struggles, the same drowning and death. The floating corpses made everyone's hearts grow colder. That man looked at the two bodies, his brow furrowing even tighter. Why? Why won't you turn into jellyfish? He said, frantic and angry. It's definitely your problem, remember, you are jellyfish. As he shouted sharply, a thought appeared in everyone's minds, constantly suggesting to themselves that they were jellyfish. Following this, the man grew even more frantic, waving his arms. 5 chosen ones were thrown into the water simultaneously. Not long after, the result was still the same, the 5 drowned, and the death report appeared before the survivors' eyes. Chen also broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he remembered something but couldn't grasp it. As time passed, more and more chosen ones died. The floating corpses in the jellyfish zone gradually overshadowed the glow of the jellyfish. At this moment, the cross-eyed worker approached Chen. He glared angrily at Su Chen, gritting his teeth and saying, "You are a jellyfish. You are a jellyfish." At this time, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream fell into despair. Damn this realm of weird tales, it's getting increasingly unreasonable. Before, at least there were rules, now they've flipped the table, right? If this continues, why not give everyone a Gatling gun that spits blue fire? Whoever is selected can blast the weirdness away. Makes sense, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. This is it, it's Su Chen's turn now. I've already closed my eyes, I can't bear to watch. This is going to drive me crazy. The people of the Dragon Kingdom expressed their dissatisfaction. However, Su Chen did not give up resisting against it. Instead, in this most dangerous moment, a light suddenly illuminated his mind. He finally understood. Why would the other party think the chosen ones were jellyfish? Su Chen saw from those who had drowned that the ones who died were all those bitten by the white lion. And those who were not purified by the white lion had all survived. This was not normal. Combining this with the jellyfish theory Su Chen had previously put forward. Only those bitten to death by the white lion would transform into jellyfish in the remaining part of the outer world. In this way, this incomplete-minded it, like a child, would. Perhaps understanding is. Bitten by a white lion and then dead, one would turn into a jellyfish. It is well known that jellyfish and rabbits can comfort it, and it loves jellyfish. But it fears the white lion, which also means it never saw how jellyfish were born. So, very likely, it accidentally received a text message from the staff. As a result, because it only has a child's understanding, the entire meaning was completely misinterpreted. At this moment, the other party had already raised their hand, about to throw Su Chen into the water. Su Chen finally spoke. "I am not a jellyfish," he said decisively. Chapter 31 Escape. The other party paused, anger rising on their face. "You are a jellyfish." His voice sharpened, like an unreasonable child. "I am not, those bitten by the white lion are the jellyfish. Those bitten by the white lion and then drowned are not jellyfish." Su Chen stared calmly into the other party's eyes. Upon hearing this, the other party faltered. Its understanding was shaken. However, in this instance, it was the strongest. In just an instant, it recovered. Then, fixating on Su Chen, gritting teeth, said, "No, you are a jellyfish." At this moment, Su Chen smiled. He finally seized the opportunity. He smiled and said, "No, I am a monkey." While speaking, he deepened his own understanding. Humans evolved from monkeys, what I said is correct. He kept indoctrinating himself in his mind. In this moment, it was once again in shock. In its understanding, there was indeed no distinction between humans and monkeys. Moreover, after the jellyfish theory Su Chen mentioned earlier, it was also somewhat impacted. Most importantly, it could feel that Su Chen genuinely believed he was a monkey. As the other party fell into confusion, Su Chen raised his black work uniform. "Look, this is my clothes, all those wearing this clothes are monkeys." As soon as this was said, it became even more puzzled. Because the black-clad staff ultimately turned into monkeys. This was not the end, Su Chen added another sentence. "Your eyes are crooked, the correct eyes are not like this." This sentence triggered another cognitive shock for it. Su Chen's chosen breakthrough point was very clever. He didn't choose something it was firmly convinced of but rather something it couldn't distinguish. This wave of barrage, every sentence hit at the other party's cognitive weakness, causing the other party to suddenly short-circuit and fall into contemplation. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up, knowing his scheme had succeeded. He didn't dare to linger. So, seizing this moment, he quickly turned and ran towards the outside of the aquarium. The other survivors were also baffled. They didn't understand why Su Chen's few words had completely confused that terrifying opponent. But this did not affect their escape. So they hurriedly followed Su Chen running outside. Soon, a large group of people rushed into the hall. Just as Su Chen pushed open the aquarium door, everyone heard frantic screams coming from inside the aquarium. Su Chen secretly felt something was wrong, knowing the opponent had come to their senses. At the same time, he realized his head was spinning, chest tight, and his body began to stiffen, not obeying his control. This was the other party trying to control him again. At that moment, Su Chen bit his teeth, using up all his remaining strength, desperately retracting his front supporting foot. In the next moment, his body stiffened. However, since he had leaned forward while pushing open the door, coupled with the lifting of his front supporting foot, his body gradually tilted forward. With a bang, Su Chen fell out of the aquarium. As he escaped the aquarium, he felt his body return to normal. Facing the sunset, Su Chen revealed a brilliant smile. He knew he had survived. Then, he didn't waste any time, quickly getting up and rushing towards the lion area. Now, that was the only safe zone. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream never expected that with a few clever moves, Su Chen would actually escape from danger. Everyone was stunned, and the bullet comments suddenly vanished. But the next moment, a flood of comments erupted. The entire screen was filled with barrage comments. Wow! What's going on? A few words caused a bizarre crash? Su God is invincible, Su God is too strong. I'm shocked. Brothers! He can escape like this? Heaven bless Dragon Country, heaven bless Su Chen. The person upstairs doesn't understand anything. This is called human determination conquers fate. Su Chen is really too strong. I now believe Su Chen can definitely break through this dungeon successfully. I checked other countries' live streams, it's just too tragic. The jellyfish area is full of corpses, I almost vomited. The survivors are all forced to wear black uniforms. Our Dragon Country might be the only one able to succeed. Su Chen is so handsome. I want to have your babies. I seriously suspect the person upstairs has been contaminated and is turning into a monkey. After escaping death, the live stream room of Dragon Country was filled with laughter and joy. This was a sharp contrast to the cries of despair from other countries. On the other side, the faces of the people in the Dragon Country Paranormal Department were also quite dramatic. Especially Little Lee with glasses. Earlier, he had been certain that in this unsolvable situation, Su Chen would definitely die, so he kept urging old Chen to rest and not watch the follow-up. As a result, after Su Chen's amazing move, he actually escaped. Little Lee felt a surge of joy in his heart, grateful that Dragon Country was saved. But immediately following the joy, a hint of shame also arose in his heart. To say the least, ever since he found out Su Chen's personal information, he had harbored prejudice against Su Chen. In his mind, a student who didn't even graduate from a third-rate college was definitely useless. Although in the later live streams, Su Chen tackled various dangers, his view of Su Chen had changed slightly. However, he still believed there was a certain luck factor involved. He even thought if it were him, he might do even better. Until now, Su Chen had quickly analyzed the key information in a very short time. And when faced with imminent death, he was fearless and extremely calm. He keenly found the opportunity and launched a counterattack. At this point, he asked himself, he could not do this at all. Right now, he was completely convinced by Su Chen. Old Chen, Su Chen is truly a blessing for our Dragon Country. Little Lee exclaimed. Standing at the front, old Chen's body slightly trembled, his left hand holding the teacup shook even more violently. He lifted the cup, lowered his head, took a sip, and tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. Old Chen stared at the big screen, his eyes filled with tears. To him, every time the country faced a crisis, Dragon Country always had countless heroic sons and daughters stepping forward, risking everything to support the nation. A century ago, there were his respected heroes from old leadership. Now, there was Su Chen lifting the hope of Dragon Country. On the screen, Su Chen's image gradually merged with that of the old leaders he respected most in his mind. Old Chen murmured with a trembling voice, I knew he could do it, I definitely didn't make a mistake with Su Chen. With Su Chen here, our Dragon Country will surely get through this paranormal crisis. Ha 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 ha. The old man's voice grew louder, as if growing more determined inside. Finally, his hearty laughter echoed in the conference room for a long time. The others were also influenced, their faces filled with smiles. They looked at Su Chen's face, feeling even more admiration in their hearts. Chapter 32, A Strange Dream. At this moment, in the zoo, Su Chen hurriedly made his way to the entrance of the lion enclosure. Only then did the heart that had been racing finally begin to settle down. He sat down on the lawn beside the entrance of the lion enclosure, grabbing the bottle of mineral water that he had stuffed into his pocket earlier, and gulped down half the bottle in one go. He lay down on the lawn, gasping for breath for a long time. The aquarium experience was countless times more dangerous than being in the elephant park. Facing the pressure of it, combined with the unpredictable attacks, hit Su Chen too hard. Fortunately, he found a note left by a predecessor and, with a sharp mind, thought of key information. A little bit of luck helped, too. Only then could he smoothly escape to safety. If Su Chen had to do it again, he wasn't sure he could escape safely once more. Lying there, Su Chen looked at the blue sky for a long time before he completely calmed down. He sat up, absent-mindedly plucking a blade of grass and twisting it around his fingers. In his heart, he began to ponder the follow-up plan. With the experience from the aquarium, Su Chen realized that it had indeed begun to break free from the constraints of the rules. It had developed new understandings, such as jellyfish-like ones. This indicated that the other side was even more dangerous. Because there were too many uncertainties involved, who knows how many new understandings were not recorded by the rules. If he accidentally fell into another trap, it would definitely be a disaster. Su Chen knew that starting now, he absolutely could not confront the other side again. His incomplete body simply didn't have the ability to fight against it. So he must avoid the other side. However, according to his analysis, the aquarium was obviously the exit. If Su Chen wanted to go out, he really had to go back to the aquarium. This had become a paradox. Chen had no idea about its movement patterns. If he encountered it again in the aquarium, wouldn't that be a setup for failure? He needed to come up with a complete method. At that moment, Chen suddenly remembered the notice posted in the aquarium. Our staff wear red clothes and only conduct daily cleaning inspections after 12:30 a.m. He hadn't paid much attention to that sentence before. But now, this was key information. There were staff members in the aquarium. Yet, during his visit to the aquarium, Chen hadn't seen anyone. This indicated that they might not have started work yet. Combined with the rules stating that cleaning inspections happened at midnight. This meant the staff in red clothes probably only came to work after midnight. Such working hours were clearly strange for a place like the aquarium, which was supposed to be operating during the day. Boldly guessing, this working time might be to protect the staff from being harmed by it. That is to say, it would not appear in the aquarium during that time. Chen squinted, feeling this was a breakthrough. It was worth a risk to try. With a plan in place, the focus now was to rest and recover. Since he could only act at midnight, he might as well take a nap now. After all, he was currently in the Lion Park area, and his safety was absolutely assured. Thinking this way, Chen lay back again. After a whole day, Chen hadn't eaten anything, just drank half a bottle of water. Plus, he had been on edge the whole time, so he was indeed very tired. Finally having a chance to rest, he soon fell into a deep sleep. In this sleep, he slept very soundly. It felt like he hadn't slept so sweetly for a long time. In his dream, he first saw himself turn into a huge elephant, wielding tusks and battling with several elephant-like creatures with rabbit ears. Facing so many enemies, he was fearless and extraordinarily brave. In the end, he defeated all the opponents, the strange elephants scattering and fleeing, disappearing into thin air. As he watched the enemies run away, he transformed back into human form. At this moment, Chen felt some warmth in his arm. He lifted his left arm and saw that he had been injured by the tusks during the earlier fight. He didn't care about the wound, deciding to deal with it after getting back. At that moment, his body suddenly shook, inexplicably feeling that the scar on his arm was somewhat familiar. "Isn't this the scar on the security guard's arm?" Chen said in shock. So he quickly pulled out his phone and opened the front camera. The face displayed on the screen was surprisingly that of the security guard. Chen was taken aback. He felt darkness in front of him, then brightness again. He was astonished to discover that he had once again arrived in a misty world. Turning his head, he looked around. This place seemed to be filled with haze, with visibility of less than 5 meters. Seeing this, Chen turned on his phone's flashlight and groped forward. Before long, a blurry outline of a metal sign gradually emerged from the mist. He hurried a few steps closer. As he got nearer, the text on the sign became gradually clearer. Goat area. Looking at these 3 big characters, Chen fell into confusion. He remembered that there was no such area on the map. While thinking this, his body unconsciously walked toward the goat area. Following the path for about 10 minutes, the fog in front of Chen gradually thinned out. Taking advantage of the clear view, he looked around. Then, he was completely shocked. Because he discovered that the sky above him was actually as clear as glass. And on the other side of the glass, there was a zoo. Directly above his head was the terrifying elephant enclosure. One by one, pure white elephants with rabbit ears were munching on grass. Chen hurriedly shifted his gaze away, fearing that the strange elephants would once again affect his perception. As he looked towards the east, he noticed, at the end of the horizon, a familiar aquarium was embedded there. Half of the aquarium was in the zoo, while the lower half floated in the haze. This aquarium, resembling a sky city, gave an eerily sinister feeling no matter how you looked at it. Chen was deeply shocked. Then, he suddenly realized that, according to his previous speculation, the aquarium was located between the outer and inner worlds. Could it be that he was now in the inner world? But how exactly did he come to the inner world? He couldn't remember anything about this. Just as he was pondering hard, a ray of sunset broke through the transparent sky, casting a beam onto Chen's body. Seeing this, he turned around and thoughtfully looked at the slowly setting red sun in the outer world. The sunlight, distorted through the sky, didn't bring warmth to Chen. On the contrary, it appeared somewhat eerie. Before long, the afterglow retracted, and the sun sank below the horizon. The inner world seemed to become even darker. However, the next moment, before Chen could withdraw his gaze, a completely black sun dropped down from the horizon of the outer world onto the inner world's transparent dome. Chapter 33 Inner World? In the next moment, that black sun unexpectedly split open along a vertical crack. It was as if a devil had opened its eyes, gazing at this world. With the appearance of the black sun, everything in the inner world appeared even darker, even twisted. It was as if what it emitted was not sunlight, but endless shadows. Su Chen stared at that black eye, and his mind began to wander. Just then, the wind picked up. Countless mists rolled like waves, surging forward. The wind blew, and Su Chen, whose back was already wet with sweat, suddenly felt cold, instantly snapping back to reality. He hurriedly shifted his gaze away. At the same time, the numerous goats quietly munching on grass beside him raised their heads, all staring ahead. At the end of the road, a black shadow gradually emerged. Looking closely, this shadow appeared to be the body of an 8-year-old child. But on his head were a pair of gigantic horns. It looked extremely out of place. At this moment, those waves of black smog, bathed in sunlight, surged violently towards the shadow. The shadow spread its arms wide, and the smog merged into its body like rivers flowing into the sea. With the influx of fog, the shadow appeared to become more solid. Su Chen watched the scene, his brow furrowing involuntarily. This world was too bizarre. Everything happening exceeded his understanding. After a long time, the smog waves gradually dispersed. The fog in the goat area seemed to become thinner. At this moment, the shadow moved, extending its right hand to find a nearby goat and gently tapping its head. The goat seemed to receive an extraordinary reward, displaying an excited expression. Then, the goat turned around, taking small steps down the path towards Su Chen. As the goat got closer, Su Chen could see its devilish-like pupils clearly. Reflected in those pupils was his own face, drenched in sweat and panic. Suddenly, a roar like thunder echoed through the heavens. Su Chen abruptly opened his eyes. The sky full of stars filled his vision. He scrambled up, breathing heavily. This dream felt too real, leaving him a bit dazed. After a long while, he calmed his racing heart. Why did I have such a dream? Does it mean something? He mumbled softly to himself. After thinking for a while, Su Chen began to form a guess in his mind. Based on the rules recorded, it was phototropic and would appear from the shadows. Its temperament was like that of a child. That dark figure with goat horns he saw in the dream might be its true form. And combined with the scene of the shadow devouring the sun-dyed smog in the dream, it was possible that it was drawing some mysterious power from the inner world. This also explained why it was becoming stronger and even began to twist the rules. Returning to the inner world, since the black sun smog could enhance its strength. Didn't that mean the inner world might have existed for a long time and wasn't created by it? It might have accidentally fallen into the inner world and became contaminated, forming its current appearance. If this was true, then this zoo was even more dangerous. Because he was unexpectedly drawn into the inner world in his dream. It seemed time to escape was crucial. Su Chen took out his phone to check the time and found he still had a bit left. So he simply pulled out the rules on him to study and kill time. In fact, he mainly didn't dare to sleep again. What if he was pulled back into the inner world again? At this time, the people in Long Country's livestream were feeling puzzled. Su Chen looked so panicked after waking up. Could he have had a nightmare? It's possible, but I'm curious why Su Chen faced so many dangers during the day without being this frightened. What did he dream? Did you hear what he muttered just now? There might be secrets in there. You people from Long Country are so cowardly. You get scared just from a dream. Our Cherry Blossom Country citizens won't be this timid. Yeah, you wouldn't be fearful. After all, your chosen ones are long gone, so you never had the chance to experience the later plot. The crowd in the livestream didn't know what Su Chen dreamed about. If they had seen that scene, they certainly wouldn't be this relaxed now. In the zoo. As night deepened. Suddenly, a strange sound caught Su Chen's attention. From the empty road in the distance came a clopping sound. It sounded like the hooves of some animal striking the stone path. Su Chen suddenly remembered something and turned around in slight fear. He saw a goat coming from the dark end of the road, a goat that was pure white with no stray hairs. Under the moonlight, the goat surprisingly looked a bit sacred. Elegant footsteps tapped on the bluestone slab, making a crisp sound. But in Su Chen's ears, it sounded like a drum beating. Why has a goat really come? Is what I dreamed true? He was completely shocked. Soon, the goat walked up close to Su Chen. It raised its head and looked at Su Chen. Facing the goat's gaze, Su Chen seemed to see some mockery in its eyes. Am I still dreaming? How can a goat have a mocking gaze? Su Chen's heart was filled with questions. Just like that, man and goat stood stiffly for a long time. Finally, the goat turned its head and walked into the lion enclosure. As it stepped through the door, its body began to swell rapidly. The next moment, it transformed into a white lion. A proud, majestic white lion. This scene once again left Su Chen in disarray. The goat actually turned into a white lion. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly felt a movement in his heart and remembered something important. Based on the daytime experience. When there are 5 white lions in the lion enclosure, it will lose its purifying effect. Now that the goat has turned into a white lion, hasn't the lion area temporarily lost its function? Damn, it has so many tricks. Chen was completely speechless. However, despite the complaints, Chen's movements were quick. He knew it wasn't safe to stay here, so he hurriedly set off towards the aquarium. On the way, Chen glanced at the time on his phone, 12:29. Fortunately, the timing was just right. There were no streetlights on this route, making it quite dark. Chen could only rely on the not-so-bright moonlight, stumbling forward. Suddenly, he noticed some figures among the distant trees. Chen focused his gaze and observed closely, finding a group of people in work uniforms. The person nearest to him looked a bit like the chosen one from Iron Bagua. It seems those chosen ones haven't been wiped out. Some have survived, but they are all in black work uniforms, wanting to escape the zoo. It seems they have no chance. It's best not to attract their attention right now to avoid complications. Chen thought to himself. Then, he lowered his body and passed through the area of wintergreen without drawing the attention of the people in the woods. Before long, Chen arrived at the aquarium. He checked the time again and confirmed it was past 12:30. He pushed open the door and walked in. Chapter 34, The Staff in Red. This time, different from during the day. The aquarium was not brightly lit, appearing somewhat dim. At this moment, a staff member in a red work uniform hurried over when he saw someone enter the aquarium. "Hello, how can I help you?" That person said to Chen in a friendly manner. Seeing this, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The appearance of a normal-looking staff member in the aquarium indicated his guess was correct. During this time period, the aquarium was safe. "I got lost in the zoo and would like to stay here for the night. Is that okay?" Chen asked tentatively. The staff member in red frowned slightly, revealing a look of doubt. "You must be mistaken, but we do have accommodations here. I'll take you." He hurriedly changed the subject. Then, without waiting for Chen to ask again, he turned and walked towards the jellyfish area. Chen could tell that the other party did not want to talk about the zoo. This indicated that they must know some rules he was unaware of. It seemed he had to find an opportunity to get this information. Chen quickened his pace to catch up with the staff member in red. "Are there any precautions here?" he inquired. "Before 1 a.m., you must turn off the jellyfish night lights, and before 6 a.m., do not leave the aquarium. There are no other requirements." "Oh? Have you ever encountered uncooperative visitors? So you won't turn off the lights?" "Of course, we have to." "Then what do you usually do?" The staff in red smiled. "Naturally, we attempt to persuade, but if the other party, are you hungry? Let me get you something to eat." He suddenly seemed to realize something and hurriedly changed the subject again. Then he walked to a container next to the jellyfish area. Chen wryly smiled, knowing that he couldn't squeeze any information out of the other party. It seemed he needed to think of another way. At that moment, the staff in red's expression changed. He picked up a large bag of strange items from the shelf. Then he turned to Chen and said, "Please wait a moment, I'll be right back. During this time, please don't wander around." After finishing, without waiting for Chen to respond, he hugged the large bag and ran toward the whale area. As they brushed past each other, Chen vaguely saw a few words. "Goat meat. It seems that this aquarium isn't completely safe during this time." Chen mumbled quietly. After waiting for a long time, the staff still hadn't returned. Chen felt a bit bored. So he casually walked forward. Soon, the jellyfish area caught his eye. Countless glowing jellyfish floated in the water, looking extremely enchanting. With the glow illuminating, Chen once again sensed himself being purified. The holy light even seemed to be filling the gaps in his body. Where did those mutilated corpses go? Were they handled by the staff, or did they really turn into jellyfish? Chen felt a bit surprised. After all, according to his previous reasoning, it was impossible for people to turn into jellyfish under such circumstances. However, if the staff handled it, wouldn't they feel terrified seeing so many drowned bodies? Moreover, based on the time, they had just started work and wouldn't have had time to handle so many bodies. In that case, could there be other means of disposal? Chen was puzzled. Suddenly, he remembered a line from the note he found. "Damn! Goat meat is really raw meat." This sentence is much messier than the others. There's a slightly neater bit of writing. "I can't believe this can be eaten." Raw meat? Corpses? Could it be that the goat meat the staff just carried away as the victims turned into? Chen shivered. He quickly shook his head, as if trying to rid himself of this terrifying thought. At that moment, the staff in red finally returned. He was holding a piece of bread and a bottle of water, clearly prepared for Chen. "How did you end up here? This is food for you." As he spoke, he handed the food to Chen. "Thank you." Chen took it and politely said thanks. He hadn't eaten anything all day, and he was indeed hungry. The hourly room is coming up soon, please follow me, but since it is already past 1 in the morning, we can't turn on the lights, so the room will be quite dark. Please be careful and watch your step. Okay, no problem. Chen replied affirmatively. As he spoke, he glanced at the small booklet the other had tucked into his pocket. If I'm not mistaken, this should be their employee manual. I must find a way to get it. However, maybe I can use the darkness of the room as an opportunity. Chen thought. At this point, they had already passed through the jellyfish area and turned left, arriving at the break room. Here, there was no light at all, they could only use the faint light from the jellyfish area to look for the door. The staff in red seemed to be an experienced employee, walking extremely steadily in the dark. Soon, he stopped and opened a short stateroom. Your room is ready, I wish you a pleasant rest. The staff in red stood at the door. Seeing this, Chen frowned. If the other party didn't go in, this situation was a bit difficult to handle. Surely he couldn't just rob them. I have night blindness, can you help me get inside? Chen pretended to be unable to see, extending his hand to signal the other person to assist him. Of course, no problem. The staff member readily agreed. Then he walked in front, while Chen followed behind. Holding onto Chen's arm, he cautiously led him forward. At the moment they walked past the doorframe, Chen knew the opportunity had come. He deliberately tripped with his toes against the side of the doorframe. Then he threw himself into the other person's arms. The staff member didn't expect Chen to trip, he was caught off guard and was hit on the head, taking a moment to catch his breath. Fortunately, they didn't fall together, but instead, the staff member managed to steady Chen. Bang! At the same time, the bread and mineral water fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this noise, Chen swiftly pulled the staff manual from the employee's pocket and hid it behind his back. Sorry, my night blindness is quite severe, could you help me pick up the bread? Chen quickly steadied himself and stepped back 2 paces. Okay, please, wait. The staff member said in a stuttering voice. From the sound of it, he was still catching his breath. However, the staff member didn't waste time, he turned around and bent down to search for the fallen food in the darkness. Taking this opportunity, Chen stuffed the small manual into the waistband of his pants. Chapter 35, finally discovered the way to escape. Soon, the staff member picked up the food and handed it back to Chen. Amid Chen's series of thank yous, the staff member clutched his chest and left. Chen pressed his ear against the door, carefully listening to the sound of the staff member's footsteps leaving. Once the footsteps had completely vanished, Chen took out the employee manual, leaned against the head of the bed, and began to read by the light of his phone. 1. The aquarium doesn't require work during the day, your working hours are from 12:30 a.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. You can be slightly late or leave early, but never arrive early or work overtime. 2. The hourly rooms on the left side of the jellyfish area are prepared for nearby homeless people and tourists in need, please check if they turn off the jellyfish night lights before 1 a.m. after your shift starts. If they don't, remind them until they do. You have the right to forcibly turn off the jellyfish night light, and under no circumstances should it remain on after 1:15 a.m. 3. The elephant corpse drowned in the whale area is a part of experimental 3D projection technology, no matter how real it seems, ignore it. Do not look for the switch, as it doesn't need to be turned off. 4. The surveillance equipment is damaged and difficult to repair, so please patrol once every hour. Sudden blackouts and strange noises are normal, don't worry about the safety of the fish. If you feel uneasy, you can rest in the jellyfish area, where the power supply is reliable and will not fail. 5. It is normal for outside visitors to hold zoo maps. Do not answer questions regarding where the aquarium is in the zoo, if they insist on asking, you can leave immediately. 6. Before leaving on Sunday, remember to charge the jellyfish night lights, do not forget under any circumstances. 7. Change the food on the shelves once daily. If you find unfamiliar food labeled goat meat, receive it separately into the storage box in the whale area. Someone will handle it for you. 8. During working hours, you can walk anywhere in the aquarium, but do not leave the premises. If a guest staying tries to leave before 6 a.m., try your best to dissuade them. If you can't stop them, there's no need for physical conflict, just continue doing your own thing. 9. If a guest staying wears a similar but black work uniform, refuse their lodging and forcefully drive them away. Electric batons and tranquilizer guns are placed on the workbench in the jellyfish area. 10. If a guest brings rabbit-related items, steal them while they sleep and place them in the storage box in the whale area. They won't question you after they wake up. If a guest trying to stay over attempts to chat with you, you can talk, as long as it doesn't delay turning off the lights on time. Do not mention the zoo in the conversation, if the other party brings it up, change the topic immediately. The aquarium operates independently, and there is no zoo outside. Keep this in mind. After reading through all the rules and confirming he has memorized them all, Chen turned off the light on his phone. The rules repeatedly emphasized turning off the light before 1 a.m. It even reminded the staff that they could forcibly turn off the night light. This indicates that having the light on at this time is obviously very dangerous. Although the rules did not mention phone lights and such, Chen would not carelessly experiment. In the darkness, Chen laid down on the bed. Most of these rules, Chen had already guessed the gist. And many had been confirmed. Only the first and eighth rules caught Chen's attention. The working hours for staff are from 12:30 a.m. to 6 a.m. They can arrive a bit late or leave a bit early, but absolutely do not arrive early or work overtime. If a guest trying to stay attempts to leave before 6 a.m., try to dissuade them as much as possible. After reading through the entire code, Chen felt that the staff at the aquarium had little connection to the strange events. From the wording of the rules, he felt that this was written for people who did not know the truth. Also, comparing this to the rules of the blue-shirt staff in the zoo. That one clearly states generous pay and benefits. It is well known that generally, money often comes with risks. Through this information, it shows that the staff in the aquarium are just ordinary people who are unaware of the truth. So, here comes the key point. For these ordinary people, the rules specifically pointed out the end of their working hours. Does this mean that by quitting at this time, they can return to the normal world? At this moment, another key point appeared. That is, do not leave before 6 a.m. However, another rule states that early departure is allowed. Isn't that a contradiction? Chen thought for a moment and felt that appropriate clearly seemed to be the breakthrough. However, he was also unsure about how early would be considered appropriate. Yet, this was not a problem for him. Although he didn't know, the staff must be clear about it. In that case, if he followed closely behind the staff, could he also successfully escape the zoo? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Chen's face. After going through so many hardships, he finally found the endpoint of this zoo. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor outside the door. Upon hearing this, Chen knew this was the other party realizing the employee manual was lost and was coming back to look for it. He casually threw the manual toward the doorway. Then he turned over, facing away from the door, pretending to be asleep. Soon. With a creak, the door opened. Chen remained unresponsive, continuing to pretend to be asleep. Next, he heard the sound of the manual being picked up and the creaking of the door closing. Afterwards, the footsteps grew fainter. When the footsteps disappeared again, Chen let out a sigh of relief. He knew he had gotten past this. The other party probably thought that Chen had accidentally knocked it down in a panic when he fell. At this moment, in Longgua's live broadcast room, there was a wave of excitement. Some clever people also analyzed these key messages. Oh my god, Chen is amazing, he really found a way to escape. After he clears the level, I'm going to thank him 3 times for saving my life. Brothers, this is just too exhilarating. Every other country has fallen, and only our Longhua has made it through. This is so uplifting. Based on past experience, the first country to clear the level will gain 15 points of national luck. It seems our Longgua's national luck ranking is going to soar to the top. Where are the barking cherry blossom dogs from earlier? Come out and bark again. Are you jealous now? And those shameless things from Pickle Country, did you see? Without our Dragon Country's help, you're nothing. The whole of Dragon Country erupted in joy. Chapter 36, The Zoo Director's Rules. As this news spread, soon the ugly country's people received the same information. Hearing that their country's ranking was about to be shaken, many ugly country people flooded into Dragon Country's live broadcast. I thought your Dragon Country contestants were so great, but they're really not. Before in the aquarium, it was relying on the sacrifice of others to survive. What a shame. Ah yes, but still not as good as your lamb. Killed a bunch of contestants from other countries, yet those countries are still grateful. Truly a shame for ugly country. Humph, your Dragon Country's Chen only got key information by stealing staff's personal belongings. You Dragon Country people have this inherent flaw, all are lowly thieves. Ah yes, we have a narrow mindset, we can't compare to your country's free deals. After this back and forth, the ugly country people were thoroughly crushed by Dragon Country's fully leveled yin-yang speech. So they all began to curse loudly. However, the next moment, the Dragon Country official directly banned those accounts that sprayed dirt from their mouths. Our Dragon Country is a land of etiquette, please maintain civilized language. An official announcement appeared at the top of the screen. Now, those ugly country people became even angrier. Boating, trash Dragon Country, showing no respect for free speech, truly a lowly nation. System alert, due to uncivilized language, user boating has been banned. Bob, Sun Beach. You Dragon Country are fishing for law enforcement. System alert, due to uncivilized language, user Bob has been banned. As more and more banning notifications appeared, the entire live broadcast room fell completely silent. In the aquarium, in the hourly room. Chen clambered up quickly, fearing that if he lay there too long, he might accidentally fall asleep. At this moment, he dared not sleep. Firstly, he was afraid of missing the time and losing the chance to escape. Secondly, because of that nightmare, he always felt something was off, so it was better not to sleep at all. But the long night was difficult to pass. So he simply got up and began to fumble around the room searching for clues. Perhaps there were some other hints in this room. In this strange zoo, the more rule messages, the better. Chen nibbled on a piece of bread and began rummaging through the bedside table. Suddenly, a small iron box caught Chen's attention. He picked up the iron box and brushed his hand over its entire surface. Soon, his fingers found a seam on the iron box. Following the seam and applying a little force. With a click, the iron box opened as expected. He reached in and felt that it was a piece of paper. Did I really find a new clue? Chen murmured. Seeing the paper, Chen quickly pulled out his phone. Unlocking the screen, he directed the dim light at the paper inside the box. The first few big words read: The zoo director's rules. Chen's pupils contracted. By rights, the zoo director must understand the zoo better than anyone else. So this rule must contain more secrets of the zoo. He began to read the contents carefully. 1. Accept any employee, regardless of what color clothes they are wearing. Although the zoo only provides blue uniforms, if someone appears in the same style black/red uniform, please treat them equally as employees. 2. When no one is around, the sound of children crying and laughing outside the office door is normal. Ignore it, pretend you didn't hear, and be careful not to show anxiety or irritation. 3. Employees are not allowed to bring pets into the zoo. If someone insists on violating this, there's no need for a fine, just make them bear the consequences themselves. Chapter 37, A New Discovery. After reading all the rules, Chen's expression changed slightly. The amount of information in these rules was simply too overwhelming. For example, why can naps be fed to rabbits? And why is it safe at the aquarium at night? These mysteries gradually unfolded in Chen's mind. Among all these rules, the one that moved Chen the most was the 8th rule. The office must keep the lights on from 1:15 a.m. to 6 a.m., even if no one is there. Since it has phototropism. Such an action, in the pitch dark of night, was practically provoking its wrath. Having clashed with it several times, Chen fully understood how powerful the opponent was. Facing such an enemy, the actions of the director left Chen utterly shocked. This was not the end, other rules hinted at danger. Take the 11th rule, for example. Napping is allowed, but if you decide to work the night shift, do not doze off no matter how you try to stay awake. If you cannot ensure your own mental state, do not take the night shift. This rule instantly reminded Chen of that nightmare. Perhaps, working in the director's office would make it easier to enter that nightmare. In other words, the director could accidentally slip into the underworld, leading to a tainted perception. And this was not all, the rules revealed more. Now and then, strange animals would burst into the director's office causing chaos. One careless moment could have him lured by those bizarre creatures, falling into their trap. But besides these, there was the most perilous situation: power outages. According to the rules, the power supply system in the director's office was very strong, so a power outage should not happen. Under such conditions, if there was a blackout, only one explanation remains. The director's office had sunk into the underworld, or at least into the realm between worlds, like an aquarium. This bizarre situation caused misalignment in the circuit, resulting in a blackout. This is playing with fire. Chen furrowed his brow. In his view, these rules were entirely meant to give others a safe time frame, letting the director meet his doom. Yet, this left Chen completely baffled. If the zoo was so dangerous, why continue to operate? Closing down and letting it fend for itself inside would surely be the best outcome. Why drag so many people to walk a tightrope on such a strange cliff? After pondering for a long time, Chen still could not understand. Finally, he sighed, deciding to stop thinking about it. He was powerless to change anything about it. The most important thing for him now was to escape successfully. As for the rest, whatever, it had nothing to do with him. Chen once again turned on his phone screen, preparing to use the light to put the paper and box back in place. But just then, his body suddenly froze. Since he had laid the paper on the bed before, and the back of the paper was obscured by an object, plus the light was dim, he did not notice anything unusual. It wasn't until he picked up the paper, ready to put it back, that the back was no longer obscured and was illuminated by the light. To his surprise, some lines of text were printed on it. Seeing this, he quickly flipped over the sheet. To his astonishment, the back was densely packed with writing. So he spread the paper back on the bed and leaned in to look with a puzzled face. The faint glow of his phone first illuminated several lines of text at the top. Dear visitor. Hello, first allow me to extend my sincere greetings to you. Since you have discovered this letter during this specific time frame, it shows you are a wise, cautious, and courageous person. You must have noticed the unusual aspects of this zoo. That's right, this zoo is extremely dangerous, and below I will reveal the complete truth about this zoo. Before that, I must remind you that having the light on during this time is an extremely dangerous action, which may put you in peril. If you are too scared, you may choose to stop reading, as this will not affect your escape from this bizarre zoo. Upon reading this, Chen paused, turning off his phone screen immediately. He felt somewhat torn. Since the letter stated that the text above would not affect his escape from the zoo. Was it really necessary to continue reading? Isn't successfully escaping the zoo the most important thing? At that moment, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were not too conflicted. They were incredibly relieved to see Chen turn off his phone light. I'm so anxious. I was afraid Chen's curiosity would lead him to continue reading. Everything is ready, we only lack the right timing. There's really no need to take risks. Isn't it better to wait patiently until morning and escape safely? That's indeed true, but fortunately Chen turned off his phone screen. He probably figured it out himself. Curiosity killed the cat. Chen, please don't act recklessly, just hang in there, please. Hey, brothers, does anyone with good eyesight see the text below clearly? I'm quite curious. It's too dark, nothing is clear. But I'm also curious about the secrets this zoo is hiding. Chen pondered in the darkness for a long time. In the end, he still disappointed the audience from Long Country. He turned on his phone screen again. He actually wanted to give up. But, staring at the darkness before him, the images of the security guards and various staff kept flashing in his mind. What kind of secret is worth their lives? These figures ultimately moved Chen. Since I'm here, I must understand all the mysteries. After all, the more I analyze the world of the strange tales, the greater the rewards from the system after clearing the game. Moreover, I have a backup save. With the information I have now, if I try again, I can surely clear it perfectly. Chen finally convinced himself. Using the faint light, he looked at the text behind him. Chapter 38, A Final Letter, The Truth of the Zoo. To get back to the point, I will start from the beginning about the zoo. The origin of the matter dates back 8 years. At that time, our organization received news that a zoo had appeared out of nowhere in the suburbs. Many people entered it but never came out again. Upon receiving this news, the organization took it very seriously and sent the 5 of us to investigate. At that time, the zoo was not as large as it is now, it was probably just the area circled by the virtual map lines. So, it was quite easy to investigate. Soon, we encountered it. Through a series of tests, the clever old Chen quickly discovered the truth. It would transform lost humans into various animals through mimetic pollution. Furthermore, we found out that if left unchecked, this zoo would gradually expand and could, one day, swallow our city. Its power would also grow stronger, and the entire world could eventually become its playground. After learning this information, we hurriedly contacted the organization and secured a large amount of funding. We decided that for the future of humanity, it must be eliminated. Initially, it was old Chen who proposed a plan. Since the opponent's method was mimetic pollution, we would follow suit. We expanded the zoo, added various animals to attract a large number of visitors, hoping to drain its energy through the influx of people. However, this raised the highest priority on the safety of the visitors. Once visitors were thoroughly polluted and transformed into animals, not only would their numbers strengthen the enemy, but it would also add to our complications. But soon, after many days of observation, we completely grasped its behavior patterns and cognitive situation. Then, based on this information, we established a very safe set of rules for visitors. As long as visitors acted according to the rules, they could safely exit the zoo. Additionally, to prevent unexpected incidents, we recruited a large number of staff with extremely generous welfare packages. Through the staff rules, we provided a double layer of protection for the visitors. In this way, even if some visitors did not follow the rules and fell into danger, staff would promptly rescue them. In the first 5 years, everything went as we expected, all visitors were very safe. Even if some unfortunate visitors were caught, with the help of the staff, safely walked out of the zoo. And in their future lives, after interacting with normal people, they quickly returned to normal without any aftereffects. However, this balance was completely shattered in the 6th year. After 5 years of effort, constantly weakening each other's abilities, we thought victory was within reach. But reality gave us a heavy slap in the face. Its power had not been reduced, in fact, it had become even stronger. We could not understand which link had gone wrong and why things had turned out this way. On July 23, 2015, I will forever remember that day. On that day, I witnessed an unforgettable sight. At that time, I was patrolling the elephant enclosure with old Zhang when suddenly, a strange elephant appeared among the herd, looking incredibly out of place. That snow-white body, long rabbit ears, and bright red eyes shocked me greatly, to the point where my perception almost collapsed. Meanwhile, the normal elephants in the enclosure were panicking, running everywhere as if that eerie elephant were a vicious meat eater. At that moment, there were quite a few spectators in the park, and they too were frozen in fear, standing still. They had no idea that the frightened elephants were charging towards them. Just then, old Zhang was the first to snap back to reality. He transformed into a giant elephant with his powers, rushing towards the frightened herd and the strange elephant. After a fierce struggle, old Chen managed to win, and all the elephants quieted down. The eerie elephant vanished after being defeated. Just as old Chen was about to transform back, a child's scream suddenly erupted in our ears. Then, old Chen's body unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. I was taken aback, so I quickly contacted old Chen and the others. When they heard this news, they were also shocked and hurriedly arranged for a search. Eventually, during the night, we found old Zhang's body. He remained in the shape of an elephant, floating in the whale area of the aquarium. From his body, we could see that he must have endured great suffering before his death. Seeing the scene, old Zhao could no longer suppress his anger and erupted completely. He had a fierce argument with us, angrily accusing old Chen of causing old Zhang's death. We should have listened to him and gathered all our strength to eliminate the enemy. If we had listened to him, old Zhang wouldn't have died such a tortured death. Ultimately, this argument led to no conclusion, and old Zhao stormed out in anger. That night, the whole zoo roared like lions. However, old Zhao also failed. He was not killed. From that point on, a white lion area was added to the zoo, a place he dared not tread. This could be considered old Zhao's legacy to us. In the following days, I reported this situation to the organization, but they had no extra manpower. Strange occurrences were increasing in other places, and the organization was overwhelmed. Upon receiving this news, we felt despair, even reaching a point of self-abandonment. But in the end, old Chen stepped forward again. He took the reins of power, established a principal position, and alone bore all the responsibility. In the following time, he began to tell all the staff the truth. He knew that with just the three of us, we could not defeat the enemy. After learning the truth, many of the staff chose to leave, but even more chose to stay. It was at that moment that I regained my confidence. Because we were not alone. Regardless of the danger we faced, humanity always holds on to hope, bravely sacrificing ourselves. Unity, courage, and unwavering loyalty are humanity's greatest virtues. Thus, the situation gradually improved, and we once again used the rules. It was restrained. Just when we were about to celebrate our victory, reality slapped us in the face again. We were too naive. We underestimated the power of our opponent once more. However, we could not understand why it had grown stronger after all these years of weakening. On July 23, 20XW. On the same day as last year, it broke free from the limits of the rules again. It was not just utilizing mean contamination, it began to distort the rules. All the visitor codes in the hands of tourists were altered without their knowledge. On that day, not a single visitor escaped the zoo. They all perished. By the time we learned this news, it was already too late. All the tourists had turned into animals. Old Chen fell into despair, his years of stress exploding all at once. He felt it was all his fault. If he had listened to old Zhao's advice and concentrated our strength to fight to the death earlier, perhaps the following tragedy could have been avoided. With red eyes, old Chen handed me the director's badge. Then he walked out of the director's office, with old Li following him. As they were leaving, old Li patted my shoulder and said helplessly, "Old Zhou, don't follow us. You are our last hope." I still believe old Chen's method is not a problem. If we fail, you must strive to protect the zoo. I said nothing and just stood there, staring blankly as their figures disappeared into the night. That night, the roar of the lion split the sky again. In the roar of fury, I heard old Chen's unwillingness. The next day, there were 2 more white lions in the lion enclosure. We had failed again. Chapter 39, After I leave, everyone will be me. When I first arrived, there were 5 of us. Now, I was the last one left. This immense burden suddenly fell on my shoulders, and for a moment, I found it hard to accept. In fact, my nature was extremely timid. Being part of the 5-person action team was entirely thanks to old Chen's help. Plus, my teammates were exceptionally talented, so in our daily actions, I was mostly just a bystander. This is why that night, old Chen and old Li did not call me to go with them. Saying anything about protecting the zoo was just old Li's comforting words to me. We all knew that the mission had completely failed. We had already lost. With my strength, it was impossible to protect the zoo. It would soon break free from the last constraints of the rules and start expanding its territory. But even though they all knew this, they still insisted I stay. And because of my cowardice, I accepted gladly. Even the next day, when the sun rose, the first thing I did was to prepare to escape the zoo. To flee to a faraway place that had not yet been invaded by the strange forces, to end my remaining life. However, I could not escape. At the gate were nearly 100 employees who had come spontaneously to petition. They stated they were willing to sacrifice everything to fight it to the death. At that moment, I wavered. From those resolute faces, I saw the shadows of old Chen and the others. At the same time, a powerful lion roared from the lion enclosure behind me. I immediately felt like I had awakened from a great dream. Where could I escape to? Strange occurrences were emerging everywhere in the world. Even if I could escape, what about the civilians in the city? What about the poor? What about those employees who had fought for these noble ideals for so many years? If others in the organization were like me, only wanting to escape when faced with difficulties, what would happen to this world? At that moment, I felt ashamed, disgusted with my previous actions. In the midst of the shame and regret, I put on the director's badge, leading those admirable employees back to the zoo. In the following days, I organized all the employees. Let's brainstorm, analyze, and come up with solutions. I know that courage alone is not enough, a smart mind is also needed. God knows how right my decision to have everyone work together really is. Great people say that the wisdom of the masses is limitless. Some analyzed that it couldn't distinguish between monkeys and humans, while others pointed out it couldn't tell blue from black. There were also those who came up with the theory of a dotted line map for division. Some even volunteered, inheriting old Zhang's legacy. And so, new rules were born, and a new organizational structure was established. We reignited our hope. This time, we will definitely win. Because we humans are fearless. July 23, 20XX. A day just like the one before the mutation. On this cursed day, countless bad news always comes pouring in. Today, the aquarium sank. Part of it fell into the underworld. That's right, we all miscalculated. Beneath the zoo there was actually an underworld. As a result, the penguin area, dolphin area, and others in the aquarium fell. Those places became its territory. Fortunately, we evacuated the visitors in time and there were no casualties. But unfortunately, due to the influence of the underworld, untainted visitors could no longer see the aquarium after that. And those who had been contaminated could see the aquarium, but once they entered, they could easily be lured by its servants into the sealed areas. This caused the aquarium, which was meant to be an alternate exit, to become completely ineffective. And it didn't stop there. On July 24th, the goat area next to the elephant area fell into the underworld. On July 25th, a road appeared from the monkey area leading to the aquarium's fallen zone. On July 26th, part of the rabbit area sank into the underworld, allowing well-sealed rabbits to escape their cages through the underworld. Today, many visitors were lured by the rabbits, and none survived. On July 27th, all those visitors who perished turned into animals, becoming food for it, and the remains in the outer world turned into rabbit blood while in the underworld, they became goat meat. Many visitors mistakenly ate this food, leading to further casualties. On July 28th, security personnel were killed, meeting the same fate as old Zhang. But we couldn't collect his body in time because many visitors were watching. We lied to them, saying it was 3D projection technology. On July 29th, an unexpected blackout occurred in the director's room tonight, which prevented us from luring it to a fixed place, plunging the entire park into danger. Fortunately, there were jellyfish. They brought it back to the director's room. The spirits of the dead once again protected humanity. We humans never give up. On July 30th, through the efforts of these days, we once again completed the rules, and this time we won. I swear, I saw the dawn of hope. On July 31st, you would not believe what I saw. A black sun resembling the eyes of a devil, swirling fog, a twisted environment, the fallen aquarium, and the obedient goats. I saw it, it was absorbing the energy from the underworld. We were wrong, terribly wrong, we were wrong from the very start. This world was not created by it, it was merely a strange being that fell by chance into the underworld. No wonder, after so many years of consumption, it still has not weakened. It relies on a world behind it, a much stranger world. In that moment, knowing the whole truth of the zoo, based on my past character, I should have felt despair. After all, this is something that cannot be changed by human power. But I didn't. At the moment I learned the truth, the first thing that surged in my heart was fighting spirit. What people fear the most is the unknown, but once the truth is revealed before my eyes, I am no longer afraid. I am not afraid of it wielding its sword. Instead, I fear its continued hiding, because once it unsheathes its sword, its weaknesses will also appear. From that moment on, I can face it calmly. I know that even if I cannot find its weaknesses now, or solve it, my subordinates cannot solve it either. But among our successors, someone will always think of a way. Human wisdom is limitless. As long as we know these truths, we will surely find a breakthrough. Victory will undoubtedly belong to humanity. On August 1st, I arranged all work content except for the appointment of the principal. I did not pass on the principal position to them because we need successors, one who can break out of our thinking traps, a clever and objective successor, an observing successor. Only fresh blood can bring the power to change the world. Just like you, who is currently reading this letter. Are you willing to take on this heavy burden? On August 2nd, today is the end of my life. I want to win enough time for my successors. When this moment truly arrives, I am not as flustered and nervous as I imagined. Instead, there is an indescribable relaxation in my heart. Perhaps this is what the old saying means: being free of office is to be light. Having unloaded the burdens I've carried for years, I believe that soon I will be as majestic as old Chen, old Zhao, and old Li. No, I will definitely be even more magnificent than they are. At that time, I will surely become the Lion King among us. Now, the Lion King is about to go on an expedition. Successors, are you ready? If you are willing to take on this burden, please come to the principal's office and pick up the badge on my desk. Please don't keep us waiting too long. Finally, there is no need to remember me. After I leave, each of you will be me. This letter filled with dense small characters ends here. Chapter 40, to go or not to go, that is the question. After reading the letter, Su Chen's emotions could not calm down for a long time. He did not expect that this bizarre zoo hid so many stories. Those 5 brave investigators who sacrificed their lives. A large number of employees who followed one after another, with minds as firm as iron. And countless innocent civilians who fell victim. The backs of these figures kept appearing in Su Chen's mind. When Su Chen first read this letter, he simply wanted to uncover more truths, hoping to exchange for more rewards from the system after passing the level. But when he reached half of it, he really couldn't hold on anymore. The shine of humanity displayed by those workers in the face of endless suffering was simply too dazzling. And old Zhou, who transformed from a cowardly person into a qualified principal. Especially in the end, he was calm, decisive, optimistic, and full of hope. Perhaps it was these qualities that allowed the zoo to hold on after his death and not fall. Thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly remembered something that was not quite right. According to the letter, there should be quite a few employees in the zoo. But throughout the day today, he did not notice many employees. Even when the elephant area had an anomaly, not many employees came. There was a significant discrepancy with the number written in the letter. Could it be the time? Su Chen was startled and discovered the key point. The way time is recorded in this world is different from the real world. After reading the letter, he didn't think much, subconsciously believing that this letter was written by old Zhou not long ago. So he quickly glanced at the date on his phone screen. July 23, 20XZ. It had actually been 2 years since this letter was written. It's been so long already. Has no one seen this letter in the past 2 years? Su Chen frowned. What he did not know was that in the first year, old Zhou was indeed brave, and he was restrained severely. So that year, the tourists were extremely safe. However, this also resulted in the tourists not being polluted. So the ocean park could not be seen. And 1 year after old Zhou's death, it broke through the limits he had set again. And its strength advanced further. This time it was not just the rules, even reality began to twist. Everyone was caught off guard. Plus, with the principal's position vacant, all the staff were leaderless. As a result, the entire zoo security was on the verge of collapse, and tourists faced mass casualties. This situation continued, and countless staff were risking their lives to plug the gaps. Now, the number of staff was becoming even scarcer. However, with fewer staff, the gaps that appeared increased even more, and more tourists were victimized. In this way, it completely turned into a vicious cycle. The protective power of the entire zoo was deteriorating day by day. Naturally, no tourists would discover this suicide note. And Su Chen was the only person in these 2 years. After a brief period of contemplation, Su Chen quickly deduced the general direction of the zoo over the past 2 years. It seems this zoo is on the brink of collapse, and the remaining number of employees is far from enough. Su Chen thought to himself. At this moment, he noticed the last few lines of the letter again. Please don't make us wait too long. They had waited too long. Over these 2 years, everything had changed. Su Chen could see that the eyes of the current staff had no light at all, they were like rigid machines. That meant their hearts were dead, no longer holding any hope. Just relying on the little human quality left, they stood their last post until the end of their lives. In that instant, a surge of emotion rose in Su Chen's heart. A desire to take on the burden and save these tragic heroes. But at the same time, reason was telling him to stay calm. They are just NPCs in this copy, not real people. There's no need to take risks for them, there are still many people waiting for me in the real world. Su Chen tightly closed his eyes and desperately tried to persuade himself not to take risks anymore. Right now, the focus of passing was already in sight. As long as he held on for a while, he could pass steadily. Why cause unnecessary complications? But the next moment, the figure of the security guard with a scar on his left arm appeared in Su Chen's mind. Without his sacrifice to save himself, he might have completely crashed back then. And those employees whose gazes were dim yet still selflessly devoted their lives. Chen could not deceive himself, those were cold NPCs. In his eyes, those people were flesh and blood, even more human than some chosen ones. If you were me, what would you choose? Chen raised his head and asked the sky. At the same time, the scene of his inquiry appeared in the live broadcast room of Long Country. As soon as this question was asked, all the viewers in Long Country were stunned. They had just finished reading that suicide note. They were also very touched by the contents of the letter. At one moment, they even ignited a fighting spirit in their hearts. However, when Chen asked, everyone suddenly fell silent. After a long time, the bullet screen finally appeared. Rationality tells me not to go, those are just NPCs in the world of ghost stories, but as a citizen of Long Country, my emotion tells me we Long Country people have the brightest humanity. It's really a dilemma. On one side are the vast number of citizens of Long Country, and on the other side are the desperate heroes and innocent tourists in the world of ghost stories. Can you really convince yourself that they are all cold NPCs? What if they are people from another world? If it were me, I would choose to pass directly because I know my own limits. Even if I take on the principal's position, I can't accomplish anything significant. But if Chen chooses to inherit it, I will support him unconditionally because I have seen his actions. I believe him. Indeed, I also believe in Chen's strength. Looking on the bright side, perhaps he will directly take care of the entire zoo in one move. Ah, that's true. And as long as God dares to risk his life, I dare to follow him. They are not afraid to fight on the front lines, so why should we be scared? I fully support Chen. Ah, foolish people from Dragon Country, I hope your Chen goes to his death soon to console our victims in Sakura Country. Everyone did not start cursing after seeing this comment. Because the official staff acted quickly, directly deleting and banning the user in one go. Chapter 41 Departures. At this moment, within the Dragon Country Strange Tales department, Shíliù and others were also in a dilemma. Chen's question hit their weakness, and they didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, the hint opportunities in Dragon Country had been used up, otherwise, they really wouldn't know how to respond to each other's questions now. In the silence, Elder Chen turned around with a smile. Why is everyone so quiet? Relax, let's chat. If you were Chen, what would you choose? Elder Chen's gaze swept over everyone and stopped on Shíliù's face. Shíliù, what do you think? You're about the same age as Chen, maybe you have similar views. Shíliù, being called out, trembled and opened his mouth but couldn't speak for a moment. Don't be nervous, just say it casually, like chatting. Elder Chen saw the concern in Shíliù's heart and advised him. Hearing this, Shíliù steeled his heart and directly said what he thought. I believe we should prioritize Dragon Country. A saintly heart is not necessary, especially since those people are most likely NPCs anyway. Shíliù's face was full of determination. Elder Chen nodded, said nothing, and then looked at the others. What do you think? He continued to inquire. Elder Chen, we agree with Shíliù's viewpoint. We're about to clear the game, there's no need for unnecessary troubles, after all, this zoo is too dangerous. I also hold this view. It's really unnecessary to gamble with the lives of Dragon Country's people. I support Shíliù. A saintly heart is not necessary. Everyone voiced their opinions one after another. After hearing this, Elder Chen lowered his head and took a sip of tea. His aged cheeks were hidden by the large teacup. He said in a deep voice, what you said is right, but what if those people are real? Or to take it a step further, what if those people are also from Dragon Country? As soon as Elder Chen's words came out, everyone was stunned. This is too absurd. The idea that people in the Strange Tales world are real is already absurd enough, and now they're also from Dragon Country? How could that be? Is there really a parallel world? This is impossible, right, Elder Chen? Yes, Elder Chen, you're overthinking it. How could we Dragon Country people enter the Strange Tales world? Everyone started to voice their disbelief. Did you not notice that everyone in this Strange Tales world speaks Chinese? I previously thought it was a language change based on different countries, but I watched other countries' live streams. Elder Chen paused and took another sip of tea. In their country's live stream, the staff also spoke Chinese. It's just that the mysterious forces of the Strange Tales world allow all audiences to understand. Elder Chen took a deep breath and continued, moreover, all rules are in Chinese too, and the letters are also in Chinese. I have verified this in other live streams, it's the same with the language. And the titles like Old Zhang and Old Chen, don't they sound familiar to you? Elder Chen's calm words stirred a storm in everyone's hearts. After some thought, a horrifying guess arose in their minds. Shíliù said tremulously, if that is Dragon Country, and they are not NPCs, then how did Dragon Country fall into the rule world? Could it be a parallel world? Elder Chen shook his head. Perhaps, or maybe it's even a more terrifying situation. Let's just watch the livestream and see what Chen will choose. After saying this, Elder Chen fell silent. Turning around, he continued to look at the screen. No one knew that in his heart, Elder Chen silently spoke another sentence. I have a feeling that Su Chen will uncover all the mysteries. This mysterious feeling had saved him many times on the battlefield, and Elder Chen trusted his intuition deeply. Su Chen would definitely reveal the truth. At that moment, in the aquarium's hourly room, Su Chen gritted his teeth, feeling incredibly conflicted. The images of those who had sacrificed themselves lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. He always felt that heroes should not have such an ending. Moreover, he had an inexplicable feeling that if he did not inherit the director's position, he would surely regret it in the future. In the end, Su Chen steeled his heart and decided to head to the director's office. Actually, he already had a preliminary idea on how to change this zoo in his heart. If he could successfully inherit the director's position, he wouldn't mind having a showdown with it. Consider it an adventure game, after all, he still had saved files. If worst comes to worst, he could just reload and play through honestly. After coming to this conclusion, Su Chen got out of bed, preparing to leave. Just then, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the letters writing changing. Su Chen quickly focused his gaze. He saw the dense text beginning to twist and become chaotic. The letters slowly moved and reassembled. Finally, the large amount of text formed a big line. Come quickly, I can't wait any longer. Su Chen looked at these letters and felt a chill down his back. He knew that it was coming and had sent him a challenge. Taking a deep breath, he soon calmed his racing heart. Facing this bizarre scene, he did not feel the same fear as before. Instead, he felt a bit of excitement. Perhaps, deep down, I am someone who craves excitement. A smile crept onto Su Chen's face. Since the other side had already sent an invitation, there was no need to drag it out. He directly turned on the jellyfish nightlight and put the letter and other items back in place. Then, he opened the door and walked toward the aquarium's main entrance. Chapter 42, Facing the Strange. Just as Su Chen was about to push open the door and leave the aquarium, a familiar staff member in a red outfit rushed over. While running, they shouted anxiously. Please calm down, do not leave the aquarium now, this time period is very dangerous. Hearing the voice, Su Chen turned to look at the person. I know it's dangerous, but it's okay, I have my reasons to go. Also, I really appreciate your dedication. The red-clothed staff member was stunned. Su Chen's words had a hint of riddle-like meaning, and for a moment, he didn't understand. At that moment, Su Chen seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, do you know where the director's office is? As soon as he said this, the red-clothed staff member suddenly understood and was astonished. Immediately, a hint of fear appeared on his face. With a trembling voice, he said, You found that letter? Yes. Su Chen was a bit surprised to find that the other person knew about that letter as well. You absolutely cannot go to the director's office. The situation has changed, we've lost completely. If you go to the director's office now, it's like walking into death. The other person said in terror. Perhaps a miracle will happen? Just tell me the location, I don't want to search everywhere. Su Chen replied with a smile. His smile was filled with determination. The red-clothed person also felt Su Chen's resolve. In the end, he sighed. The director's office is in the woods between the lion exhibit and the aquarium, just look for the light, and you'll find it soon. Okay, thank you. After saying that, Su Chen pushed open the door. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said to the red-clothed staff member, by the way, thank you for your efforts. I think old Joe would be very pleased. Before the other person could say anything, Su Chen strode away. Hearing this, the red-clothed staff member felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes turned slightly red. Looking at Su Chen's determined back, it seemed for a moment that it overlapped with the image of old Joe in my memory. Old Joe, the person you were waiting for seems to have arrived. He raised his head and spoke to the sky. At this moment, the hearts of the people in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream were filled with mixed emotions. They were also quite conflicted, both hoping that Su Chen could turn the tide and fearing that Su Chen might fail, wanting him to flee quickly. In this emotional atmosphere, they found themselves unable to respond to the mocking jibes from other countries. Ha! People of the Dragon Kingdom, what do you feel right now? Your chosen one has gone mad, wanting to go die. I'm dying of laughter, can't you see the weirdness has even invited him? Still dare to go, he must be rushing to reincarnate. Don't say that, maybe this guy has long been brainwashed by the weirdness, which is why he can get so far. So refreshing, so enjoyable, I said why can only the Dragon Kingdom clear the levels? Turns out this guy is already crazy, even when things are stable, he's still going to die for free. People of the Dragon Kingdom, speak up, don't pretend to be mute. But not being in the mood did not mean they would tolerate the insults. So once again, a wave of nationalist comments filled the entire screen. At this time, people from other countries were surprised to find their accounts were muted. The reason for the mute was uncivilized speech. They looked at the Dragon Kingdom's accounts blasting nationalist comments without any risk of being muted, and their faces darkened. Why could their people insult freely while just a couple of negative comments from other countries would get their mouths sewn shut? Is it really so unreasonable? Thus, they all complained to customer service, protesting the mute was unreasonable, and even took screenshots of the Dragon Kingdom participants' comments, angrily accusing them of discrimination. The response from Dragon Kingdom's customer service was quite blunt. Calling someone an idiot doesn't count as uncivilized language. On the other side, in the zoo, Chen had already arrived at the grove mentioned by the staff. After a brief search, he quickly saw the faint lights in the distance. Seeing this, he walked over quickly. Before long, a somewhat dilapidated small house appeared in front of him. Above the rickety door hung a sign that read 3 big words. The director's office. Chen decisively pushed the door open. Since he was already here, there was no need to dawdle. Whatever schemes the other party had, he also had the courage to face them. The moment he pushed the door open, bright light illuminated the scene in the room. The floor was covered in dust, and the walls were cracked. Cobwebs filled the furniture, making it seem especially desolate. In the center of the room was a desk and a chair. On the desk, numerous animal toys were scattered, including a rabbit, a goat, and an elephant. The moment Chen entered, the toys all turned to face him. Countless blood-red eyes made his heart tremble. At that moment, Chen did not notice the badge that the director mentioned, perhaps it was obscured by those toys. So he shifted his gaze to the office chair. That was where the danger lay. A distorted black shadow was sitting in the chair, as if it were the director, busily handling work. I'm here, do you want to have a chat? Chen spoke first. But just after saying this, he burst out laughing. Oh right, sorry, I forgot, you're an idiot, can't talk, just scream randomly. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow in the chair suddenly expanded, instantly filling the whole room. Only a small area illuminated by the ceiling light remained untouched. It felt as if the Dark Knight Demon King had descended. Alright, stop showing off, no matter how you act, it won't change the fact that you're a brat. This time, it got angry. A sharp scream echoed from the shadow. The sound waves crashed against the walls, rebounding endlessly, as Chen stood in the room, nearly rupturing his eardrums. Yet he did not exit the house, instead, he walked steadily towards the desk, step by step. He first kicked the office chair, sending it flying, showing it his disdain. Then he reached out his hand to rummage through the dolls on the desk, searching for the badge the principal mentioned. As he continued to touch those dolls, various animal sounds gradually filled his mind. There were whispers, along with angry shouts. These countless sounds grew louder than the screams of the dark shadow. Chen felt like his head was about to burst from the noise. However, his hands did not stop moving. Finally, he discovered the badge. It was a bronze badge engraved with a lion roaring at the sky. At that moment, it was pinned on a white lion doll. This white lion doll was buried beneath countless other dolls. Clearly, it still feared the white lion, even though the badge represented that it was not yet over. It dared not take the badge or destroy it. It could only use this clumsy method, utilizing countless dolls that could confuse others' perceptions, to cover the badge. Chen held his throbbing head with his right hand, while picking up the white lion with his left. Then he threw a provocative smile at the dark shadow. However, due to the intense pain in his head, the smile looked uglier than a cry. But Chen knew, it must have seen his provocation. As expected, he was right. The massive dark shadow suddenly shrank. It transformed into a figure with horns like a ram, yet with the body of an 8-year-old child. With a swing of its arm, countless dolls arranged themselves on the wall, forming a large sentence. Destroy the badge, leave the zoo, or die. As the dolls formed these letters, the noisy voices in Chen's mind gradually quieted down. He rubbed his temples and looked at the words. Then he smiled. Indeed, a troublesome child was just a troublesome child, with no real cunning at all. Its true purpose was this badge. As long as the badge existed, it would always be an uncertain factor. Perhaps one day, someone like Chen would take the badge, regroup, and stand against it. It didn't want to continue, it wanted to completely rule the zoo. It needed someone to help it destroy the badge. That's why it distorted its messages, writing such a line to make Chen hurry over. Looking back, that sentence had no mocking meaning. It was just a troublesome child who really couldn't wait. Having figured this out, Chen was even less afraid. He straightened his back and gazed directly at the immense dark shadow. Chapter 43, The Key to Breaking the Deadlock. Suddenly, Chen grinned widely. He picked up the badge and made a move as if to pin it to his chest. At that moment, the shadow went completely insane. A hysterical scream echoed throughout the zoo. Chen was the first to be impacted, he felt blood streaming from both ears. As the blood dripped, the whole world around Su Chen fell into silence. He lost his hearing. Yet, Su Chen's movements did not stop. He opened the pin of the badge. He wanted to try to force the opponent to act. Because he couldn't understand why the other side could directly attack him. This did not align with its underlying logic. Logically, it relied on cognitive pollution. Even if it killed directly a few times, it did not contradict its own perception. For example, when it killed the guard, it relied on the perception that an elephant is a whale and should live in water. At the aquarium, while it murdered numerous chosen ones, it also used knowledge related to jellyfish. And Su Chen used this point, breaking its perception with words, to escape successfully. Now, the other side actually threatened him directly, saying it would kill him. He must understand this. After all, after the reset, there is really only one life left. He must be cautious. Without at least 90% certainty, he absolutely doesn't want to risk his life. As the badge drew closer to Su Chen's chest, the black shadow became increasingly solid. In the security room, the intense light twisted upon the shadow, distorting and disappearing as if captured by a black hole. A bone-chilling cold spread from the shadow, instantly causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Su Chen shivered, the hairs on his body standing on end, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, making a clattering sound. Through intuition, he seemed to sense the aura of killing. Su Chen's finger stiffened, halting his previous actions. It's really going to strike? It's not just making empty threats. Su Chen furrowed his brow, realizing this was drastically different from his expectations. Could it be that the other party still had a trump card? After some thought, he still couldn't comprehend. But he also didn't dare to continue pressing the other party. Su Chen put the badge into his pocket, smiled, and revealed a gentle smile. Don't be nervous, I'm just joking. Tighten up your power a bit, you're about to freeze me to death. He said with a playful grin. It must be said, this shadow seemed to indeed be susceptible to softness rather than hardness. Seeing Su Chen back down, that bone-chilling cold slowly dissipated. The temperature in the security room gradually returned to normal. Seeing the other party really stop, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the other party had quite an obsession with the badge. This point surely could pry open their mouth. Well, I can help you deal with the badge, but I have a question first. Ask away. The doll on the wall quickly displayed two big characters. It seemed the other party was quite pleased with Su Chen backing down. Let me say my guess first. Logically, you shouldn't go against your own beliefs when killing someone. Why could you just now try to kill me, when according to your beliefs, I'm just a monkey? Su Chen directly asked. At this moment, the other party was in an absolute advantageous position, and he didn't even know he had one life left. According to the mindset of a typical villain, when a conspiracy succeeded, wouldn't they want to show off a bit? Having created a perfect situation after much effort, wouldn't it be too regrettable if no one could share it? In Su Chen's view, the other party would surely reveal its trump card. Because once you wear the badge, you become a white lion. The doll on the wall quickly moved to display these words. Moreover, with the appearance of the text, the shadow scratched its head in a very human-like manner. It seemed curious as to why Su Chen would ask such a foolish question. Su Chen stared blankly at this explanation. Then a hint of shame rose in his heart, causing his face to slightly flush. Damn it, having been clever all his life, he ended up making a foolish mistake. Wasn't it all recorded in that letter? Old Zhou and the others ultimately transformed into white lions and fought against the other party. In its eyes, the principal must all be white lions. Facing the threat of a white lion, wanting to kill and fight back, isn't that very normal? He had actually been testing for so long in this silly manner, even forcing the other party to the brink, causing his ears to get injured. What a blood loss! However, Su Chen quickly pulled himself out of the feeling of shame as a new problem emerged. His brow gradually furrowed. Though he had understood the other party's logic for killing, he couldn't prevent it. Once he wore the badge, in the other party's eyes, he became a white lion, and the other party would strike with lethal intent. Isn't this just a joke? He didn't have the special abilities of the previous principals. Inheriting the principal's position was purely sending himself to death. This was a deadlock. Just as Su Chen was desperately pondering a countermeasure, he suddenly felt a rush of hot air coming from behind. At the same time, the black shadow became solid again. A chilling wave of cold constantly emanated from it. The other party actually assumed a stance to attack again. What's going on? Why are they suddenly going insane again? Su Chen looked confused. Soon, he thought of something. Perhaps something was coming behind him, and he hadn't heard it due to his ear injury. Su Chen slowly turned his head. At that moment, a massive lion's head came into view. Su Chen was startled and quickly took 2 steps back. How did this thing run out of the lion enclosure? Then Su Chen looked behind the white lion. He saw 3 more white lions approaching him from the nearby woods. The heavy footsteps revealed the demeanor of a king. As the 4 white lions walked up to Su Chen, they stood off against the shadow in the distance. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky miraculously began to disperse. Pure white moonlight poured down through the trees, illuminating the 4 white lions, making them appear exceptionally sacred. The largest and most majestic white lion stepped forward again, moving right in front of Su Chen. Then, it lowered its proud head and nudged Su Chen's pocket. There lay the principal's badge. From the look of the lion, it seemed to want Su Chen to wear the badge and inherit the principal's position. The fact that all 4 lions were here also clearly indicated their support for him. They signaled that there was no need to fear the shadow. With them around, they would definitely protect Su Chen's safety. Su Chen let out a long sigh. It seemed that the situation could finally be resolved. At this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, everyone was completely exhilarated. Wow! This is insane! Su God actually brought 4 white lions as his backup. I really didn't expect that. It's all good, brothers. What's there to lose with the flying dragon riding on their faces? Given how it has always feared white lions, Su Chen has directly seized control of the zoo. Awesome! While other countries' chosen ones are struggling to survive in the zoo, Su Chen is dominating it. Let those countries keep mocking, it feels great. I want to report, you Dragon Kingdom folks are cheating. Please let the highest rules of the Strange Talk world punish them. What kind of lunatic are you? Your words are pure contempt for the Strange Talk world. I think if there's going to be a punishment, it should start with you. Supreme rule of the Strange Talk world, speaking reasonably, this rule has executed those who disrespect it. Re-emphasizing, don't provoke this rule. A prominent announcement appeared on everyone's screen. Chapter 44, all set. Now, the viewers watching the livestream were stunned. Wow, we were just talking big. And the supreme rule actually showed up? Moreover, it not only appeared but directly eliminated a person. This is just absurd. At this moment, the people from other countries mingling in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room were petrified. What kind of background does the Dragon Kingdom have, reporting them for cheating and nothing happened to them? When they reported the Dragon Kingdom, it was directly erased by force. Is the Strange Talk world the true parent of the Dragon Kingdom? People from other countries dared not speak out in anger, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the entire Dragon Kingdom livestream room turned extraordinarily lively. At this moment, in the zoo, the 4 white lions were confronting the strange black shadow. Neither side made a move. It seemed both sides were waiting for Su Chen to make the final decision. And Su Chen was not in a hurry at all. After all, with the white lions backing him up, that shadow didn't dare to attack him for now. He could take advantage of this time to refine his follow-up plan. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. He thought of a possibility. System, if I complete the quest now, exchanging the points I earned for rewards, and then reload the game, will the exchanged rewards disappear? Su Chen asked in his mind. Please rest assured, the rewards will not disappear. Hearing the system's response in his mind, Su Chen's eyes sparkled brighter. Doesn't this mean he finally has the key to breaking the deadlock? Can you tell me how many points I can exchange with my current rule analysis quantity? The host has currently analyzed 98% of the rules. Based on the current completion rate and instance difficulty assessment, the evaluation is S grade, and you can exchange 1,000 points. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Open the system store. He continued to converse with the system in his mind. In the next moment, a screen that only Su Chen could see appeared before his eyes. His eyes quickly scanned through the system products. Then, helplessly, he dragged the scroll bar downwards. He didn't expect the items in the system store to be quite expensive. 1,000 points seemed like a lot, but in reality, there weren't too many things he could buy. One by one, the products kept passing before Su Chen's eyes. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He stopped scrolling. This item, if used well, was actually quite good. After a moment of thought, Su Chen combined it with the plan he had previously considered and devised a practical blueprint. Now, he just needed to take the final step. Su Chen closed the system interface and gave a grin towards the shadow. He took out the medal from his pocket and neatly pinned it to his chest. As he completed his action, the shadow could no longer bear it. It let out a piercing scream. The shadow lunged straight at Su Chen. At the same time, 4 white lions roared to the sky and then pounced on the shadow simultaneously. They blocked it, and a fierce battle unfolded. Screams pierced the ears, and lion roars shook the heavens. In the intense fight, large trees were uprooted. Watching the dust-filled battlefield, Su Chen felt deeply shocked. Such a huge commotion, it felt like filming a fantasy action movie. At the same time, he felt slightly relieved that his ears were hurt earlier. Otherwise, he might have been stunned by the roars now. Seeing that neither side could determine a winner for the time being, Su Chen walked into the back room of the principal's office. Soon, he found a dusty phone book from the cupboard. He shook off the dust and opened the first page, where the contact information for the person he was looking for came into view. Department of Operations, Minister, Zhang Hong, phone 131. Department of Finance, Minister, Jiang Tian, phone 182. Department of Coordination, Minister, Lin Fei, phone 156. Su Chen took out his phone and typed a message. My name is Su Chen, and I have now inherited the position of the zoo director. I would like to ask the organization about the funds I can use. Please respond as soon as possible. He then aimed at the medal and took a selfie. Next, he sent this message and photo to these people in a group chat. As for why he didn't call to explain, it was because Su Chen was still in a deaf state. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and he didn't receive any replies. Su Chen frowned, feeling a bit anxious inside. Could it be that this organization has already fallen apart? He was filled with doubts. At the same time, he glanced out the window at the battle outside. Both sides were still fierce, large areas of forest were knocked down. Even the green stone slabs on the path between the trees were sent flying onto the roof of the principal's office. At that moment, the shadow looked slightly dim, seeming to have been injured. However, the 4 white lions were not in good condition either, each with numerous wounds. One even had a foreleg broken. Seeing the situation sliding towards chaos, Su Chen grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up. It was a call from Jiang Tian in the finance department. Su Chen quickly picked up the phone, and before the other party could speak, he spoke first. My ears are injured, I can't hear your words. Please text me back, I need to know the amount of funds I can apply for. After speaking, he moved the phone away and looked at the screen. Soon, the other party hung up, it seemed they had heard his words. Half a minute later, the phone lit up again, and Jiang Tian's text came through. Regarding your appointment as the director of the zoo. I have reported to the organization, and someone will contact you shortly for identity verification. Secondly, regarding your inquiry, as long as it is related to solving the zoo's bizarre expenses, the organization will do its best to reimburse you fully, regardless of the amount. Seeing this reply, Su Chen grinned widely. This organization is quite generous. Su Chen is all smiles at the thought of unlimited funds. However, he also knows that what the other party means is to help him solve the funding problem as much as possible, but it doesn't truly mean unlimited financial support. But that's enough for him. With this money, plus the system's props, he is completely confident that he can transform the zoo successfully. After all, as the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. Su Chen walked out of the principal's office with a smile, heading towards the battlefield. Stop fighting. Come quickly and listen to me say a few words. He shouted loudly. Surprisingly, his words were quite effective. The 4 white lions took a few steps back first, withdrawing from the battle. And the shadow clearly did not want to fight anymore and did not continue to pursue. The 4 beasts and 1 shadow all looked at Su Chen. Chapter 45 slipped away. The fierce battle suddenly stopped. Su Chen met their questioning gazes and looked towards the leading white lion. I can solve the zoo's problems, but the method will definitely be something you cannot agree with or understand. Will you support all my actions? I want to emphasize, what I need is absolute trust. Su Chen's determined eyes firmly locked onto the other's eyes. The leading white lion silently stared at Su Chen for a long time. In the end, as if sensing the firmness in his gaze, he nodded, agreeing. Good, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Su Chen smiled. Then he turned to the restless shadow. Don't rush to act, I agree to your conditions. I will help you take the badge out of the zoo. How about you open a door for me now? I'm too lazy to wait until dawn. Su Chen looked at the shadow with a smile, throwing out the tempting fruit. As soon as the words left his mouth, before the shadow could respond, the other 3 white lions became anxious, their breaths suddenly quickening, their 3 pairs of murderous eyes turned to Su Chen. Even the leading white lion cast a puzzled look. But he complied with the agreement and turned back to roar at his brothers. Upon hearing this, the 3 lions let out suppressed roars. After some exchanges, in the end, the 3 white lions grudgingly suppressed their anger and humanely nodded. On the other side, the shadow was also a bit confused and didn't react for a moment. Is this lion idle? He didn't agree when offered to take him out, but now after a fight, he agreed. Is this monkey playing around? Who exactly is the monkey? The shadow felt a bit angry, but despite the irritation, it still understood the importance of the matter. This monkey is willing to take the badge out of the zoo, eliminating future troubles. This is something it can never refuse. That's also why it discovered Su Chen as soon as he got the letter. It has been watching that letter for the past 2 years. Speaking of which, it was even more eager than Lao Zhou for someone to see that letter. With a wave of the shadow's arm, countless dolls in the security room flew out with a whoosh. On the lawn, they formed a line of big characters. Under the moonlight, the white dolls made the writing very eye-catching. Deal. You go grab a flashlight from the room, then follow me, I'll take you out. Seeing the other party agree, Chen felt completely relaxed. After letting out a long sigh, he re-entered the principal's office and rummaged through the dusty cabinet. Can this thing still work? He mumbled as he pressed the switch. The next moment, bright light shone on the wall. The quality is pretty good, it seems this organization has some decent stuff. As he spoke, he casually tossed the flashlight and walked out of the room. Once outside, he first glanced at the leading white lion. His pitch-black eyes were filled with unwavering emotions. The white lion seemed to understand, nodded, and turned around briskly, leading 3 reluctant brothers back to the lion enclosure. Seeing the white lion had left, Chen walked towards the shadow. Let's go, don't waste time, I know you can't wait either. Chen said playfully. Head towards the entrance, the exit is currently blocked by the aquarium, so try to cast some shadows along the way. The toys on the lawn quickly formed a line of words. Oh? I saw you fighting with the white lion earlier without shadows, and you didn't seem affected at all. Chen seized the opportunity to ask, ready to pry out more information. I came up from below, no shadows, a huge consumption. The mischievous child answered this question without any cunning. Chen felt a stir in his heart and firmly remembered this piece of information. Maybe it could be useful in the future. Then he took the lead towards the entrance near the rabbit enclosure. Along the way, he followed the instructions, continuously shining the flashlight into the trees by the roadside. The shadows followed him, constantly leaping and keeping pace with Chen's steps. In the deep of night, while the animals slept peacefully, a strange shadow flickered through the dark woods. That scene was truly terrifying. However, the crowd in the Dragon Country livestream wasn't scared by this view. Instead, they were confused by Chen. Weren't they supposed to carry on the director's legacy and deal with the strange beings relentlessly? Why had he quickly struck a deal with the strange beings? Even traveling towards the exit under the escort of the strange beings. This was too ridiculous. Although successfully passing through brought comfort to the people of Dragon Country. But after Chen's high rhetoric before, now he was compromising, leaving them somewhat disappointed. Brothers, cheer up, with Chen's character, I believe he must have a plan, just wait and see, the strange one will surely suffer. Exactly, I think so too. If he really didn't want to take over the zoo, why risk coming to the director's office? He could have just waited until dawn for a smooth pass. You Dragon Country folks just deceive yourselves, your chosen one is clearly cowardly, very shameful, to save himself while watching the staff in the zoo wait for death. If our pickled vegetable country's contestant were here, they would definitely stand up bravely. My goodness, when Chen actively took over the director's position, you guys said he was out of his mind and was seeking death. Now that Chen is about to succeed, you are all talking about righteousness. Why does your pickled vegetable country have so many ridiculous things? Look over there, the contestant from pickled vegetable country is propping up a tree. This comment instantly caught the attention of many. Everyone turned to look at the live stream. Under a tree in the rabbit enclosure, a dazed rabbit stood upright on its hind legs, mechanically bumping against the big tree, performing a piling motion. During the day, many had witnessed King Siba turn into a rabbit. According to the reference in the video, this rabbit was indeed in the spot where King Siba turned into a rabbit. Suddenly, the Dragon Country livestream burst into laughter. Wow, good job, your pickled vegetable country's chosen one really stood up. Haha, no wonder you are from pickled vegetable country, even the cherry blossom country couldn't hold back. Let's hear the acceptance speech from the audience of pickled vegetable country. Brothers, why can't I see the rabbit's tool for the crime? Can someone lend me a magnifying glass? As soon as this comment appeared, the screen was filled with OK hand signs. The people of pickled vegetable country instantly broke down, this gesture was devastating. People from pickled vegetable country cursed and angrily left the Dragon Country livestream. Chapter 46, Claiming Rewards. On the other side, in the zoo, Chen brushed past the energetic rabbit that was piling logs. He didn't notice this passionate rabbit. He walked quickly towards the entrance and gently tested his step. It was as if there was a resilient wall of air blocking his steps forward. The left foot he had lifted couldn't come down at all. Indeed, without its help, wanting to go out had to follow the rules. The entrance was not a way out. Alright, it was a pleasant cooperation, now open the door for me. Chen said with a smile, looking at the shadow beside him. This time, the shadow did not pose a shape, but nodded human-like. Then, with a light tap of its arm, a gentle breeze swept by. Chen's blocked left foot successfully stepped out of the zoo's gate. At the same time, a hollow mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the zoo horror story instance. The host has currently parsed 98% of the rules, based on current completion and instance difficulty assessment, rated as S grade, total points earned, 1000 points. In the next moment, a mechanical sound echoed from the sky. This was the supreme rule of the horror world issuing. The chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, Chen, has successfully cleared the zoo horror. Comprehensive evaluation raises the Dragon Kingdom's fortune by 10 points, currently remaining 80 points. The lifespan of all people in the Dragon Kingdom rises by 10%, and a 10% boost in meat production will last for a year. As the supreme rule of the horror world announced, the scene before Chen began to twist. He knew he was about to be teleported. He just didn't know whether he would be sent back to reality or to where he was before entering the zoo. Taking advantage of the pre-teleportation, Chen turned to look at the shadow in the zoo. Hee, don't worry, we will meet again soon. He shouted happily. The shadow trembled slightly upon hearing this and was just about to ask something. But Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. A bad premonition surfaced in the shadow's heart. At the same time, Chen's vision blurred, and he suddenly brightened. When he focused his eyes for a moment, he found himself back at the scene where he had just crossed into the horror world. Unlike before, there were many other chosen ones from different countries around him. But now, only he had survived. Before he could think more, a voice came from the distant sky again. Congratulations on clearing the zoo horror. The next opening time for the horror world is 3 days later. Now you have 3 days of rest time. Do you want to return to the real world, or stay in the horror world? If you choose to stay in the horror world, we will provide you with 5-star hotel service. Hearing this voice, Chen made a decision without thinking. Right now, he just needed some time to gather some items from the system. It didn't matter where he went. After all, he was going to resume his save later anyway. Compared to being sent back to reality, staying in the horror world was better. Who knows what the situation was in the Dragon Kingdom now? What if a crowd of people came looking for his autograph when he was sent back? That would just be a waste of time. Stay in the horror world. Chen answered. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared out of thin air in a guest room. His gaze swept around, and it seemed this was the hotel that the horror world just mentioned. Chen was also tired and directly pounced onto the bed. Open the system mall. In the next moment, a system screen that only Chen could see floated in the void before him. With the previous preparation, he quickly found the items he had chosen earlier. Purchase the subconscious enhancement device. Ding, purchase successful, total consumption, 500 points. May I ask if the host wants to claim it now? A small tower-shaped device, about the size of a palm, appeared in the void before Chen. The metallic lines at the top of the tower kept spinning, full of a sense of technology. At first glance, it looked a bit like a game he played in his past life, the mind control device from Red Alert. However, this device was not as powerful as that mind control device, it just looked impressive and its function wasn't that strong. Compared to those ridiculously expensive items in the system shop, this was like a younger brother. To put it simply, this device enhanced subconscious storage to a certain extent for anyone who heard the sound within its range. In simpler terms, it can be understood as a device that strengthens deep memories. However, while this device might be better used for memorizing texts, Chen got inspiration from it. If used well, it could be a powerful tool against the strange creatures in the zoo. Let's put it in the system space for now. Acknowledged, stored in system space, the host can extract at any time. After securing the key item, Chen noticed he still had 500 points left, pondering for a while about what else to buy. In the end, he decided to simply try his luck at the lottery. The lottery just required 500 points. After all, he could always earn more points after reloading his save, so why not use this opportunity? As for why he didn't buy a Death Rewind experience ticket again, it's because he couldn't afford it. System, draw a lottery. Received, drawing lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning, mental power +3. Unlock character attribute panel. As the system sound echoed, an attribute panel appeared before Chen's eyes. Name, Chen. Age, 19. Physique, 6. Strength, 5. Agility, 6. Endurance, 5. Mental power, 10. Note, the maximum value for ordinary people in all attributes is 10. After reviewing the attribute interface, Chen gained a new understanding of his situation. According to the system, the general limit for ordinary people is usually 10 points. With that in mind, after adding points, he'd actually reached the limit of an ordinary person in mental power. This made him even stronger in the zoo. Facing the meme pollution, his resistance would be much stronger than others. The other attributes seemed decent as well, at least above average. At least, they were enough for what he needed in the zoo. Ding, reminding the host, the system suggests that the host draw lottery more often. After completing 4 more draws, the quality of the prize pool will greatly improve. Upon hearing this, Chen instinctively nodded. It appeared that the lottery was indeed more profitable than purchasing items. He definitely needed to draw more lotteries in the future. After finishing all preparations, Chen completely relaxed. Now he could return to the zoo at any time. Suddenly, he yawned, feeling a bit heavy in his eyelids. Speaking of which, he hadn't really rested at all that day. He had also been in a state of tension the whole time. After finally getting a brief moment to sleep, he had a nightmare. At this moment, he had taken care of everything. As his heart relaxed, fatigue washed over him like a tide. Then I might as well get a good sleep first. Chen mumbled, turned over, and quickly fell into deep sleep. Chapter 47, Rewind. At this moment, the crowd in the Dragon Country livestream was completely dumbfounded. What's happening? They couldn't understand Chen's combo move. Wasn't he supposed to save the zoo? How did he smoothly clear it and then start sleeping soundly? Did we just get tricked by Chen? I thought he was going to be a hero. Damn, although I'm happy with the smooth clearance, I still feel like there's some unresolved anger. It's maddening. Do you think there's a possibility this was also part of Chen's plan? Stop joking. They've already teleported out. What plan is there? If it was a plan, I'd do a handstand and spray. Bro upstairs, share a live stream address. I think your show is more interesting than Chen's. As the crowd chatted on, the Dragon Country livestream also shut down. Now, apart from those forced into black uniforms as chosen ones, all the live streams from other countries were completely closed. Without live streams to watch, people gradually dispersed. After a long day of watching the live stream, they were incredibly exhausted. Soon, feeling a bit regretful, people drifted off to sleep. A few hours later, Chen opened his eyes in a daze, staring at the ceiling, struggling to realize where he was. Stretching lazily on the bed, he recalled everything he had experienced yesterday. I had a decent rest last night. It seems it's time to get back at them. Chen got up and moved around, checking his body's condition, and found himself in excellent shape. Then, he walked into the bathroom. With the sound of running water, he went through his plans in his mind once more. After confirming there were no oversights, a proud expression appeared on his face. Today, I'll tear down your zoo and rid the world of your evil, he said excitedly. Soon after, Chen got dressed and walked out of the bathroom. System, read archive. His face was filled with determination. Received, reading archive. Archive read complete, reverting to previous state. As the system sound echoed in his mind, Chen's vision began to distort and blur, countless lights enveloping his body. With a whoosh, he found himself back in the waiting area of the world of strange tales. Opening his eyes and looking around, he saw the familiar group of chosen ones. Everyone appeared panicked, looking around, just like their behavior yesterday. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there were no bugs, and these people had no memory of yesterday. This wouldn't affect his actions today. Nor would it change the time and place of its appearance. These details were quite important to Chen. At that moment, his vision began to twist and change again. He knew this was the teleportation of the strange tale world, sending everyone to the zoo, so he wasn't as panicked as the other contestants. Soon, everyone appeared before the familiar zoo gate. At the same time, live streams from all countries reopened. It is worth mentioning that the real world did not revert. And Chen was unaware of this. The officials of each country immediately noticed the live stream was on and were shocked. Didn't they agree to start the next round in 3 days? Why is the strange tale live stream starting again today? How can we live through this? Officials in various countries were going insane. However, when they saw the live stream clearly, they completely lost it. My God, what is happening? Why is everyone revived? God bless us, God has shown mercy, this time our ugly country will surely pass. At this moment, the Strange Tales Department of Long Country was also utterly confused. What is going on? Didn't their own Chen already clear the level? Why was he sent back to the zoo entrance? Is the strange tale world being unreasonable? Old Chen, in anger, directly smashed the enamel tea mug that had accompanied him for many years to the ground. What is happening? Is this targeting my Long Country? The people beside him also looked equally lost. This was completely beyond their understanding. Only Little Lee still seemed awake. He picked up the tea mug and placed it back on the table. He waved to the doorway, signaling the staff to help Old Chen make another cup of tea. At that moment, Old Chen noticed something and his eyes widened suddenly. Wait, look at Chen's hair, it seems like he just took a shower. If I remember correctly, he didn't look like this yesterday. Hearing Old Chen's words, everyone snapped back to reality. Looking at Chen's hair again, they immediately noticed something was off. Just as the whole world sank into suspicion, a few announcements appeared in the live stream. These were sent by the highest authority of the Strange Tale world. Due to the high difficulty of yesterday's Strange Tale dungeon, only the chosen one from Long Country cleared it successfully. This rule specially grants all countries one last chance, the luck of all nations reverts. Since the chosen one from Long Country has already cleared the level, as a compensation for the revert, Long Country retains the lifespan enhancement reward for all citizens, and the chosen one retains all memories. Due to the full rollback for everyone being an extra reward, all countries have no hints. People from other countries smiled when they saw the first announcement. But when they saw the next two announcements, their faces turned sour. What is this? Is this really a benefit for all countries or just for Dragon Country? Wow, their own contestant just got an extra life. And given the danger level of the zoo, it's practically a freebie. But Dragon Country is different. That Chen could clear it anyway, and now he gets to roll back with his memories. Isn't that just giving him a chance to score points? We protest, our Lake Kingdom protests. This is unfair. Lake Kingdom was the first to flood their livestream with protests. In light of Lake Kingdom's opposition, this supreme rule retracted the rewards for Lake Kingdom. With this announcement, the elect from Lake Kingdom in the world of strange tales vanished into thin air. At the same time, the drop that appeared in Lake Kingdom yesterday returned again. We are no longer protesting, we were wrong. It's fair, very fair, please give us another chance, Supreme Rule. The officials of Lake Kingdom went crazy, hastily apologizing. However, after posting comments for a long time, the Supreme Rule did not respond. Now the people of Lake Kingdom were outright furious. What is wrong with you, leaders? You protested, come on. Didn't you see that the ugly country didn't protest? You dare to jump out and oppose it. You really think it's like before when we pressured Dragon Country, huh? Dragon Country is broad-minded and doesn't bother with you, but the supreme rule of the strange tale world doesn't coddle you. Now the entire country is in trouble. Because the intelligence of Lake Kingdom's leaders was too low, they caused such a disaster. People couldn't stand it anymore and began to spontaneously gather to revolt. Chapter 48, Save a Good Brother. Let's not talk about how chaotic Lake Kingdom became. Other countries saw Lake Kingdom punished by the supreme rule and couldn't help but feel relieved, glad that there was this fool to test the waters. With this precedent, they quickly hit the delete key on their keyboards, erasing all their previous protest comments. If there are no hint opportunities, then so be it. Maybe it will be better that way. This was the thought of the leader who had reminded their contestant that the blue rule was the correct rule. If we hadn't reminded Jin Shiba, maybe he wouldn't have died. This was the thought of the kimchi people. After a day passed, they also figured it out. The hints they provided were, in fact, the last straw that broke Jin Shiba's understanding. This time without hints, perhaps their elect could still survive. They were just deceiving themselves. Wow, if we don't give hints, Yamashita Inuchi wouldn't even know the inside story of rabbit blood, maybe nothing would happen. Sakura Country also willingly convinced themselves. At this moment, the ordinary people in Dragon Country's livestream. What the hell, what's going on? Why are we starting over again? Do they really think this is a game world? A rollback? Hey, don't panic, didn't you see the announcement from the Supreme Rule? Chen is rolling back with yesterday's memory, this time he will definitely pass smoothly, maybe he can even solve the strange issues in the zoo and earn more national fortune points. Wait, solve the strange issues with the animals? The person above gave me inspiration, do you think there's a possibility that Chen knows he will roll back? What the heck? I got goosebumps. Thinking about it this way, it's possible. Think back to what he said to the white lion yesterday, and remember what he said after he left the zoo, we will meet again soon. Oh my god, I've got it. Chen knew about all this from the very beginning, so he had already planned these things. Then the question arises, how did Chen know he would roll back? As this comment appeared, everyone fell silent. They had no idea why. They should know, simply replace Chen. Who cares why, as long as we shout Chen is awesome. That's right, Chen is awesome. Awesome, Su God. At this moment, at the entrance of the zoo, Chen looked at the others beside him with great interest. This feeling of having a god's perspective, knowing the future direction, is simply wonderful. I bet that foolish Jin Shiba is coming soon. Chen glanced into the distance at the silly smile on Jin Shiba's face and muttered. Sure enough, in the next moment, Jin Shiba came over exactly as he did yesterday. He forced a friendly smile. Chosen one of Dragon Country, hello, I am Jin Shiba from Pickled Vegetable Country. First, I express my deep sympathy for the death of your chosen one last time. Saying this, he slightly turned, facing the air beside him. Due to his previous experience with the story mode, he knew that at this moment, the camera in Dragon Country's live room would naturally switch to his face. At the same time, I want to take this opportunity to clarify to the people of Dragon Country in your live room, the death of your chosen one really has nothing to do with me. As a neighbor, I am very willing to help your Dragon Country. To prove my sincerity, I can help your chosen one clear the level. I heard that your Dragon Country has only 70 luck points left? No problem, I will tell you the correct rules. After saying this, Jin Shiba patted Su Chen on the shoulder, looking like an older brother. Get lost, do you think I don't know the blue rules are the correct ones? Who needs you to nag? If you don't scram, I'll hit you. This time, Su Chen showed no mercy and directly retorted. He had things to do later and couldn't enter the zoo first. If he kept talking like before, it might make Jin Shiba suspicious. Moreover, this Jin Shiba was the one who caused the last group wipe in the zoo. He could not let him change the order of entry. Su Chen's arrogant and rude words left Jin Shiba stunned. Soon, a hint of shame and anger appeared on his face. However, he glanced at the height difference between him and Su Chen, and ultimately gave up the idea of confronting Su Chen. This Dragon Country contestant seems silly, but unexpectedly he is quick-witted, spotting the correct rules at a glance. But this kid yelled so loudly before, many people must have heard him, I can't let others beat me to it. I, Jin Shiba, must be the first to clear the level. Thinking of this, Jin Shiba dared not delay any longer. Without even threatening, he turned around and quickly walked towards the zoo entrance. As if he was afraid of someone snatching it from him. In the real world, people from pickled vegetable country wished they could dig a hole and bury themselves. Jin Shiba's performance, to those who were familiar with the subsequent plot, was simply volunteering to get beaten up. And then he even advised Su Chen on the correct rules? People had already tricked you into submission. Watching Jin Shiba's tiny legs moving quickly, the people from pickled vegetable country wanted to cry but had no tears. This guy is going to his death again to catch a rabbit. Meanwhile, the people from Dragon Country were laughing uncontrollably. Watching their enemy go to his death again was quite satisfying for them. Let you be the cause of our chosen one's demise before, this time let you die once more. Ah, Su Chen is so bad, making serious nonsense, it's killing me. Do you think there's a possibility that this Jin Shiba turning into a rabbit is actually a reward for him? This statement directly silenced the audience from Dragon Country. In everyone's mind, that rabbit continuously hammering the tree appeared. Damn! I've been mentally polluted. I'm dirty. The Dragon Country live room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. On the other hand, Su Chen saw Jin Shiba following the previous script and entering the zoo first, and he immediately felt relieved. Until Jin Shiba walked through the gate, turned around, and his figure completely disappeared. Su Chen also began to execute his plan. He walked towards the chosen ones from countries that had good relations with Longhua. The first one he approached was the contestant from Taiba country. At that time in the aquarium, the contestant from Taiba country saying thank you in Chinese left a strong impression on him. So naturally, he prioritized saving this brother from Taiba country. Brother, I know what I'm about to say might be hard for you to believe, and I can't really prove or explain it, but I hope you can trust me. For now, please don't enter the zoo until I tell you to. Su Chen looked into his eyes and said sincerely. The contestant from Taiba country was a bit confused upon hearing Su Chen's words. But soon, he reacted. As one of the contestants who survived to enter the aquarium last time, he wasn't foolish. After a moment of thought, he figured it out, it was just about entering the zoo a bit later. This wouldn't affect him much anyway, as he didn't care about rankings. As long as he could pass, that was enough. Besides, Su Chen was a contestant from Longhua, and he had learned since childhood that people from Longhua were friends of Taiba people. And friends, of course, should trust each other. Friend, I believe you. He stuttered in Chinese. Chapter 49, International Situations Reverse, the wall grass strikes first. Su Chen smiled, gaining someone else's trust was indeed a joyful thing. He patted the other's arm and continued. Brother, stand back a little, away from the door, don't let others notice anything unusual, I still need to contact a few more people. After saying this, Su Chen began to look for other chosen ones from countries that had good relations with Longhua. In his mind, since he had already learned the key information for passing, he wanted to save as many as possible from friendly countries. As for other countries, they would just have to fend for themselves. After all, Su Chen was not a saint, it was already a good thing that he didn't make things worse for them. Before long, about a dozen contestants from countries like Save, Laogua, and Jianpugua gathered around Su Chen. He led them to blend in with the crowd from a distance. It's worth mentioning that many people from other countries believed Su Chen was just trying to fool them. They didn't believe him at all and boldly rushed into the zoo. For these people, Su Chen could only sigh. Good words are hard to persuade the damned ghost. Su Chen's actions stunned people in the real world. Especially those countries that he helped, their leaders immediately contacted high-ranking officials in Longhua, expressing their gratitude with tears and heartfelt thanks. They even issued blunt statements internationally, with no diplomatic niceties at all. It was all filled with emotion and passion. Thank you, big brother Longhua, from now on, whenever Longhua calls, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. A certain country made the first statement. Thank you, Longhua, thank you, Su Chen, from now on, wherever Longhua's spear points, we shall go forth bravely. A certain country known for its love of suicide attacks made a declaration. We warn ugly country, cherry blossom country, kimchi country, taking country, kangaroo country, and a series of other countries that in the future, please be polite when talking to Longbo, or we won't go easy on you. A certain foolish country issued a statement. It's not surprising that these countries made extreme statements. The difference between passing and failing the horror-themed dungeons was simply too great. It was like the difference in rewards. Failing would bring calamity, causing the entire country to suffer huge losses. On the other hand, the benefits of success were immense. For example, last time countries like Cherry Blossom were rewarded with agricultural growth buffs. Longbo's rewards were even more ridiculous, with the lifespan of the people directly increased by 10%, who wouldn't want to live a few more years. Otherwise, why did so many emperors in ancient times seek immortality and alchemy? Wasn't it just to live longer? Setting rewards aside, national fortune was also an incredibly important thing. This mystical element had a huge impact as well. In a country with good fortune, if it goes to war with a country of bad fortune, the country with bad fortune might end up with missiles that accidentally blow itself up. Meanwhile, the country with good fortune could lose a soldier, and that soldier might sneak into the enemy's home and take out their command center. Fortune is such a ridiculous thing. Looking back at Su Chen's actions, it's like giving these countries a cheat code for success. When their players clear the challenges smoothly, their fortune rises, and they receive rewards. Other countries see their fortune decline, and disasters arrive. The difference back and forth is like riding a rocket for their international status. Not to mention the future, as long as they cling to the dragon country's leg, with Su Chen's intelligence. Future missions will also be secured. With such a sudden benefit, if they don't show their attitude, it's simply uncouth. On another side, other Western forces led by the ugly country have completely split upon seeing these statements. Is this really something that can be said internationally? Whose statement sounds like a child throwing a tantrum? They really are shamelessly licking the dragon country's boots? The most critical part is that among these countries, some are indeed confused. If something happens to the dragon country now, those barefooted ones might actually dare to step up. Especially at this moment when the opponent is most excited and irrational. These shod countries suddenly couldn't even dare to fart. They had originally written condemning statements against the dragon country for ignoring international friendship and not saving those in danger, but they all cancelled them and didn't dare to release them. The international situation isn't limited to just these two factions. At this moment, some clever countries noticed something was off. Especially the well-known fence-sitter, the Potato Nation. They are the best at riding the wave. Potato leaders immediately called the senior officials of the dragon country. We are willing to return all the cultural relics plundered from the dragon country during the war, and compensate at 5 times the international interest, and in the future, we will serve as a transit station for dragon country's trade, just asking that in the next Strange Tales mission, the dragon country can help us. The Potato Nation directly showed their sincerity and took the lead to flip the script. Surround the dragon country? Sanctions against the dragon country? Forget it, the Potato Nation, with its keen sense as a fence-sitter. They already discovered the trick. Su Chen is simply the favorite child of the Strange Tales world. Whenever danger arises, he seems to turn it into fortune, directly facing the bizarre White Lion's protection. He even went back in time with his memories intact. Isn't he the favorite child of the Strange Tales world? Oh right, he might be the little ancestor of the Strange Tales world. Regardless of what he is, it shows that the prospects for the dragon country are exceedingly bright. In such times, not clinging to a strong ally? Later, there will be no place to cry. The dragon country was also very surprised to receive this news. However, after a little thought, they understood the other party's intentions. At the same time, the senior officials of the dragon country began to praise Su Chen endlessly. They never expected that the long-standing problem of breaking through the Western siege and sanctions could be so easily shattered in Su Chen's hands. Although only the Potato Nation has softened for now, this is also a milestone victory. The dragon country can directly use the Potato Nation as a springboard to break free from the Western blockade. We are glad that Potato Nation can face history and reflect on it. Our dragon country, adhering to the principle of unity and friendship, and not offending others if they do not offend us, is very willing to join hands with Potato Nation to face the challenges ahead. The dragon country didn't put forward many conditions and readily accepted their proposal in a generous way. At this time for the dragon country, spending treasure to gain support is quite useful. Now, the Western alliance will surely start to gradually dissolve. The next day, the Potato Nation displayed efficiency they had never shown before. All the cultural relics of the dragon country were packed up and flew toward that mysterious eastern continent. The cultural relics that had drifted overseas for many years. Finally home. And this is just the beginning. Chapter 50, Entering the Park, taking over as director. Back to the previous moment, at the entrance of the zoo. Aside from Su Chen and his group, contestants from other countries had already entered the gate. It's not that they were eager to enter, mainly, the contestant from the pickled cabbage country, Chen Shiba, was showing off by trying things out for everyone. Not going to see this would be a huge loss, and it could even affect whether they could complete their mission. Seeing this, the contestants from Severy country also suggested that Chen take a look. But Chen flatly refused. Are you kidding? He was the only big shot who had cleared the way. Why would he need to watch others make mistakes? Plus, he figured that the strange entity must have been attracted by Chen Shiba, and he didn't want to jump into the chaos. Soon, Chen heard that familiar sound of children laughing. So he quickly took out his phone to check the time. Luckily, the time when he heard the laughter matched the last time, so this rewind didn't cause too much of a butterfly effect. However, the overall situation remained the same, but the details did see some changes. For instance, Chen Shiba's strange antics scared the contestants from other countries so much that they nearly wet themselves. According to the situation back then, these contestants would have received instructions from their countries to follow Chen Shiba's moves, believing the blue rules were correct. But now, without those annoying instructions from their countries, they became timid and didn't dare to follow alone. This led to many of them being saved, quite by accident. But because of this, the number of rabbits was sufficient for distribution. Last time, due to the limited number of rabbits, Yamashita Inuichiro had not only failed to grab any but was also beaten up by the ugly country's Lan Mu. This time, he was lucky enough to snatch a rabbit. Goodness, this guy directly unleashed his traditional skills, grabbing the rabbit and wildly petting it with no skill whatsoever. Before long, he succeeded in putting on that white rabbit ear. Outside, Chen was unaware of this dramatic scene, still fixated on his phone, calculating the strange entity's movements. Based on past occurrences, at this time, the strange entity should be guided to the right side of the monkey area by the fleeing worker in black. Combining this with the employee rules, the duration for switching between the inside and outside worlds is 10 minutes. By considering the light timings of the aquarium and the director's office, he could estimate its pace. With this, Chen had calculated a safe interval for action. As the time approached, he looked at the people beside him. Did you all remember the rules I explained earlier? All remembered. Everyone nodded fervently. Okay, I'm going into the zoo first. You all hold back for now and wait for my message. If by chance you enter the park, it's best not to run around. Use the self-rescue rules I explained and hold on until I find you. Chen said seriously. No problem, you can rest assured. Everyone patted their chests in assurance. Seeing that everyone was cooperative, Chen felt relieved to enter the zoo. The time had come. With big strides, Chen walked through the zoo's gate. However, strangely, he did not follow the path to the rabbit area. Instead, he directly plunged into the dangerous woods, heading straight for the director's office near the exit. This was the closest route. Now that it had been lured away, Chen didn't need to fear the threat of the shade of the trees. Before long, the dilapidated director's office came back into view. With the previous experience, Chen pushed the door open directly this time. With his eyes closed, he rushed towards the desk, groping around clumsily. What he touched was all a pile of fluffy things. He knew that this was the strange entity preventing tourists from mistakenly taking the director's badge. So it had put out a bunch of dolls that could taint humans' perceptions. Unfortunately, Chen refused to open his eyes. He didn't look the dolls in the eye. Plus, his attribute points had increased, and his mental strength had directly reached the human limit. Due to touching the dolls, the chaotic thoughts that appeared in his mind, he was directly suppressed. He couldn't stir up any waves at all. Facing cognitive pollution, his resistance was outrageously high now. Soon, Chen found that badge and white lion toy based on the position he remembered from last time. Holding the toy and badge, he immediately turned around and dashed towards the white lion area. On the way, he didn't waste any time and easily pinned the badge to his left chest. At the moment he pinned the badge, a piercing scream echoed from the direction of the elephant area. Chen knew the other side had sensed it. But so what? He was not afraid of them now. It was daytime, the time when they were the weakest. Moreover, the lion area was already in front of him. Chen ran a few more steps and stepped into the lion area entrance. In the next moment, four stunned white lions looked at Chen, who was panting heavily, with round eyes. From now on, I will be the director of the zoo. I hope you all will cooperate. He gasped for breath and said to the confused white lions. Fortunately, these white lions weren't too dumb, they only paused for a while before coming back to their senses. At the same time, their eyes sparkled with excitement and hope. Roar! Four lion roars echoed across the sky. Then, the most majestic white lion nodded vigorously at Chen. Its eyes were filled with trust and determination. At this moment, Chen also regulated his breath. He looked around and quickly spotted a staff member. He waved to the person, and that blue-uniformed staff member approached with a face full of doubt. How could these four white lions be so friendly to that visitor? He couldn't understand it for a moment. Soon, when he walked closer and saw the badge on Su Chen's chest, he was dumbfounded. As an old employee, he understood the significance of this badge better than anyone. You inherit. I. The staff member was so excited that he couldn't complete a sentence. Yes, that's right, I have inherited the position of director. I want to ask how to quickly gather all the staff, I have orders to issue. Su Chen quickly interrupted the other person's words. The man took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. He knew that since the other party had taken over the director's position, they must have plans. Now the other party was urgently calling staff, which must be for an important order. He couldn't let his excitement interfere with the director's work. Director, we have a work group. I will notify everyone to come over first, and then I will add you. Saying this, he took out his phone and quickly began typing on the screen. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly remembered something. By the way, have the staff near the elephant area seal it off first, there is danger there. He quickly added. The strange ones that dared not come to trouble Su Chen during the day must be venting in the elephant area now. The visitors there would definitely fall into danger. Although Su Chen was not a saint and wouldn't have too much emotion over the deaths of chosen ones from enemy nations, there were still innocent tourists and security guards. Last time, a security guard was thrown into the aquarium for saving everyone. Su Chen still remembered that scene clearly. Now that he could save them, he must ensure the security guard was safe. After all, the security guard was now his employee. As for the selected ones from ugly countries escaping disaster, Su Chen didn't care. After all, he was the director now, punishing a few polluted tourists was just a matter of minutes. Chapter 51, Closing the Zoo? Received, Director. I have already informed everyone about this news, they will come soon. Also, I have added you to the work group. The blue uniformed staff member quickly returned Su Chen's phone and spoke. Su Chen nodded. It is no surprise that old Joe and the others carefully selected and trained these employees. Their work efficiency and enthusiasm are simply on a different level compared to the tired workers in the real world. However, this did not surprise Su Chen, after all, old Joe had passed away 2 years ago. The zoo managed to survive without a director. Clearly, these employees played a significant role in that. He took his phone and glanced at the messages in the group chat. He saw a handsome young man, about 20 years old, named Lin Fei, who was incredibly enthusiastic. Messages flooded in non-stop, nearly flooding the screen. Whoa, director, you finally came. Do you have any idea how we've been surviving these years? But from now on, our good days are here. Director Su looks like a promising young talent. Director Su, what do you want to drink? I can grab something while passing by the store. Forget it, I don't even know Director Su's taste, I'll just bring one of everything. By the way, Director Su, can we get a raise? We haven't had a pay raise in 2 years. As Su Chen watched the messages pour in, his temples throbbed. Wow, they are really active. How does this guy stay optimistic in such a terrifying zoo? What a talent. Before long, small groups of staff gathered at the entrance of the lion enclosure. They occasionally stole glances at Su Chen, their eyes filled with excitement. Yet beneath this excitement lay an unshakable concern. After all, they understood better than anyone just how dangerous this zoo could be. The pervasive contamination of awareness cannot be effectively prevented. On top of that, Su Chen looked to be under 20, his youth did not inspire confidence. After a while, except for those who truly couldn't leave their posts, most of the staff arrived. Su Chen stepped forward and scanned everyone's faces. He saw the serious expression of a security guard. He also saw Lin Fei, who was smiling. And he noticed the worry hidden in the eyes of the crowd. Hello everyone, my name is Su Chen. As you can see, I have taken over the long vacant position of director. First, I want to say to everyone, brothers, you've worked hard. With that, Su Chen bowed to all the staff. This gesture was not to win their hearts, he was genuinely moved by these staff members who had persevered for many years. An ordinary person could stick to their principles day after day, protecting this zoo. They are all heroes. Not hard at all. We serve the people. The most spirited Lin Fei responded loudly with a smile. In the next moment, all the staff shouted in unison. We serve the people. The thunderous voices reflected the persistence in everyone's hearts. Su Chen raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Once the cheers subsided, he continued, all right, enough formalities. Time is tight, I will outline the work content next. First of all, I will abolish the current rules for visitors. From now on, there is no need to issue visitor guidelines to those entering the zoo. As soon as these words left his mouth, there was an uproar in the crowd. What are you joking about? Abolishing all rules? Are you out of your mind? Or are you a spy from the mysterious side? Want to wipe us all out? Just as everyone was shocked, a security guard stepped forward and spoke. Director Su, I'm not questioning you, but I need to let you know that the dangers in this zoo are not as simple as you imagine. Currently, due to the rules, visitors are frequently in danger. Abolishing the rules is simply asking for death. Although the guard tried to be respectful in his words, the anger on his face revealed his true feelings. He did not accept Su Chen. Brother Zhang, I understand your feelings. I know the dangers of the zoo. I even know that today is July 23rd, it will become even stronger, and that's why I want to abolish the existing rules. Only by breaking can we stand again. Su Chen gazed into the other person's angry eyes and calmly explained. I don't believe you, I can't play with the lives of tourists. The security guard, Zhang Tian, had a stubborn look on his face and did not accept the other's explanation. Yes, I'm just taking over as the principal, and maybe everyone doesn't trust me, but you should at least let me try so you can see if what I say makes sense. Su Chen tried to reason calmly. The security guard took a deep breath and stepped forward again. To be honest, over the past 2 years, I think everyone feels the same as I do. We have already lost, there is no hope. We do not want to watch those innocent tourists die day and night. Since you want us to trust you, it's simple, order the zoo to close permanently. This is the best solution. Zhang Tian said this through gritted teeth. At that moment, before Su Chen could respond, Lin Fei couldn't take it anymore and rushed out, pointing at Zhang Tian and scolding him. You, Zhang Tian, I always thought you were somewhat of a man, but it turns out you are just a coward. Close the zoo? If it closes and there are no tourists to drain its power, I dare say within 3 years, the suburbs will be completely overrun and swallowed up by the zoo. You, Zhang Tian, have you saved enough money to run away? Lin Fei, young and vigorous, did not spare Zhang Tian, angrily shouting. Zhang Tian countered, I haven't. Either way, people are dying every day, why not tell the truth to the public and let them escape? Escape? Where to escape? Everyone like you only knows how to run away, soon there won't be a single safe corner in the world. Lin Fei retorted rapidly. This remark left Zhang Tian speechless. He knew he was being unreasonable. But watching innocent people fill up the pit with their lives every day had him on the verge of collapse. He even started to consider self-destructive plans. Su Chen glanced at the two arguing inside. He could understand Zhang Tian's thoughts. Anyone who has been through this for so long could not hold on mentally. However, Su Chen absolutely did not agree with Lin Fei calling Zhang Tian a coward. After all, just a day ago, he had witnessed Zhang Tian transform into an elephant and bravely chose the path of death. How could such a person be a coward? Chapter 52, Defeating Magic with Magic. Su Chen stepped forward, separating the two. I can understand everyone's feelings, there seems to be no hope, but at least let me finish speaking. Hereby, I announce the first directive as principal, if the zoo does not improve after today, I will resign. Will this reassure you? Su Chen said decisively. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned again. Although they felt uneasy about Su Chen, they never thought of forcing him to resign. After all, the principal succession system was the last wish left by Principal Zhou. They would still abide by it. So everyone also gathered closer, chattering to explain that they did not mean that, letting Su Chen feel reassured. Su Chen raised his hand, stopping this meaningless chatter. Okay, time is precious, we have already exchanged polite words. Now I will explain my thoughts. If after hearing it you think it won't work, we can split ways, I will immediately pack my bags and leave. But while I'm speaking, I hope everyone will not interrupt me again. Su Chen's words were filled with seriousness, and as his gaze swept across, everyone nodded and closed their mouths. They gave him the respect he deserved. Even Zhang Tian and the others no longer spoke, obediently retreating into the crowd. Seeing this, Su Chen felt satisfied. Everyone knows its main method is to use meme pollution to affect tourists' perceptions. This led to the death of tourists. Occasionally, when it kills people, it does not contradict its own understanding. Now that I understand this, I am ready to use the subconscious thinking of humans to strengthen their own perceptions. Hearing this, everyone nodded continuously. It must be admitted that what Su Chen said was correct, the underlying logic of killing people was indeed cognitive pollution. If we can use the human subconscious to resist cognitive pollution, this is indeed a good method. However, it sounds easy, but in practice, it is extremely difficult. Director Su, this. Someone showed a puzzled expression and wanted to ask. Su Chen raised his hand to stop the person from interrupting and continued, I know what you're about to ask. Using the subconscious to resist cognitive pollution may seem like a fairy tale to you, but I tell you, it's very simple. All we need is to use brainwashing theories. As we all know, there is no free lunch in the world. Now, what if we tell the tourists that our zoo has adopted the most advanced technology and created a magic-themed zoo, and that we're offering big discounts during the opening phase? If the tourists can uncover any secrets of the magic, we will reward them with 1,000 yuan. What do you think their subconscious will be? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They followed this logic and imagined themselves as clueless tourists. Someone is promoting a magic-themed zoo? Revealing magic tricks for money? Their first reaction would definitely be, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The second reaction would be, aren't they trying to trick me? But then they would think, well, I already bought the ticket, and they're not charging extra, what could they possibly trick me with? I might as well give it a try. Looks like they're confident in their magic tricks. No, I definitely need to figure it out and win that 1,000 yuan. Just as everyone was starting to understand this logic, Chen continued speaking. The theory of money making the world go round is that simple. People are greedy, and when benefits are placed in front of them, they subconsciously stop believing in other possibilities. That's why so many people get scammed. Moreover, they will fall into a second trap. Humans are also arrogant by nature. A zoo spending money asking for the secrets of magic? Pretentious? With my intelligence, I'm definitely going to crack it. At this point, their subconscious will think everything they see is part of a magic trick. Now, we need to give them another push. No matter what explanation the tourists offer, as long as it's not too absurd, if it makes any sense at all, we'll praise them and give them money. What will they think? Now everyone was dumbfounded. What? This is how we play it? They imagined it. When they saw a rabbit-eared elephant, their first reaction would definitely not be what a strange-looking elephant. They would come up with a random explanation, like, is that an earring? Is that a 3D projection? Is that a staff member wearing a suit? Anyway, whatever it is, after coming up with an explanation, they would definitely rush to the staff to try and claim the prize. If they really got the money, or saw someone else get the money, all the staff would shudder. This would definitely make them believe even more that this is magic. When people get a taste of sweetness, see the evidence, and experience it personally, changing their perception afterward would be nearly impossible. At this point, even if you tell them that it's weird, not magic, they would slap you in the face and say, weird? Stop wasting my time. I'm trying to make money. Chen kept speaking, continuing, in this case, relying solely on the weirdness to do the work for us is far from enough. You all need to learn more magic tricks and recruit top magicians to keep deepening the impression on the audience. True and false mixed together, we're not afraid they won't be completely fooled. Everyone. What are they saying? Even relying on weirdness to do the work isn't enough. Meaning, the terrifying scenes created by the other party. Just treat it as an immersive park. And what's up with your scam theories? Damn. Is your original job scamming people? But, even though our organization has money, we can't keep being fools forever, right? So after getting on the right track, with a certain number of repeat customers promoting us, we have to change the way we issue bonuses. For example, the first 100 visitors who reveal 10 tricks will get something, or we can create a ranking based on the number of tricks revealed and the time taken. With competition, they will be more willing. Then we'll raise the ticket prices, hype it up to the max, and create a world-class zoo. We can't keep losing money. This group of show-off tourists will flock here. After all, with a big name, they can brag about it on social media. In this way, won't it create a positive cycle? All the staff were completely convinced by this theory. Look at Chen's thinking, this is pushing the zoo to the international stage. Following his guidelines, it's not impossible for this zoo to surpass Disney and Universal in the future. After all, which amusement park has bizarre free labor? At that moment, everyone's minds conjured up a picture of the future. The dawn has truly arrived. But that's not all. Chen put his hand into his pocket and pulled out the subconscious amplification device, hiding it from view. After all, conjuring a tower out of thin air is too astonishing. This is just a theoretical foundation, there's also a material foundation. This tower is a subconscious amplification device recently developed by our organization, with a coverage area of 100 meters. The sound through this device can enhance people's subconscious memory of this statement. Since the bazaar likes to create meme pollution, we can brainwash the visitors into our shape when they buy tickets, and let's see how they can still play with us. Chen held up the small tower and smiled radiantly. Chapter 53, is Chen the favored son of the strange talk world? At this point, all the staff were even more shocked. Chen's theory was feasible before, but still had hidden dangers. After all, not everyone thinks the same, there will always be some independent thinkers. And what if some people just forget it all? But with this little tower, it's different. Subconscious memory enhancement? Using Chen's simple words to explain is even more fitting. It's about brainwashing visitors into the shapes we want in advance. The best way to counter magic is to use magic. All by utilizing cognitive pollution, we strike first. Moreover, what's most important is that obviously, what the staff says is more credible. If visitors don't believe us, who can they trust? At that moment, all the employees felt a fire igniting within them. Damn it, we've held back for years, it's time to turn the tables. Oh. The cheers soared to the sky. Among the ecstatic voices, Lin Fei's voice was particularly noticeable. Director Su is magnificent. Director Su is dominating. Lin Fei was so excited he was jumping up and down. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom livestream was dumbfounded. Is this really possible? Brothers, I'm cracking up. I never thought Su Chen could pull off such a clever move. I'm completely convinced, Su Chen is indeed Su Chen, there's no problem he can't solve. I want to have a baby with him. Do you think it's possible that Su Chen's previous job was in pyramid schemes? This is outrageous, I feel like I've been brainwashed. I used to sympathize with the tourists in the strange talk world, now I'm envious. Going to the zoo now feels like picking up money. Am I the only one who thinks that the bizarre creatures are so miserable? From now on, they'll have to work hard for nothing, Su Chen is even more exploitative than our boss. Stop talking about the upstairs brother, I'm in tears. Su Chen's move was incredibly simplistic and easy to understand, and the majority of the public quickly grasped the point. This led them to admire Su Chen even more. Why didn't everyone think of such a simple method before? On the other side, at the Long Nation Strange Talk department, everyone's jaws almost dislocated from shock. You guys didn't mess up when investigating Su Chen's resume, did you? How do I feel like this guy is into Amway? Shíliù wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked the staff. Brotherly, there's definitely no problem. We checked many times, it can't be wrong. The staff said seriously. Then doesn't that mean Su Chen has been deliberately suppressing his true nature for the past 10 years, and now that he's in the world of strange talk, his true self has been set free? These sets of deceiving theories, in the real world, are simply a little demon king. Shíliù felt completely embarrassed. Mainly, Su Chen's resume had too big a contrast with reality. When Su Chen first entered the zoo, although he also showed cleverness, that could still be explained as inner talent. But this time returning to the zoo, Su Chen's brainwashing theory completely amazed everyone. This guy had too precise an understanding of human nature. He was simply a genius. At this moment, anyone who dared to say Su Chen was foolish would get a big slap in the face. Foolish? Can a fool use the bazaar as free labor? Just when everyone was speechless, old Chen coughed twice. You guys, with no progress at all, how many times have I told you, can't just look at the surface of things? Yes, old Chen is right. We shouldn't have held prejudice against Su Chen or looked down on him. Someone quickly admitted their mistake. You see, is it a lack of progress? That was all in the past, do you think I'm still talking about that? Old Chen's voice already carried some displeasure. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. If not this, then what else could it be? Everyone was confused, but in the end, it was still Shíliù, who had the best relationship with old Chen, that spoke up. Old Chen, then what are you talking about? Shíliù asked cautiously. I know, you all doubt whether Su Chen is running a pyramid scheme or some strange business, but haven't you seen the key point? Key point? Everyone still didn't understand. At this moment, Shíliù suddenly had a lightbulb moment in his mind. Just now, they were too shocked to notice the key point. That strange tower-shaped device. He specifically designed this theory based on that tower-shaped device. Shíliù understood old Chen's words in an instant. The theory proposed was clearly flawed and could only be realized by that bug device. In other words, the small tower came first, and the method came second. Su Chen was not as they thought. But this brought up a problem. Where did the small tower come from? Old Chen nodded upon hearing this. Exactly, this is what I'm talking about. Can anyone tell me, where did the small tower come from? Old Chen's question left everyone speechless. After a long time, it was still Shíliù who spoke. When Su Chen came out of the director's office, he had a pocketed movement. Could it be he took it from on the director's table? Shíliù's tone was full of uncertainty. Even if so, we've always been watching the live broadcast. Did anyone notice the small tower before? How did he know the small tower was there? Old Chen continued to question. Everyone thought long and hard, all shook their heads. See, this is where the key point appears. Old Chen's words were very calm. But this sentence stirred up huge waves in everyone's hearts. Indeed, everyone hadn't seen this small tower before, so how did Su Chen know about it? Holding on to this doubt, everyone recalled Su Chen's previous experiences. At this moment, other overlooked questions also surfaced in their minds. Su Chen obviously also knew there would be a rollback. Could this guy really be the son of the strange talk world? Ultimately, everyone came to such an outrageous conclusion. Seeing the shocked expressions of everyone, old Chen chuckled. Have you all thought it through? But no matter whether the outcome is what we guessed, at least for now, it is very beneficial to our dragon kingdom. The current focus is nothing else but to solve Su Chen's worries and take good care of all his friends and family. Yes, I will arrange for someone to handle it right away. Little Li hurriedly rushed out of the conference room. On the other side, in the zoo. Under Su Chen's efforts to calm them down, the employees finally calmed their excited emotions. However, everyone still had excitement written on their faces, staring at Su Chen, waiting for his next command. Even the security staff, who had previously strongly opposed Su Chen, now rekindled their fighting spirit. Alright, now I will make the work arrangements. Lin Fei, you take a few good speakers, draft some promotional slogans based on what we discussed earlier, then record them and play them on a loop at the ticket booth for 24 hours. After speaking, Su Chen handed the small tower to Lin Fei. The other party carefully took the prop. Rest assured, Director Su, I will definitely complete the task. Lin Fei's face was filled with seriousness. Since I entrusted this task to you, of course, I am relieved. Alright, time is tight, you guys go set it up. Su Chen said to him. Lin Fei nodded, then found a few smart-looking employees and went together to the ticket booth at the entrance. Seeing that the first step was set up, Su Chen continued to issue commands. Chapter 54, Task Arrangement completed, time to shake things up. The next focus is the store. The frequent appearance of rabbit blood here is also a hassle. According to principle, as long as drinking rabbit blood does not lead to cognitive fluctuations, there shouldn't be any problems, but anything could happen, so the store is definitely a top priority. This requires an experienced person with very high mental resistance. As he spoke, Su Chen looked at the security guard, Zhang Tian. Uncle Zhang, how about I hand this task to you? Su Chen kindly sought his opinion. Zhang Tian hurriedly stepped forward. No problem, I will follow the director's arrangements, but what about the security work in the elephant area? He showed a questioning look. That area is not important anymore. Let it be strange, the more chaotic it gets, the happier the visitors will probably be. Besides, this way, you won't have to risk your life every day. Su Chen smiled. Zhang Tian's face turned red, knowing that this arrangement was obviously made specially for him by Su Chen. Actually, anyone could do the store work. This move was to prevent him from falling into danger. Upon recalling his previous harsh words towards Su Chen, Zhang Tian couldn't help but blush. Director Su, thank you for not holding my previous nonsense against me. Old Zhang, may not know how to say good things, but I can guarantee that there will definitely be no problems in this store under my watch. Zhang Tian's face was filled with determination. You're being too kind, Uncle Zhang. We're all family. I'm sure about your work, and pick 2 people to swap shifts. Su Chen smiled. Alright, then I will head to the store. Xiao Wang, Xiao Wu, come with me. Old Zhang decisively called out 2 colleagues and then headed to the store. Seeing that the 2 most important tasks were settled, the stone that had been hanging in Su Chen's heart finally dropped. He relaxed a little. As the situation in the zoo improves, the problems in the monkey area will gradually be resolved. However, we still need to pay attention to it for now. Let's do this. The person in charge of the monkey area selects 10 people to take shifts, preventing visitors from accidentally entering the right-hand path. Su Chen continued to assign the remaining tasks. Hearing this command, a small, thin man stepped forward. Yes, guaranteed to complete the task. This person was also someone who acted decisively, and after speaking, he directly pointed out 9 other people. The group hurried toward the monkey area. Su Chen scanned the remaining staff and found that key tasks had been assigned, yet there were still quite a few people left. He couldn't help but sigh, looking at it this way. There are quite a few staff members in this zoo. I used to think that the staff was few, but it was completely an illusion. However, Su Chen thought about it, and realized that the zoo had previously been filled with strange occurrences. The staff needed to rush around to handle the situations. Also, the elephant area and the lion area required a large number of personnel. This led to the feeling that there were too few staff members. With this new rearrangement, the elephant and lion areas no longer needed staff. Suddenly, there was a surplus of labor, which seemed quite normal. Well, let's split the remaining people into 3 groups evenly. The first group, your task is still pretty important. You are responsible for the rabbit area, ensuring that no visitors can touch the rabbits. At this moment, a woman stepped forward. She had a hint of embarrassment on her face. Director Su, you might have overlooked something. The rabbits can use the alternate world to escape their cages. If there happen to be a lot of visitors at a certain time, and many rabbits escape, it could be quite dangerous. After speaking, her cheeks turned slightly red, as if she felt guilty for contradicting him. Su Chen smiled and continued to explain, I didn't explain it clearly, you don't have to feel bad. What I will do is move the lion area directly to the lawn outside the rabbit area. Although the rabbits can escape at the transformational moments of the alternate world, they can't get too far. And those who escape will have a hard time evading the lions, so the paths will need your careful attention. Then Chen turned around and patted the strong white lion next to him. By the way, I'm going to move your den, do you mind? The leading white lion immediately nodded, indicating that it was no problem. Seeing this, Chen continued to speak to everyone. And honestly, perhaps it's because of listening to too many strange childhood fairy tales, but his favorite is still the rabbit. However, this is also a good thing. If lots of rabbits die, he won't want to let them continue to die. Dealing with mischievous kids requires some heavy-handed tactics, Chen said with a smile. The others couldn't help but shiver. They silently sighed that Director Su truly had a dark heart. This move was essentially akin to taking away a toy from a naughty child and keeping it away continuously. Even the most unruly child couldn't withstand such torment. I'm fine now. That woman retreated back into the group. Since there are no issues, I'll mention the second group. This group is mainly responsible for routine patrols and firefighting. If something really goes wrong, you must respond promptly and report to me. Chen continued to assign tasks. This time, everyone had no objections. This arrangement was quite normal. Although everyone felt that things were already quite safe, no one could guarantee that no accidents would actually happen. Who knows if there might be a tourist who enjoys doing reckless things? Seeing that there were no objections from the crowd, Chen continued. The last group is mainly responsible for the secondary publicity and the magic prize redemption. They will be in charge of the prize redemption work. When you have divided into groups later, leave a note. I'll have the organization transfer the funds to you. After Chen finished assigning the last task, everyone quickly divided into 3 groups according to his instructions. The first and second groups left immediately, starting their work as Chen requested. The third group stayed behind. They not only needed to wait for Chen to allocate funds, but also needed to wait to learn the promotional slogans from Lin Fei at the ticket office. So, Chen hurriedly started to contact Zhang Tian from the finance department. Last time he had texted, Chen had memorized this only contact number. With the experience from last time, he was quite familiar with the process. Soon, the phone was answered. Hello, I have taken over as the director of the zoo. The situation is urgent, and I need to apply for a large amount of funding. Chen got straight to the point, stating his purpose directly. Upon hearing that someone had taken over as the director of the zoo, the other party was also taken aback. However, it was clear that the other party was trained professionally. Soon, everything returned to normal. Okay, please send me the card number and amount via text message later, and we will transfer the funds as soon as possible. But before that, someone from the organization will contact you to verify your identity. As long as there are no problems, the money will arrive immediately. No problem, is there anything else? Chen asked. In the next 2 days, you need to submit a detailed plan, stating the purpose of the funds and the future application plan for the funds. Zhang Tian replied quickly. No problem. Chen replied cheerfully. After hanging up the phone, Chen asked the leader of the third group for his card number, then sent it to Zhang Tian. Not long after, a strange number sent a video call invitation. Chapter 55, Visitor Entrance. Chen knew this must be the organization's verification personnel. He answered the call, and a man in military uniform wearing a strange chest mask appeared on the phone screen. The other party first glanced at the badge on Chen's chest. Then he asked, "How did you find this badge?" Chen frowned, still puzzled by the strange outfit of the other party. However, this did not affect his response. He explained clearly the content of old Zhou's last letter. After listening, the other party fell silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Verification complete, the funds you applied for will arrive soon. Okay. At this time, the other party fell into silence again. Finally, he suddenly said without warning, unity, courage, and unwavering loyalty are humanity's greatest virtues. After saying this, without any sign, the other party hung up the phone, leaving Chen with a puzzled expression. This person is really weird. Chen murmured. However, the efficiency of the other party was indeed very high. Soon, the leader of the third group received a text message reminder. The initial 100 million startup funds had already arrived. Seeing this, Chen no longer wasted time, and took the members of the third group, along with 4 white lions, to the gate. As for why he brought the white lions? Not because it was flashy, but because Chen was afraid of dying. Right now, in the eyes of the weird, Chen was a potential white lion. The lower-level cognition was not a problem, it could take action against Chen. He didn't want to meet his end before achieving success, so he brought the white lion bodyguards everywhere. Fortunately, these 4 white lions were extremely cooperative. Even the leading white lion bowed down, signaling Chen to climb on. Chen didn't hold back at all, and jumped on. What a great opportunity to show off. Soon, the group arrived at the ticket booth. Since Su Chen had summoned all the staff for a meeting earlier, no one was selling tickets. There were many visitors waiting in line at the entrance of the zoo. As soon as Su Chen rode out on the lion, the visitors scattered in shock. After all, such dangerous animals still frightened humans. The staff following Su Chen quickly stepped forward to calm the visitors. After a long time, the visitors finally settled down. At the same time, the several chosen subordinates that Su Chen had gathered earlier also approached. Su Chen, what's going on here? Someone asked. Oh, I accidentally became the zoo director, Su Chen said with a proud expression. The others were speechless. Are you kidding me? Everyone was struggling to survive in the zoo, and you tell me you've become the director? This is more absurd than being an undercover gang leader. But they weren't fools. Even though what Su Chen said was ridiculous, they could see that the staff earlier were all following Su Chen. He was even riding a white lion. This series of signs indicated that he wasn't lying. Well, since you're the director, can we go into the zoo now? Someone asked cautiously. Su Chen jumped down from the lion and shook his head. No, because you know you are the chosen ones, so the method I prepared for the visitors is not suitable for you. In a while, you will enter the park with me, and I will see you off for a bit, Su Chen said as he led several people toward the ticket booth. Everyone eagerly thanked him and quickly followed in Su Chen's footsteps. They understood he had other matters to attend to, so they kept quiet. Lin Fei, how's it going? Su Chen leaned over the ticket window and asked inside. Hearing the inquiry, Lin Fei looked up. Seeing Su Chen had arrived, the young man broke into a big smile. I've got it done, Director Su, take a look at our promotional slogans. If they're fine, we can start selling tickets right away. Saying this, he handed over a piece of paper with several promotional slogans written on it. Su Chen took it, glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. These catchy phrases were pretty good, completely capturing the key points he had suggested. They highlighted aspects of human nature very well. Lin Fei was indeed clever, not disappointing him. Nurturing this kid, letting him take over after I leave seems like a good idea. A thought suddenly crossed Su Chen's mind. But soon, he temporarily dismissed this thought. This was just the beginning, and there were still many things to handle. Retirement could wait for later. Soon, all the preparations were complete. The ticket window opened, and ticket sales began. At the same time, the loudspeaker at the ticket booth started playing the promotional slogans non-stop. Suddenly, the tourists, who had shown dissatisfaction due to the delayed opening, were now filled with surprise. They hurriedly sought confirmation from the staff nearby. The staff naturally spoke up, confirming that it was true, the rewards were ready, and they just had to come claim them. With the staff's second confirmation, all the tourists erupted in joy. With a loud roar, they surged together, rushing towards the ticket booth. It was as if they feared being too late to enter the park, missing out on the rewards that others might take. Su Chen looked at this frenzied scene and was momentarily bewildered. He expected the tourists to be excited, but never to this extent. He quickly arranged for the staff to maintain order. Goodness, if this odd situation didn't kill someone, a few could get hurt in a stampede, that would really be embarrassing. The dazed staff woke up at Su Chen's shout and seeing the chaos, hurriedly began to restore order. But with their numbers insufficient and the tourists completely gone mad. In no time, the staff was swept up in the crowd's frenzy. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Su Chen couldn't care much anymore. He quickly patted the white lions beside him, signaling them to help maintain order. The 4 white lions suddenly leaped forward a few steps, pretending to pounce. Then simultaneously looked up at the sky and let out a tremendous roar. Roar! It is said that the lion's roar in Buddhist temples has the effect of calming the heart and driving away evil, so, the authentic lion roar must be even more powerful. As the roar echoed across the square, all the frantic tourists froze in place. With their eyes wide open at the sight of the 4 lions, no one dared to act out. At this moment, Su Chen snatched a large loudspeaker from a staff member. All tourists, look at me. I am the director of this zoo. Please maintain order and enter in an orderly fashion. I guarantee you that our rewards are plentiful. Please rest assured, during this promotional period, as long as you complete the tasks and unveil the magic, you can come to claim your prizes. However, if any tourists do not follow the order and cause chaos, our staff will definitely refuse you entry. Please think carefully. Su Chen's words spread through the square via the loudspeaker. Since everyone was silenced by the lion's roar, they all heard what he said. These words immediately alleviated most of their worries, but a small portion still seemed doubtful. At this moment, someone shouted towards Su Chen. Director, you also see, we have so many tourists, what if the prize money is not enough in the end? Su Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this. Everyone, please wait a moment. Then he pulled the 3 group leaders to the ticket window. He had the bank card balance projected onto the big screen. Soon, a long line of balances appeared on the big screen beside the entrance. Everyone look, is the prize money we prepared enough? Chen pointed at the projection on the big screen. Everyone looked towards the screen following Chen's gesture, and in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Wow, how many zeros are there exactly? This huge amount completely dispelled everyone's worries. Boom, cheers erupted into the sky. Once everyone calmed down, Chen raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, as he still had something to say. Having shown the projected prize amount earlier, everyone now had a good impression of Chen. Seeing he had something to say, they naturally gave him face and closed their mouths. I have alleviated everyone's worries, but in return, everyone must follow the rules and not trouble our staff. No problem. Everyone shouted. Also, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Tourists who receive the prize, you must help us promote it when you go back. You should know that such good fortune does not come every day. It won't be so easy to claim prizes in the future. Definitely. Everyone yelled excitedly. Alright, I won't waste your time anymore, let's enter the park. Chen waved his hand grandly, resuming the entry process. Now, everyone listened obediently and lined up to enter the park. Many people stopped by Chen's side, happily saying thank you. Hearing this, Chen beamed with joy. Look, people are so easily swayed. After a while, seeing everyone obeying the order, no one was causing trouble anymore. Chen also had no need to stay longer. So he mounted the white lion, called a few younger brothers, and headed into the zoo. He planned to walk these people around and then send them off quickly. Besides, he still had many things to deal with. Fortunately, with the escort of the white lion, nothing strange happened along the way. It was extremely safe, just like truly coming to enjoy the zoo. Until they walked out of the monkey area, approaching the elephant area. From the distance in the elephant park came waves of cheers. Then many tourists ran out, their faces filled with excitement, quickly rushing towards the nearest staff member. While running, they kept muttering, I figured it out. I know the truth behind that elephant magic. I know the truth behind the multiple eyes magic. Seeing this scene, a smile couldn't help but rise on Chen's lips. As he expected, people unconsciously continued to hypnotize themselves, searching for the truth behind the magic. Naturally, they treated everything they saw as magic. No matter how bizarre things tried to distort human understanding, it was useless. Even if occasionally someone wondered if it was magic. Soon, they would slap themselves with a realization. Is the zoo foolish? Will they just give away money for nothing? Obviously, this magic is sophisticated, I must study it carefully. Everyone fell into a strange state. Come on, bring it on, I'm chill with it, as long as I can make easy money, you must be magical. Suddenly, Chen became curious about the magical conclusions the others were imagining. So he leaned over and eavesdropped for a while. I figured out the elephant, that rabbit-eared elephant must be a skin suit, it's a machine elephant. Wow, you're really smart, don't tell anyone, let's go claim a prize. The staff took this person away with an exaggerated expression. I just saw someone suddenly appear 4 eyes, I guess he's definitely the inheritor of face-changing skills. That's right, you are truly knowledgeable. Of course. But your employee's face-changing technique is so awesome, I couldn't tell it was a mask. Even more amazing, he just put a mask on me without me noticing. That's right, that's right. The staff, with their faces twitching, led this person away. At that moment, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room laughed uncontrollably at the scene. I laughed so hard I almost peed. These people really can imagine things, I'm curious how their brains work. Hey upstairs, don't laugh at them, you're seeing from God's perspective. If you were thrown in, you might be even more abstract. Wow. I really envy these tourists for making easy money, I want to go too. With my wisdom that rivals the greatest minds, I'm sure I could make a fortune. What if the weirdness also comes to get money? After all, money can make ghosts push the mill. In the zoo, Chen was still listening intently to everyone's wild thoughts. Wow, I just saw a group of people with rabbit ears on their heads, but they couldn't touch them with their hands, I'm guessing you used the most advanced 3D projection technology. Congratulations, you guessed it right. The staff smiled, preparing to take him to claim his prize. At that moment, Chen frowned, hearing this conversation reminded him of that troublesome group from Kimchi country. Damn. He had been busy arranging work and forgot all about those people. This group must be thoroughly contaminated by now, and could turn into animals at any moment. If they turned into animals, becoming its toys, wouldn't that mean its power would grow again? No, he had to deal with that group quickly. Chen hurriedly directed the white lions forward, blocking the tourists. Excuse me, where did the group with rabbit ears go? I need to find them. Seeing that it was the park director asking him, the man did not suspect anything. He pointed toward the lion enclosure. They went that way. Su Chen nodded and thanked him. He quickly brought his little brothers to take a quick look in the elephant area, just to finish the tour task. Then he rushed toward the direction pointed out by the man. Before long, within the lion enclosure, Su Chen indeed noticed the figures of those people, about 20 in total. He quickened his pace, and upon closer inspection, he found that these chosen ones now had blank expressions, aimlessly wandering at the entrance of the lion enclosure. Clearly, these people were severely cognized and could collapse completely at any moment. Su Chen was puzzled. Based on past experience, they should have gone to the rabbit enclosure. Why were they here instead? Thinking for a moment, he realized. He had blocked their way with 4 white lions, so the weirdness dared not drive them toward the rabbit enclosure. These people could only be herded forward by the white lions. However, moving forward would lead them to the exit and the oceanarium. Clearly, the weirdness wanted neither to let go of the rabbit toys it had grasped nor allow these people to put on black uniforms and become unappealing monkeys. This created an awkward situation, causing these people to keep wandering in place. Chapter 57, Sending You on Your Way. Having figured this out, Su Chen scanned the surrounding environment but found it to be very open, causing him to frown. This was not a good place to get rid of this group of potential hazards. If these people scattered and ran away, it would indeed be difficult to handle. However, he quickly thought of a way. He leaped down from the white lion. He approached the crowd. Jin Shiba, Shanshan and Raku, Lanmu, everyone look at me. I'm the director now, I can take you all out. Su Chen tried his best to suppress the hatred in his heart, showing a friendly expression as he shouted at the crowd. As soon as he spoke, everyone suddenly turned their heads in unison to look at Su Chen. Their stiff movements made Su Chen feel for a moment that this was a group of zombies. Then, a glimmer of light appeared in the formerly blank expressions of the crowd. Enticed by Su Chen's words, their remaining instincts temporarily overpowered the chaotic thoughts in their minds. They gradually regained some ability to think. However, this does not mean they have overcome cognitive pollution. It can only be said that this is a fleeting moment of brilliance. What you said, is it true? Someone stammered and asked. Of course, you can look at the badge on my chest, and if you don't believe it, you can ask the staff. As he spoke, Su Chen looked around and just happened to spot a staff member, quickly waving to signal him over. Come here, confirm to them that I am the director now. The staff member quickly ran over, and after understanding the situation, he said to the group, that's right, Su Chen is now the director of our zoo. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of this group of chosen ones lit up even brighter, and their will to survive temporarily stabilized their cognition. Su Chen, you must help me. Our pickled vegetable country was once a vassal state of your dragon country, we are family. Jin Shiba saw this and shamelessly rushed over. But his tone sounded a bit stiff, as if his tongue was not listening to him. Beside him, Yamashita Inuichiro rubbed his face hard, trying to squeeze out a smile. Su, our cherry blossom country also descends from your dragon country, you can't just watch us die. Lan Mu's face changed drastically, but as a citizen of the ugly country, his pride did not allow him to beg Su Chen like others. In the end, he said with a hint of arrogance, Su Chen, if you save us, our ugly country will definitely repay you, maybe we will give you a few trade orders, or even lift the economic sanctions against your dragon country. If you don't save us, the ugly country will definitely not let your dragon country go. I have the powerful Ugligian behind me. You better think it through. Hearing this, Su Chen was almost infuriated by Lan Mu's arrogance, and his anger surged. Well, thank you very much. And the ugly country will repay us, give us trade orders, lift economic sanctions against our dragon country. And the ugly country is your backing? How do you think you are so impressive? Are you treating this like charity for beggars? Do you really think our dragon country is made of mud? I might just kill you and see what your ugly country dares to do. Furious, Su Chen almost commanded the white lions to kill this big fool on the spot. But considering the risk of others getting startled and fleeing if he acted, and the chance that some might bizarrely turn into animals, it would really be a loss. Su Chen still suppressed his anger, maintaining a friendly smile. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you out. Come on, let's go into the lion enclosure to rest for a bit, I'll go get the pass. Saying this, he led a few white lions through the big door first. The others saw this and, without suspicion, happily followed in Su Chen's footsteps. At the same time, in live streaming rooms around the world, everyone saw Su Chen was about to save their chosen ones, and they were all beaming with joy. At least this Su Chen is sensible, knowing to come and save everyone, otherwise I wonder how the dragon country would bear the anger of the blue star countries. What are you pretending to be, son of the cherry blossom country? Didn't you see your chosen ones just now groveling to Su Chen? I think this is all because of our powerful ugly country, Su Chen wouldn't dare offend him, and your other countries are just riding on our coattails. That's right, if it weren't for the ugly country, how could Su Chen, with his kind of character, possibly come to help you? I hope your countries will be grateful and quickly pay us ugly country. The Oriental person upstairs, I've looked at your personal information, can you stop pretending to be one of us ugly people? Do you really think that just because you've entered the ugly nationality, you can be a noble ugly person? I advise you to leave early. As time went on, the audience from various countries, led by the ugly country, became increasingly arrogant. They all believed that Su Chen's actions were driven by fear of the ugly country. So these people rushed into the Dragon Country's live room, starting to show off wildly. Naturally, the people of Dragon Country were not going to put up with these fools. After a meal with silence-inducing consequences, the live stream room finally fell quiet. However, even though the people in the Dragon Country livestream had won against foreign viewers, they were now left confused. What's going on? Why is Su Chen suddenly overflowing with compassion, even starting to save the chosen ones of the enemy country? I think we underestimated him. With Su Chen's intelligence, he might be planning something. Exactly. After watching the live stream for so long, do you still not trust Su Chen's character? Just watch the live stream. I feel something is off. I bet Su Chen's compassion is overflowing. Otherwise, I'll eat excrement live. Goodness, the guy upstairs must be here to scam food and drinks. Amid the heated discussions of the audience, Su Chen and the others were walking towards the lion enclosure. As they stepped inside, Su Chen noticed that there were quite a few visitors near the rock formations in the lion area. If the white lion went on a killing spree and killed this group of hopeless chosen ones in front of the visitors, it would inevitably be a problem. He still vividly recalled that bloody scene from before. Suddenly, he remembered the moment when the white lion killed the fifth fake lion. The parts of that fake lion being bitten by the white lion seemed to vanish into thin air. If they could achieve a similar effect when killing this group of polluted people, it might help fool the visitors. But he was unsure if this was the characteristic of the white lion or a trait of the fake lion. When you guys kill this group of people later, can you do it without bloodshed? Just let their polluted parts sink into the underworld, creating a feeling of disappearing into thin air? Su Chen leaned in close to the white lion's ear and quietly asked. The leading lion pondered for a moment, turned to look at the other three white lions, and let out a soft gurgling sound. Then, the lion looked back at Su Chen and nodded decisively. With the white lion's assurance, Su Chen felt relieved. They could definitely fool the visitors. Before long, everyone had entered the lion enclosure. Su Chen took out his phone and sent a command in the workgroup, asking the staff to close the lion enclosure gate. At his signal, the heavy iron gate was swiftly sealed off from the lion enclosure. The visitors in the area looked somewhat panicked, showing signs of confusion, not knowing why the gate was locked. Su Chen picked up a loudspeaker and began to hype things up. Attention, visitors! Look at me! Congratulations, you have been selected as lucky visitors. Next, we will perform a classic magic trick. Please applaud. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes toward Su Chen. When they recognized Su Chen as the park director, their doubts gradually faded away. Then, a hint of excitement appeared in everyone's hearts. Wow! Another magic show. This time, I must figure it out. Over this time, many had seen others receive rewards. At this moment, they were extremely envious and definitely wouldn't miss this great opportunity. Oh! The intense cheers soared into the sky. At that moment, Lam arrogantly walked up to Su Chen and patted him on the shoulder. With his nostrils flared towards Su Chen, he said, "Why are you still performing magic? Don't waste time, hurry up and get the pass to let us go." Su Chen pushed his arm away with a slap and narrowed his eyes. What's the hurry? I'll send you away first. Hearing this, Lam's expression brightened a bit. He pretended to be cool and said, "At least you're being smart, fine, hurry up and take me out." Su Chen nodded, then turned to face the audience. He shouted loudly, "Now, the magic begins." Oh! Amid the cheers, the corners of Su Chen's mouth curled upward wildly. Damn it, finally able to kill this pretentious fool. With a wave of his right arm, the four white lions dashed toward the bewildered Lam like four streaks of white lightning. In the next moment, four blood-dripping jaws fell down simultaneously. Ah! Many spectators watching from afar let out exclamations of shock. Seeing the lion suddenly attack a person, everyone was startled, and their hearts raced. However, what surprised everyone was that there was no bloody scene as they had expected. Lam's body vanished into thin air as the four blood-filled jaws snapped down. The whole arena fell into a daze, especially the chosen ones beside Su Chen, all of them were bewildered. What is happening? Such a big person, and poof, he disappeared? This truly is like a live magic trick. The silence lasted only a brief moment, and the next moment, the entire crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Wow! This is amazing! This is the coolest magic trick I've ever seen in my life. I really want those magic masters to see this. This is real magic, so powerful. Stop boasting, hurry up and figure out how it's done, there's money right in front of us. Bro, stop thinking. I'm giving up, this magic is simply too strong. The audience's response was extremely enthusiastic. However, unlike the excitement of the audience, many chosen ones with rabbit ears felt something was off. First, they already felt uncomfortable facing the white lion due to their contamination. Plus, they knew this was a world of strange tales, fraught with danger. Lamb, such a large person, vanished right before their eyes. How could that not make them feel wary? Everyone unconsciously took 2 steps back. At this moment, Jin Shiba spoke, trembling. Su Chen, where did you take Lamb? He looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with fear. But before Su Chen could answer, suddenly, an announcement from the world of strange tales appeared before everyone's eyes. Chosen one from the ugly country, Lamb, has died. Comprehensive assessment, ugly country's fortune deducted by 20 points, current remaining, 70 points. Drought descends upon the entire ugly country, lasting for 1 month. This death announcement answered Jin Shiba's question. The bodies of the chosen ones froze for a moment, and the next moment, there was a loud noise as everyone began to flee in all directions. Su Chen waved his hand again, and 4 white lions charged out, leaping towards the chosen ones who were fleeing in panic. Su Chen, I was wrong. Spare me, I shouldn't have betrayed you Dragon Country's chosen ones last time. Jin Shiba screamed. However, in the next moment, the white lion caught up to him. It bit through his neck. Then, Jin Shiba's body also vanished into thin air just like Lamb. Chosen one from the Kimchi Country, Jin Shiba, has died. Comprehensive assessment, Kimchi Country's fortune deducted by 15 points, current remaining, 65 points. The entire Kimchi Country experiences a blackout, lasting for 1 month. The announcement of death rang out. Baka! Su Chen, you won't have a good end. You Dragon Country won't have a good end either. Ah! Help me! In the midst of the screams, Yamashita Inu was torn apart by 2 white lions. Chosen one from Sakura Country, Yamashita Inu, has died. Comprehensive assessment, Sakura Country's fortune deducted by 15 points, current remaining, 65 points. Mount Fuji erupts, lasting for 15 days. The announcements continued to ring out. Chosen one from Asan Country, Sang Luoi, has died. Comprehensive assessment, Asan Country's fortune deducted by 15 points, current remaining, 65 points. Flood descends upon the entire Asan Country, lasting for 15 days. Chosen one from Kangaroo Country has died. Comprehensive assessment, Kangaroo Country's fortune deducted by 15 points, current remaining, 60 points. Plague descends upon the entire Kangaroo Country, lasting for 15 days. Chosen one from Dying Empire has died. Comprehensive assessment, Dying Empire's fortune deducted by 15 points, current remaining, 70 points. Eternal night descends upon the entire Dying Empire, lasting for 15 days. At this moment, fear gradually appeared on the faces of the spectators. When they were watching earlier, they could still hold on to a curious freshness. But as the white lions crazily killed, the chosen ones with rabbit ears were gradually wiped out. They started to feel afraid. After all, this magic was too real. Except for the absence of blood, it was no different from real killing. They couldn't see the truth of this magic at all. At this moment, suddenly, in the place where Lamb had disappeared, a jellyfish appeared out of thin air. The jellyfish floated in the air, moving up and down as if it were in the water. Soon after, in the places where the other chosen ones had died and disappeared, jellyfish began to bloom one by one. In the glow of the jellyfish, the entire lion garden was bathed in a dreamlike light. At this, all the spectators were deeply shocked, their eyes firmly fixed on the countless jellyfish in the sky, unable to look away. Oh my god, this is so beautiful. This magic trick is amazing. Yeah, I can't believe my eyes, the jellyfish are swimming in the sky. This is worth the trip. Worth the trip. I'm bringing my whole family tomorrow. I get it now, I've figured it out. I know the truth behind this magic trick. Chapter 59, Drawing the Sword. Amidst the tourists' astonished voices, the next moment, the jellyfish in the sky suddenly changed direction. Led by the first jellyfish, they swam towards the direction of the aquarium. As they swam, it looked like a slow-moving meteor streaking across the tourists' heads. Until all the jellyfish disappeared, the tourists reluctantly withdrew their gaze. Taking this opportunity, Su Chen picked up the loudspeaker again. Everyone, tell me, is our magic wand amazing? Amazing. What responded to him was a roar of applause like a tsunami. Seeing this, Su Chen secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He knew that he had finally fooled them. However, while the tourists were easy to deceive, the audience in the real world was not so easy to fool. The foreign viewers, who had been so excited just moments ago, immediately turned their faces sour. This kid, Su Chen, is truly vicious. He tricked our chosen one. He even used his position to command NPCs to kill people. His heart is evil and must be punished. We must make Dragon Country pay the price. Exactly, our Shiyama Kenichiro from Sakura Country was killed by this kid twice. If we don't kill Chen, the hatred of the Sakura people will never be extinguished. Our Kimchi Country is the same. The chosen one was killed by this kid twice. How can there be such a vicious person in the world? No surprise, this is the land where the flower of evil blooms. Dragon Country must be punished, and Chen must pay with his life. The people who were just showing off were suddenly slapped in the face by Chen's big slap, their faces swelling up. They were now frantically cursing in the live stream, and their words became more and more vulgar. Some even rushed into the Dragon Country live stream to curse. But unfortunately, the Dragon Country moderators were incredibly fast, directly banning these trolls permanently. Those idiots who were spitting nonsense just now, if you have the guts, keep talking. Why aren't you speaking now? What, are you mute? Someone mockingly ridiculed the foreign trolls. Are you guys brainless or blind? Didn't you see your chosen ones have rabbit ears on their heads? Clearly, they brought it upon themselves, yet you blame Chen? Why didn't Chen command the White Lion to attack other countries' chosen ones? This is their country's traditional skill, you must kneel before them and revolve around them, or it's your fault. I really don't understand where their arrogance comes from. Forget everything else, I just want to ask Sakura Country and Kimchi Country, what does it feel like to have your chosen ones repeatedly killed by Chen? They deserve it, after they deceived our chosen ones last time, this is their retribution. Exactly, anyone who offends our Dragon Country will be executed, no matter how far away. The livestream was especially lively, with celebratory comments flooding the screen. The disgusting arrogant remarks from other countries had really angered the Dragon Country audience. Seeing Chen take down all those chosen ones and watching those arrogant people fall apart, all the Dragon Country viewers finally felt a deep sense of relief and satisfaction. At this moment, Ugly Country couldn't take it anymore. They felt like their faces had been slapped hard by Dragon Country. You know, Ugly Country is the world's true overlord. How dare their backward Dragon Country provoke us? So the Ugly Country issued an announcement. If Dragon Country does not compensate Ugly Country within 24 hours regarding this matter, Ugly Country will use the harshest means to sanction Dragon Country. The small brother countries of Ugly Country and those with strained relations with Dragon Country saw their big brother leading the charge. Thus, they also began to publish announcements in the international arena, condemning and threatening Dragon Country. Their slogans were louder than one another. It seemed as if Dragon Country had committed some heinous crime. In response to these accusations, the top officials of Dragon Country quickly held a meeting. During the meeting, Elder Chen connected remotely and presented his viewpoint. We deduced that Chen is related to the Strange Talk world, and he is going to overturn the Strange Talk world. This news shocked the high officials of Dragon Country completely. It was because of this news that the keen-sensed people of Dragon Country captured the key information. It was time to take this opportunity to overturn the injustices in the world, to eradicate the tumors of the world. Soon after, Dragon Country made a response internationally. In response to these condemnation announcements, Dragon Country unusually did not continue to play the diplomatic game. Instead, they responded harshly, even rudely. We in Dragon Country have an old saying, justice lies in the hearts of the people. And another saying, truth is only within the range of cannons. In response to the dangerous statements from some countries internationally, we in Dragon Country just want to say, we have nothing to be ashamed of, and our cannons can reach far. So, little clowns, stop your rambling, and if you have the guts, then let's have a real fight. Once this response came out, the world was shaken. Is this still the formerly polite Dragon Country that only knew how to play the diplomatic game? Goodness, did we just provoke Ugly Country, and you had to flip the table? Our side played a 3, and you directly laid down a king bomb? This domineering slap from Dragon Country stunned all the countries. For those small brother countries of Ugly Country, they were merely cheerleaders, following behind Ugly Country waving flags, hoping for some soup to drink. On ordinary days, they would annoy Dragon Country, and that was fine. But if they really had to face Dragon Country in battle, even with 10 times their courage, they wouldn't dare. One must know that Dragon Country's current international standing is built not only on its economy but also on its remarkable military achievements. Leaving aside the Kimchi War, just look at how Dragon Country almost had an extreme 1-for-1 with Bear Country's oppression. Such a bloodthirsty nation, do they truly think it is a soft persimmon? With this statement from Dragon Country, the attitudes of countries around the world instantly shifted from righteous indignation to ambiguous postures. They were even more impressive than a traditional face-changing artist. Even some countries skilled in flipping positions secretly contacted Dragon Country. They declared that they were coerced by Ugly Country and dared not disrespect Dragon Country. As for Ugly Country, they found themselves caught in a difficult situation and were left speechless for a moment. Ugly Country's goal from the beginning was to make money and maintain its position as a hegemon. If they were to confront Dragon Country directly, it would be like signing their own death warrant. Once war starts, whether they win or lose, they would be suffering huge losses. This kind of result was unacceptable to the elite class of ugly country. Thus, they promptly retreated and no longer mentioned sanctions against Dragon Country. However, amidst this bizarre international atmosphere, a big wise country couldn't sit still. The higher-ups in Cherry Blossom Country were extremely excited. Previously, they wanted to use Chen as an excuse to reorganize their military and dominate the East. Unexpectedly, they now had such a good reason. Moreover, the international community was filled with voices condemning Dragon Country. If they raised their voice, wouldn't everyone gather around them? When the time comes, splitting Dragon Country would naturally make Cherry Blossom Country great again. Thus, the secret of little maneuvers of Cherry Blossom Country accelerated. Chapter 60, Great Kindness. At the zoo, Chen sent off a group of excited tourists, then took his little brothers along. Heading towards the exit. Before long, everyone arrived at the exit. The competitor from Iron Bar Country looked at Chen and spoke in halting Chinese. Chen, you go out first. The first one to clear the game will receive the richest reward. A few others nearby immediately chimed in. Yes, Chen, you go out first. We are already very grateful that you can help us clear the game. No need to thank us, you must take the first place reward, we are not worthy. Everyone spoke one after another, urging Chen to accept the first prize reward. However, Chen smiled and refused everyone's kindness. I still have things to deal with, you all go out first. Since you still have things, then we can wait for you to finish before going out, we are not in a hurry. Said the competitor from Sevi Country. Chen knew everyone was considering him, wanting to leave the best reward for him. But he indeed could not go out from the exit right now. What if after clearing the game, he was directly teleported away? What would happen to the people in the zoo? After previous interactions with Lin Fei and others, he no longer thought these people were just simple NPCs. He still cared about their safety. Although the zoo seemed to have a solution now and didn't appear as dangerous. But Chen still felt uneasy. After all, there was still an uncertain factor, the inner world. This strange and mysterious thing, he currently had no idea how to solve. He could only stay here for a while and watch how things change. It's okay, you all go out. I have obtained the position of director, the reward after clearing must be the most generous. Chen persuaded everyone. Hearing this, everyone paused, feeling it made a lot of sense. With Chen's insistence, they no longer spoke further. A few of them gathered to play rock paper scissors to decide the order of clearing the game. Then they each said goodbye to Chen and safely exited the zoo. The chosen one from Sevi Country cleared the Zoo of Strange Tales first. Overall evaluation, Sevi Country's luck increased by 15 points, currently remaining 60 points. Sevi Country's food production permanently increased by 10%. The chosen one from Iron Bar Country cleared the Zoo of Strange Tales. Overall evaluation, Iron Bar Country's luck increased by 10 points, currently remaining 55 points. Iron Bar Country's mineral production increased by 10%, lasting 1 year. One by one, clearing announcements appeared before all the surviving chosen ones. Chen smiled with satisfaction. After sending his little brothers off, he turned and headed towards the rabbit enclosure with 4 white lions. The rabbit enclosure was now considered the only relatively dangerous place, and it needed the white lions to guard it. Before long, Chen returned to the rabbit enclosure. Upon closer inspection, he found that this place indeed had the most pressure. A team of staff were so busy their heads were about to fly off. They were desperately trying to drive the rabbits out from under the shade, attempting to recapture the escaping rabbits. And since everyone had been in close contact with the rabbits for a long time, and they knew the truth, they could not be brainwashed by the magic tricks. Many staff members had slight bloodshot eyes at this moment. Seeing this, Chen showed an apologetic expression. He hurriedly directed the white lions to help the staff catch the rabbits running around. The 4 white lions sprang into action, catching and biting. With the help of the white lions, soon all the escaped rabbits in the rabbit enclosure were cleared out. Then, Chen gathered the nearby staff together. He instructed the white lions to help purify the pollution. With the sound of roars, everyone returned to normal. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Chen said apologetically to the crowd. It's not hard, this is the most satisfying day I've had in years. Someone said happily. Director, you might not know, we have been watching the rabbit enclosure for half a day, and there hasn't been a single new rabbit born. Our plan succeeded. A round-faced staff member said excitedly with a flushed face. Yes, Director, you are too amazing. This is the first time we have won so comfortably. Everyone was talking at once. Seeing that everyone was genuinely happy, Chen couldn't help but smile widely. Suddenly, he realized he had overlooked something. There were still many chosen ones wandering around the zoo. Although the bizarre creatures were currently distracted due to the large number of excited customers, they were still at risk. And more importantly, if some unlucky soul actually got harmed, wouldn't that just make the bizarre creatures stronger? No, I have to get these chosen ones out of here. Chen thought to himself. To be honest, he felt a bit of sympathy. After all, he grew up in the dragon country, and he still had a kind heart. Besides, most of the chosen ones who had enmity with dragon country were all dead, and the remaining countries were relatively neutral. If he could help, why not? Having thought this through, Chen raised his hand to stop the flattery from the crowd. I just thought of something. The first batch of visitors today wasn't brainwashed, so there's still potential danger. You all pair up and get them out. Chen said to everyone. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then recalled that there actually was a group that had come in early in the morning. What about the rabbit area? Someone asked. It's fine, I'll stay here with the white lion. I doubt those bizarre creatures can pull any tricks. Chen crossed his arms and smiled slightly. Alright, we'll head out right away. The group quickly paired up and headed deeper into the zoo. Before long, an announcement about chosen ones clearing the challenge appeared before Chen. Bear Country's chosen ones cleared the zoo's bizarre challenge. Comprehensive evaluation, Bear Country's luck increased by 10 points. Current total, 70 points. Bear Country's natural gas production increased by 10%, lasting for 1 year. These workers are really efficient. Chen remarked as he looked at the announcement. A few minutes later, another series of clearance announcements flashed in front of him. Just as he had said, these workers were absurdly efficient. Chen kept silently counting the number of cleared chosen ones. And just like that, in less than an hour, the surviving chosen ones had almost all successfully cleared the challenge. By the time dusk approached, Chen counted the numbers and found only 10 had not cleared. The rabbit area didn't produce new rabbits, which means those people must have gone into the aquarium. Forget it, let them fend for themselves. If they're lucky, they might also find a way out of the aquarium. Chen muttered softly. As he spoke, he climbed onto the back of the white lion and headed toward the lion area. At this point, the zoo entrance had closed, and there was no need to stay here any longer. Moreover, it was about to get dark, and the bizarre creatures might come for him. As the saying goes, a wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall. It's better to return to the lion area quickly. In the real world, thanks to Chen's act of saving people, Dragon Country's international status surprisingly rose again. Especially among some countries that had benefited from Chen and were keenly observant. They began publicly expressing their gratitude on the international stage, sending generous gifts to Dragon Country. Such actions clearly indicated they were subtly aligning with Dragon Country. Chapter 61, A Comfortable Life of Relaxation, I'm Not Leaving. On the other hand, Ugly Country was completely furious. However, they were also a little bit anxious inside. Everyone, tell me, is there any good way to suppress Dragon Country? In the highest conference room of Ugly Country, the leader stared intensely at everyone and asked. But after some scratching of heads, everyone fell silent. Are you kidding? Haven't we always been suppressing Dragon Country? How else can we do it? If we push too hard, we might get dragged down ourselves. At that point, none of us can be sure how it will end. Seeing that everyone was silent, a flicker of anger crossed the leader's face. What's the use of the country spending money to support you useless people? That person shouted loudly. At that moment, someone stood up below. In a low voice, he said, I received news that the Cherry Blossom Nation seems to be secretly making small moves, wanting to restore its army and take a bite out of Dragon Country. Can we use this? The person at the front's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's a good suggestion. Arrange for someone to contact Cherry Blossom Nation, offer them assistance, and let them act quickly. That person issued the command. Soon, the Ugly Country took action. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Chen still stayed in the zoo. He arranged for staff to set up a temporary house in the lion area, where he slept at night, never separating from the white lions for 24 hours. In the first few days, Chen submitted the action plan to the organization as required. After reviewing the plan, the other party initially thought Chen was completely messing around, even suggesting revoking his position as director. When the zoo staff learned of this, they were immediately unhappy, signing a petition spontaneously to explain the situation at the zoo. They stated that if Director Su was dismissed, they would also quit. This surprised the organization, which quickly set aside their prejudice and listened to the people's opinions. After receiving casualty reports from the zoo for several consecutive days, they were completely convinced. By the end of the week, apart from the first day, the zoo had 0 casualties for the rest of the days. This result was even more brilliant than when Old Joe and his group were there. So, the organization hurriedly apologized to Chen and actively offered to improve Chen's welfare and benefits. To this, Chen said it was optional. After all, he was not here to make money, and that money couldn't be brought to the real world, he had no use for it. His accommodation and meals were fully covered by the zoo. As long as the zoo did not shut down, everything was fine. As for that bizarre creature, it also realized something was wrong in the initial days and had attempted to assassinate Chen. However, the 4 white lions were extremely vigilant, never giving the bizarre creature any chance. After trying a few times, it no longer reacted, as if it had given up. After all, it's a mischievous kid, lacking patience. This was Chen's evaluation of that bizarre creature. So, a month flew by. The entire zoo was as stable as could be, with not a single safety incident. The only somewhat dangerous moment was when the bizarre creature performed too hard, and a visitor almost choked on milk tea from excitement. Yet that visitor still exclaimed it was exhilarating and stated they would bring their whole family next weekend. At that moment, Chen was left speechless. Not to mention, that bizarre creature truly was like Chen said, not quite right in the head, performing magic with all its might every day. But it should be known, effort and reward do not always match. Sometimes, it can even have negative effects. The more the bizarre creature exerted itself, the happier the zoo visitors became. Due to the very positive feedback, in the last 10 days, the number of visitors to the zoo exploded, at least increasing by a dozen times, forcing the zoo to start limiting ticket sales. Now, scalpers were also happy, the zoo tickets soared to sky-high prices. Everyone was happy, except for one fool who was miserable in a world of their own. In such a joyful atmosphere, Chen's life was quite comfortable. Every day was just eating and sleeping, with no need to work. It was exactly the life he dreamed of in his previous life. It's worth mentioning that the organization's efficiency was high, quickly arranging for the lion area to be moved to the grass next to the rabbit area. This way, Chen no longer needed to take the white lions on patrol every day, he could just lie in the lion area and sunbathe. This life is just too enjoyable, why go out? I've decided to just relax here. He stretched comfortably, took out his phone, and opened a game. With a Timmy, he began to slay opponents in glory. In this month, the audience in Dragon Country had to admit that this old 6 was impressive. They originally thought Chen would simply clear the game after solving the crisis at the zoo. However, he didn't, he even started enjoying a vacation life. The audience watched Chen living a life where he had everything handed to him, bored and playing games every day, and they were simply envious to madness. I'm really impressed by this guy, others are in a perilous world, while Chen is just relaxing. I never thought Chen could exploit the bugs in the eerie world, he doesn't come out, and the eerie instance is stuck, no new instances have opened for a month, not great for Blue Star but a good thing. Though that's true, I really envy Chen having such a good time every day. What you guys are saying doesn't matter, the thing that makes me feel worst is, what kind of game is Chen playing? A game unique to the eerie world? Can someone from Blue Star hurry up and develop something like that? I really want to play. Just when everyone was wildly criticizing Chen's leisurely life, the live broadcast finally changed. Lin Fei walked into the frame and said to Chen, "Director, I have a few questions to discuss with you." Hearing there was a problem at the zoo, the audience perked up and began to watch seriously. Chen, hearing this, also looked puzzled. A problem? What's going on? He asked with a confused face. It's like this, I calculated our prize balance and found we're a bit stretched. Director, could you apply for some additional funds? Lin Fei scratched his head, a bit embarrassed as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen, who had just sat up, lay back down on the lounge chair. This? Simple. Just say that the grand opening discounts have ended, change the prize distribution rules, and set up a leaderboard for the top entrants to get prizes. How to rank them? You handle that, I won't worry about it. Also, we can't always rely on the organization's money doesn't come for free. We need to learn how to make money. Our goal is to turn the zoo into the organization's cash cow. Chen said casually while playing his game. But will the visitors be unhappy? Lin Fei asked doubtfully. What's there to be unhappy about? People are competitive by nature. If you're worried, prepare some souvenirs and trophies. For the top 10 every day, let's create a cool extra leaderboard, put their names at the entrance, we'll fully satisfy their show-off mentality. I don't believe they won't come. Chen continued to operate the game, casually explaining. Lin Fei, hearing this, gradually felt his eyes brighten. It was as if a large door opened in front of him, revealing a brand new world. After a few seconds, Lin Fei snapped back to reality and slapped his forehead. Oh right, there's still an important thing to report. What is it? Chen temporarily stopped his gaming, raised his head to look at Lin Fei again, confusion filling his eyes. Well, after our recent observations, the Eerie seems a bit exhausted, its efficiency has noticeably dropped recently. Our plan has succeeded, you are too amazing, Director Su. Lin Fei said happily. However, Chen did not show the expected joy, instead, he frowned. This won't do, have we exhausted the free labor? It seems we need to control the number of visitors, we can't drain my cash cow dry, because hiring magicians needs to pay salaries. Chen mumbled softly. This voice fell into Lin Fei's ears, instantly stunning him, catching him off guard. Did I hear that right? Goodness, previous directors tried everything to kill the eeriness but failed. Yet here you are, raising it in captivity? While Lin Fei was in a daze. Su Chen continued, Lin Fei, you guys need to work hard at first, observing the strange situation. It's best to find a balance of the number of tourists that drains the strangeness, and then sell tickets based on that number. Of course, just in case, I'll hire a few more magicians from the organization. Su Chen made a decision regarding the follow-up plan. At this point, the audience from the Dragon Country was also left speechless by Su Chen's words, their expressions identical to Lin Fei's. Damn, I really can't believe this. Don't squeeze the strangeness dry? Is the strangeness a money tree? Hurry and listen, is this even human talk? My blood pressure just maxed out. Su Chen cured my low blood pressure, he really knows how to play. I have to say, Su Chen has truly mastered the teachings of the Dragon Country, playing the sustainable development game perfectly. I feel so sorry for the strangeness. Can I report Su Chen for exploiting child labor? Strangeness, just give me a knife, I can't take it anymore. The people of the Dragon Country were wildly complaining. At this moment, Lin Fei gradually regained his composure. Director, isn't our goal to eliminate the strangeness? Why not take this opportunity to drain them dry? Lin Fei couldn't grasp the other party's line of thinking. If you kill my money tree, no, if you kill the strangeness, how do we deal with the inner world? What if some monsters accidentally enter the inner world? Wouldn't that be a huge mess? It's better to let this strangeness continue absorbing and consuming the energy from the inner world. Su Chen looked at Lin Fei as if he was stupid. At the same time, he started to doubt, why hasn't this guy been as clever as before lately? Since I'm leaving, can he really take over this position? If that's the case, maybe I should just stay. It's not that I'm afraid of glitches, it's that there's truly no one to take over. Indeed, greater ability brings greater responsibility. Su Chen desperately brainwashed himself. Beside him, Lin Fei heard Su Chen's explanation and immediately widened his eyes. Then he slapped his own head hard. As expected of Director Su, your analysis is always so thorough. I'll convey your instructions to everyone right away. After saying that, Lin Fei walked out with a face full of admiration. Su Chen shook his head while looking at his back, then continued to focus on fighting in the glory battlefield. Damn, as expected of Su God, we were still so shallow. I'm sorry, Su God. It was wrong of me to speak loudly just now. What is a big picture view? What is vision? I give up, I want to bow to Su Chen. The audience, who had previously been complaining about Su Chen, suddenly turned 180 degrees, all becoming sycophants. In the zoo, Su Chen was still controlling Li Bai to slaughter everywhere. Suddenly, a familiar announcement interface abruptly appeared in front of Su Chen. Warning Chosen One, do not maliciously exploit the bug to remain in the instance. Currently warning the Chosen One, if you do not clear the level before tomorrow, the highest rule of the world of weird stories will directly erase you. Looking at the announcement that appeared, Su Chen's face darkened. What the hell, is this reasonable? You didn't say there was a time limit for clearing before I entered. Why make me clear it before tomorrow? And threatening to erase me? Do you really think I'm scared? Don't you know I have the system to protect me? So, Su Chen decisively called back Lin Fei, who had just left. Hey, I'm about to leave. I've decided to pass the position of director to you. There's no need for me to say more about precautions. As long as you continue my policies, this zoo will not have any problems. Su Chen said seriously. Hearing that Director Su was leaving and passing the position to him, Lin Fei was shocked again. No way, Director Su, you've achieved such great merit. How can you leave when tasting the fruits of victory? Lin Fei anxiously advised. Because my goal is the stars and the sea. Su Chen looked at the distant sky and said pretentiously. At this moment, Lin Fei also grew serious, with respect appearing on his face. I understand now, Director. You are going to help the organization deal with other strangeness, aren't you? Indeed, someone like you should not be stuck in this small zoo. Seeing that my casual remarks sparked such imagination in the other person, Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. However, he didn't explain anything and simply accepted the other person's statement. Soon after, all the staff learned about this matter and came to bid farewell to Su Chen. Because everyone was extremely reluctant to part with him, they organized a lavish farewell banquet, which lasted joyfully until nearly midnight. As the deadline approached, Su Chen said goodbye to everyone and walked towards the exit. It is worth mentioning that due to everyone's strong insistence, he couldn't resist them, and he did not relinquish his position as director. He only gave Lin Fei the position of acting director to handle the daily affairs in his stead. Thus, under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen stepped out of the zoo's gate. In the next moment, an announcement appeared in front of Su Chen and the audience of Long Nation. The chosen one of Long Nation, Chen, has successfully cleared the zoo horror tale and solved the current problems of the zoo. Comprehensive assessment: the national fortune of Long Nation has increased by 20 points, currently remaining at 90 points. The technological development speed of Long Nation has increased by 10%, and a full resource production increase of 10% buff has been granted for 1 year. Chapter 63, Talent Skill, 2 Minds in 1 Thought. After this announcement disappeared, another announcement that only Chen could see appeared before him. Congratulations on completing one of the hidden tasks. As a reward, you may retain your position as the zoo director and receive monthly salary and benefits. You will also receive an extra teleportation opportunity, allowing you to teleport to the zoo gate anytime, anywhere using the badge. Seeing the first 2 lines, Chen was stunned. The horror tale world actually gave him a reward. It seemed that completing a hidden task triggered the reward conditions. However, the wording in this announcement also caught Chen's attention. One of the hidden tasks? That suggests there are other hidden tasks, and possibly completely solving the inner world is also a hidden task. But thinking about it, with his current ability, wanting to solve the inner world was simply a dream. Then, he looked at the content of the rewards. A teleportation opportunity? At first glance, this reward seemed a lot like a life-saving chance. In future instances, if he encounters danger, he can forcibly teleport back to the zoo to save his life. However, after a bit of thought, Chen felt this was a trap laid by the horror tale world. Once he teleported back, he might trigger some ridiculous hidden task, forcing him to solve the inner world again. Chen shook his head, making up his mind that he would never use this trap function. As he contemplated these things, another announcement from the horror tale world appeared. Congratulations on clearing the zoo horror tale. The next opening time for the horror tale world is in 3 days. You have 3 days of rest time. Would you prefer to return to the real world or stay in the horror tale world? If you choose to stay in the horror tale world, you can select a 5-star hotel or the zoo. Chen thought for a moment. If he returned to reality, he would have to interact with relatives, friends, and even the country. After all, he had crossed over, and many of his habits were different from the former Chen. Moreover, many of his actions in the horror tale world would also be difficult to explain. If someone asked about it, it would be a hassle, so he simply decided not to go back. As for the zoo, he would definitely not choose that. He had guessed that there were still traps in the zoo, so how could he go back? Chen quickly made his decision. I choose the 5-star hotel. As soon as his words fell, the familiar sense of distortion appeared again. Amidst countless intertwining lights, he found himself back in the hotel room. Observing the accommodation environment, Chen stretched and flopped onto the soft bed. System, is the real world still live streaming now? He silently asked in his heart. Please rest assured, host. Now the live broadcast has stopped, and the world of strange tales has no surveillance on you, so you can move freely. Hearing this, Chen felt relieved. After all, being watched by others all the time was quite uncomfortable. System, what about rewards? He asked. Please wait, the system is currently assessing the host's completion. Analysis complete. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the Zoo Strange Tale instance and triggering the hidden ending, ignoring the rules. Based on the current completion and the instance difficulty evaluation, it is rated as SS level, with a total of 2,000 points earned. The cold system voice echoed in his mind. Hearing that he had actually gained 2,000 points, Chen was overjoyed. Indeed, going back was a correct choice. If there's free benefits to be had, not taking them is simply a crime. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Shouldn't he stock up on more rollback experience vouchers? When the next instance comes, he can grind a wave of points like crazy and then go on a shopping spree, filling up all useful items. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As everyone knows, all fear comes from not having enough firepower. If he is fully armed, do those bizarre things still dare to bother him? He could directly beat it until it returns to normal. System, open the system mall. He said excitedly. With a swish, a virtual electronic screen appeared in the air before him. Chen quickly scanned through various products and soon found the rollback experience voucher. In the next moment, his face darkened. The rollback experience voucher costs 3,000 points, which he simply couldn't afford. Now Chen felt a bit pained. He hadn't noticed the value of the rollback experience voucher before, subconsciously thinking that the novice gift pack from the system must not be worth much. Who gives out god gear in a newbie village? As a result, he didn't expect that after going back once, he ended up losing 1,000 points after a busy day. It seems that getting benefits is not as easy as imagined. Damn, what a loss. Forget it, I'll just use the points for a lottery this time. He muttered. System, draw 4 times. He recalled that the system had said before that after 4 more draws, the quality of the prize pool would improve. Now 2,000 points were just enough for 4 draws. It would be nice to improve the quality of the prize pool first. Received, the prize pool is now opening. Starting the lottery. Congratulations to the host for receiving mental strength +2. Congratulations to the host for receiving strength +3. Congratulations to the host for receiving agility +3. Congratulations to the host for receiving the talent skill dual focus. Ding, reminder to the host, the number of draws has reached 5, the prize pool has been upgraded. After drawing 5 more times, the prize pool will upgrade again. After a series of electronic sounds, 4 reward boxes floated before his eyes. He was surprised to find that among these 4 rewards, the first 3 were blue boxes, while the last one was actually a purple box. Clearly different from the others. System, why are the colors of the rewards different? Blue represents that the reward is of ordinary quality, while purple indicates that the reward is of rare quality. The highest quality in the previous prize pool was purple, and now the prize pool has unlocked red quality. Hope the host earns more points. Hearing this explanation, Chen understood. He had unexpectedly hit the jackpot and drawn the top reward. He hurriedly reached out to click on the dual focus box. Then, just like in an online game, a skill description popped up on the box. Dual focus has an active mode and a passive mode. The passive mode is permanently effective. No matter what the host is doing, a part of their attention will always keep watching the changes in the surrounding environment. Active mode, as the name suggests, once activated, the host can do 2 things simultaneously without affecting each other. The duration after activation is 12 hours, and the cooldown time is 12 hours. It can be closed early to reduce the cooldown time. After reading this explanation, Chen was stunned. Wow, this cheat is a bit outrageous. In passive mode, no matter what he does, he can always be the first to notice something unusual. This is simply a divine weapon in the world of strange tales. In active mode, opening it is like creating a clone, efficiency skyrockets. And even when faced with danger, if force is needed to solve problems, activating the kung fu of mutual combat can at least boost one's combat power by 0.5 times. Now, I am known as the little old rascal. Chen couldn't help but smile widely, almost reaching his ears. System, claim the reward. He said loudly. Chapter 64, National Fortune? Meteorite? Received, rewards are beginning to distribute. As the electronic voice of the system sounded, several streams of warmth surged into his body out of nowhere. Soon after, Chen keenly sensed that both his strength and agility had greatly improved. This enhancement was not as abstract as the improvement in mental power. At the moment of improvement, he felt the changes. At the same time, his brain also grasped the method to unlock his talent skills, and the passive effect of multitasking was activated. The entire room's environment suddenly became clear in his mind, just like unlocking a map in a game. Wow, this is amazing! Chen couldn't help but exclaim. By the way, system, open the attribute panel. He suddenly remembered he had just gained a boost in mental power. He vaguely remembered that the system mentioned before, the limit for ordinary people was 10. His mental power had already reached the limit, would this time not increase it? If that's the case, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Received, attribute panel is opening. Name, Chen. Age, 19. Physique, 6. Strength, 8. Agility, 9. Stamina, 5. Mental power, 12. Note, the maximum value for ordinary people's attributes is 10. After seeing the numbers on the attribute panel, Chen's face displayed joy. Goodness, his mental power actually broke the limit. The system truly lives up to being a traveler's personal cheat, easily surpassing the limits of the human body. So, am I now considered a superhero? A thought suddenly arose in his heart. Even without mentioning that his mental power has exceeded the limit, just in terms of strength and agility, with his physical fitness, he should be able to be an athlete in the provincial team. If this trend continues, if he farmed a few more instances and did more lucky draws, he might really become a superhero. 20 points of strength is not enough, then 50 points, 100 points of strength. At that time, I will plow straight through the horror world, beating the weirdness back to normal. He thought cheerfully. On the other side, the audience in the Dragon Country finally had the chance to put down their phones and tablets. After constantly watching live broadcasts at a high intensity, they were exhausted both physically and mentally. Finally having some free time, not doing things they love would be too unfair to themselves. So, some of them set up a longevity plaque for Chen. Some donated money to build a temple for Chen. Some donated money to create a public welfare fund in Chen's name. And the wealthiest village in Dragon Country, Huayin Village, even prepared to erect a gigantic statue of pure gold for Chen. They claimed it would be taller than the Statue of Liberty in the ugly country. Regarding this series of grassroots actions, the official attitude of Dragon Country was also quite ambiguous. They did not advocate it, but did not stop it either. As for these projects' procedural approvals, as long as they were not too absurd, all were passed with a wave of the hand. Among them, many officials raised objections. They believed this was completely feudal superstition, nonsense. The official response was very simple: Chen deserves it. But it is also true, Chen's success in passing the zoo and the rewards from the horror world were truly impressive. Dragon Country could completely take this opportunity to elevate its national strength to the next level. Moreover, aside from these rewards, because of Chen, Dragon Country also gained significant breakthroughs internationally. Many nations speculated that Chen might be the favored son of the horror world, hence they sought to befriend Dragon Country, sending gifts, hoping that in future horror instances, Dragon Country would open the livestream firewall for them to copy Chen's homework. These opportunistic actions, directly pushing the Dragon Kingdom to reach a status where it stands shoulder to shoulder with the ugly country on the international stage. It is precisely because of Chen's various contributions to the Dragon Kingdom that he fully deserves those 4 words. Chen is worthy. It is worth mentioning that many years later, temples for Chen spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom, with incense burning extremely vigorously. Moreover, there are folk rumors that praying for children at the Su God Temple is extremely effective. Ask for a son, get a son; ask for a daughter, get a daughter. The Su God answers all requests. However, how exactly Chen answers requests remains unknown. On the other hand, the Cherry Blossom Country, with the intent and support of the Ugly Country, is busily preparing to launch a sneak attack on the Dragon Kingdom and revive the Cherry Blossom Empire. The entire domestic industry has completely begun to tilt towards military use. Countless military supplies and personnel are silently gathering towards the Changchi and Zuoshiba military ports. At this moment, in the atmosphere of enthusiastic excitement across the Cherry Blossom Country, suddenly an abnormal event occurred. Due to the influence of bad national fortunes, 2 gigantic meteorites, never before observed by the Blue Star humans, suddenly crashed into the atmosphere of Blue Star, trailing long tails, heading straight for the 2 most important military ports of the Cherry Blossom Country. Boom! Boom! With 2 thunderous sounds echoing through the Cherry Blossom Country, towering waves surged into the sky, crashing and rushing in all directions. All the ships of the Cherry Blossom Country, in an instant, were violently smashed into the depths of the sea by the furious waves. What steel giants, what aircraft carriers! In the face of natural disasters, they are completely paper-thin. In just a split second. Total annihilation. And it's not over yet. The surging waves rushed into the inland of the 9 islands with the power to destroy heaven and earth. The waves pushed across 3,000 miles, roaring through 19 provinces. A quarter of the Cherry Blossom Country was turned into a country of waves. When the high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom Country received this news, they immediately went mad. Baka! Why did this happen? What is that fool from the Ugly Country doing? Why didn't they detect such a large meteorite immediately? Are they all blind? And why, with such a big blue star, does the meteorite only crash into our Cherry Blossom naval base? Did this meteorite gain intelligence? At that moment, when all the senior officials were going frantic, someone weakly said, "Do you think there's a possibility that our Cherry Blossom national fortune has been crushed by the Dragon Kingdom? If we try to harm the other side, we might encounter all sorts of unforeseen changes." As soon as this sentence was spoken, there was silence in the room. After a long time, someone said in a hoarse voice, "Then does it mean our Cherry Blossom Country will have to acknowledge the Dragon Kingdom as our ancestor again? If so, when can we stand up again?" At this time, the person who reacted first replied, "There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, under the eaves, one must bow their head, and since we have gotten used to bowing, why fear lowering our heads? Moreover, if the influence of national fortune is really that significant, with the current national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, crushing the Ugly Country isn't a problem. We could follow behind the Dragon Kingdom, Dad, and take a piece of the pie. To be great again isn't a dream." One statement awakened the sleepers. This room full of talented individuals once again immersed themselves in the beautiful dream of making the Cherry Blossom great again. Chapter 65 New Quest, Girlfriend's Letter. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom immediately detected the natural disaster occurring in the Cherry Blossom Country. With the strength of the Dragon Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Country's previous small actions had long been under its watch. As for why the Dragon Kingdom didn't expose this on the international stage, it was because the Dragon Kingdom was waiting for the other side to strike themselves. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom could take this opportunity to openly showcase its strength. To intimidate those who harbor ill thoughts, so that they don't dare to follow the Ugly Country to cause trouble for us, the Dragon Kingdom. My red iron fist can blast your head off. However, before the Cherry Blossom Country could truly initiate anything, 2 meteors from beyond the heavens, without any warning, obliterated the Cherry Blossom Navy. The Dragon Kingdom was stunned. But in the next moment, the faces of the senior leaders of the Dragon Kingdom turned dark. Sakura Country was so close to them, the tsunami caused by the meteorite crashing down could likely affect their eastern coast. Thus, the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom quickly sprang into action, mobilizing their troops to prepare aid for the disaster area on the east coast. However, before the orders could be passed down, the information department sent the latest news. According to observations from the Z-Way satellite, the tsunami triggered by the meteorite bizarrely all rushed toward the direction of Sakura country. On the side facing the Dragon Kingdom, the waves were only a few meters high, and they calmed down completely before traveling very far. The Dragon Kingdom was instantly plunged into shock. This is just too ridiculous. The meteorite fell into the sea, and the tsunami actually knew to rush toward Sakura country? They wouldn't even dare dream of this. But the facts were right in front of them, making it impossible for them not to believe. In the end, the senior leaders of the Dragon Kingdom came to a conclusion. Maybe this is the mysterious power of national fortune. We must reward Chen. Who would have thought the power of national fortune could be this great? Yes, we must reward him. The crowds of leaders echoed in agreement. So what should the reward be? Someone asked. Money? Do you think Chen, with his performance, will still lack money after this? A position? He's like a king in the zoo, who would he look up to that? An honor medal? That definitely must be given, but it's just a spiritual reward and doesn't really help. Then what do you suggest we give? Being continuously challenged, this person was getting a bit annoyed. If one suggestion didn't work, and another still didn't work, what on earth should they reward him? As the saying goes, heroes should pair with beauties. I happen to have a granddaughter, 18 years old, who is so beautiful that she could make fish sink and birds fall. She is not only gorgeous but also talented. I think Chen would make a great son-in-law. The old man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. 3 days flew by. After a few days of rest, Chen was in peak physical and mental condition. He was ready to enter the new dungeon. Just then, the familiar mechanical voice came from the sky. Attention all chosen ones, the new dungeon will open soon. The teleportation portal will open in 3 seconds, please prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, he felt the familiar sensation of distortion. The whole space's light twisted into a mess. In the next moment, Chen's eyes brightened suddenly as he was teleported to the lobby area of the world of ghost stories. He turned his gaze and casually scanned the surroundings, but before he could take a closer look, many images and actions of the other chosen ones suddenly became clear in his mind. Chen was slightly startled, but quickly calmed down. He knew that this was the passive function of his talent, allowing him to focus on multiple things at once, filling in many details in the environment that he hadn't noticed before. Although he had possessed this talent for several days and studied its functions and applications, he never fully appreciated it. For instance, while playing games, he didn't need to keep an eye on the minimap all the time. The moment an enemy appeared on the map, he would be able to react. Moreover, during team battles, no matter how intense the fight was, he could instantly notice the enemy hero's rising movement when they cast a spell. Thanks to this talent, he had gained quite a few points over the past few days. He believed he understood this talent very well. However, he overlooked one point: he had been cooped up in his hotel room for days without going out. Being transported to the lobby square of the ghost story world was his first time in an open environment. However, in this vast setting, this talent also instantaneously filled in all the neglected details. It's important to note that the area of this square was many times larger than his hotel room. This skill is just too insane. Right now, I feel like a human radar, capable of seeing all details within my sight. While Chen was happily marveling at his extraordinary talent, many chosen ones were not so optimistic. After realizing the situation, many of them broke down on the spot. Why was I chosen? I don't want to die. There are billions of people in my country, why me? Some sat on the ground, crying loudly. Ellie, I don't think I can go back. You can feel free to be with old Wang next door, no need to hide from me. Some looked up at the sky, their faces full of self-mockery shown in the live broadcast. Abba. Abba. Some were even too scared to speak for a moment. However, people are always different. While some were terrified, others were excited. For instance, Park Duan-Diao from South Korea was full of excitement, shouting continually, "Everyone believe in me. I can definitely lead our nation to the peak. But I hope after success, all the beauty will give me a fragrant kiss." As the square grew increasingly chaotic, a mechanical voice echoed from above in the world of mysteries. Welcome, new and old chosen ones, to the world of strange tales. Please remain calm and cautious. Your actions will affect the fortune of your country. This time our strange tale case is the girlfriend's letter. The condition to clear this case is survive for 7 days. We will soon begin the teleportation, please get ready. As these words finished, the waiting square of the strange tale world gradually became transparent, and the floor beneath everyone's feet turned like glass. In the next moment, a crack sound was heard. The glass floor beneath everyone shattered, and they started to fall rapidly downwards. Chapter 66, New Rules. This is ridiculous. The wind howled past Su Chen's ears, and the feeling of weightlessness made him extremely uncomfortable. He even vaguely felt something mysterious drifting away from his body. He couldn't help but be taken aback. What kind of trick is this? It's different from the previous method of teleportation. However, before he could figure it out, he suddenly crashed onto something soft. This sudden impact left him confused, his limbs weak, unable to rise for a while. After nearly a minute, he gradually regained himself and realized he had fallen onto a bed. At this moment, Su Chen didn't rush to get up but carefully checked his body's condition. The mysterious substance that seemed to drift away during his fall alarmed him greatly. Soon, he noticed that his mental strength seemed awry. Having experienced 2 enhancements of mental power before, he could still sense the abnormality upon careful inspection. His mental power had weakened. According to the attribute panel, he was around 10 points now. Su Chen's heart trembled. Why is this? Is it just him who has been weakened, or has everyone been weakened? If it's only him, it means the Strange Tale world discovered his mental power exceeded normal limits. This operation is to restrict him. But if everyone has been weakened, that's interesting. This indicates that this instance may still have some dangers related to the mind. Moreover, more importantly, there may be deeper meanings here. Because generally speaking, after sufficient rest, mental power would recover. Since the Strange Tale world opened the game by digging a big pit for everyone, there must be danger today. It seems this instance won't be easy. Thinking of this, Su Chen took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. In a crisis environment, staying calm is key to survival. Then he slowly got up from the bed, turning to look around. He soon found himself seemingly in a bedroom. The bedroom was decorated warmly, nothing like how a rough man would set it up. Looking back at the bed, there were 2 pillows on the headboard, clearly indicating that 2 people lived here. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly noticed that the bedroom door was ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to blow in through the crack. The slightly cold wind made him shiver a little, and goosebumps crawled up his arms. Seeing this, Su Chen opened the door and walked out. Upon entering the living room, he quickly realized that the temperature there was even lower, and the wind was stronger. Su Chen frowned and checked his phone. The date was September 1st, 20XE, continuing from the previous time at the zoo. It seemed that in the world of horror stories, the time in each scenario progressed continuously, rather than existing in parallel spaces. But the problem was, it shouldn't be this cold in September. So Su Chen frowned and cautiously walked in the direction the wind was blowing from. He turned a corner and walked into the kitchen. The wind grew stronger as he saw that the kitchen window was wide open, with cold air rushing in unchecked. Looking outside, it was extremely dark, with thick clouds looming, as if a heavy rain was about to pour down. Then Su Chen leaned on the window and peered down to the ground floor. The roads were flooded with water, not a single dry spot in sight, and the grass on the lawn lay flat, clearly affected by days of strong winds and rain. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief, realizing it was not some bizarre situation upon entering the scenario. It should be due to the recent continuous rain and drop in temperature. He casually shut the window and returned to the living room. Now the most important thing was to quickly find the rules of this horror story. After all, in the world of horror stories, rules were the key to survival. He also noticed that after being transported to this scenario, the rules were not handed to the chosen ones as in previous scenarios. It seemed that finding the rules in this scenario was part of the test. After a while of searching, using his innate skills, Su Chen finally discovered a set of keys above the shoe cabinet at the entrance, with a takeout flyer beneath them and a note below that. Unfolding it revealed the rules for this horror story scenario. Su Chen smiled slightly as he read the contents of the note. Dear, due to health reasons, I need to be hospitalized for a while. During this time I'm away, you must take good care of yourself, or I will be heartbroken. To prevent you from getting sick like me, please adhere to the following precautions. I love you. 1. The refrigerator is stocked with plenty of food, enough to last until I return, so eat with confidence. 2. You are home alone, so if someone knocks on the door, please try not to open it. No matter what they say, do not trust them, unless you are sure they are trustworthy. 3. If food runs low, you can order takeout to replenish your basic needs, but be careful. When the delivery person knocks, observe carefully through the peephole and ask who they are. If they say they are the delivery person, do not open the door. They are not the real delivery person. For, not all delivery people are untrustworthy. If they draw a pentagram in the air with their hand, you can open the door. Trust that the light of the stars will protect you. 5. The bedroom is made with the most advanced soundproof material, so you won't hear any strange noises from outside while you rest at night. If you happen to hear one, first check if all doors and windows are closed. If you are sure they are closed, hide under the bed and do not make any noise until 6 in the morning the next day. 6. Do not go out during the day. If you want to go out at other times, avoid 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Trust me, you won't want to be out at those times. 7. As we all know, night should be peaceful and calm, so if you go out at night, make sure not to make any noise. 8. If you reach the unit door and have not encountered anyone, you are lucky, you can leave directly. 9. Under no circumstances should you step out of the unit door. 10. At 6 o'clock in the morning and evening, please open the wardrobe in the bedroom to check the color of the long dress. If it is a red long dress, you can feel at ease, the home will be safe for the next 12 hours, and you can move freely. If it is a blue long dress, please be cautious and try not to leave the bedroom for the next 12 hours. If you must leave, please silently recite Newton's second law. The rules end here. The bottom of the paper was torn off, and the last part vanished without a trace. Clearly, these rules are not complete. There are other rules, but for some unknown reason, or for some purpose by someone, the rules were interrupted like this. Chen was not too worried about the disappearing rules. It wasn't that he was arrogant enough to ignore them. It was that the previous rules had already given him a headache. He couldn't care less about the ones that followed. These damn rules are too abstract, they are completely unreasonable and even a bit whimsical. But this isn't a major problem. Even if it's a bit ridiculous, it should be fine as long as you follow the rules. However, the problem arises. This time the rules are filled with contradictions, leaving people completely unsure of where to start. Chapter 67, Difficulty Soars, Finding Someone to Step on a Mine. For example, the first rule states that the refrigerator at home is stocked with plenty of food to last until the girlfriend returns. But the third rule says that if the food is insufficient, one can order takeout. What is this situation? Why would there be insufficient food? Can the food in the fridge be eaten at all? Can takeout be eaten too? And it doesn't stop there. The descriptions of the delivery person in the third and fourth rules are also somewhat conflicting. If these two rules were combined, he wouldn't see a conflict, but the key is that these two rules are separate. He couldn't tell if one of these two was a trap. The reason for this suspicion is simple. His keen talent noticed a tiny difference in handwriting between the two rules, suggesting they might not have been written by the same person. This kind of difference is hard to notice unless one observes closely. Normally, when reading rules, no one would pay attention to such details. But Chen was different. His talent was like a small radar, and no detail could escape his keen eye. Due to the handwriting issues of these two rules, Chen was baffled. The same situation applied to the 8th and 9th rules. These two rules are even more contradictory. One states that under specific circumstances, one can step out of the unit door and leave. The other absolutely states that one cannot leave the unit door. These two types of handwriting cannot distinguish who is right or wrong. Chen gasped. He knew this time the bizarre rules wouldn't be as easy as the zoo. So, he tried to calm his mind and began to study carefully from the beginning. After this round of study, he indeed discovered some new ideas. The beginning of the rule stated, to prevent you from becoming ill like me, indicating that this bizarre occurrence might not be deadly after all, at least not for now. It might make him and his girlfriend ill in some way. And this illness could be lethal or perhaps signal the start of a bizarre hunt. Chen suddenly recalled the weakened mental power during the previous teleportation, making him more certain of this speculation. Violating certain rules shouldn't lead to immediate death but rather to being contaminated by illness. With this thinking, he might try to survive a bit longer, avoiding triggering the rules and violating none. He would wait for other unfortunate souls from other countries to make mistakes, and then take advantage of the clues to obtain key information from the Dragon Kingdom's officials. This is the true path to survival. Having figured this out, Chen began to study the rules carefully, hoping to find the ones from the last 2 days that he could avoid triggering as much as possible. First, takeout and going out. These 2 points are in my own control. So for now, rules 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9 can be avoided temporarily. Looking back at rule 2, it actually mentioned he and she, which must be suspicious. The best way would be to not open the door, regardless of who it is, for these 2 days. Having ruled out these temporarily avoidable things, only 3 rules are left now. Chen first walked towards the refrigerator. He opened it and saw it was packed full of ingredients. But taking a closer look, most of it was meat products. His girlfriend had carefully divided the meat into 7 portions, packed in sealed bags. It seemed like this was the large amount of food prepared for him. Chen sighed. In the world of strange tales, who the heck dares eat meat? He couldn't help but recall the rabbit blood and goat meat he had seen before at the zoo. Weren't those just strange leftovers left from people eating? Who knows what kind of meat is in the refrigerator now? Frowning, Chen rummaged through the refrigerator, hoping to find other ingredients. In the end, he helplessly found that aside from this large amount of meat, there were only 2 packs of instant noodles, a little rice, a few greens, and 2 eggs. This little food isn't even enough for a day. This damn thing is forcing me to order takeout. Chen wailed inwardly. Although by ordinary standards, this amount of food wouldn't starve him for 7 days. But you have to understand, when a person is hungry, their mental state is really poor. Since he had already guessed that the strange tales would use some method to pollute the chosen one and make them sick, Chen naturally wouldn't allow his mental state to decline. Chen took another look at the note on the table and read the last two remaining rules. Finally, he gritted his teeth, braced himself, and decided to bring forward his plan, recruiting chosen ones from other countries to help him trial and error. They say when in poverty, one tends to think of oneself, when prosperous, one cares for others. Now that he was already in danger, he couldn't be concerned about being a savior for other countries' chosen ones. Firstly, he had to ensure his own survival so that Longhua wouldn't suffer. Longhua's officials, I'll give you 10 minutes to cut off the nationwide broadcast and only keep your official footage. After 10 minutes, I have something to say. Chen tilted his head back and spoke to the ceiling. At the same time, the Strange Tales department of Longhua was also analyzing the rules this time. However, like Chen, they completely had no idea which rules were problematic. In fact, they were even more clueless than Chen. Because they still hadn't noticed the subtle differences in handwriting. Old Chen, the computer has been upgraded, and this time, the rules have been handed over to the computer for analysis. Guidance is expected in 12 hours. Little Lee reported. Okay. Old Chen, holding the large teacup that never leaves his hand, nodded. Old Chen, you also know Chen didn't do well in school. Do you think it's possible he doesn't know what Newton's second law is? Little Lee asked cautiously. Old Chen's hand stiffened, and after thinking for a moment, he found this statement somewhat reasonable. Although the other party was clever and quick-witted, it didn't mean he knew these formulas and laws. Based on his resume, there was indeed a high probability that he didn't know such things. Wait, let's see him. Old Chen said with a furrowed brow. However, just then, before he could finish speaking, Chen faced the camera and made his request to interrupt the live broadcast. Old Chen was instantly taken aback, swallowing the words he wanted to say. The others nearby, upon hearing Chen's words, also shuddered in surprise. Could it be that he discovered something? Does he need to communicate confidentially with the officials? But to cut off the nationwide broadcast also carries risks. Before Chen's crossing, when the rules of Strange Tales first descended, there were rules announced. It was forbidden for any country's officials to disconnect national broadcasts. Earlier, Longhua had built a firewall to prevent foreigners from watching, and now this can still be talked about. But now, if the Dragon Kingdom directly cuts off all livestreams except for the official ones, we can't be sure that the rule world won't impose a punishment. Such consequences are not something everyone can bear. Chapter 68, The Start is Full of Pits. Old Chen, isn't this too hasty? The risk of cutting off the livestream is too great. Someone frowned and asked. Yes, right now Chen just entered the Strange Talk world, we still have time to decipher the rules, there's no need to take such a big risk. Someone echoed. Old Chen snorted coldly, showing an angry expression, and said coldly, are you the ones gambling with your lives in Strange Talk, or is it Chen? You can talk without pain, but he is really betting his life. Plus, based on Chen's previous performance in the zoo, don't you understand what kind of character he has? Since he wants to cut off the livestream, he must have his reasons, and those reasons must be very sufficient. Also, what is the role of the country? It is to be the backing. The risk can be borne by the country, but Chen must not bear it. His words echoed strongly, and everyone was stunned after hearing them, then showed signs of shame. It's no wonder they opposed cutting off the livestream before, after all, no one knows what the consequences will be. If the punishment is extremely severe, wouldn't that be a loss? Moreover, they blindly trusted Chen, feeling that with his strength, there would definitely be no problem. There was no need to take such a big risk. Until Old Chen made his point clear, they finally woke up, feeling deeply ashamed in their hearts. What are you still standing there for? Go contact the technical department and immediately cut off the livestream. Old Chen shouted loudly. Everyone was suddenly jolted awake, rushing out to contact the relevant personnel. Soon, the livestream was cut off as promised. At this point, the time Chen had agreed upon also arrived. Time's up, I will assume that you have cut off the livestream, next, I will say some things to you. If you haven't cut it off, I will still make a plan, I hope you will cooperate. After speaking, Chen took out a piece of paper, picked up a pen, and silently scribbled the content of Newton's second law on it, indicating that he knew this. Then he spoke, I guess you are worried about this, but please rest assured, although I am not good at studying, I still understand this. Please listen carefully now, the key point is coming, I suspect that the current time is not right, so I need to check the time, but I cannot let other countries' chosen ones know about this. As for why, I will explain shortly. As he spoke, Chen took out his phone, opened the browser, and began to search for the time for comparison. Soon, the results came out, both the phone and the clock in the house were an hour ahead of the real time. If he checked the color of the clothes in the wardrobe according to the phone time, he would absolutely die without knowing how. Sure enough, the Strange Talk world dug more than one pit right from the start. At this moment, the people from the Dragon Kingdom's Strange Talk department gasped collectively. They actually overlooked this point, if it weren't for Chen's cleverness, they could have really flipped the situation. At the same time, a doubt arose in their hearts. Just because he didn't want others from other countries to know about this trap, Chen had to cut the livestream. Wasn't that unnecessary? But they weren't anxious, they knew Chen would explain the doubts to them. At this time, Chen readjusted the phone time but kept the wrong time on the living room clock. He smiled and wrote 2 rows of numbers on the paper. 1, 4, 6, 9. 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10. I think the handwriting of these rules is different. The first row of numbers corresponds to the rules font, which looks a bit stiff, and I suspect there is a trap in it, but I am not sure. Chen said calmly. The people from the Dragon Kingdom's official side were shocked to hear this. They had never thought in that direction before, and plus, from the livestream screen, they saw the note. It wasn't very clear. Naturally, this detail was also overlooked. Everyone quickly retrieved screenshots of the note and zoomed in to take a closer look. As Chen said, the 2 fonts indeed had differences. As expected of Chen, he can spot such details so quickly. Someone displayed a look of admiration. Is he telling us this to help us decode the rules quickly? Someone asked. Stop overthinking it. Chen will tell us what to do, just follow his lead. Shíliù pushed up his glasses, interrupting the whispers of a few people. Chen paused for a moment, giving everyone from Longwa time to review the rules, then continued speaking. Because of this, I cannot determine whether these rules are right or wrong, so I need to verify my guesses through the actions of other chosen ones. Naturally, the traps in these rules cannot be revealed to them yet. Next, I am going to share my plan. If you have already cut off the live broadcast, please pay close attention to whether other chosen ones exhibit abnormalities after violating the 1st and 10th rules. Tomorrow, I will combine the situation I encounter and share my guesses. If I guess correctly, you can remain silent. If I guess wrong, quickly summarize useful information and send it to me. However, if you haven't cut off the live broadcast now, then there's nothing I can do. Please try your best to gather information. There will always be some fools from certain countries who won't believe in evil and will send it to me directly tomorrow. After saying this, Chen shrugged his shoulders and made a helpless expression. Alright, that's enough talk. Let's restore the live broadcast. If we delay further, the world of ghost stories might get angry. Then Chen crumpled the paper on the table into a ball and threw it into the toilet, flushing it down. Erasing evidence. At the same time, a notification suddenly appeared on Longwa's live broadcast screen. Warning to Longwa, immediately restore the nationwide live broadcast, otherwise, the highest rules of the world of ghost stories will bring significant disaster upon Longwa. Elder Chen and the others initially shook in their bodies, and once they saw the content of the notification clearly, they all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Although the highest rules spoke very seriously, it was just empty words. There was not really going to be a disaster. It seems this gamble was right. Soon, Shíliù and others contacted the technical department and restored the live broadcast. The warning from the world of ghost stories also disappeared. Shíliù, go arrange personnel. We must keep a close watch on every move made by the contestants from all countries, especially those highlighted by Chen. Elder Chen issued the order decisively. Rest assured, I will get it done. After saying this, Shíliù rushed out of the conference room, starting to contact reliable staff members. On the other side, the people from Longwa were staring blankly at the black screen, while many foreign viewers heard that Longwa had cut off the live broadcast and flocked in to watch the drama unfold. What's going on with you, Longwa? Why so petty, cutting off the live broadcast? Is there a secret you can't let us know? We all live on Blue Star, we are one family. How can you hide things? Chen is so malicious. Well said, the one above must be from the ugly country. If you don't hide things, let your ugly country hurry up and make all technology public. I believe all nations will support it. Exactly, I am from the stubborn country, and I agree that the ugly country should make all technology public. We, the blown-hair Mauritius country, also agree. Viewers from several relatively backward countries in Fazhou expressed their support. Chapter 69 Danger Approaches. Now, the viewers from the ugly country couldn't say a word for a long time. Where are the ugly people? Hurry up and make technology public. Don't hide away without speaking, I know you are watching. Humph, foolish Longwa people. How can you still laugh when cutting off the live broadcast? You will face punishment from the world of rules. I'm waiting to see your good show. Just as a certain netizen from the ugly country finished speaking, the notification of the highest rules appeared in the black screen live broadcast room. Now the viewers from Longwa were a bit flustered. However, the viewers from the ugly country instantly became happy. The gloom that had been pressing down suddenly vanished. What did I say? The Supreme Rule has truly issued a warning. Didn't I tell you? The Great Supreme Rule has come down. You Dragon Country, get ready to suffer disasters. Ha 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 ha. Challenging our ugly country? You Dragon Country are still too naive. Many ugly country people lurking in the Dragon Country's livestream began to pop up, typing their taunts. Just when the ugly country people were having a blast, the livestream suddenly came back. The warning notification from the Supreme Rule disappeared as well. What's going on? No punishment? Just a warning and it's gone? Why not? The Dragon Country broke the rules, why no punishment? F***ck, the Supreme Rule is unfair. Damn you, I won't accept it at %% and %. Hashtag. Supreme Rule, are you teaching me how to do things? Humans who speak wildly against this rule have been erased, all viewers should speak cautiously. Additionally, starting now, no country is allowed to interrupt the livestream. This time is just a warning, next time there will be severe punishment. All countries, please cooperate. Another string of notifications from the Supreme Rule appeared at the top of the livestream. The ugly country viewers were dumbfounded. F***ck. Is there any rule of law? Dragon Country broke the rules, yet only got a warning? We just complained a bit, and one of our brothers spoke harshly. You just erased that brother? Who can tolerate this? I, a proud ugly country person, afraid of your threats? Supreme Rule, I'm sorry. It was wrong of me to doubt you just now. I won't dare to do it again. Me too, I was deceived just now. Erasing was good, worthy of the Supreme Rule, helping our ugly country eliminate bad apples. Truly benefiting ugly country and the world. The ugly country people were frantically flattering, afraid they would be erased by the Supreme Rule. Then amidst the laughter of the Dragon Country audience, the ugly country people left in embarrassment, returning to their own live stream. Meanwhile, in the world of strange tales, Chen was lazily lying on the sofa, staring at the clock hanging in the living room, waiting for 6 o'clock to arrive. Soon, evening 6 arrived, and he got up and walked towards the bedroom. He knew that his previous performance at the zoo was too outstanding, and now many officials from various countries must be watching him. Even though Dragon Country was already prepared and built a firewall, that couldn't stop many spies lurking within Dragon Country's territory. Since it was clear they wanted to use some fools as stepping stones, he had to put on a full act and not let anyone know there was a problem with time. Chen calmly opened the wardrobe, and the first thing he saw was a blood-red dress. According to the rules, if a red long dress was seen in the wardrobe, it meant the next 12 hours were safe time, he could move freely. So he intentionally pretended to breathe a sigh of relief. Then he whistled, took a packet of instant noodles from the fridge, walked to the kitchen, and began to cook the noodles, his movements relaxed, giving people a very easygoing vibe. However, although he deliberately pretended to be relaxed, if one looked closely, they would find his movements were very quick, giving a feeling of being in a hurry. That's right, Chen was anxious inside, according to the patterns of the strange tale world, since the other party had dug a time pit. That indicated that in 1 hour, the color of the clothes in the wardrobe would definitely change. And danger would come along with it. Now, he had to resolve his physical needs within 1 hour, then stay honestly in the bedroom until 6 o'clock the next morning. That naturally required him to be quick, getting all issues settled. Soon, the instant noodles were ready. Chen didn't even take the bowl to the dining room, directly eating from the pot in the kitchen. Many confused viewers in the live stream looked on in bewilderment. What's going on? Why is Chen eating instant noodles? Why isn't he eating all the other food? Could it be that Chen guessed something? Do you think there's something wrong with this meat? It shouldn't be, even if the meat is bad, we can eat something else. At least we should add an egg, eating instant noodles isn't nutritious. That makes sense, but is it possible that Chen doesn't know how to cook? When this was said, the comments paused for a few seconds. Everyone recalled Chen's behavior during the previous livestream, and it seemed he really hadn't cooked at all. In the zoo, it was the staff who brought him food, and he just started eating. It's really possible, Chen might not know how to cook. Then why doesn't he order takeout? Maybe he figured out that ordering takeout has its dangers. Isn't that just the end of it? 7 days of survival, 2 packs of instant noodles won't be enough. After this comment, several terrified emoji followed. At this moment, people from the ugly country, Hanami country, and others who had earlier lurked due to mockery from Dragon Country, now jumped out. Ha, I'm dying of laughter, such a grown person can't cook? And still claims to be a food country? Just wait to starve. He might not starve. If Chen understands the culture of our great Hanami country, this raw meat can be simply prepared and eaten. Screw you guys, where's your Hanami culture? Didn't you steal from our Dragon Country? Everyone started arguing. However, what everyone didn't know was that due to the firewall set up by Dragon Country, other countries couldn't watch the live broadcast from Dragon Country for the moment. In order to gather information about Chen, many spies hiding in cities across Dragon Country were carefully watching the live stream. They were waiting to discover important clues to send back to their countries for money. When they saw this, smiles appeared on their faces, and they began editing messages. Latest news, Chen doesn't know how to cook. He only ate instant noodles tonight, but he did not order takeout. Maybe there are traps in the takeout rules. The officials from various countries received this news and felt a tightness in their chests, quickly keeping a close watch on their chosen ones, fearing they might make a wrong move. At the same time, many countries with extremely low fortune values couldn't afford to lose, and they were now prepared. If their chosen contestant ordered takeout, they would use their single hint opportunity to stop them. On the other hand, in the horror story world, after finishing one pack of instant noodles, Chen felt he wasn't full and was a bit tempted to eat another pack. But in the end, he decided against it. He didn't know what news he would receive from the Dragon Country officials tomorrow. He might still have to rely on the remaining food to survive 7 days, so it was better to save some supplies. Chapter 70, Braised Pork? Food poisoning? Rubbing his belly, Chen walked towards the bathroom, deciding to take advantage of the time to solve his necessary physiological problems and shower. Fortunately, the Horror Story World's livestream was somewhat humane and did not directly broadcast his showering scene. Instead, they asked him, "Do you, the chosen one, want to livestream your showering scene?" To such an inquiry, Chen had grown accustomed to it during his time at the zoo, so he decisively refused. No live stream. As soon as he said this, a layer of white mist appeared on the live broadcast screen, obscuring his figure. Only a faint outline could be seen. Now, some female viewers in Dragon Country were extremely dissatisfied. He didn't let us see in the zoo, and now that we've changed scenarios, he still won't let us see. Why is he so stingy? Showing it to the sisters wouldn't cost him a piece of meat. What? I can't see my Sue darling's abs, I'm going to die. Sisters, there's still a silhouette. We have to learn to fill in the gaps with our imaginations. I can't take it anymore. Can't women climb? Real men should duel with swords, let me do it. Chen's fans were wailing all around. It's worth mentioning that these fans formed a group called Protect Sue Darling. No one knows what expression Chen would have upon learning this. Back to the topic, after showering, Chen wrapped himself in a towel and walked out of the bathroom, glancing at the time on the living room clock. 6:55 p.m. He knew danger was approaching and hurriedly picked up his things. He walked quickly toward the bedroom. With a loud bang, he tightly locked the door. He even deadbolted it. Then he climbed into bed and tucked himself under the covers. As everyone knows, in the human subconscious, being under the covers is always the safest place. On the other side, the chosen one from Pickled Cabbage Country, Park Duandiao, was showing off his haphazard cooking skills. Previously, he had successfully figured out the rules, and according to the rules, he looked at the color of the dress in the wardrobe, noting that it was now a safe time. Since there were no dangers for the next 12 hours and he had nothing to do, he thought, why not put on a good show in front of all the girls in the country and highlight his strengths? Coincidentally, he'd seen a recipe for Dragon Country's braised pork online before, and now would be a perfect time to try it out. At that time, not only would he be able to cook, but he'd also be gentle and lead Pickled Cabbage Country through the spooky quest. Once he got out, wouldn't he be at the peak of his life with full options for choosing a partner? Thinking of this, his tone became even gentler. My dish is called braised pork, from the mysterious Dragon Country, but I've improved it. It's 1,000 times better than the traditional braised pork from the Dragon Country. My braised pork melts in your mouth, rich but not greasy, fragrant and tender, with an unforgettable aftertaste. I guarantee you'll want to eat your tongue. After I complete this quest, I will prepare a grand feast and set up an appointment online. Beautiful girls under 30 can book a spot, and I'll choose 2 to have dinner with me. After saying this, he put on an expression he thought was extremely handsome, but it ended up being even greasier than a pond owner's smile. At this moment, he felt he was absolutely charming, definitely the dream of countless girls. Amidst his self-absorbed rambling, a plate of burnt black braised pork and a small bowl of rice were served on the table. Park Duandiao picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The next moment, his face darkened, and he almost spat it out. Damn it, he was so busy showing off that he mistook salt for sugar and vinegar for soy sauce. Even the cooking time was off, burning it. But then he thought, if he spat it out, all the show-off he'd done earlier would be ruined. After going out, there would be no candlelight dinner, a dragon, and 2 phoenixes. For the sake of his reputation, no matter how bad it tasted, he had to pretend. So he put on an expression of enjoyment, closing his eyes, gently lifting his neck, and chewing slowly. Only in the moment he swallowed, when his neck tightened sharply, could it reflect how bad it tasted. This is simply a human delicacy. I truly don't know which lady will get to savor such an exquisite flavor in the future. Park Duandiao said while showing off. At this point, most people in Pickled Cabbage Country looked at him with admiration. Oh my god, Teacher Park is amazing. Not only is he smart and bold, but he can also cook Dragon Country food, truly a perfect man. I really don't know which beautiful woman is lucky enough to dine with Teacher Park. I'm so jealous, I wonder if I have time to get plastic surgery by tomorrow. Indeed, our pickled cabbage country is the greatest, always improving the relatively backward products and culture of Dragon Country. Dragon Country should really thank us. I've been to Dragon Country before, and braised pork doesn't seem like this. Did Teacher Park burn it? What's wrong with you up there? To actually question our great Teacher Park, what do you know? You know nothing. Exactly, it's just a trip to Dragon Country. What's there to be proud of? It's not like going to ugly country. You ungrateful scoundrel. A group of people fiercely berated the one who raised the question. Yes, people lacking cultural confidence are like this. They cannot tolerate any doubts about themselves, fearing that others will look down on them. That said, they were merely insecure. Otherwise, how could they have been so easily triggered by a simple okay gesture? It's just that they have nothing, afraid of being mocked by others. Park Duandiao didn't know that his fellow countrymen had started a fight because of him. He was painfully finishing off the entire plate of braised pork. Ah, sigh. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have made so much. How the hell am I going to finish this? He cursed endlessly in his heart. After a long while, when his expression of enjoyment had completely frozen, he finally finished the plate of braised pork. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time. 20 hours. This meal actually took a full hour. One can imagine how bad it tasted. At that moment, Park Duandiao suddenly felt a bit dizzy, with his temples pounding. Strange images kept floating in his mind. It seemed like a group of little people dancing. He couldn't help but panic inside. Oh no, I've heard there's a kind of mushroom in Dragon Country called the red umbrella with a white stem. After eating it, people start to see little people dancing. Could I be food poisoned too? Thinking of this made him even more anxious. You see, the way I made that braised pork was totally based on my memory, haphazardly thrown together. How could I know if there was a problem? Plus, it tasted so terrible, but I finished it all for the sake of my pride. It could very well be this reason that I got food poisoned. I can't die at the hands of these strange things, only to be killed by food poisoning. That would be so embarrassing. He thought to himself. So, he decided to quickly save himself. He would rush to the bathroom and throw up all this braised pork, probably in time. But just as he got up, he thought again. If I throw it all up now, I may be saved, but how will the audience watching the livestream see me? Wouldn't my previous lies be completely exposed? Park Duandiao, who cared so much about appearances, could not accept this outcome at all. He felt completely stuck. Chapter 71 Dreamwalking. Time ticked by. Park Duandiao felt increasingly flustered, just as he was about to abandon his pride. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. It seemed like he could turn off the screen while showering. Then, if he threw up, no one would see it. Without hesitation, Park Duandiao dashed into the bathroom and turned on the shower. He cleanly rejected the inquiries from the world of strange tales, then immediately bent down and began to gag. But an odd thing happened. No matter how hard he tried to gag, he just couldn't throw up. Just as he was sweating in panic, suddenly, there came a rapid knocking on the door, accompanied by faint laughter. This abrupt knocking and laughter scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat and goosebumps covered his body. Even the hot water pouring down on him felt devoid of warmth. Park Duandiao was shocked and couldn't comprehend what was happening. With this sudden turn of events, he no longer dared to stay in the shower. He quickly dried himself off, got dressed, and cautiously walked towards the door. At that moment, the urgent knocking ceased, and the faint laughter vanished as he turned off the shower. The entire room was eerily quiet, with only the ticking sound of the clock's second hand. Park Duandiao carefully leaned closer to the door, pressing his eye against the peephole to look outside. However, the outside was empty. Only the dim lights in the hallway flickered continuously. Seeing no one outside, he withdrew his gaze, sighed in relief, and quickly walked back to the living room. At the same time, he was surprised to find that he was no longer dizzy, and his body felt fine again. He guessed that maybe due to the food poisoning, he had been hearing things, which is why he heard knocking and strange laughter. The truth was, no strange events had occurred. And as his food digested and his liver detoxified, he regained his health, and those hallucinations would naturally disappear. Oh no, I probably can't continue messing around tomorrow. I almost got myself killed. If worst comes to worst, I think I'll just order takeout tomorrow. He kept muttering to himself. After all this commotion, Park Duandiao was exhausted, lacking the mood to continue bragging to his audience. So he decided it was best to rest early. Audience, I'm going to rest now. Only by maintaining a good mental state can I face the challenges of the world of strange tales. Everyone, make sure to rest early. Park Duandiao forced a warm smile and walked quickly towards the bedroom. But he didn't notice that he was actually heading towards the guest room. In his mind, that was the bedroom. He opened the guest room door without turning on the light. Instead, he climbed into bed in the dark. Then he casually tossed his clothes on the floor and snuggled under the covers. Strangely, he didn't suffer from insomnia due to the new environment. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep, followed by the sound of heavy snoring. Wow, park teacher is really something, falling asleep so quickly even in the dangerous world of ghost stories, truly bold. That's right, having park teacher is a blessing for our kimchi nation. This time we will definitely clear the level smoothly and hit the faces of the dragon country people hard. Park teacher has already slapped their faces hard. You guys might not know, but the guy next door, Chen from Dragon Country, can't even cook. He just ate a pack of instant noodles, makes me laugh so hard. Really? Then let's go to the Dragon Country livestream tomorrow and laugh at them together. Let's vent our frustrations. The people of Kimchi Nation were happily chatting. As the night deepened, most people went to rest, and the comments became fewer and fewer. However, there were still quite a few people watching the livestream, chatting sporadically. Suddenly, a comment floated across the screen, catching everyone's attention. Did you all just see? Park teacher's blanket moved. No, and what's the big deal if the blanket moved? He probably just rolled over in his sleep. No, look closely. It seems something inside the blanket was sliding down from park teacher's chest and finally stopped below his waist, moving up and down like it was doing something. As soon as this comment appeared, everyone became curious and looked at the dim live screen. Once they looked, they quickly noticed something was off. Wow, it really seems to be the case, but isn't park teacher asleep? Is he sleepwalking? Ha ha, what a little rascal, can't hold back a laugh. I didn't expect park teacher to have this hobby while sleepwalking. I'm impressed. So disgusting, I thought he was a good man. I was looking forward to having dinner with him after he clears it, but I didn't expect him to be such a creep. What's disgusting? How is it creepy? Don't you understand that food and desire are part of human nature? Park teacher is bringing glory to the country, what's wrong with enjoying a moment? Many people were bantering joyfully. Just then, Park Dawandiao suddenly sat up, his face filled with terror. Who is touching me? He shouted. Then he quickly climbed out of bed, not even putting on his clothes, anxiously turned on the light, and looked around. After rummaging through everything, however, he found nothing unusual, everything around him was normal. There's nothing here, did I have a nightmare? He mumbled softly. Then he climbed back into bed, lying down again, but this time he didn't turn off the light. Soon, snoring began again, he fell deeply asleep once more. The audience in the livestream was instantly amused. Ha, park teacher was actually scared by his own sleepwalking, to the point of not even wearing clothes. Hey, didn't park teacher say he had six-pack abs? Why do I only see one? What good are abs? In case of food shortages like this, only those with some fat will survive longer, like that Su-chun from Dragon Country. I bet if he runs out of food, he won't last 3 days. The person above is right, very reasonable. Wait, guys, don't joke around, pay attention to the livestream, and keep it down, turn up the volume to see what sounds there are. Someone reminded everyone to focus on Park Dawandiao in the livestream. Seeing this, everyone turned up the volume and listened carefully. Rustle. A strange sound was faintly heard, a bit like a hand sliding over skin. Everyone frowned, looking curiously at the live stream screen. Because Park Dawandiao was sleeping with the lights on this time, the scene was much clearer than before. He appeared to have a hand constantly stroking over his chest, abdomen, and down below the waist under his blanket. Everyone was shocked, what was going on? However, everyone's confusion was quickly resolved. Because a small corner of the blanket was lifted, everyone found that the mysterious hand was actually Park Dawandiao's left hand. Speechless, you scared me. I thought something had happened, turns out teacher Park is sleepwalking again. I'm also amazed, why does he like doing this so much in his dreams? Stinky pickled cabbage frog, not big in size but always loves to play. What's the upstairs talking about? Don't throw random insults. Chapter 72 The Left Hand Rebelled. While everyone was chattering, Park Dawandiao suddenly rolled over and sat up. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had been greatly shocked. Someone is touching me. Who is it? Show yourself. He tightly wrapped himself in the blanket and shouted nervously. Official, give me a hint. Who is it? Quickly tell me who is touching me. He looked up and yelled towards the ceiling. At this moment, the officials of Pickled Cabbage Country were also speechless. This idiot could actually be scared into a panic by sleepwalking. He had previously acted so confidently, leading Pickled Cabbage Country to victory. And now this? Leader, what should we do? The staff of Pickled Cabbage Country asked. What should we do? Ignore him, how can hints be used for this? Let him shout. The leader replied disdainfully. On the other side, Park Dawandiao kept shouting, but he received no reply from the officials, and his mental state began to crumble. He was sure there was something strange hiding around him. Otherwise, how could he be touched constantly while sleeping? Moreover, he could feel that the touch was very strong. The blood marks left by fingers on his chest were the clearest evidence. Give me a hint. Tell me who is touching me. Park Dwandiao's face gradually turned red as he screamed in hysteria. However, there was still no response. It is known that a person can be scared to death by their own imagination. At this point, he completely broke down. The more he thought, the more scared he became, and he could no longer care about face or anything else. He felt like he could be killed by a strange force at any time. His survival instinct made it impossible for him to think rationally. He suddenly pulled open the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and acted as if he would jump at any moment. Officials. Give me a hint. Tell me who it is. Otherwise, I'll jump down right now. If I die, none of you will have a good time. His right face twisted in rage, while his left face looked slightly dull as he shouted. Seeing this scene, the audience of Pickled Cabbage Country was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this idiot doing? Is he crazy? Scared by his own sleepwalking to jump off a building? How can there be such an idiot? I was just praising him. Stop swearing. Where's the official? Hurry and tell him the truth. If this madman really jumps, we'll also suffer. Officials, don't play dead, hurry up. All the audience was constantly at the officials. However, the officials of Pickled Cabbage Country were also shocked. This soulless Park Dwandiao could actually do such idiotic things. Instantly, all the staff was so angry that they felt dizzy. But being angry or not, they really could not ignore this idiot jumping off a building. Otherwise, wouldn't Pickled Cabbage Country be the first to exit and face the harshest punishment? Leader, should we tell him the truth? The staff asked anxiously. Damn it! Just tell him, hurry up and tell him, don't let him really die. The leader was both angry and anxious, quickly agreeing to use the one-time hint opportunity. Right, warn this Park Dwandiao, if he dares to cause trouble again, I'll kill his whole family. Also, if he can't clear this level, I'll also kill his whole family. The leader added furiously. Yes, I'll go immediately. The staff rushed to relay the message. Soon, the official hint announcement was successfully sent. A message appeared before Park Dwandiao's eyes. Ah, what the hell? That was you dreaming and touching yourself with your left hand. We saw it clearly. Also, you wasted such a precious hint opportunity, you must help us pass smoothly, or not one of your family members will survive. After reading this announcement, Park Dwandiao first showed a look of confusion, then an expression of embarrassment appeared on his face. Damn! It turns out it was me touching myself? What a ridiculous joke. I actually made such a huge blunder out of a moment of panic. Then he looked again at the hint announcement, and a shiver ran down his spine. If I don't pass smoothly, my family is definitely going to be thrown into the river. I'm sorry, I was just joking earlier. He laughed awkwardly. After saying this, he quickly dove back under the covers, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. He was afraid that others would see his silly appearance right now. However, something bizarre happened again. Logically, after experiencing such an embarrassing incident, normal people would be unable to sleep. However, just half a minute later, Park Dwandiao's voice came out again from the livestream. What a damn fool, to do such a thing and still fall asleep right away, truly heartless. How can someone have such thick skin? How can such a person exist in our pickled vegetable nation? Do you think there's a possibility that having thick skin is a tradition in your pickled vegetable nation? An audience member from Sakura Nation, lurking in the livestream of Pickled Vegetable Nation, couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. Foolish Sakura Nation has the nerve to talk about us? You dump waste into the sea, aren't you thick-skinned? Heh, that doesn't compare to you guys, after all, your Pickled Vegetable Nation is the origin of the universe. The audiences from both countries started arguing loudly. While everyone was arguing furiously, with no time to spare, Park Dwandiao began to act strangely again. His body under the covers was twisting continuously, like a worm. As his twisting grew more intense, the bed creaked loudly. The viewers in the livestream finally noticed this scene. They couldn't help but stop their arguments, looking grimly at the livestream. They wanted to see what this fool was up to again. Soon, Park Dwandiao's struggles went into a frenzy, and the blanket was suddenly sent flying by a kick. Park Dwandiao's whole body appeared in the livestream. He was gripping his own throat tightly with his left hand, while his right hand was desperately trying to pry it open. His face was red due to a lack of oxygen. What the hell, what's happening? Is he dreaming and trying to strangle himself? Who would dream like this? Something must have happened. Look, he's awake, and his right hand is trying to fight back. This doesn't look like sleepwalking, it looks more like he's possessed. As this was said, all the viewers couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Could it be? He wasn't sleepwalking before, he really encountered something strange? Oh no, how unlucky are we? How could we encounter something strange? The crowd wailed in despair. As time passed second by second, thankfully Park Dwandio was not left-handed. His right hand was indeed stronger. He finally pried open the grip of his left hand. Huff, huff. He got up, desperately panting for breath. After a while, he slowly calmed down. Is this really sleepwalking? Am I sleepwalking and choking myself? He shouted frantically. Useless. All of you are useless. You officials are all useless. Park Dwandio started crazily throwing and breaking the items beside him, venting his frustrations. Chapter 73, New Discoveries in the Second Bedroom, Follow-up Rules? On the other side, the Pickled Vegetable Nation's officials were also dumbfounded. They couldn't understand how such a situation could occur. At that moment, a staff member rushed in, anxiously saying, "Leader, it's bad. Some chosen ones in other countries are also experiencing sleepwalking. Park Dwandio is not sleepwalking, he encountered something strange." What? How can this be? Also, because Dragon Nation set up a firewall for the livestream, we've only just received the latest news. Chen discovered new rules. What? The leader screamed and collapsed directly onto the ground. His face was ashen. However, he was not worried about the future of Pickle Country. He was concerned about his own future. This live broadcast was being watched by the whole nation, and everyone knew that the previous hints were approved by him. As a result, such a big mistake happened. It not only affected his chosen one's judgment but also made it impossible to send the latest news from Dragon Country to Park Dwandio. He would definitely have to take responsibility in the future. Then his career would be completely ruined. His house, money, car, and even girls would all be gone. The head of the Pickle Horror Department blacked out right there. At this moment, in the world of horror, after venting his feelings, Park Dwandio gradually calmed down and began to reflect on which step he had taken that led to the strange occurrence. After a lot of hard thinking and elimination, he suspected that the problem lay with the meat, that meat was problematic. With this premise, he began to think of countermeasures. First of all, those meats definitely couldn't be eaten anymore. If tomorrow doesn't work out, they can order takeout. Moreover, tonight's strange events showed that this anomaly wouldn't kill directly, but through sleepwalking. That was some good news. So he could try tying up his hands and feet while sleeping to avoid danger. That way, he still had a great chance of succeeding. After coming up with a strategy, a confident smile appeared on Park Dwandio's face again. "You worthless things, watch how I lead Pickle Country to greatness," he proudly said to everyone. On the other side, a few hours later, Chen was bored in his bedroom, staring blankly at a magazine. Afraid that players from other countries would find out about the time loophole, he didn't even touch his phone. But this also made him really bored. He had already gone through several magazines, but unfortunately, sleepiness still hadn't hit him. That's right, after all, he sneaked back to his room at 6 o'clock, so it was impossible to feel sleepy right away. Indeed, modern people can't live without their phones. He silently sighed in his heart. After being in a daze for another hour, Chen suddenly felt the urge to pee. Damn it, I really don't want to leave the bedroom. Knowing that this time was dangerous, Chen really didn't want to go out. However, considering that holding it in could harm his kidneys, he got up and walked toward the bedroom door. After all, he didn't want to be asked by his girlfriend later, "Are you okay?" He carefully opened the bedroom door, using his innate ability to peek outside, and after noticing nothing unusual, Chen swooped into the bathroom. At the same time, he didn't forget the rule that said to recite Newton's second law. The magnitude of an object's acceleration is directly proportional to the force acting on it and inversely proportional to its mass. The direction of acceleration is the same as the direction of the force. He kept repeating it in his mind like a chant. It's really strange, why does this world of horror have such scientific things? Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, as a world of horror, it should be full of oddities and frequent supernatural events. But instead, here you are making people recite Newton's second law? If you didn't know better, you would think this world of horror was an after-school tutoring class. But jokes aside, when it comes to life safety, Chen didn't take it lightly. He kept reciting in his mind. Soon, after solving his physical problem, he quickly walked towards his safe room. Just as he was about to push open the door, his peripheral vision caught sight of the second bedroom, and his footsteps suddenly paused. Something was wrong, the room had changed. Why was the door to the second bedroom directly across from his bedroom closed? He vaguely remembered that the second bedroom had been open since he arrived. Even when he went to the bathroom just now, the second bedroom door was still open. In just a moment, the door suddenly closed. This feels wrong. Chen furrowed his brows tightly, turned his head towards the second bedroom, cautiously turned the doorknob, and then turned on the light, stepping in quietly. At the same time, Chen's innate skill activated fully, quickly revealing everything visible in the second bedroom in his mind. A tidy bed, a painting board placed at the head of the bed, an old-fashioned desk, and tightly drawn curtains. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing unusual. Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he was overthinking, and he turned to head back to the bedroom. Just as he was about to step out of the second bedroom, suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Wait, when I first entered the strange talk world, the kitchen window was open, and the chilly breeze startled me. The wind in the bedroom was very light, but the wind in the living room was strong. This feels off. If it weren't for the wind draft, it shouldn't feel this windy. He had already checked all the other rooms, and relying on his innate skill, he quickly confirmed that the windows in those rooms were all closed. Only the second bedroom had not been checked, and due to the closed curtains and the blind spot in his view, he hadn't checked the window there. At the same time, the fifth rule floated in his mind. The bedroom uses the most advanced soundproof materials, and you won't hear strange sounds from outside while resting at night. If you happen to hear them, please check if the doors and windows are closed first. This second bedroom should count as a bedroom too. Could this be a strange word game? Chen thought. Forget it, better safe than sorry. I'd better check. He quickly reached a conclusion. Then Chen cautiously walked towards the window, extending his left hand to carefully draw back the curtains. Fortunately, there was no sudden incident. As the curtain slowly opened, the window was fully revealed. He saw that the old-fashioned sliding window indeed had a gap with the window frame. Seeing this, Chen reached out to push towards the window, wanting to close it properly. But as he pushed, he realized he couldn't move it, as if the window was stuck on something. He frowned slightly, leaned in closer, and began to inspect carefully. In the end, he discovered that a small paper wad was stuck in the gap between the window and the frame, causing the window not to close. Seeing this paper wad, Chen's heart thumped. Goodness, could this paper wad be a torn part of that rule? Chapter 74, Night of the Returning Soul? The red-dressed ghost? He just wanted to open the window to grab it, only to find the paper wad cleverly stuck. If he directly opened the window, this paper wad would likely fall. So Chen hurried to the kitchen to get a pair of chopsticks, extending them carefully through the window gap to tightly grasp the paper wad, then hurriedly pushed the window open to bring the wad inside. After getting the paper wad, Chen didn't rush to open it. Instead, he quickly closed the window, secured the lock, and hurried back to the bedroom. Back in the bedroom, Chen finally felt relieved and safe. Then he carefully unfolded the paper wad. You know, it was raining outside now, and the paper wad had gotten quite wet. If he wasn't careful, it might tear, making the text unreadable. After a period of careful handling, the paper wad was partially unfolded. From the unfolded part, it indeed looked like a torn rule. The handwriting was the same. At the same time, Chen couldn't help but feel a chill. If he had discovered the window issue a little later, this paper wad could have been ruined by the rain. But what made him even more grateful was that the first thing he did upon arriving in this world was close the kitchen window. Otherwise, with this draft blowing in and the rain pouring down, the paper wad would have likely blown away by now. Before long, Chen finally unfolded the paper wad completely. The remaining rules came into view. 11. Please keep your home clean and tidy. She has obsessive-compulsive disorder. OCD, hating messy environments. During the time I'm not here, if you feel your mind is heavy and your thoughts are chaotic, you can immerse yourself in work. It will keep your brain awake. My graduation project oil painting is only halfway done. If you feel bored in your spare time, please help me finish it, my great artist. I will reward you. I will return on the night of the 7th day, wearing a red long dress. If you see me in a blue long dress, definitely do not open the door. I will never come back. After reading these rules, Chen felt a chill down his spine. He hadn't analyzed the rules in detail, but he was sure of one thing. These rules were definitely written by two people. Not to mention that there were differences in handwriting in the later rules. Just look at the last two rules. One talks about returning on the night of the 7th day, while the other says will not return. This was clearly not right. The conflict was extremely obvious. However, what terrified Chen even more was the content of the 14th rule. I will return on the night of the 7th day, wearing a red long dress. As a citizen of Long Country, his first reaction was to think of a term, returning spirit night. After all, the phrase on the night of the 7th day was too sensitive. Moreover, in this context, the red long dress had a very terrifying meaning. You must know that only a fierce ghost would wear red clothes. What on earth is coming back on the 7th day? More importantly, the condition to clear this spooky tale is to survive for 7 days. But, he was transported here in the afternoon. With that, surviving 7 days means he had to be with the returning entity for a whole day and night. Isn't that pure suicide? Every hair on Chen's arms stood on end, and cold sweat trickled down his back. After a long time, Chen slowly closed his eyes, trying a few deep breaths to calm his restless heart. He reminded himself that at least it wasn't too bad for now since he still had time to deal with it. With his intelligence, he would definitely find a breakthrough. Even if it didn't work, in the face of death danger, he could still use the teleport opportunity rewarded by the spooky world. That counted as a life-saving card. After some mental preparation, Chen looked at the rules again. After a long time, he frowned, feeling a bit lost. These rules looked very simple, even straightforward. But that was what puzzled him. Logically speaking, all rules should have their own underlying logic. Just like how the rules of a zoo revolve around cognitive pollution. But these rules seem to be just ordinary rules, with no underlying logic whatsoever. It shouldn't be like this. Chen mumbled. Then, he took out paper and pen, dividing all the rules into two categories based on the different handwriting. 1, 4, 6, 9, 13, 14. 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 15. According to what he had previously analyzed, the returning woman in the red dress definitely had issues. So the rules in the first row should be traps. Verifying each one. The first rule talks about food, which definitely had problems. The logic is clear. The fourth rule mentions delivery workers, claiming not all delivery workers are untrustworthy, hence it seems all delivery workers are untrustworthy. That contradicts the third rule, raising doubts about the logic. The sixth rule states definitely do not go out during the day. If this is a trap, then being out during the day should be safe. But the seventh rule talks about being out at night, still causing a conflict. Logic doesn't add up. As he wrote this, Chen stopped his pen. There was no need to write anymore, the logic just didn't make sense. It seemed he had entered a thought trap. Forget it, don't think about it. Just take it step by step. Tomorrow I'll ask other chosen ones from Long Country about their situation. Chen mumbled quietly. Saying this, he collected all the papers. After all, the rules required keeping the room tidy. After finishing tidying up, Chen lay down on the bed, ready to rest early. Since it had already been discovered that this quest was extremely dangerous, ensuring his mental state was good became of utmost importance. Before long, Chen's breathing became even, and he fell completely into a deep sleep. At the same time, in the live broadcast room in Long Country, there was a heated discussion going on, with barrage comments flying across the top of the screen. Damn, brothers, these rules are too terrifying, just like watching a horror movie. Do you think there's a possibility that the night of resurrection isn't dangerous? After all, it's his own girlfriend? The person above you is really something. Do you really think this is like a romantic ghost movie? You think a female ghost is like Xiao Qian? That's a vengeful ghost in red. Also, who told you this ghost is his girlfriend? That red-dressed female ghost might be the real culprit behind his girlfriend's illness. No worries, brothers, rest assured, with Chen's intelligence and a series of clever moves, he will definitely clear the level smoothly. Indeed, everyone, believe in Su God. And don't forget, among all the chosen ones, only Su God has discovered the subsequent notes. What does that mean? It means Chen is amazing. He can definitely clear the level. Brothers, stop worrying, look how soundly he's sleeping. If he didn't have confidence, could he still sleep? That's so true. After a round of exchanges, everyone's worries diminished a bit due to their trust in Chen. Chapter 75, Illogical. However, while the audience in Long Country felt at ease, spies from other countries were as anxious as ants on a hot stove. Their own contestants still didn't know the information about the subsequent notes. This won't do, they must report to their own officials immediately. Peter hurriedly took out the equipment that Ugly Country had prepared for him from the deepest part of the cabinet, ready to use it to contact Ugly Country. Just as he opened the device, there was a knock at the door. He frowned slightly and asked, "Who is it?" "Delivery." The other party replied. Hearing this answer, he relaxed a bit. He had indeed ordered takeout earlier. He quickly walked to the door, but instead of opening it directly, he looked through the peephole and confirmed that the other party was indeed dressed like a delivery person. Then he took out his phone, opened the delivery app, found the delivery person's information, and called the number. In the next moment, the delivery person outside picked up the phone and answered. "Hello?" Peter heard the voice coming from outside and the one on the phone at the same time, finally relieved. After hanging up, he opened the door. "Why did you come so late? You're way past the time, you know? Do you believe I'll give you a bad review? Such a lousy Long Country person, not at all keeping." Before he could finish his sentence, a large hand reached out from the blind spot by the door and pushed the door open. Suddenly, several people in Long Country uniforms rushed in. Without hesitation, they pressed the bewildered Peter down onto the ground. "What are you doing? I'm a noble Ugly Country person, what do you want? Ugly Country will not spare you." Peter struggled desperately, shouting loudly. "Shut up. You think Ugly Country won't spare us? You spy on our Long Country's secrets, we won't spare you first," the leader said with a cold expression. Just then, someone brought out Peter's equipment. At this, Peter's body stiffened, knowing he was done for. With the evidence in hand, there was no chance of a comeback. He slumped on the ground, no longer resisting. That night, many spies from various countries were captured by Long Country, with only those from Pickled Vegetable Country escaping unscathed. However, Pickled Vegetable Country was in worse luck. By the time he returned with the news, their officials had already used their only hint opportunity. Moreover, due to Park Duan Diao's madness and attempt to jump out the window, that mysterious little paper ball had long fallen out and could never be retrieved. Yet, many countries were celebrating joyfully that night. Several countries with very good relations with Dragon Country, as well as the grassroots countries led by the Pear Country, spent a lot of money to plead with Dragon Country for leniency. Their officials, ensuring that they would never leak secrets, got Dragon Country to open a special live streaming line for them. They learned the heavy news immediately. So they could not help but secretly rejoice for standing on the right side. Following the ugly country, one would starve 3 meals a day. It's much better to follow Dragon Country. This big brother is reliable. In the world of bizarre tales, 6:50, real-time 5:50, Su Chen's phone alarm rang. He groggily got up, reached out to turn off the alarm, and then flopped back down on the pillow. Having grown used to waking up naturally in the zoo, waking up this early felt a little uncomfortable. But fortunately, he still remembered that he was in the world of bizarre tales, and there were important things to do. A few minutes later, he rubbed his cheeks, sitting up with messy hair that looked like a bird's nest. He stretched his neck and back, and Su Chen was fully awake. He first checked his mental state and found that his spiritual power had grown a bit since yesterday. It seemed that it wasn't the world of bizarre tales targeting him, but rather that last night's trap had intentionally weakened the spiritual power of all the chosen ones. With that said, the chosen ones who didn't discover the trap must have encountered something abnormal last night. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and decided to verify with Dragon Country's officials. Is Dragon Country's official here? I want to confirm a few questions. I speculate that last night someone definitely followed the first rule and ate the food from the refrigerator, especially the meat products. At the same time, among these people, many must have fallen into the time trap and did not follow the 10th rule to hide in their bedrooms. And for the chosen ones who meet these two conditions, I guess they must have experienced something unusual last night, with symptoms possibly being mental confusion, uncoordinated movements, or even something bizarre. If I guessed right, please remain silent and give me no hints. Su Chen whispered to himself as if in a monologue. Meanwhile, the members of the Bizarre Tales Department of Dragon Country felt a chill. They never expected Su Chen would guess so accurately. Last night, the staff who spread information in live streaming rooms around the world had already reported the gathered information. The chosen ones from Pickle Country, Pottery Bowl Country, and others all met the conditions Su Chen mentioned. And these people, as Su Chen expected, indeed showed abnormal situations. Some had poor mental states and were extremely drowsy. Some were overly excited and sang all night. Some, like a wooden puppet, showed symptoms of sleepwalking, with their limbs out of control. How did Su Chen figure it out? Someone asked in surprise. Since he disconnected the live stream yesterday and wanted to confirm this information, it shows he already had some speculation. Let's quietly watch. Mr. Chen said calmly. But this is too amazing. Being able to guess the trap and the rules is already incredible, and he even figured out the symptoms. I'm impressed. Young Li exclaimed with a shocked look. This is Su Chen, he always brings us surprises and unexpected turns. Transforming a zoo into a vacation paradise while exploiting the bizarre workers is no simple matter. I'm eager to see what tricks he'll pull this time. Mr. Chen said with a cheerful smile. A few minutes later, Su Chen still hadn't received any hint from Dragon Country. He couldn't help but frown. It seemed that his speculation was indeed correct. Moreover, Dragon Country had disconnected the live content according to his instructions yesterday. Otherwise, he certainly would have received an official hint by now. Being right makes it even more of a headache. Su Chen sighed in his heart. He didn't feel as carefree and relaxed as Mr. Chen and the others praised. Instead, the pressure in his heart doubled. According to the official verification from the Dragon Country, those who ate the food from the refrigerator, combined with the fact that people who did not promptly retreat to their bedrooms from the time trap would encounter something bizarre. First of all, it is known that the handwriting of these two rules is different, which should mean they are written by two different people. If, based on this, we assume that the first rule is true, eating the food from the refrigerator will not cause any problems. Then the 10th rule must be the false rule, and violating it shouldn't matter. That way, the chosen one from last night should not have encountered any abnormal situations. So this inference is incorrect. The remaining possibility is quite simple. The first rule is false, eating the meat will cause trouble. The 10th rule is true, and not understanding the time trap means violating the 10th rule will also cause problems. Therefore, those chosen ones all faced bizarre situations. This coincided with Su Chen's earlier speculation, which was also confirmed by Dragon Country. But this leads to a new problem, that is, the question Su Chen pondered last night. The two handwritings represent one true and one false, opposing each other, which complicates the logic of the other rules. He had already deduced this last night. This is a big deal. Chen muttered quietly. Chapter 76, Surviving is the way to go. At this moment, combining all known information, there is only one possibility to clarify the logic. That is, the two fonts are not completely opposing each other. Some are true and some are false, with countless possibilities. This means that the difficulty of survival in the next few days has increased exponentially. It is even more difficult than he had previously imagined. Because he has to experiment and bear the risk of mistakes. Forget it, let's stick to the old plan, play it safe, and let Dragon Country focus more on players from other countries, hoping they can help me test for errors. Chen finally made this plan. Then, he glanced at his phone, which showed it was exactly 6 o'clock. So he hurriedly jumped out of bed, took 2 quick steps, and opened the wardrobe. At this moment, the audience in Dragon Country's livestream was puzzled, they still did not understand the time trap. What the hell did Chen just say to the officials, is he playing the prophet? Compared to that, I'm more concerned that Chen overslept. He missed checking the wardrobe at 6. Oh my god, it's true, how could a cautious person like Chen make such a rookie mistake? No, you guys stop talking, quickly look at the livestream, what the hell is going on with the color of the clothes in the wardrobe? At 6 o'clock, everyone watched the scene of checking the wardrobe from other countries' livestreams. At that moment, there was a blue long dress hanging, indicating that the next 12 hours were dangerous times. However, Chen was late by 1 hour to open the wardrobe, and as a result, the dress's color changed to red. What is going on? As everyone was confused, Chen directly provided an answer. He took out his phone, smiled, and showed the time on his phone, then opened a web page to search for the current time. Finally, he compared the real time with the clock in the living room. Now, everyone understood. The time in this bizarre world is messed up, it's a big pitfall. Holy crap, who could have thought of this? This quest is too heartless. Who would have expected? God Su. Only God Su could think of this. He's too strong. Wait, why did Chen reveal the truth? I suspect that other countries will soon discover this information. Wouldn't it be better to keep tricking those chosen ones in other countries? How can we mere mortals guess Chen's thoughts? Just watching is enough. Indeed, Chen's actions had profound meaning. Since he had obtained the intelligence he wanted to know, there was no need to let these chosen ones continue to die pointlessly due to the 10th rule. Instead, they should be allowed to survive and continue helping him to avoid pitfalls. At the same time, once he made this information public, the officials from other countries would definitely be unable to bear it. He will definitely use this unique opportunity to remind his chosen ones. Plus, last night he found the hidden rules, these countries must not be able to sit still. After consuming the hint opportunities of other countries, it will be easier for him to operate later. By the way, let me tell you something else, there's a problem with the food in the fridge, so don't eat it carelessly. Chen said with a smile. With this, these chosen ones will also face a shortage of food. He is forcing these chosen ones to order takeout. This is the key to breaking the deadlock. At the same time, he can use the situation of other countries ordering takeout to compare and filter the authenticity of these rules. At this moment, in the Strange Tales department of Long Country, Shíliù looked bewildered. Why did Chen publicly disclose such valuable information again? He really couldn't understand, why reveal so many secrets to people from other countries for nothing? Could it be that this guy has turned into a saint? You kids still haven't grown. Since Chen generously said it, he wants other countries to know. As for why he made such a decision, I guess he wants to consume the hint opportunities of other countries and use these people as guinea pigs to step on mines. Old Chen squinted his eyes and said. Shíliù's expression froze, then he showed a look of shame. But we have set up a firewall now. Other countries will probably get the news with a delay. Should we unlock the firewall? No need, just contact other departments and have them issue an announcement internationally. Old Chen answered. Such a good opportunity, if Long Country doesn't take advantage of it, wouldn't that be a big loss? Soon, Long Country released an announcement internationally. Considering the friendship of living on the Blue Star together, and based on the principles of peace, friendship, and harmonious coexistence, we hereby publicly disclose the traps of the Strange Tales dungeon. 1. The food in the fridge has problems, do not eat it. 2. The time in the Strange Tales world is incorrect, it is 1 hour ahead of real time. 3. The hidden rules are wedged in the window gap of the guest bedroom. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a sensation in the world. Many countries that were anxiously trying to probe Long Country's intelligence were dumbfounded. What's going on? Isn't Long Country on guard like against thieves? Why did they suddenly change their temperament and generously disclose hidden rules? Is there a conspiracy behind this? However, when they received news from their spies, they quickly dismissed their worries. It seems that it's just Long Country acting out of a saintly heart, with no conspiracy involved. Different from those countries that had spies planted in Long Country, some smaller nations were simply overjoyed at this moment. Who cares about the conspiracy? Their chosen ones were about to die, so they naturally took a dead horse as a living horse doctor and tried it out. At the same time, a strange thought arose in their officials' minds. Is it time to seek another path? Not only did they gain nothing from following the ugly country, but they were also blocked from Long Country's live broadcasts. Looking at the countries friendly with Long Country, they heard that their contestants were copying Chen's homework, staying safe. It seems it's time to switch allegiances. With this thought, these countries hurriedly took the opportunity to contact Long Country to express their gratitude and sent valuable gifts to lay the foundation for future defection. Just as Long Country's announcement stirred up 1,000 waves, the Kimchi country was completely dumbfounded. Their hint opportunities had already been wasted. As a result, there were so many pits in this strange tales world. This damn Park Duanjiao is finished. The whole of Kimchi country fell into a wail. Chapter 77 Ordering Takeout. However, Park Duanjiao was unaware of the despair that engulfed Kimchi country. He was in his bedroom desperately thinking of countermeasures. Due to the terrifying situation that occurred last night, he couldn't sleep anymore and didn't dare to fall asleep, fearing that his left hand would act on its own and strangle him. So he hid in the bedroom. It had all lasted until 6 o'clock in the morning of the haunted tales world. Park Duanjiao, not knowing there was a problem with the time, hurriedly opened the wardrobe to check the color of today's long dress. To his shock, the long dress inside had turned blue. Wasn't this a sign that his home would be very dangerous for the next 12 hours? He became even more anxious. Yesterday, during safe hours, he encountered such evil events. How could today, during dangerous hours, be any less perilous? The most critical part was that the dangerous duration was 12 hours. What would he eat today? Moreover, food in the refrigerator was clearly problematic. He could not eat it again, or he wouldn't know how he would die. At this point, he only had one way out: to order takeout. Since the rules clearly documented the method for ordering takeout, as long as he followed the rules, he would definitely not have any issues. Thinking of this, Park Duanjiao took out his phone, getting ready to order takeout. However, he found that his phone did not have those familiar takeout apps. Oh no, how do I order takeout? He started to panic again. Suddenly, he remembered he had found a takeout flyer on the shoe cabinet when searching for the rules yesterday. Perhaps he could order food from that. Park Duanjiao pushed open the bedroom door, cautiously peeking into the living room situation, only to discover the second bedroom door had sinisterly closed. He vaguely remembered that after encountering the strange event last night, he hurried back to the bedroom, and he didn't close the second bedroom door. But now, the door was closed. This must be the mischief of the bazaar. And besides, he couldn't remember any of those so-called laws. At that moment, Park Duanjiao felt like retreating, not daring to step outside the bedroom's range. However, he thought again, the shoe cabinet was not far from him, and if he didn't grab the takeout flyer, he would starve today. He still mustered up his courage. He dashed towards the shoe cabinet, grabbed the flyer, and sprinted back to the bedroom like a 100-meter dash. With a bang, he slammed the bedroom door shut. Huff, huff, that scared me to death. He gasped for breath while grumbling. Soon after catching his breath, he looked at the contents of the flyer. At the top, there was a big title. Have you eaten app? Have you eaten is now online, and special offers a 300 yuan voucher. Below were promotional dishes from various restaurants under his family. The pictures looked appealing and made one's appetite surge. Yesterday, Park Duanjiao had endured the tastelessness and showcased a plate of burnt meat. Now seeing these delicacies, his mouth couldn't help but start watering. As he scrolled down to the end of the flyer, a QR code appeared. To order takeout, please scan the QR code below to download the Have You Eaten app. Seeing this, Park Duanjiao hurriedly took out his phone to scan the QR code. With a beep, a download page appeared. He reached out and clicked it, and soon the software finished downloading. Upon opening it, a window popped up, saying, Have You Eaten is now online, and there's a grand opening deal. After a series of red envelope rain special effects, a bunch of 10 yuan stackable red envelopes was presented, totaling about 300 yuan. Wow, this is amazing. I was worried about how to get money, turns out this software gives it away for free. Park Duanjiao was filled with joy. Earlier he was still planning to look for something at home, like a bank card or cash. But now, this software actually gave away 300 yuan, roughly calculating, if he saves a bit, he could last 7 days without problems. Park Duanjiao happily clicked on the food window and started to choose dishes. Soon, he selected a portion of fried chicken and a beer before clicking to place the order. Using the red envelope, the checkout was completed without spending a single cent. Guys, did you see? I, Park Duanjiao, am a genius. I will definitely lead our Kimchi nation to successfully clear the level. His face was once again filled with confidence, no longer the fear from yesterday. So ordinary yet so confident. Speechless, this guy is showing off again. If it weren't for this fool not thinking last night, he wouldn't be in this situation. How could we waste a hint opportunity like this? You know, Chen from Longwa found out the subsequent rules last night. Hey, he's still acting tough. He doesn't even know that because he lost his mind, the subsequent rules got lost through his own blunder. We can't blame Park Do-won-gyo entirely. He was tangled up because of the food from the fridge. He was scared too. I think the officials should take the blame. Their hints were too casual. Stop being a backseat driver. It's useless to talk more. Instead of that, why not pray more for Teacher Park? You guys don't need to be so pessimistic about Teacher Park. I think there's still hope. Look, he discovered the takeout app and even got free red envelopes, right? Food for the next few days is all set. Everyone chimed in, casually chatting out of boredom. Mainly because nothing had happened yet, Park Do-won-gyo was honestly waiting for takeout, and the audience was getting a bit bored. Soon, a message in the chat stirred up the crowd. Quick, go on little blue bird. Longwa has announced there are issues with the time in the paranormal world. What? I'll go check it out. Holy crap. We're finished. We, the pickled cabbage country, are done for. We have no hint opportunity anymore. How could there be such a terrible thing? This dungeon is way too unfair. I think Chen from Longwa is the worst. He clearly knew ahead of time, but he didn't warn us until now, when most of us have already fallen into the trap. What's the use of saying it now? Acting like a good person. Exactly. Chen is disgusting, so cruel. And Longwa, they must have known officially as well, yet they didn't say a thing yesterday, just watched us, the chosen ones, die. How can there be such a cold-blooded nation? The people from the pickled cabbage country fell into despair after receiving this news, their hearts filled with deep sorrow. However, they quickly found an outlet for their emotions, Longwa and Chen. As long as you don't help me, then there's something wrong with you, your conscience must be terribly bad. If I don't curse you until you're ruined, I'm not a citizen of the origin of the universe. A wave of insults towards Longwa surged in the live stream of the pickled cabbage country. As for why they didn't go to Longwa's live stream to curse? They were scared, thinking they wouldn't be able to win against the Longwa audience in a fight. Afraid that if they went there and started whining, they would end up getting cursed into silence instead. So it was better to vent their dissatisfaction in their own space instead. This wave of cursing continued until a knocking sound was heard in the paranormal world, finally taking a temporary pause. The audience immediately snapped to attention, focusing on the live stream screen, unable to continue cursing Longwa. Right now, the safety of their chosen one was far more important. Chapter 78, The Takeout Girl. In the live stream, Park Do-won-gyo also clearly heard the knocking sound. He jumped out of bed and carefully opened his bedroom door, slowly walking toward the front door, knowing that the test had come. Whether ordering takeout had any issues, and whether this path would work, would soon be verified. Park Do-won-gyo remembered the rules and slowly leaned closer to the peephole. In the next moment, a woman around 1.6 meters tall, wearing a yellow duck-billed cap, appeared in his sight. At first glance, the woman wore a white knitted bodycon dress on top, while her lower half was adorned with worded black stockings. Her long, beautiful legs stood out appealingly under the outline of the stockings. As his gaze traveled upward, a slightly pale but stunningly beautiful face caught Park Do-won-gyo's eye, appearing even more flawless against the backdrop of her white hair. Holy crap, what a beauty! He couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. This woman's appearance struck his weakness instantly, making him feel excitement within. Knock knock knock. At that moment, the knocking sound echoed again. It brought him back to reality. He shook his head, wiped his face, and worked hard to stabilize his mind. He opened his mouth to ask, "Who is it? Which one?" He didn't forget to follow the rules and make the inquiry. At the same time, he kept praying in his heart that the other party would not answer "delivery person." But what he feared happened. The next moment, a silver bell-like voice came from outside the door. "Delivery person. Sir, your order has arrived, please open the door." At this, Park Dangan's heart sank a little. According to the rules, if the other party answered as the delivery person, he could not open the door. But the other party's appearance really stirred his heart, making him want to pull the other inside quickly and hold their tender little hand to talk about life aspirations. In the end, after a struggle of thoughts, the instinct for survival overpowered his inner impulse. To live on is to have everything. Go away, you are not the delivery person. Park Dangan said loudly. Sir, have you made a mistake? Look at my uniform, the food box in my hand, I am definitely the delivery person. The other party's words were filled with confusion. Stop talking nonsense, get out of here, or I'll call the police. You crazy. The woman cursed, and then the sound of high heels clacked in the hallway, indicating that she was leaving. Seeing her leave so decisively, Park Dangun was taken aback. Why did she leave so easily? Logically, if she wanted to harm him, she shouldn't give up so quickly. Her reaction seemed more like that of a normal person. Park Dangun returned to his bedroom and fell into deep thought again. Currently, he still hadn't resolved his food issue and had wasted quite a few red packets. To know, he only had 300 yuan in red packets total. If he kept wasting like this, he wouldn't even need to consider the safety of the delivery, because he wouldn't have money to order. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Park Dangun's mind, and he thought of a possibility. He had eaten food from the refrigerator yesterday, and something went wrong, causing dizziness, headaches, and vomiting. According to Rule 10, last night was the safe time, yet he had an accident. But according to Rule 10 now, it should be the danger time, yet he felt very good with no abnormalities at all. So, is there a possibility that these rules are wrong, and actions shouldn't be based on the rules? The more Park Dangun thought about it, the more it seemed possible. So, the woman just now should be fine. Yes, it must be so. Viewers, I have discovered the flaw in this strange world of tales. All its rules are fake. I had issues eating meat, had issues following Rule 10. But breaking Rule 10, I was completely fine, which only proves my theory. Park Dangun shouted excitedly. Viewers, cheer for me. However, the viewers from Kimchi country did not cheer as he had hoped. Instead, they seemed ready to give Park Dangun a big slap. After all, they were in the god's perspective, and they already knew about the traps in the world. They knew Park Dangun's reasoning was absurdly wrong from the beginning. I applaud your mom. You're really clever, but your reasoning is way off. It's over. At this rate, this fool will end up getting himself killed. Damn. I also have a bad feeling. No need to feel. Look, this guy ordered delivery again. According to his theory, he will definitely open the door this time. Screw it. I think this guy just wants to open the door because the delivery person looks good. Amid the desperate shouts on the screen, Park Dangun excitedly placed another order, the same thing again. After a while, there was another knock at the door. Park Dangun's eyes lit up, he rubbed his hands in excitement, and quickly walked to the door. Who is it? He asked again while peering into the peephole. Delivery person. You just asked. The silver bell-like voice was filled with a hint of complaint. Hearing this voice, he couldn't help but tremble, and his heart excitedly soared again. Indeed, it was her. The next moment, the figure appeared again through the peephole in his view. That graceful figure made his heart throb. His hand involuntarily reached for the doorknob, ready to open the door. At the moment he gripped the doorknob, he hesitated again. After all, this action was related to his life safety. Hey, do you really want the takeout, or are you just messing with us? The other party spoke again, with a tone that sounded unfriendly. I didn't, I was just worried. Before Park Dangun could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Worried? Worried about what? What can a weak woman like me make you, a big man, worry about? The other party's tone was full of mockery. Park Dangun couldn't help but blush, feeling that the other party had a point. At the same time, he cursed himself for being too cowardly. He had already figured out the loophole in the rules, so what was there to fear? And indeed, as the other party said, what could a weak woman do to him? At this moment, the other party continued, forget it, I found out you are just messing with us. I will report your address when I go back and put you on the blacklist, so all shops on our app will no longer deliver to you. Hearing this, Park Dangun's face turned pale in shock. If the other party really wouldn't deliver to him, what would he eat in the future? After last night's experience, he was too scared to eat the stuff in the fridge. Hey, wait, He wanted to persuade the other party to come back. But before he could finish his words, his left hand suddenly went out of control again. It spontaneously gripped the doorknob and twisted it hard. With a crack, the door opened. Chapter 79, A Knife Above the Word Sex. Park Dangun jumped in fright and quickly backed up a long distance. He tightly grabbed his disobedient left hand, showing fear, his eyes fixed on the door. The next moment, that woman walked in slowly, carrying the food box. The sound of her high heels pounding in his heart. He saw her blinking a pair of beautiful eyes filled with confusion, looking at Park Dangun. Sir? What's going on? I'm fine. Park Dangun forced himself to appear calm, putting both hands behind his back, with his right hand tightly locking his left hand. This sudden strange situation made him a bit anxious. It's good if you're fine. Let me put your takeout on the table. The other party hurried a few steps forward and placed the takeout on the table. By the way, our store is now launching a free feeding service, do you need it? The woman smiled as she looked at Park Dangun. Hearing this, Park Dangun's heart shook, and a scene of her feeding him appeared in his mind. He nearly agreed without thinking. But considering his odd situation, he didn't dare to be too bold. After a struggle between the two little voices in his heart, he still refused the other party. No, thank you. Alright, then I wish you a pleasant meal, I will leave now. The woman was quite straightforward. Without further entanglement, she turned directly and walked towards the door. Park Dandeo looked at the decisive back of the other party, and the black silk beautiful legs swaying under the skirt. His heart once again became unbearably itchy. It was as if his inner self was split in two, the suppressed desired demon completely awakened. If she had a problem, she wouldn't leave so decisively. It seems I was overthinking. Another voice in Park Dandeo's heart said. So the next moment, Park Dandeo took 2 quick steps to catch up with the other party. Wait a moment, I suddenly want to experience your feeding service. The woman paused, lightly turned around, and smiled sweetly. Sure. The audience from Pickled Cabbage Country saw Park Dandeo's left hand suddenly go wild, opening the door, and they nearly wet their pants in scare. They finally breathed a sigh of relief when the woman put down the takeout and turned to leave. But Park Dandeo called the woman back again. Suddenly, all the audience tensed up again. Is Park Dandeo crazy? This is the world of strange talks. How can he still dare to keep this woman? Is he mesmerized by beauty? He really doesn't fear death. Do you see his expression and body? Don't you think it's a bit abnormal? I suspect he has been corroded by the strange things, otherwise, this irrational behavior is impossible. It's possible. Look at the way he's holding his hands behind his back. Earlier, his right hand was tightly gripping his left, but now it's the left hand pressing down on the right. Something's not right. Stop talking, I'm already panicking. If Park Dango dies, we'll be finished too. Please, someone help us. Park Dango in the restaurant was completely unaware of how terrified the viewers from the kimchi country were. Right now, his mind was clouded with desire. Sitting on the restaurant chair, he was eagerly enjoying the woman feeding him, a face full of excitement. Sir, how is the taste and texture of our food? The woman asked with a sweet smile. It's not bad. It seems the ingredients have been carefully selected, but the cooking skills still fall short compared to mine. Park Dango, enjoying the service, still didn't forget to show off. Sir, you made a good point. Our ingredients are guaranteed fresh, but as for the cooking, I don't quite agree. If our cooking were mediocre, why would you not even leave the food crumbs from my fingers alone? The woman gave a sly smile, her long fingers brushing over his lips, her words carrying a playful tone. Naturally, because you're more delicious than the food. Park Dango, seeing her teasing tone, naturally responded by following her lead. Oh, really? The woman stood up, smiling with eyes squinted, then squeezed her body into his arms, sitting on his lap and continuing to feed him. Of course. Then, do you want to taste something even more delicious? The woman whispered in his ear, her breath like orchids. Yes. I must. Park Dango's pupils contracted, and the food in his mouth immediately lost its taste. He anxiously reached out, hugging her soft waist. The woman didn't resist, instead getting closer to him. Raising her arms, she wrapped them around his neck. I feel so sore. Turns out there's not only no danger but also rewards. Park Dango, this old man really struck it rich. This woman is so beautiful, she's completely on par with our country's top girl groups. Looks like we're too naive. Teacher Park is the professional, he saw through the weird world of ghost stories at a glance. Indeed, Teacher Park is amazing, Teacher Park is... Damn, what is that? The barrage of comments exploded as the viewers witnessed a shocking scene. The woman smiled as she pulled out a gleaming dagger from her sleeve. The sharp blade made one's heart freeze with fear. I also want to. The woman whispered softly in Park Dango's ear. What did you say? Park Dango, busy exploring with his hands, didn't hear what she said clearly. I said. I also want to taste something even more delicious. After saying this, the woman gave a strange smile, gripped the dagger tightly, and forcefully thrust the blade into the back of Park Dango's neck, then sharply slashed horizontally. Park Dango was stunned by her words. Before he could even understand her meaning, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. An icy coldness spread from his neck straight to his brain. Then, a gush of spraying sound came from his ears. What's going on? Where's the water leaking from? He was a bit confused. He turned his head to look toward the restroom. In the next moment, he saw a shower of blood, red as a sunset, looking almost pink in the sunlight. What is this? It's a bit romantic, he thought to himself. He then tried to call the woman in his arms to come see. Hiss. When he opened his mouth, only a hissing sound came out, not a word. What's happening to me? That was Park Dango's last thought. Then, everything went black, and he completely passed out. Heh, damn bastard. The woman wiped the blood off her face carelessly, her expression turning cold and sinister. She raised her long leg and kicked Park Dango's chest with her high heels, flipping him and the chair to the ground. Then, she picked up the dagger and thrust it forcefully into his heart. Thud! The sharp blade pierced into him, ending Park Dango's last breath. The viewers in the live stream were completely stunned. This bloody scene scared everyone out of their wits. Madwoman! Crazy! This is a madman! Why kill Park Dandio? What's the reason? Damn Park Dandio! Just for my greed for beauty, he has ruined our Kimchi nation. This time we are out first again, we are doomed. The Kimchi nation was completely engulfed in despair. At the same time, all the chosen ones in the world of strange tales received a notification. The chosen one from Kimchi nation, Park Dandiao, has died first. Comprehensive evaluation shows a deduction of 20 points from country luck, now remaining 45 points. The overall IQ of the nation drops by 10%, and the birth rate drops by 10%. Chapter 80, A Stick to the Head. Mikawa Koko from Sakura Nation saw this announcement and a strong mocking expression appeared on her face. They are so foolish to be the first eliminated, and their IQ is also punished with a drop. Doesn't that mean everyone in Kimchi Nation will be an idiot in the future? Ha, let's see if you dare to be arrogant with us in Sakura Nation. Mikawa Koko laughed boastfully. At this point, she had already received the message from the Sakura Nation officials and understood the time trap and the strange situation that Kimchi Nation encountered last night. So after adjusting time and observing the clothes in the wardrobe again, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The 12 hours of daytime today are safe. Now she had also ordered takeout and was waiting for the delivery person to bring the food. So when she received the announcement from the rules world, she thought for a moment and guessed the situation of Park Dandiao's murder. Surely that fool violated the rules and let a fake delivery person in. So stupid, if it were me, I would never make such a childish mistake. Mikawa Koko thought confidently. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Her heart suddenly tightened, knowing the delivery had arrived. That's just perfect. She tried not to panic, slowly walked to the door, closed her left eye, and brought her right eye close to the peephole. A beautiful woman wearing a white knit backless skirt and bari shoes was standing outside the door holding the takeout. Mikawa Koko instantly felt a flicker of fondness for the woman, even thinking about getting close to her. She was startled and shook her head hard, banishing this terrifying thought from her mind. What a vixen! This outfit really shows no decency. She criticized the woman in her heart. However, despite her criticism, she didn't forget the main point. Who is it? Delivery person, your order has arrived. The woman replied in a crisp voice. Upon hearing this, Mikawa Koko became wary. The rule clearly stated that anyone claiming to be a delivery person is not a delivery person. Wow, this is like a tongue twister. But no matter how twisted it is, this woman outside is not a delivery person. No wonder she is dressed so provocatively, it's obvious she is trying to trick a man into opening the door. But I'm not a man, what a stroke of luck. Mikawa Koko felt immensely grateful. Then she thought for a moment, although she wasn't lured by the woman, she still hadn't resolved her food issue. Moreover, the red envelope from the app Are You Full couldn't stand her splurging multiple times. No, I must think of a solution. Hey beauty, are you there? Please open the door, your takeout is here. The woman urged again. Mikawa Koko was getting anxious and needed to think of a method quickly. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. My door lock is broken and can't be opened right now. How about this, just throw the takeout at the door, and I'll get it when the locksmith arrives. Mikawa Koko replied excitedly. Oh, I see. That's fine, for user experience, I can wait. You don't need to wait, the locksmith is busy now and will take a long time to arrive, just throw it at the door. Okay, then I'll put it on the ground by your door. The woman didn't insist further and reluctantly agreed. Then, a sound of a bag being placed on the ground and the click of high heels was heard outside. Before long, the sound of high heels grew fainter until it disappeared. It seems the other side has given up and left. Meichuan Kuko leaned in closer to the peephole, and outside there was no one. You little thing, still trying to fight against me, you are too green. Don't you know that our cherry blossom country is the land of reasoning? Your little tricks have nowhere to hide in our eyes. She murmured excitedly. Seeing this scene, the audience from Cherry Blossom Country was overjoyed. That's right, well said, my chosen one from Cherry Blossom Country is indeed better than the pickled cabbage country. At a glance, she saw through the other's plot. Awesome. Ms. Meichuan Kuko is truly outstanding, it seems we will definitely pass this level smoothly. Speaking of which, that delivery girl is indeed pretty. Fortunately, Ms. Meichuan is not a lily pig, otherwise, we would be in danger. That pickled cabbage character couldn't resist temptation, knowing the danger but still opened the door. Let me share some news with you all. Ms. Meituan is a newly appointed teacher and naturally is not a lily pig. Really? Lend me a share. Baka, don't hog it all. Lend me a share. The live stream room of Cherry Blossom Country was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Just as everyone was discussing excitedly, Meituan Kuko saw that the other side had left and reached out to open the door. At a glance, her ordered takeaway was quietly lying on the ground. Why did that annoying woman throw it so far away? She mumbled casually, taking a step forward, bending down to pick up the takeaway box. At that moment, a shadow flashed out from the blind spot beside her door. It was the delivery girl from before. With a steel pipe raised high, she swung it fiercely towards the back of Meituan Kuko's head. With a loud bang, Meituan Kuko fell to the ground. You fat sheep. The girl laughed, the corners of her mouth curling up. Meituan Kuko could only feel the scene in front of her twisting violently, her body uncontrollably collapsing. A pair of jade feet clad in black stockings appeared in her line of sight. Struggling to look up, it was the delivery girl who had returned. Clearly, she had walked away in high heels but returned barefoot, giving the illusion that she had already left. You damned old six, you got me killed. This was Meituan Kuko's last thought. Then, the delivery girl pulled out a sharp dagger from her sleeve and stabbed it fiercely into Meituan Kuko's heart, twisting it without mercy. With each twist of the blade, the delivery girl's smile grew more insane. Trash. She spat. At this moment, the livestream room of Cherry Blossom Country was utterly bewildered. Originally filled with joy, it instantly plunged into an abyss of despair. Baka. This woman actually didn't leave but secretly came back. That's just too much. Who could have expected this? Isn't it Meituan Kuko's fault for not being careful? If she had just looked around before stepping outside, it would have been fine. What a foolish woman, now she has dragged down our Cherry Blossom Country. It's over, our national luck is about to drop below 60, and we will face huge punishment like pickled cabbage country. At the same time, the other surviving chosen ones almost simultaneously received two announcements. The chosen one from Cherry Blossom Country, Meituan Kuko, is dead. Comprehensive evaluation, Cherry Blossom Country's national luck deducted by 15 points, remaining 50 points. The entire intelligence quotient of Cherry Blossom Country decreases by 10%. The chosen one from Porcelain Bowl Country, Kiers, is dead. Comprehensive evaluation, Porcelain Bowl Country's national luck deducted by 15 points, remaining 45 points. The entire physical condition of Porcelain Bowl Country decreases by 10%, all resources decrease by 10%. Chapter 81 Discovering the Trick. Chen frowned as he looked at the announcement in front of him. He had previously used Long Country to spread the news, and it was evident that most of the chosen ones already knew about the time traps and food traps. The continuous deaths at this time could only mean one thing: the takeaway was dangerous, and it was likely full of traps. He glanced at the food he was about to order on his phone and ultimately deleted part of it, only ordering half of each item. Exactly 10 yuan, which could be paid with a red envelope. This way, saving some money would allow him to place more orders and look for patterns. At this moment, he absolutely could not waste a single penny. Chen pressed the submit order button. Before long, a knock on the door sounded. He carefully approached the door and looked outside through the peephole. Just like the other chosen ones, the same graceful woman had come again. But this time she was very close to the door, and Chen could only see her face. So beautiful. The moment he saw her, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and he felt a strong affection, even a desire to open the door and get closer to her. However, in just a moment, he snapped back to reality. After all, his mental power was far beyond ordinary people, and he quickly realized something was off when unusual situations occurred. Wow, this is so dangerous, I almost fell for her trick. No wonder so many people have died, who could withstand this test from the old-timers? He silently complained in his heart. Mr. Su, are you home? Your delivery has arrived. Just as Chen was thinking, a soft and tempting voice came from outside the door. What she said seemed normal at first, but with that alluring tone, it became impossible not to think otherwise. It was as if the delivery she mentioned had another layer of meaning. Chen's heart skipped a beat, as a certain mysterious force that he had suppressed deep inside began to awaken. This woman was quite enchanting, she was definitely not a proper delivery person. Chen had already formed this conclusion in his mind. But he still asked according to the rules. Who are you? Mr. Su, I'm the delivery person, please help me open the door, your food will be cold if you wait too long. The soft voice came again. Chen furrowed his brow. As expected, she was not a proper delivery person. This is a disaster, this order of food must be invalidated. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Since all the chosen ones were forced to separate and challenge the quests alone. Then, to ensure fairness, the rules of the world must arrange the same challenges for everyone. This means that those who died before might have encountered the same woman outside their doors. He suddenly had an idea. Official from Long Kingdom, I suspect that some of the previously deceased chosen ones died at the hands of this woman. If I'm right, please remain silent. If I'm wrong, please send me all available information. Chen stepped back into the bedroom, closed the door, and spoke into the air. The soundproofing of the bedroom was quite good. The woman outside definitely wouldn't hear what he said. A minute later, there was no reply from the official. He knew he was right, there was something wrong with her, and the third rule was real. Damn, I'm impressed. Chen really knows how to exploit the bugs, using his words to get hints for free. He really knows how to play. Indeed, the highest rules of the rules world must be speechless. What's so speechless? It's not like Chen's strength is better than others, he can always find hidden rules early. Otherwise, why aren't the other national contestants exploiting bugs? They must have used up all their hint opportunities. Makes sense, it's all because Chen is stronger than the others. But even if he knows this woman is dangerous, what can he do? The problem of food still cannot be solved, there's not much to eat at home. Don't worry, trust Chen. I believe he will find a way. The crowd from Long Kingdom was discussing enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Chen stepped out of the bedroom and walked back to the door. The woman was still tirelessly knocking on the door, saying some enticing words. Chen leaned closer to the peephole again. He decided to observe her carefully to see if there were any clues. Beautiful lady, did you knock on the wrong door? My app shows it's still not delivered? You won't be a scammer, will you? Chen casually made up a story. No, I didn't knock on the wrong door. It might just be an app glitch, sir. If you open the door, you can confirm. How about this, just to prevent you from being a scammer, step back a bit so I can see the delivery. If it really is mine, I'll open the door. Good, sir. The woman answered crisply and neatly. Then, her long legs swung as she took 2 steps back, one hand raised the takeaway bag, and the other hand opened it to show Chen. At that moment, Chen's innate ability powered up, and every detail about the other person was displayed in his mind. Then, he began to analyze all the details of the woman in his mind. The takeaway items were normal, just what he ordered. The woman had a well-proportioned figure, no excess fat, and her thigh muscles were quite developed, indicating she likely worked out often. Her strength should be pretty good. However, compared to himself, she was still far behind, and in a fight, she wouldn't have the upper hand. Her eyes were bright, and her expression serious. From her micro-expressions, it seemed she wasn't hiding any bad intentions. But it was also possible she was a skilled person, able to control her own expressions and emotions well. Alright, you can put it down now. Chen gestured for her to lower the takeaway box. This box was blocking part of his view, and there were many things he couldn't see on her. Okay, I'll just say it's no problem then. The woman willingly put down the takeaway bag. Suddenly, Chen's pupils shook. He noticed something was wrong. The weight of this meal box was off. He had ordered half servings to save money, so the box should be light. When she put down the takeaway bag, the way it swung was odd. More importantly, at the moment her arm lowered, her loose sleeves were supported by some foreign object, clearly not her arm. To Chen, it looked more like a hard object, like an iron bar. The woman had big problems. Sir, you've already looked, there's nothing wrong, please open the door. The woman urged, a bit impatiently. Chapter 82, Strange News Program. This takeaway isn't half a serving, right? I ordered half servings. Oh, it's like this, we didn't pay attention earlier and accidentally packed it as a whole serving. You don't have to worry, we won't charge extra. The woman smiled sweetly. Wow, so generous, you've made me even more suspicious that you're a scammer. How about this, you do what I say, do a few actions, and I'll believe you. What actions? She became even more impatient. You roll up both sleeves. Chen said with a grin. Hearing this, the woman's expression drastically changed, but only for a moment. She returned to normal. You must be joking, sir. You, a big man, are actually afraid that a weak woman like me is a scammer. But since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. How about this, I'll put the takeaway outside, and you can take it yourself later. She spoke with a hint of anger. Alright, just throw it outside. Chen replied. Soon, there was a sound of the takeaway being placed outside and the click of high heels walking away. However, Chen did not open the door to get the food. Since he was sure there was a problem, he definitely wouldn't open the door. Moreover, letting him take the food himself was a method suggested by the other party. It could very well be a trap. He had to stay vigilant. Suddenly, Chen had a bright idea. He shouted towards the door, "Don't hide, come out, I know you're back." Outside, there was silence, and no response. Oh, still not speaking? What are you pretending for? I can hear your footsteps, and look, your black feet are exposed. Chen continued to speak. However, there was still no sound. If you're willing to wait, then wait, I definitely won't open the door. After saying this, Chen walked back to the living room, lay back on the sofa, turned on the TV, and cranked up the volume to create a false impression of watching TV. However, he kept his ears attentive to the movements outside. A few minutes later, the outside remained quiet. Chen frowned. Did he guess wrong? Did she really leave? Just then, there came a loud knock on the door. The woman's furious voice came through at the same time. Alright, you just don't come out. If you have the guts, don't come out for the rest of your life. Starve to death, you little scoundrel. Oh? Not hiding anymore? Chen smiled and walked towards the door, peeking through the peephole. He saw that the woman could no longer maintain her calm. With a furious face, she banged on the door as if her father's murderer was inside. Still not leaving? Planning to stick around in my place? Don't be arrogant. Be careful we blacklist you, and stop delivering food to you. Let's see what you'll eat then. Stop talking nonsense. If you could blacklist me, you would have done it long ago. Why waste time threatening me? Just let me starve to death, and it will all be over. Chen replied with a smile. From this woman's words, it was clear that she hated him intensely. Although he did not know where this hatred came from, it did not stop him from reasoning. If she really had a way to starve him, she would not waste her breath but take action directly. Therefore, Chen did not take her threats to heart at all. You bastard, open the door for me. The woman became even more frenzied. Crazy person, bang away, do as you wish. You are the crazy one. Your whole family is crazy. The woman screamed with all her might. Chen frowned, turned back to his bedroom, and closed the door. Suddenly, it was quiet again. The sound insulation really was excellent. Then Chen took out his phone and ordered from another shop, just in case. After placing this order, once the app notified him that the delivery had started, he ordered from yet another restaurant. This way, he could prevent that crazy woman from intercepting his order. He could also use this time to analyze the situation further. After completing the takeout orders, Chen stepped out of the bedroom. At that moment, the outside of the door had quieted down. Chen peeked through the peephole and saw that the outside was completely empty. The takeout that had been on the ground was also gone. Clearly, the woman had taken it. She was indeed planning to starve Chen. Helpless, he sat back on the sofa, half-heartedly watching TV, waiting for his takeout to arrive. After a whole morning's fuss, it was already past noon, and Chen's stomach was growling. He was so hungry that he almost couldn't resist eating the remaining pack of instant noodles. Speaking of which, it had been nearly 24 hours since he arrived in this weird world, and he had only eaten one pack of instant noodles. Naturally, he was very hungry. Suddenly, a piece of lunchtime news on the TV caught his interest. It was about a group of doctors from a neurology hospital in a certain city who mysteriously disappeared overnight. The police had no leads after several days of investigation, as if these people had vanished into thin air. Chen frowned. This incident sounded like a bizarre occurrence. Combined with the environment he was currently in, he couldn't help but suspect that these doctors might be linked to this instance. He glanced at the scrolling text at the bottom of the screen. It seemed to say that the time of their disappearance was the evening of August 28, 20XZ. Chen squinted. This time was exactly when he had passed through the zoo. Based on his guess, the timelines in the bizarre world appear to be continuous. On this logic, after he cleared the zoo, the rules time began to prepare for the next instance, so taking all those doctors hostage made sense. If this is the case, the key to breaking the puzzle might have something to do with this incident. Chen sat up straight, ready to study this news carefully. However, the news suddenly cut off. Today, the police revealed that they found new clues from the hospital's patient registration forms. However, the specific details cannot be disclosed at the moment. We will announce it as soon as the police make new progress. Please continue to follow our lunchtime news. After the host said this, the screen switched to report a news story about a dog biting a man. Chen was speechless. Just as he was prepared to listen carefully, it was gone. It seemed he couldn't forget to pay attention to this lunchtime news every day in the coming days. He had a gut feeling that the key to breaking the puzzle was definitely related to this news. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Chen stood up and walked towards the door. He knew. The takeout has arrived. Looking through the peephole, Chen saw that the delivery person had changed. It was a burly man, not the crazy woman from before. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was right. Not all deliveries were made by that woman. This world still somewhat follows the logic of a normal world, knowing how to change NPCs, rather than just sticking with one to milk it dry. Who is it? Delivery person, your takeout has arrived. Please open the door. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart sank again. Damn it, another fake. And this guy looked tough to deal with. Most importantly, this order was now wasted too. Alright, just throw it at the door. Su Chen didn't want to waste any more breath, having already sensed the problem. Talking more would be pointless. No, according to our regulations, it must be personally delivered to the customer. The other person firmly refused. Oh, then I don't want it. Just throw it away. Su Chen's tone turned icy. No. Hurry up and open the door. Don't delay my performance. The man spoke with arrogance. Fuck off, you fake. Get lost, don't push your luck. If you want to wait, just stay outside. Su Chen's temper flared up inside. Chapter 83, An Unexpected Incident? Payday? With this order failing again, he was already in a bad mood. On top of that, the guy kept interrupting his thoughts, which made him furious. Seeing Su Chen lose his temper, the man outside stopped pretending and started pounding on the door. Bang! 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 The loud banging made it sound like the door was about to be blown off its hinges. However, Su Chen wasn't worried about the door busting down. The rules of the world still had to be followed. Since rules said not to open the door, the other side certainly couldn't force their way in. Su Chen completely ignored the man, lay back on the sofa, and placed another order for takeout. But his expression grew even darker because, at this rate, his red envelope balance wouldn't last him through 7 days. More and more problems were piling up. After a while, the banging gradually faded. The burly man must have realized Su Chen wouldn't open the door, so he simply gave up and left. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door. Su Chen frowned, just about to curse the person out. But he suddenly noticed that this time the knocking was gentler, it might not be the same person. He pulled out his phone to take a look, and sure enough, according to the food delivery app, his third order had arrived. However, this time, Su Chen didn't even get up, he remained on the sofa. He felt that this order would likely fail again. Who is it? Following the rule, he still asked. Delivery person, your meal has arrived? Oh, I don't want it anymore. Just go. The delivery person. No, sir, are you messing with us? Do you want takeout or not? Stop pretending. I know you're a fake. Just get lost. Su Chen replied in annoyance. Fine, since that's the case, I will report to our company, and you will be blacklisted from our app. Oh. I'm so scared. Su Chen replied sarcastically. Now, the delivery person outside was instantly speechless. He didn't bother to argue further and turned to leave. This one was pretty clever, not wasting time at the door. Su Chen thought to himself. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a message notification. He picked up his phone to take a look. In the next moment, he jumped up in shock. The message was from the food delivery app. Dear user, due to multiple refusals of orders and several complaints, your red envelope balance has been cleared. All orders and delivery have also been cancelled. Su Chen was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell, that fake was actually telling the truth. This was unreal. How could a fake delivery person do this? Were these people actually delivery workers? But why did they hold a grudge against him? Everything had fallen apart, the whole situation was crumbling. Without the red envelope, Su Chen had no money in this bizarre world again. Earlier, he had also searched at home using his talent skill and had found no money. Isn't this a dead end? Can I only rely on the food in the fridge to survive? Su Chen's expression grew worse and worse, and he finally had to admit he really had no better solution. The only way out was to endure the contamination from the fridge food with his strong mental power. Damn it, I've really messed this up. He regretted not opening the door for that beautiful woman. If he had used his strength and agility to subdue her back then, it wouldn't have been impossible. Just when Su Chen opened the fridge and made up his mind to endure the contamination, his phone rang again. Ding dong. The crisp notification sound made Su Chen stop his arm reaching for the food. He looked puzzled, unsure of who sent the message this time. Picking up his phone, he was shocked, followed by uncontrollable joy. Hello, Director Su, because you have not submitted your bank card number to the organization, a card has been issued for you, card number, password, and last month's salary has been deposited into the card. What the hell? Are these copies really in the same world? Su Chen was taken aback. Although he had guessed this before, this message confirmed everything for him. He quickly took out his phone and dialed the customer service number for this bank. Following the electronic voice's instructions, he soon checked his balance. 100,000 yuan exactly. I'm rich. I'm really rich now. Previously, in the zoo, he thought this money wouldn't be able to be taken out, and he hadn't paid attention to how much salary he had. To his surprise, it was so much. With this money, ordering 100 takeout meals a day would be more than enough. With this tactic of numbers, he really did not believe he couldn't figure out the truth behind the rules. Saying it and doing it, Chen directly linked the bank card to the payment app, and then began to wildly place orders on the full app at a rate of 1 every 5 minutes. After placing 10 orders, the knocking on the door started. Chen was busy placing more orders and didn't even look up, casually asking, "Who is it?" "Delivery." "Oh, you can get lost." "Delivery person?" "Sir, if you maliciously order using our red envelopes, we will clear your red envelope." "Clear it, I don't care." "Delivery person." A few minutes later, there was another knock on the door. "Sir, I'm the delivery person, your order has arrived." "I've eaten it, I don't want it anymore." "Using our system's red envelope." "I have money, I am willing." Chen directly interrupted the other's spellcasting motions. Delivery person number 2. After a while, footsteps were heard outside the door. But this time the other party did not knock first but asked in surprise, "What's going on? Why are you waiting out here? This guy inside won't open the door. Didn't you tell him that maliciously ordering using red envelopes will get them cleared? This kid inside seems to be a rich man, not short on money." Delivery person number 3. However, he did not easily give up and still knocked on the door. "Stop knocking, I'm not deaf, I heard your conversation already. Do you think I'm a fool? Get lost." Chen didn't wait for the other to speak and directly laid all on the table. Just like that, more and more delivery people gathered outside the door, and they could even form a soccer team. The audience in Dragon Country was completely dumbfounded. Can it really be played like this? It's really a tactic of numbers? I was panicking when the red envelopes got cleared, didn't expect the zoo would actually pay salaries. Who would have thought this is the same world? I'm impressed, Chen will always surprise people in unexpected ways. Brothers, I see quite a few of our unfriendly country participants had their red envelopes cleared. Should we send this live footage of Chen out for them to see? Ha, the brother upstairs is so naughty, but I like it. Hurry and send it, and give us the link, we'll help you bump the post. Hearing that there was a chance to get their enemies into trouble, the audience in Dragon Country instantly got excited. Chapter 84, a turning point finally appears. The officials did not further obstruct these netizens. He had specifically unlocked the screen recording feature for a while, giving netizens a convenient door to peek through. Soon, a live stream recording of Chen appeared on platforms like Little Bluebird and YouTube. Because the video included keywords like Dragon Country Chen and was shared and liked by viewers from Dragon Country, the video quickly went viral. A large number of foreign viewers saw the video and left comments. Heh, self-proclaimed smart Dragon Country people, daring to place so many orders. You still don't know the punishment for rejecting orders, do you? Your red envelopes will be emptied. Haha, this is hilarious, this Dragon Country even dares to show off. I really want to see the faces of Dragon Country people when Chen's red envelope gets emptied. I told you, Dragon Country is just lucky. See, Chen directly exposed his stupidity. Hello everyone, I'm from Dragon Country, and I can confirm Chen's red envelope got emptied. As soon as this comment appeared, it quickly received a large number of likes and replies from foreign users. It was soon pushed to the top. I told you, Chen is really stupid. Let's see how you Dragon Country will handle this now. He's finished, Chen is finished, whether he eats from the fridge or not, he's done for, ha ha ha. The weak Dragon Country people, unlike us from Kangaroo Country, were strong. Our contestants directly opened the door and grabbed the takeout from that woman. Now we're eating like kings. Our ugly country's chosen one is a boxer, also directly grabbed the takeout. Dragon Country people are so cowardly, they didn't even dare to snatch it. Now you're done, no red envelopes, you'll starve to death. Ah, yes, when it comes to shamelessly grabbing, we Dragon Country can never compare to your ugly country and Kangaroo Country. Just as the online argument grew more intense, another comment appeared, instantly reaching the top. Oh right, I forgot to tell you guys, the zoo gave Chen a salary of 100,000 yuan. Chen has plenty of money to order takeout and make mistakes. Once this comment was posted, the previously arrogant foreign viewers were instantly silenced, as if they had been choked on something disgusting. What's the use? With Chen's small frame, even if he has more money, it's useless if he doesn't dare to snatch. Exactly, our ugly country's contestants may not have money, but at least we're not starving. You Dragon Country's Chen is still starving. Some viewers from other countries continued to argue. By around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, another turn of events occurred. The person who delivered the takeout to the Kangaroo Country contestant was the same muscular man who had delivered the second order of takeout to Chen. As expected, the rule instance was fair, all contestants encountered the same NPCs. However, Kangaroo Country's Abanis did not observe through the peephole or ask any questions. With the experience from earlier in the day, he was ready to snatch. He confidently opened the door and threw a punch, unexpectedly targeting the other's jaw. Just when Abanis thought his sneak attack had succeeded, the muscular man reacted first and kicked Abanis in the stomach. With a loud bang, Abanis was instantly blasted as if struck by a cannonball, flying back into the room, rolling several times like a tumbling gourd before crashing into the wall and coming to a stop. After this hit, Abanis' head was in chaos, and his stomach ached horribly, instantly losing all ability to resist. Worthless trash. The muscular man spat and slowly walked in, a sinister smile on his face, raising his huge fist and smashing it onto Abanis' head. Crack, the sound of the cervical vertebrae breaking echoed. Kangaroo Country's chosen one has died. Comprehensive evaluation, Kangaroo Country's national luck is reduced by 15 points, leaving 45 points. Kangaroo Country's territory has sunk by 10%. A death announcement suddenly appeared before all the chosen ones. Meanwhile, John from Ugly Country was in the middle of a passionate battle with the muscular man. Fortunately, the contestant from Ugly Country was a boxer. In a fierce standoff, both sides were locked in a stalemate. Ultimately, the strong man, unable to subdue the player from the Ugly Country, furiously grabbed a takeout bag and turned to leave. Suddenly, the public opinion on the little blue bird turned a complete 180 degrees. You Kangaroo Country, weren't you arrogant? Go ahead, steal another one. And you Ugly Country, are you going to starve now? I'm laughing to death. Do you really think you can get free stuff in the world of strange tales? You Dragon Country, don't celebrate too soon. Even if Chen has money, he won't get to eat. We all start from the same starting line. Topics about Chen were becoming more and more popular on foreign forums. Unaware of the arguments on the forums, Chen was still tirelessly placing orders. I refuse to believe this. There must be a solution to this scenario. Suddenly, Chen's phone alarm went off. His expression changed as he turned off the alarm, glancing at the time on his phone, discovering it was already 6 p.m. Just as luck would have it, based on past experiences, he estimated that the clothes in the wardrobe would change color, and the entire room would be in danger. Chen didn't dare to delay. He quickly walked into the bedroom and opened the wardrobe door. Inside hung the same red long dress. This indicated that for the next 12 hours, it was still a safe moment. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Could it be that time has gone awry again? He checked the time online and found nothing wrong. It seemed he had misjudged. The color change of the clothes in the wardrobe was irregular and completely randomly triggered. But this was also good. After all, he was still desperately trying to order takeout and make mistakes. During the safe time period, it felt more reassuring. Just then, there was another knock at the door. Chen sighed and casually asked, "Who is it?" However, there was no response. The knocking continued persistently. Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. This person was quite different from all the delivery workers he encountered today. The stranger didn't respond verbally. He hurriedly walked to the front door, peered through the peephole for a look. When he saw the face of the visitor, his brows furrowed. It turned out to be the same delivery girl from the beginning once again. Only this time she had changed her outfit. She wore a JK uniform on top and switched to white stockings on the bottom. With this outfit, her demeanor seemed completely different from the daytime, looking extremely cute and pure. "Who are you?" Chen tried probing again. He noticed the girl didn't answer but made a few signs with her empty left hand. Chen looked and couldn't understand what she meant. Then, the girl raised her left hand, drawing a 5-pointed star in the air. Chen's body jolted. Her state completely matched the fourth rule. But he knew that the fourth rule had the same handwriting as the one who claimed to return on the Night of Souls. He hesitated for a moment. Chapter 85. You eat simple meals, I eat hot pot. However, putting that aside, no matter what, this situation was the only different one he had encountered throughout the day. If he didn't take the risk to test it once, wouldn't that make the day's work a waste? Moreover, through observation, Chen noticed that she wasn't carrying any weapons this time. If a fight broke out, given her physique, he had nothing to fear. In the end, Chen steeled his resolve and decided to test her. "Just place the takeout on the ground." Chen replied. Hearing this, the girl nodded obediently, put the takeout on the ground, then turned and left without any delay. After hearing her footsteps fade away, Chen dashed into the kitchen and grabbed a broom. Just to be safe, being cautious was better. Then Chen opened the front door, stepped back 2 paces, and using the broom's length, he carefully hooked the takeout bag onto the broom handle. At the same time, his talent activated at full power. He maintained a keen eye on the door, his muscles tense, ready to respond at any moment should anything abnormal happen.